I woke up feeling like a car had run me over repeatedly. My whole body ached and tingled, and I thought I was having some kind of weird dream. But when I opened my eyes, I realized I was in a dark cave. This wasn't a dream. I had actually transmigrated into another world. My name is now Tianmi, and I've taken over the body of an 18-year-old girl who's, let's just say, generously plump. I weigh 250 pounds. Her father, a former escort, is now leading a group of people who've become makeshift bandits after a string of hardships, including famine and the chaos caused by a royal power struggle. They've taken over a cave full of supplies left behind by defeated bandits, but here's the twist. They also found a ridiculously handsome man tied up in the cave. Apparently, my new father decided this man would be my husband without even asking him. To make things worse, my well-meaning but clueless aunt fed him some kind of aphrodisiac to seal the deal. I tried to process all this chaos while still in shock about my transmigration. The man escaped overnight, and I immediately panicked. He's clearly no ordinary person, and I was sure he'd come back for revenge. I begged my father and the others to pack up and leave before it was too late. Thankfully, they listened. We gathered food, water, and essentials, loaded them onto carts, and set off. I even secretly stored extra supplies in a magical space I discovered, a small perk of transmigrating. As we left, I couldn't help but reflect on my situation. I'd hoped to transmigrate into a princess or a noblewoman, not a chubby girl stuck in a messy escape from famine and danger. But life doesn't always go as planned. For now, my priority is survival and avoiding that handsome man's revenge. We quickly began packing up, and I went through my bag. It was full of snacks, dried meat, candies, steamed buns, boiled eggs, and a chunk of cooked meat that was starting to smell funny. No wonder this body was so heavy. I kept the usable items and quietly moved the rest into my storage space, leaving behind the empty containers. While the others started moving, I pretended to step away, but doubled back to the cave. I collected everything left behind, mostly food, cloth, and supplies, and stored it all. It wasn't until later that I realized I had also taken stashes of gold and silver hidden under the grain. All that rushing wore me out. This weight is no joke. If I don't lose some of it soon, I might collapse before we even reach safety. The group debated which direction to go. Most refugees were heading south, where my mother's family was supposed to be, but I insisted on heading southwest to avoid the dangerous crowds. We couldn't risk getting robbed, or worse if we joined the larger groups. After some convincing, everyone agreed, and we took the harder but safer mountain path. The journey was grueling. The sun beat down relentlessly, and every step made me feel like a walking dumpling. We had to abandon some of the grain because the carts couldn't handle the uneven paths, but at least we managed to secure water and the essentials. Along the way, we passed refugees lying by the roadside, begging for help. The others ignored them, knowing we couldn't spare anything, but I pointed them to the spot where we had left the abandoned supplies. Their gratitude was overwhelming as they scrambled toward the food. It was a small comfort in such bleak times. Despite the challenges, I couldn't shake my unease about the man we left behind in the cave. If he comes after us, we're in serious trouble. For now, though, we have to focus on the journey. There's still a long way to go, and I'm determined to keep everyone safe. The journey along the mountain path was exhausting. The sun blazed overhead, burning our skin, and we were all starving and weak. By late afternoon, everyone was too tired to go on. Uncle Lou suggested finding a place to rest and spend the night, and we eventually settled in a small valley. While the men searched for food and water for the animals, the women began cooking a simple meal, porridge and steamed buns. I offered to help and swapped the cooking water with the magical water from my storage space. It would help everyone recover a little. Aunt Fong scolded me for washing the rice, saying we couldn't waste water, but I managed to convince her the wash water would be useful for the animals. The poor creatures were so thirsty that when I added a little of the magical water to their buckets, they drank it all and even seemed happier. When the food was ready, the aroma surprised everyone. Aunt Lou joked it was just because we were starving, but I knew the magical water made the difference. Everyone ate eagerly, savoring the simple meal as if it were a feast. It was heartbreaking to see how desperate things had become. Just a bowl of porridge and a bun felt like a blessing. After dinner, the men suggested traveling at night to avoid the scorching sun, so we decided to rest for a couple of hours before continuing. As I lay on the dry grass, my stomach growled again. This body gets hungry so quickly. Aunt Fong immediately woke up, offering me more food, but I waved her off, pretending I wasn't hungry. Lying there, I thought about my family from my previous life. I hoped they weren't too sad about my disappearance. Maybe they could imagine I'd married and moved far away. The thought brought a pang of sadness, but there was no time to dwell on it. Survival here took all my energy. Meanwhile, I couldn't shake the nagging fear of the man we left behind in the bandit's cave. He must be furious, and if he caught us, we'd be in big trouble. For now, though, we were safe, at least until morning. We packed up and left the valley under the moonlight. The animals seemed more energetic, probably thanks to the water I secretly gave them. As everyone moved ahead, I pretended to step aside, quietly releasing river water from my storage space into the dry valley. It was heartbreaking to see the ground soak it up so quickly, but I noticed faint signs of life, new grass and plants sprouting. Maybe this place could help someone survive later. The path was rough. Kids tripped over roots and cried, their voices echoing eerily in the night. The thought of people in the mountains turning to desperate acts, like harming children, made my skin crawl. We pressed on cautiously. Along the way, we passed refugees begging for food and water. My father sternly warned them off, his knife glinting in the moonlight, but I couldn't stop thinking about their desperation. When dawn broke, we decided to take a more manageable path. It was still hard, but at least it wasn't as treacherous. We finally stopped to rest in a shady spot. Everyone collapsed, exhausted and drenched in sweat. I shared my water with the children, pretending it was just flavored with herbs. Aunt Fong scolded me for wasting precious water, but I managed to convince her it helped with the heat. Later, I wandered off to explore. Using my storage space, I cooled off for a bit with air conditioning and even treated myself to a small snack. Feeling guilty for indulging, I left to see if I could find a way to help more people. I came across two men digging for water. They were wary of me at first, but I reassured them and offered water for my skin to keep them going. They were so grateful, though they still called me fat girl. Annoying. Even after they left, I stayed behind. Using my river water and a bit of the magical well water, I filled their pit. I hoped it would help them and their families survive. Then, I returned to our group, tired but feeling a little lighter, knowing I'd done something good. Survival is tough, but if I can help others along the way, I will. I woke up drenched in sweat. The sun had moved to shine right on us, and even the breeze felt like it was on fire. There wasn't a bit of shade left, and I was done, absolutely done. I miss my old life with air conditioning, cold drinks, and a comfy couch. All those fancy clothes and supplies I packed before coming here? Useless. Instead, I'm stuck in this unbearable heat, sweating buckets, and carrying a body that's too heavy for all this. But no matter how much I wanted to complain, life had to go on. I told everyone, let's eat and drink properly. If we're too weak, we can't protect anything we're carrying. That snapped everyone out of their days. They agreed, realizing we'd been too stingy with food, which only made us weaker. The women started cooking while the men went to find feed for the animals. I added a bit of meat and boiled eggs into the porridge to make it heartier. The women were shocked I'd share something so precious, but I couldn't care less. It was better to keep everyone strong. While waiting, I fed the animals their water, and they seemed thrilled. Seeing how happy they were almost made me forget how tired I felt. Then I decided to make myself a sun hat. Using some fabric and vines, I started crafting, but Aunt Fong took over, insisting she'd do a better job. She wasn't wrong. The hat turned out great, and I couldn't help but hug her in excitement. Soon, the men came back with great news. They found water. I instantly knew it was from the pit I filled earlier. Though I had hoped it would help other refugees, seeing how excited my group was made me smile. Everyone ran to fetch it, thrilled that they didn't have to worry about water anymore. Aunt Fong said the discovery had probably saved someone's life, and I felt proud, even if I didn't tell them it was my doing. As I sat in the shade, watching everyone work on sun hats and cheer over the water, I felt a small spark of happiness. Life was hard, but if I could help, even just a little, it made it all feel worth it. Especially Choi Eru, Chun Malin, the one who eats has no image. It's true that I am a half-hearted man who lives in poverty. Tianmi also ate a whole bowl happily. She wanted to lose weight, not shorten her life. She had to have basic consumption. We decided not to wrong ourselves anymore. We should eat and drink enough so that we can have the strength to protect our family when in danger. In fact, there was dried meat in their food, but it smelled too fragrant when cooked, so they didn't dare to cook it. Tianmi originally wanted to find an opportunity to go to Tukingtan to fill up some water, but after being discovered, there were always people there, so she could no longer go. Everyone set off on the road again in the evening when the sun was no longer so strong. All the women they all wore sun hats, and it was a bit cooler. After eating, they all carried knives and walked out with the arrogant steps of denying their relatives. Even the 5 or 6-year-old Choi Erniu and Lu Nianqing did this. Tianmi couldn't help laughing, and the victims on the road did not dare to approach. We walked from dusk to night, walking quite quickly because of the coolness. After dinner today, the mood of the family has improved a lot. Even the journey does not feel so painful. When she is hungry, Aunt Fong will take out the steamed buns and share them with her. Home. We walked and ate until midnight when everyone was tired and found an open area on the roadside, ready to rest for 2 hours before leaving. There were already 2 groups there, one with more than a dozen people, and the other there were more than 30 people with families and only farm tools for self-defense. At first glance, they looked like they were not bad guys. Tian Biao stopped the team opposite them and did not get closer to give each other a sense of security. The family divisions were clear, and everyone started to build a fire, took the water from the backs of the animals, and put it in the middle. The crowd would sleep around the water for a while. This was their life, and they couldn't do it. The animals were not overturned, and those carrying food did not need to fetch them. The animals were left to rest and eat hay. Tianmi even fed them with only 2 ladles of water in front of the family. Of course, she fed them quietly with well water. They drink so happily. He spread the hay on the ground and fell asleep. Tonight it's Choi Eru's and Tian Jiao's turn to keep vigil. Each of them will keep watch for an hour. When I was sleeping most soundly at S house, there was a rapid sound of horse hooves. Before Choi Eru woke up and everyone picked up their weapons and prepared to deal with it, the other 2 teams on the opposite side also picked up hoes, sickles, and machetes. The direction where the sound of horse hooves comes from vigilantly. It's just that they are too thin and have no deterrent effect. Soon a group of more than a dozen people came on horseback. They were all young and strong men in their 20s, with fierce looks. When they came, they shouted, "Keep the food and water and get out immediately." The 3 teams are still facing each other with weapons. The food and water they have now are their lives, and they cannot let them go. After seeing the strong figures of Tian Biao and his group, all holding knives, with ferocious eyes, and looking like they were not easy to mess with, they felt a little guilty. Uncle Lu looked carefully at the people coming by the light of the fire. These people were all from the county government. Are they becoming bandits? Many people in the county government should also know the Finway Accompaniment Agency. After all, our agency is still very famous in the county. However, after running away from famine for so long, the family's unkempt appearance has changed. Uncle Lu immediately put on a smile and shouted, "Captain Li, why are you here?" "We are from the Finway Accompaniment Agency." These are all the escorts from the accompaniment agency. The leader recognized them and said, "The county magistrate wants to confiscate your water and food. Please hand it over." Ha ha ha. How many counties have we left, and the county magistrate of Qingshui County has collected taxes here? Not to mention that they usually levy excessive amounts of money in the county and make food look ugly, but now that they have fled the famine here, they just robbed them directly. Uncle Lu smiled and said, Captain Li is joking. We at Finway Accompaniment Bureau are the escorts, and we will kill them directly when they are robbed. Captain Li can give it a try. These government officials usually only bully an old businessman with a surname, but if they really have to face the escorts who are weathered by wind and rain, they have no chance of winning. They looked at the other two teams. He raised the knife in his hand and yelled, Get out. Those were the victims who were really fleeing the famine. When they heard that these people were from the government and were holding knives to rob them, they were trembling with fear, but they were still reluctant to give up. A man said, We don't have a few kilograms of food or a few sips of water. If you want to rob us, we will fight to the death. After 2 months of fleeing from famine, we saw too many people starving to death and dying of thirst, so these things were our lives. These arresters were accustomed to following the county magistrate, and seeing that King Jin's men were coming, the county magistrate decisively led them to abandon the city and flee. It took them half a month to realize the reality, and they were captured. The victims rushed forward to grab food and water, and even if they died, they would come to grab them. They were so frightened that they had no choice but to do anything. Now we don't have much food and water, so we don't dare to take the road, so we come to grab it on the road, and we even encounter thorns. Do you really think that the knife in my hand is just a decoration? They raised their knives and were about to chop down the group of people closest to them. Those people clenched their farm tools and prepared to resist, with despair in their eyes. Tian Biao shouted, Does Captain Li really think that all the people in Finway Accompaniment Bureau are dead? Captain Li turned around and said, We're not going to make things difficult for you, what? Do you still want to meddle in other people's business? Tian Biao has never liked those people in the county government. They are extremely shameless. The most important thing is that the girl from the Zhou family whom Su Yunzhou, the young master, married was relying on the power of the county magistrate. Although he didn't want his daughter to marry the young master, he still couldn't. I don't want to see my daughter being bullied by others. Zhou Shouxin of the Zhou family is a merchant in the county, and the younger sister of the family is the concubine of the county magistrate. Regards himself as the county magistrate's brother-in-law and shows off his power in the county. His daughter Zhou Rongrong often bullies Tianmi after she falls in love with Su Yunzhou. Of course, the original owner is not someone to be bullied. After all, she has unlimited power and can make her cry just casually. So Zhou Rongrong moved out her cousin Cheng Yuhuan, the concubine of the county magistrate. This woman was very vicious at her age. Unlike Zhou Rongrong, she was not as quarrelsome as the original owner. If the quarrel was severe, no matter how much, she would get violent. She was different. She deliberately found local gangsters to harass the original owner, ruining the original owner's reputation and making the original owner afraid to go out. She was so angry. Tian Biao said, If the road is uneven, someone will plow it, and if things are uneven, there will naturally be people to take care of it. Captain Li looked at Tian Biao and said fiercely, Just wait for me. As he said that, he rode away towards. Tian Biao saw them leaving. Immediately said, Quick, 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 pack your things and leave quickly. 2 young men came out of the team on the opposite side and knelt down to Tian Biao and said, Thank you, brave man, for saving me. Tian Biao hurriedly helped them up and said, Stop talking nonsense. We are the bosses, magistrate dog and other people. Pack up your things and run away. He was so handsome just now, but now he is so cowardly. If you don't stand out, those people will just drag us. If the dog magistrate comes, we will be robbed. The family quickly tied things to the animals, led the animals away, and the other 2 teams also collected their things and left.
Why?
Start running away again. Tianmi's memory about Magistrate Cheng was not good, especially that concubine Cheng Yuhuan. Because of Su Yunzhou's relationship, she had no contact with the girls from the Zhou family. Cheng Yuhuan was her cousin, but she got married a few years ago, so she probably didn't have Magistrate Cheng with her. Held the big before, she thought it was to embolden and scare people. It was only when she actually used the big to confront people that she started to get scared. Oh my God, do you really want to kill someone? I am a good, law-abiding citizen of China. At the same time, She also found that the weapon was too light for her, and it was not easy to use when fighting. She should have used Cheng Yaojin's axe or a meteor hammer. No matter what, it should be a heavy wolf club.
Why?
It affects the image of the fairy so much. But for someone who weighs 250 pounds, it's quite suitable. It's schizophrenia every day. The group of people ran without touching the ground, but they didn't expect that County Magistrate Cheng didn't come to chase them. After half a month of running away, he also recognized himself, and he was only worthy of showing official power and scaring the people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to rob the scattered victims on the road. Magistrate Cheng Chung and his entourage totaled more than 200 people, including his wife and concubines, his 3 sons' wives, children, and the husband-in-laws of his 2 daughters who fled together in a long convoy carrying money, food, and water. They will starve to death or die of thirst. Who cares whether you are an official or a citizen? After being robbed by the refugees, not only materials and money were lost, but a lot of people were also scattered. Now there are 200 people, but now they have no water and no experience in finding water. The only way they can think of is to rob, and the only way to rob is to pick the weak ones. But what County Magistrate Cheng doesn't know is that his retribution is not far away. Tian Dabiao led everyone to run for 2 hours. It was already bright in the morning, and the other 2 groups started to run with them, but they couldn't outrun Tian Dabiao and the others with their luggage on their backs, and they lost them without knowing where they were. It doesn't matter. I don't want them to follow me when I come. It's enough to take care of your own people in such a time of famine. The group of people were eating and drinking again, and they would not give up on themselves and persisted. The sun was getting stronger and stronger, and they were really tired, so they walked deep into the jungle to find a shady place to sleep and rest, also to prevent the county magistrate from looking for them. This time they were lucky. I actually found a cave. It was obvious that someone had lived in this cave before, and it was also covered with hay. It was perfect. Everyone first took down the water and put it away, leaving one person to watch over it, and then they all slept in the cave. They were so tired that they fell asleep as soon as they fell down. This was the most complete sleep Tianmi had ever had in this world. After a good sleep, I didn't mind how dirty and messy it was here, nor did I mind the sweltering heat with so many people crowded in the cave. Many people even snored, including Tianmi herself. She actually snored. After a long sleep, she felt refreshed in the afternoon. Looking back, I didn't sleep well in this world. I was slept with when I first came here.
Hey.
Tianmi opened her eyes suddenly.
Sky.
She was slept with. It seems like she wasn't taking birth control pills. How could she forget this? I quickly found a deserted place and entered the space to look for birth control pills. I searched for a long time, but couldn't find them. Really confused. I'm an unmarried girl, and I don't even have a boyfriend. How could I possibly prepare such a thing? Oh my gosh. What have I prepared? Everyone wants to be a CEO and be rich and handsome, but why haven't they thought about birth control pills? Herbal medicine can be prepared, but the time has passed. It's okay. It's just that there's no way this body could be hid in one go. The problem is more than once. What to do? It's not easy to raise a rich and handsome man with a child. God bless. God bless. Don't get pregnant. Forget it, it's not easy for fat people to get pregnant. It's definitely not that easy. Tianmi's heart was half dead. This time travel was not as beautiful as what she had seen, and it was not as exciting as killing for people. How did I travel through time so well? Take a plate of cherries and eat them calmly. Before I can show off my skills, put away the cherry seeds. Looking at the milk tea on the table, I was frightened today. To comfort myself, I would just drink 1 cup, I promise, just 1 cup. Take the milk tea and pour it on the sofa. It's so comfortable. This is how we should live normally. Whoever is stupid enough to want to go to ancient times will suffer the consequences of old age. Came back to the cave. I saw that everyone was up and busy, those who washed rice, those who kneaded noodles, and those who went to collect firewood. Tianmi went to help, but she went to cook the porridge and asked Mrs. Tang, who was preparing to cook the porridge, to take care of the children. La Tang said, Tianmi, you have become more diligent and considerate now. Ever since her reputation was ruined by the gangsters Chung Yuhuan found, Tianmi has become more violent. After her mother went there, she became even more violent. Tianmi knows that there is still a big difference between her and Yuanda, but now everyone is running away and not paying attention. Hee, you're okay. Life is so difficult now, so you should work more. Wang's sisters found firewood and started cooking, while Tianmi went to feed the animals. The few have also slept well today, and they have the energy to learn the exercises from their elders, and they're doing well. Tianmi watched with great interest, and the original knows how to do it, so Tianmi followed them practice. Get familiar with the feeling. Last night's confrontation made her realize that in this era, she might really die at any time. Follow the children's moves. Each move is very familiar. Yuanda is familiar with it, and the fighting is also fierce and powerful, and the punches are windy. He is really a flexible fat man. Tianmi has never practiced martial arts, but she was raised by her parents. She has practiced dancing since she was a child, so her body is very flexible and she can do all difficult movements. After these days of hard work, she drank a lot of spiritual water and controlled her diet very well. Tianmi could probably lose a few pounds. The more she practiced, the more she felt better, and she became more energetic. I went to practice again. There were not many moves to practice, but every move was very practical. The accompaniment agency's methods were all about practicality, and Tianmi also practiced it with ease. It's still too light. If she had the opportunity to get some important weapons to play with, she only prepared pepper spray, electric shock stick, and weapon shovel in her space. How could she know that she would become a strong woman wearing it?
Hey.
If she had known, she would have prepared an axe. The sisters-in-law looked at her and shook their heads. They were afraid that this girl would not be able to get married and would only have the husband of that night. Until the meal was finished and the uncles came back. Tian Dabiao said, "Daughter, I haven't seen you practice for a long time. You need to practice more, otherwise your hands will be raw." Tianmi smiled and said, "Dad, I will practice often in the future." Tian Dabiao is a real person. He feels that he will not be bullied if he has something to do. Marriage and being lovable are all vain. His daughter does not need these. Tian Dabiao then said, "When the land is stable, my father will find you a husband. If you dare to run away or disobey, you will break his legs." Tianmi smiled secretly. This dad is so kind. She also felt that in this situation, she should find someone easy to bully, as the one she did last time was obviously inappropriate. In this era, even if the people are good, she will never let down their kindness and love. She feels that she lacks nothing now and is just waiting to settle down and make money. After eating and drinking, we continued on the road. Uncle Meng said, "It's not far from Xingrong County. If everything goes well, we will arrive tomorrow." It was only a day's journey for them to travel, but now they had to drag their family with them and walk on a small road for several days. Slow down and don't be afraid. As long as you arrive safely, it will be fine. Father Su and the others should be worried about bad news. I don't know if they have arrived in Xingrong County. There are half of the powerful escorts in the accompaniment agency here. I don't know what the situation is over there. On the road, Tian Dabiao and Tianmi were still clearing the way with swords on their shoulders. After the practice just now, Tianmi was so confident that she felt like a tiger. She walked with great momentum and walked out of the ground shaking the mountains. Then at dusk, when it was almost dark, she saw the most terrifying scene in her life. A large number of corpses were lying on the road, with stab wounds all over their bodies, and one of their internal organs was spilled out.
It was so terrifying.
There was blood all over the ground, including those who had been killed. There were also people she knew, the son of Magistrate Chung, and the corpses of many children. It was really uncomfortable to look at them. And there were shouts of death ahead. Tian Dabiao asked everyone to stop and retreat into the forest in front of them to hide first. He and Tianmi quietly looked ahead to see what was going on. At times like this, he would let Tianmi follow him every step of the way. He had always believed that he could protect his daughter, but he didn't notice that Tianmi looked pale and was suppressing nausea. Oh my God, she had never seen such a terrifying and disgusting scene in a movie. It was right in front of her, and the smell of blood in the air was terrifying. The two of them bent down from the ravine below the path and quietly walked forward. The sound of slashing was very close, and they quietly exposed one eye to peek at the corpses on the ground. The one who led the killing was Captain Lee, and the ones following him were all policemen from Yemen, and the person they killed turned out to be Chung. The county magistrate's family and servants were still huddled up. Magistrate Chung and his family were so frightened that they cried loudly. There was Chung Yuhuan among them. This vicious woman was so frightened that her face was full of panic, and she was still holding her in his arms. Their 2-year-old son was crying. They wanted to run away and resist, but their legs were so frightened that they couldn't run. A bunch of people were crowded together. Oh my God! What kind of Hades on earth is this Azura field? In troubled times, it is common for dogs to bite dogs, and they are not good things. Magistrate Chung shivered with fear and shouted, "Li Qing, you beast, aren't you afraid of His Highness King Yu's revenge?" Mr. Li raised his head to the sky and roared, "Haha, King Yu can't protect himself, so how can he care about you?" Magistrate Cheng's heart sank. King Jin's people were coming, and King Yu was indeed in danger. After saying that, Captain Li killed him with one knife. The other people were so frightened that they kowtowed and begged for mercy, with despair on their faces. Captain Li didn't even blink as he slashed with his knife. I heard a line when I was watching a movie before, when you lose power and are down and out, who will be the first to show you a weapon? The man said, "He is the enemy of right." And another taciturn person said, "I am the most obedient dog around you." He usually relies on your strength to bite others, regardless of whether they are good or bad, as long as he can't bite them. And when you lose power, he will still bite you, regardless of right or wrong, just whether he can bite you or not. Tian Dabiao took Tian Mi and left quietly. Don't let Captain Li's people discover them. Otherwise, they will kill people and silence them, and they will be finished. Captain Li has 60 or 70 people. They are invincible. Tian Mi was also frightened and followed Tian Dabiao away blankly. This time was really cruel to her face. In the afternoon, she was still thinking about how to settle down and make money, but now she was on the line between life and death. For the first time, I truly felt what it means to be like an ant. That was Magistrate Chung. In his original memory, he was a high-ranking figure, a person who was scared when he saw him. Now he fell to the ground like a dog and was killed. Captain Li's men killed all the men and servants of Magistrate Chung and his entourage, leaving only a dozen young and beautiful women. Among them was Chung Yuhuan. The rough man wanted to kill her, but she was killed. Then the man's eyes lit up, and he went up to ravage her twice. Then he dragged her and threw her into the carriage. The group of people took Magistrate Cheng's treasure and food and left the scene. When they met everyone, they all waited nervously for them and then breathed a sigh of relief when they saw them come back. Uncle Chui asked, "How is it? What's going on?" Tian Dabiao shook his head and replied, "Captain Li killed County Magistrate Chung and his family. Let's leave tomorrow and don't run into them. If they meet, that group of people will be red-blooded, and I'm afraid they are also in danger. The most important thing is that the materials they rob include treasures and food, but they don't see much water. And they happen to have it here. I hope they will go far away tomorrow and not encounter them." Tian Mi has not really invested in this era. She still has a feeling in her heart of experiencing life in this era, so she always faces everyone with a relaxed attitude, showing her true feelings. When she saw so many people dying in front of her, the despair on their faces hurt her deeply. These people are not usually good people and do not deserve sympathy, but the horror of watching people die in front of them is still lingering. For example, if it were him, his father Tian Dabiao, or Aunt Feng and the others, Tian Mi would shudder and would never do it. Tian Mi went to the side to practice martial arts. This time, she practiced martial arts very well and devoted herself wholeheartedly. A weak person does not deserve to live in this era. Other uncles and children also started practicing Qigong under the moonlight. Only when people truly feel death can they truly stimulate their potential. We are not leaving tonight. We will eat steamed buns and rest. We have to go on the road tomorrow. As a modern person in the prosperous period, one of the biggest advantages of reading through history books is that he is adaptable to. Tian-mi quickly accepted the reality and adjusted her mentality. She completed the transformation from Tu and became Nyo Hulu Tian-mi. Since the jungle is the strongest, she should be the stronger one and protect her own people. Instead of looking forward to not meeting them tomorrow, why not? Tian-mi closed her eyes and fell asleep. There was a drug she prepared in the space. If she lit the incense, people would faint if they smell it. If she encounters danger, she can hide in the space. The person keeping vigil tonight is Uncle Chui. He is sitting by the fire. Tian-mi tells him that it is too hot here and she should go to the back to cool down. He whispered, "Don't go. It will be safer together." Tian-mi also smiled and said, "Uncle, don't you believe that I am so angry? I will call you if anything happens." By Yuan Daki, and the one behind them was not far away, and he could hear any movement. Moreover, everyone was close to their bodies, so they reacted quickly and nodded in agreement. Tian-mi immediately enters the space after reaching the head, changes position in the space, and comes out to change the position, but the range is only the size of the position in the room. If the surface is water or a wall, it cannot pass. Flashed silently as she entered and exited. On the other side, Captain Li and his entourage, they killed Magistrate Chung and became rich overnight. They were so proud that they went to the foot of the mountain not far ahead and used the only water they had to cook Magistrate Cheng's food. All of them were delicious, big fish and meat. To reward everyone, it feels as if he is an emperor. And those women who were captured knew so many of their secrets, so naturally they would not keep them. So under the moon and next to the fire, human tragedies are being staged. These women are usually beyond their reach. They are either the concubines of the nobles or their daughters. Now they are only theirs. The body begged and begged to satisfy their various perverted desires. The other people were watching, smiling, and urging. Chung Yuhuan had the body of 3 men. She cried bitterly, but could not cry. Her head was pressed on his body by a rude man. She originally thought of finding a chance to escape, but now it was like this. It was better to be beaten at that time. Even if he is killed, he will be humiliated before he dies. When Tian-mi came for her, she had already covered her head with black hair, leaving only her 2 eyes exposed. Judging from her body shape, she looked more like a man. It was quiet here. The 2 night watchmen dozed off, and the others snored like thunder. Of those women had already died and were thrown aside under a big tree. Among them was Chung Yuhuan, and the rest also fainted. Tian-mi still found the upper hand and ordered the drug. It was the first time she did this, and her heart told her that it had to be like this, but she couldn't stop shaking. Watching these beasts fall asleep one by one, she took out her big knife and slashed at these people. "Stop, this knife is so big. Where can it kill with one strike?" This man was leaning against a big tree, his head hanging down and unconscious. Tian-mi gestured at his neck, aiming to make sure he didn't kill him. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if he woke up. After taking aim, he slashed with the knife and stopped when it almost touched his neck. Tian-mi entered the space and threw away the big knife. The knife was too big and difficult to operate, and it was not precise at all. She took out the set of sharp surgical knives that she and her father had given her after she learned how to suture wounds. Her father gave it to her and said that although our family mainly specializes in traditional Chinese medicine, she also needs to be able to suture and use common trauma injuries. "I know how to use a surgical knife, cut, and sew." Tian-mi held this sword. She had never used it on anyone before because she was not needed for such a thing. Unexpectedly, the first time she used it was to kill people. Unconsciously, she was sweating profusely, and even a thin layer of sweat was attached to her nose. After all, it is still a bit soft. Tian-mi took a deep breath and told herself that if she didn't move today, if she met him tomorrow, it might be her, her family, and her loved ones who died. She came out with the sword again, her eyes firm and cold. Aiming the sword at the man's neck, Tianmi was familiar with the structure of the human body and knew where the fatal spot was. She closed her eyes and cut it with a knife, completing the breakthrough. The man fell to the ground and was unconscious. He instinctively covered his neck and struggled. After a while, he became quiet. It was difficult to kill the first person, but it was much easier to kill the next one. She stabbed them one by one, and when there were still a few people left, someone actually covered his neck and screamed. One of them was unconscious. He opened his eyes in a daze and tried to kill him with a knife. He was 2 meters away from Tianmi. Far away, Tianmi turned around and took out a big knife from the space. Then she turned around and cut off his neck with the big knife. Blood spurted out, and half of her body was hanging, bragging about his strength. Frightened and breaking into a cold sweat, Tianmi took a while to find her breath and wiped the necks of the remaining people. As for those unconscious women, Tianmi doesn't care about them. Let them live or die. On the side, the carriage team, horses, and these people and weapons were all put into the space. Tianmi immediately fainted after the horses and other living creatures entered the space. Tianmi knew that this space was a bit strange. It was still. The living creatures fainted when they entered the space. Okay, it's like I've never entered her space. And what about people? She hasn't tried it. She doesn't want to expose her space to anyone. Tianmi moved a box from the carriage and opened it. The box was filled with silver light, which almost blinded her. The whole box was full of silver, and the numbers were neat. Tianmi swallowed hard. Shui, look at a carriage with more than a dozen big boxes and 10 carriages. Is she getting rich? She had prepared so many things in her previous life and was about to reach the peak of her life before using any of them.
Ouch.
County Magistrate Chung would never have imagined that he would spend his whole life working for her after being corrupted. In fact, she thought too much. Among the 10 carts, there were grains and other things, and there were only 9 carts of treasure. This was only part of the property of Magistrate Chung. He was taking it with him to open a road for King Yu and wanted to start a new journey. The county town is safe. After leaving the space, she left a bag of grain and a bucket of water on site, and then left. When they returned to the resting place, everyone was awake and looking for her. It turned out that it was Cui Dahu's turn to get up to watch the night. He found that Tianmi was not there and asked his father. He said that there was a stone behind it. He was worried and went up to take a look. There was no one and it exploded.
Tianmi disappeared.
Just as we were about to look for it, Tianmi came back. I'm just going to find a place nearby to go to the toilet. Why are you making such a big fuss? Everyone was relieved. She sat down behind the stone to rest. She still smelled of blood, and she was afraid that everyone would notice her if she got close. After everyone fell asleep, she went to take out her clothes and entered the space. It's better to take a shower. No shower gel, just rinse with water. Don't wash your hair. If you wash it, a blind person can see it. After changing out of clothes, just wash them with clean water. Even if you just wash it with water, it will still feel comfortable. Tianmi fell asleep on the sofa, but with the last bit of sense, she fell asleep behind the big rock. Before dawn the next day, Tian Dabiao woke everyone up and hurried on. Tian Dabiao said, "When we are on the road today, please be quiet and keep your eyes and ears on the road. When we see Li captors, we hide if we can. If we can't hide, we will put up a posture. The first thought is if we take Captain Li down, the others will be afraid. It would be best if we don't fight with them. There are so many of them that we will suffer a loss if we fight." Everyone nodded and said yes. The moonlight looked a little bleak today, and everyone was walking cautiously. The bodies that fell on the ground last night were still there. Tian Dabiao stopped and moved the corpse aside on the road with Uncle Cui. Looking at the corpses here, I felt very uncomfortable. Uncle Lu said, "Let's go first. Don't you know where those people are?" Uncle Cui and Tian Dabiao still couldn't bear it. Tian Dabiao said, "Why don't we dig a big pit and bury them all together? This is really outrageous. Those people will definitely not dare to come back. They will definitely be in front. We as courts have righteousness in our hearts. It's really hard to look past so many corpses, especially children." Uncle Cui and Uncle Chin responded immediately, took the tools from the back of the cow and started digging a hole on the side of the road. The other men went to move the scattered corpses over. Everyone took turns digging for more than an hour before dawn. A big hole was dug, and all the corpses were put in. When it was full, they were covered with soil, and a big hole of soil appeared here.
Why?
Life is impermanent. These people are all well-known and well-known in the county. Who would have thought that they would almost explode in the wilderness in the end? Passers-by appeared one after another on the path, all with numb expressions and dull eyes. Tian Dabiao and Tian Mi were carrying a machete to clear the way in front, and about a mile further on the back of their left foot was the corpse of Captain Li's group. Tian Mi didn't want everyone to care about them, so she sped up. The journey was smoother today, and they saw a village when the sun was shining at noon. They hurried to find a cool place to rest, only to find that there were several groups of victims resting in the village. They were all exhausted and lying under the eaves with chapped lips. There were no villagers left, so they must have fled. The victims had to look for water wells in the village after taking a break. Tianmi also carried a bucket to look for it. She wanted to find it first. If there was no water, she would put some in it first. However, when the victims saw her running around like a fat man, they were afraid that she would find her and finish the water. Rushing forward bloody, Tianmi was speechless. Fortunately, the village was big enough, and as she hoped, she found a well first. The well was very deep, and there was a thin layer of water at the bottom. Tianmi quickly stretched her hand down, and the river water in her space was like a water column. The water flowed into the well, and soon there was more than half of the water in the well. When she turned around, she saw several victims carrying buckets walking towards her from a distance. There was a rope tied to Tianmi's bucket. She threw the bucket down to get water. After turning it over and over, the bucket just floated on the water and wouldn't go down. Go ahead, what do you mean? Bully the new guy? The victims were approaching. Tianmi said to them, "There is water here, but we can't get it." When they heard there was water, their eyes lit up. They had just gone to the other side and found a well, but it was dry. Several people rushed up to the well and took a look. Each of them could get so much water. Then they actually sat down against the mouth of the well and started crying, which made Tianmi particularly sad. "Big brothers, please stop crying and help me see how this bucket doesn't sink." The three of them felt embarrassed and wiped away their tears. One of them looked like he was in his 30s. He took the bucket from Tianmi and said, "Girl, give me the bucket. You have to shake this bucket hard. Look at the water. Just went in." As he was talking and demonstrating, the bucket was inserted into the water and filled with water as if obedient. The wisdom of the working people. Tianmi looked quite convinced. As a result, the elder brother shook the bucket and said, "Don't fill it too full, otherwise it will spill on the road. It's a pity." He then lifted up the small bucket and waited until the bucket stopped dripping. "Come over and give it to Tianmi." Tianmi was so embarrassed by his timid look that she wanted to cry. "My nose is sore. Go slowly. Don't let it go."
Tianmi nodded.
Aunt Fong said happily when Tianmi returned the water and said, "Let Dahu and Era do the heavy work and rest for a while." Tianmi said loudly, "There is a lot of water in the well. Don't worry, everyone has it." We're lying on the bed lit up. They sat up and asked, "Girls, where's the well?" Tianmi pointed out the location to her, and she immediately shouted to another person, "Wazi, there is water over there." Several young victims went over there as soon as they heard it. As soon as the aunt called out, everyone around her would know. Tian Dabiao found a large house and moved in. Tianmi and his sisters-in-law were assigned to a room to escape. The head of the household took away everything he could, leaving an empty canopy bed in the room. There was no way to sleep on it, so they spread hay on it and slept on it. Everyone slept until they got up in the afternoon to make food. Tianmi couldn't stand the sweat and oil on her head. Tianmi whispered, "Aunt Fong, there is a lot of water in the well. Let's go get some water to take a bath and wash your hair." Aunt Feng's face suddenly changed. "Are you taking a shower and washing your hair? You are washing the lives of those who come after you." The simple old man is really kind, and so is the elder brother just now. With so much water, they will definitely have enough, but he let every drop of water drip back into the well when the bucket was brought up. It must be for this reason. Leave some for those who come later. Tianmi can go feed the livestock. After finishing the meal, Tianmi went to fill up the well on the pretext of fetching water for the animals. To Hare in the evening, Tian Dabia said, "We will not rest tonight," and rushed to Xingrong County in one breath. The last section is a main road. Everyone must be vigilant to prevent robbery. Everyone nodded. Although they were nervous, the big troops were finally gathering, and the place became more peaceful. When they saw the victim's wife just now, she was like a different person. Everyone was energetic. Even when they saw them carrying a machete to clear the way, they dared to come up and talk to them. "Girl, where are you going?" Tianmi said, "Let's go to Xingrong County." The aunt smiled and said, "Oh, we're going there too. You go first, we will clean up and then come after you." Tianmi smiled and said okay. This aunt is still a social cow. Not very afraid of them when everyone in their group was carrying a sword, and she was deliberately showing off in an arrogant manner. The starlight did not disappoint the travelers. They were probably approaching Xingrong County. There were more and more people on their way. There were some people resting with fires on the roadside, but there was no sound. It seemed that no one was talking. Late at night, there was a large empty space, and a team of more than 10 people, old and young, were resting by the fire. Seeing that their luggage belonged to farmers, there was no threat. Tian Dabiao asked everyone to stop and eat and drink before setting off. There were still about 5 miles to go until they hit the main road. Aunt Feng gave each man 3 steamed buns and 2 women, and they could drink as much water as they wanted, as long as they were full. From the crowd on the opposite side and saluted Tian Dabiao and said, "We are villagers from Fengqiu village. We haven't found any water in a few days. Can you sell us some water?" As he said that, he took 2 small silver ingots about 5 taels in size. Water is life now. Who would sell water to others? The old man also felt embarrassed and continued, "Just a small bucket, please." Tianmi said, "Dad, give them some. We will be on the road soon, and it will be a pity if there are so many people bumping into each other." Everyone looked at their team, all skinny and thin, looking at them longingly. Aunt Feng said, "Give them some." Tian Dabiao thought the same thing. They had a lot of water. They were very conspicuous on the road. It would be a pity if they were robbed and knocked over. These villagers were so thirsty that they were not like the victims they met on the road before. Just grab it when you come up. You are still a very educated person. Tian Dabiao collected their money and gave it to Uncle Lu to manage the account, and gave them 3 buckets of water. The old man and his team were so excited that they wanted to salute them, but Tian Dabiao stopped them. The old man looked at their animals and said, "You are going to the main road. It is best to tie water under the grain so that no one can see it." Now Xingrong County does not open the city gate. There are not many people in front of the city gate. If they see the grain, especially it's the water that has lost its humanity. Everyone had expected this situation, but we didn't expect it to be so serious. Tianmi said, "Dad, I'm going to find Grandpa Su and the others outside Xingrong County. You don't want to go to the main road first. After you find them, we can discuss where to go and then go to the main road and go directly to a certain place. It's safer this way." If Tianmi goes out with her shoulder bag and a big knife, she will be very safe. Although girls are afraid of being kidnapped by traffickers alone, she is an exception. If she asks the traffickers to kidnap her, no one will be willing to do so. Grab her little satchel. Are you kidding me? The benefits and risks are too unequal. Everyone thought for a while and realized that it was much safer for this girl to go out alone with a big knife than they were here guarding food and water. They nodded decisively and asked her to discuss with Grandpa Su whether it was appropriate to go southwest. Tianmi nodded and said yes. Aunt Feng stuffed 2 steamed buns into her satchel. The satchel was full, and she wanted to stuff 2 more buns into her chest. Tianmi refused even to the death. Her chest was already crowded enough. She was determined not to, but Aunt Feng could give up. He rolled his eyes at her and told her to be careful along the way and not to run around. Don't worry if you can't see clearly at night. If you can't find her, everyone will be here waiting for her. People on the main road were grabbing food and water, mainly because they were really short of food and water. The food field honey couldn't solve much for them. After all, there were too many people, but she could find a way to get some water for them. Tianmi walked toward the road alone with a big knife on her shoulder. No one dared to attack her with her figure and aura. Has been drinking spiritual spring water from space every time since she came here. Now her physical strength is not as weak as when she first came here. She didn't sleep well all night and was tired after walking for a while. Now she has left. After being breathless for so long, she still felt a little lighter. Tianmi touched her swimming ring. It must be a little smaller, and then touched it again. It was tighter. Coming to the main road, there were indeed many people on the main road, and they were all in a large team. Everyone had weapons, but most of them were farm tools. Tianmi followed the flow of people, and she must be heading to Xingrong County. Not far from the main road was a village. Tianmi walked towards the village. There were many people lighting fires and resting in the village's large sunbathing area. Tianmi went to find a water well. There are wells in all villages. If everyone has water, they will not fight for water anymore. She looked for the well, but there was no one there. It was obvious that there was no water in the well, so she followed the same pattern, filled the well, and left. At dawn, the wells in the villages in Xingrong County were filled with water. She just walked to the main road, carrying a knife and strutting towards the gate of Xingrong County while shouting, "Fenway Accompaniment Bureau, Fenway Accompaniment Agency." People on the road at this time, with their families and their hair and faces unkempt, which really gave Tianmi a glimpse of the scene during a famine. People from the Fenway Accompaniment Agency can see her like this at a glance. She is so eye-catching. Why is she so loud? But she kept shouting and saw no one at the city gate, so she wasn't in a hurry. She was basically in the village on the way here, and the main road was near the city gate at the back. She walked back, searching the crowd and shouting, "Fenway Accompaniment Agency, Fenway Accompaniment Agency." For a person of her size, carrying such a big knife, the victims were not even interested in taking a look and just walked forward numbly. Hey. She looked like this in her previous life and was a hot search topic. There is no spirit to eat melon at all. Finally, after walking 10 miles back, Su Fian ran out of the crowd in surprise and hugged her. "Sister Tianmi, I finally found you. Are you okay? Where are Uncle Tian, Uncle Chui, and the others?" Su Fian is Su Shirong's daughter, 2 years younger than her. She has grown up with Tianmi. If anyone bullies her, Tianmi will punch her and make her nose crooked.
She likes Tianmi.
It's with an absolute sense of security. Tianmi was very friendly to her and said happily, "Fian, I'm fine. Where is Grandpa Su?" Su Fian burst into tears after hearing this. Grandpa was knocked down in the crowd and was seriously injured. He passed away a few days ago. Tianmi's nose instantly became sour, and tears flowed from her eyes. This is the sentiment of the original owner. Grandpa Su is no different from her biological grandfather, and he is very kind to her. When she was a child, she got into a lot of trouble because of her strength. When her mother wanted to beat her, Grandpa Su would come out to defend her. Now, they're even together. I haven't even seen him yet. Tianmi controlled her emotions and asked, "Where is your father?" Su Fian took her to the back of the crowd. Tianmi saw Uncle Su, her grandmother, her uncle, her second uncle, Uncle Chui, and Aunt Bai. There were also cousins behind them, and they all looked at her happily, waiting for her, but their number is obviously wrong. Uncle Su and Uncle Chai are not here, so there's so many people missing. Tianmi hurriedly ran over, put the big knife in, and said as a junior, "Grandma, Uncle, Second Uncle Su, Uncle Meng, First Aunt, Second Aunt, Aunt Bai, Aunt Yuan." Second Uncle Su said, "Finally, I'm looking for you. Where are your father and the others?" Tianmi said, "Dad, they are on the trail with some food and water. We are less afraid of being robbed. Let me come to you." Uncle Su then said to his uncle, "Let's go meet them and discuss how to proceed." Tianmi's grandmother gave her the water bag and the steamed buns in her bag to the old man. She saw that her lips were also dry. Grandma looked at her with tears streaming down her face. My dear daughter, you have lost weight.
Ouch.
My grandmother. How can you tell that I've lost weight?
Grandma, I've fine.
Please drink some water. Grandma was reluctant to drink it, so she took a sip and handed it to her little cousin Chen Meow Meow. Tianmi couldn't stand it anymore and said, Grandma, feel free to drink. We still have some there. When I came here just now, I heard that we were looking for water in the nearby well. After hearing this, she felt relieved and took a sip, giving it to Meow Meow. I was so thirsty that I felt comfortable and alive after taking a sip. This is not a feeling, it is real. This water is the well water in her space spiritual spring water. Meow Meow drank it and saw Sufian coming over and gave her another sip.
Nah.
Is this fairy water? I feel much better after just one sip. They gave each of their aunt and cousin's children a sip, cautiously, fearing that they would finish the drink. When they were about to set off, Tianmi found that Uncle Su's carriage team was much smaller, but this was not the place to talk, so they had to gather together first. Tianmi carried the big knife to clear the way, and Sufian finally felt proud again. She raised her little face and walked beside Tianmi with her head held high. Tianmi asked in a low voice, Where are Uncle Su, Uncle Chai, and the others? Said angrily, We are here before. Your grandmother and her family are waiting for you to come. They don't want to wait for you to make trouble with our family. His heart is too dark, and he brought most of his things with him. After leaving, Uncle Chai also left with Uncle Chai. In Tianmi's memory, Uncle Su was a very selfish person. She didn't like him and always looked aloof. Uncle Chai liked to flatter him and respected him as a scholar. In this period of famine, I am still a scholar, even if I take away so many things without fear of getting into trouble. Uncle Su has been taking care of his grandmother and letting her sit in the carriage. The 5 horses are pitiful and they are too skinny to keep up with the donkey. Alas! The group of people walked towards road. Tianmi's 2 uncles, Uncle S' 2 sons and 2 daughters, are all married. S' cousin Chen Huaian is married to Mrs. Wang and has a 6-year-old son. Second cousin Chen Yanche married Mrs. Liu and had twin daughters, 5 years old. The second uncle has 2 sons and a daughter. The third cousin Chen Jianqing married Yu Shi. They got married last year and have not had any children yet. My cousin Chen Zekin is 1 year older than Tianmi, and my cousin is Chen Miao Miao, who is 3 years old this year. It's not an easy journey for this family, old and old. The children have no energy anymore. Uncle Su has 2 children and 1 daughter. His son Su Yunfei is 2 years old this year. His second son Su Yunpeng is the same age as Tianmi, and his daughter is Sufian. Su Yunpeng was also very naughty at times. The original owner did not beat him. Once he climbed a tree to show off to the original owner and Sufian that he had climbed high. The original owner was also simple-minded and kicked the tree until it shook. He fell from the tree, but fortunately the original owner caught him quickly, otherwise there would be no Su Yunpeng in this world. The 3 of them played from two, and their relationship was deeper than others, but yes, when there are men and women, we should avoid them. My grandmother's 2 uncles opened a pharmacy in the county and lived in the county for a long time. Several cousins and younger cousins all studied in the pharmacy. Only the female family members lived in the town. The original owner and 2 cousins from my uncle's family used to go to the mountain often. They were picking herbs for fun. Both of them were married. One married to the county. Her husband's family was very wealthy in the county. The wells were drilled very deep, and there was no work. They didn't have to go out to escape. The other married to the town and fled with her husband's family. Yes, I went to the south. Their team was not good either. The young men were all armed with weapons. Tianmi and Sufian were clearing the way. There were too many victims, and they could not move quickly. Some people in the crowd whispered to each other, and then they ran towards the village carrying the barrel in surprise. Uncle Su saw it and said, "Did they find the water?" Tianmi said, "Uncle Su, let's go meet Dad first. There is water there." Uncle Su finally suppressed his impulse and wanted to carry a bucket to grab water. Enough, we saw someone grabbing water along the way. Someone went up to grab it, so he said there was a lot in the well over there, so he stopped the robbery. However, we also saw someone grabbing water and being knocked over. I felt sorry for him, and they yelled at me.
Fight.
But slowly more and more people have access to water. Tianmi felt relieved for a while, until they reached Sun Mountain. This was considered a successful rendezvous. The two sides were extremely excited and happy when they met. But Tian Biao and his party soon learned that Mr. Su was gone, and immediately started crying. Not only Tian Biao, but also Uncle Chui and Uncle Chui's family. Listener felt quite sad and wiped away tears silently. Mr. Su was an open and kind man throughout his life. Many people were favored by him, especially Tian Biao. Uncle Su's family was busy comforting the family, and they felt uncomfortable. Su Yunfei had been interested in studying since he was a child. He and Su Yunzhou were taught by Mr. Su personally. Su Yunzhou was admitted as a scholar 3 years ago, but he was sick and missed the exam. He always wanted his grandfather to, after seeing him become a talented person but not waiting for him to show his talents, he left. He felt uncomfortable every time he thought about this. While comforting everyone, he burst into tears himself. Aunt Bai comforted Aunt Feng, Aunt Yu, and others. Uncle Su said, "Don't be sad, family. Dad hopes that we will be safe and alive. Let's think about what to do when we get here." Everyone was still sobbing uncontrollably. Uncle Lu had no choice but to change the subject and said, "There are the most victims in the south, and not in the east. Why don't we go southwest? Firstly, the road is safer, and secondly, King Jean will call sooner or later, and both the south and the east are affected. It is a must-win area, and the southwest is relatively safe. Their current location is equivalent to a location in Hunan in their previous life. If they go southwest, they will probably be somewhere in Hubei." Uncle Su nodded after hearing this and said, "This idea is okay, but it is not too biased. After all, there will be peace in the future, and Sun will have good development." Uncle Meng had gone to the southwest. He said, "We still go to the official road to the south. There is a road to the southwest only about 5 miles away. The road there is not very good. Walk." Second Uncle Su said, "It's hard to walk, it's okay. It's always safer if there are more people." U.S. family decided to go southwest. Aunt Feng had cooked rice and steamed buns at noon and took them all out for the family to eat first. She then asked several sisters-in-law to continue cooking some meat porridge and steamed buns. Tianmi went to feed Uncle Su's 5 thin horses, which were not as good as donkeys. They ate hay and drank water, and of course they drank water from the spiritual spring. They were so excited that they screamed, which was really pitiful. Uncle Su and the others started to run out of water yesterday, and now they finally have water, but they cherish it very much. There is still some food. Uncle Su took away most of the food, money, and servants. He left only a lot of food. There is so much food, and not a single servant. The family also decided to rush on the road at night. It was too hot during the day. After eating and drinking, they rested for 2 hours, and the family set foot on the official road to the south again. Tian Biao exchanged some lean horses for them and asked them to use the animals to pull the cart. The animals carried all the grain and piled it on the cart and tied it up. He thought their animals were really good, although they could eat hay as they wanted. But I was not willing to let them drink too much water, but I was in good spirits and had enough strength. These carrot heads can also ride in a carriage without anyone holding them. The moonlight tonight is weaker than last night, but the road to the official road is much easier to walk. Tian Biao and Tianmi opened the way, and now Su Fian is also added. She asked Aunt Feng to get a hand. Carrying it on his shoulders to go to school, Tianmi swayed and walked beside Tianmi, looking like a standard gangster. Looking at Aunt Bai, she rolled her eyes and wanted to come up and beat her. Su Fian got engaged, and they went to town. They went south. Now that they're going to the southwest, this marriage may be ruined. Now on the road to escape, let her go.
Why?
Uncle Su asked Tian Biao as he walked, "Brother Biao, where did you get so much food and weapons?" Tian Biao said, "We robbed a bandit's den and robbed them." "You are not afraid that your daughter will sleep with you?" The man brought people to deal with them, and they were all left to become bandits. Uncle Su was shocked. He knew that Brother Biao was powerful, but he didn't know that he was so powerful. Everyone was robbed by bandits, but he robbed the bandits. It was easy to walk on the official road, but there were so many people. There were many people sleeping with fires on both sides. Of course, there were even more people traveling at night. Su Fian was so excited when she heard that Tian Biao and the others were going to rob the bandits' den. Did she miss the good show again? Looked at Tianmi with starry eyes and asked, "Sister Tianmi, what is the bandits' nest like? How many bandits have you killed?" Tianmi said, "The bandits' dens are like that. If they don't have caves, they just have a few broken houses. There is not much food. It's a pity that we can't get them." They stopped going to Xingrong County and walked south at the fork in the road. In the middle of the night, they couldn't bear it anymore and stopped to rest. Who cooked, those who spread the floor, and those who fed the animals all started to feed the animals. After eating the steamed buns, the men and women fell down on the ground to sleep. Su Fian and Chen Miao were next to Tianmi Tian Dabiao and Uncle Chun, who kept vigil at night. "Sister Tianmi, I'm glad I found you." When Tianmi was dazed, she heard Su Fian talking softly to herself. "Otherwise, Dad is so pitiful. Grandpa is gone and Uncle is gone. He is crying alone. If Tian Dabiao can't be found again, he will really have no way out, and there will only be a way back in life." So when Uncle Su insisted that the family and the people in the town leave together. When Uncle Su was about to take away most of the things, he didn't say anything. "Don't be afraid, and say goodbye forever."
Why?
Two brothers, extremely ruthless. Those who value affection are especially affectionate. Tianmi felt that she was becoming more and more immersed in the world and truly felt the feelings of the people around her. The journey for 2 consecutive days went smoothly until the 3rd hour. After they had rested at noon, they set out in the evening and walked less than 2 miles when suddenly the refugees in front of them ran back frantically and started running again. Crying and shouting, "The bandits are coming, the bandits are coming." Everyone became nervous at once. Tian Dabiao and Uncle Su reacted immediately and led the team to run back. They did not keep running back, but ran towards the foot of the mountain where they rested for lunch. They couldn't run fast with their families. "It is safer to hide. Tianmi is responsible for the rear." Su urged them to drive the carriage faster and said, "Everyone is not allowed to speak or make any noise." The women urged their children and trotted along nervously. The refugees came in like a wave, blocking the carriages on the road and unable to move. Tian Dabiao got anxious and took a big knife and shouted at the rushing refugees, "If you stop blocking me, I will chop you to death first." Those who couldn't run fast sat in the carriage. Uncle Chun and others drove the carriage to the foot of the mountain. Chui Dahu and others led the animals and thin horses and ran as hard as they could. In fact, it's okay if they don't hold hands. They will always follow Tianmi because they drink the spiritual spring water from Tianmi. Now it's not just them who want to hide, but other refugees are also hiding there. The goal is too big. But there is nothing you can do. You can ask others to run faster and stay out of the way, but you cannot prevent others from hiding here. When they got here, there were already a bunch of trembling victims hiding here. They were like frightened birds. When they saw the big swords they were carrying, they knelt down and said, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Su said, "Stop talking. We from the accompaniment agency are also here to hide from the bandits. The only thing we can do now is hide and wait until we see the situation." Putting the women and children behind, all the men, including Tianmi and Su Fian, were waiting with swords in hand. Even the victims on the side felt a sense of security when they saw them like this. Tianmi glanced at Su Fian beside her and said, "Stay back." Original memory, Su Fian was only at the level of a 3-legged cat. Su Fian said stubbornly, "I will fight alongside you." Tianmi said speechlessly, "I still want to protect you." Su Fian hesitated and took 2 steps back, but she kept holding the knife in her hand without putting it down. At this time, there was a sound of horse hooves outside, and refugees kept running here in panic. However, they didn't bring anything with them. They just came in person. "I don't know if it will attract bandits." I hope the bandits will see that they don't have anything. Let them go, so you can let them go. It's a pity that they want too much. Listening to the sound of horse hooves getting closer and closer, Tianmi knew that they couldn't escape, and there was even crying from behind. At the moment of life and death, there is no room for mercy. Tian Dabiao whispered, "Kill them by surprise." A dozen bandits, who were chasing after them on horseback, ran over laughing, but they didn't see the victims who were crying in fear, and they didn't see the big knife slashing at their horses' legs. When they reacted, the 3 people in front of them fell off their horses. They couldn't control the horses' ropes and almost fell off their horses. Tian Dabiao, Tianmi, and Uncle Su chopped off the horses' legs and went straight to the back to kill them. The people who came over from the horse, Uncle Chui, and Uncle Chui, immediately chopped them up. The remaining men also took advantage of the moment when they came to an unstable stop and slashed them with their big swords. In an instant, 8 people were hacked to death and wounded. The others were frightened and quickly raised their knives, resisted, and slashed at Tian Dabiao. With their condescending advantage, Tianmi quietly took out the electric shock baton and turned it to the maximum, facing him from below. His horse stabbed him, causing the horse to tremble along with the man. Tian Dabiao seized the opportunity to chop him down. Quickly take back the space and go to the next target. They are just bandits, a group of rabble who bully good and fear evil. They have been frightened by their fight. The bandits behind were so frightened that they wanted to turn around, but they were chased before they could come. Those who came up were hacked to death. Looking at the fallen bandits, who were either dead or injured, and the horse standing or falling upside down, Uncle Su said, "Hold the horse first." Tianmi saw that only her eldest cousin and Su Yunpeng were injured. Su Yunpeng's injury was on his hand and shoulder. Fortunately, it was not serious. His uncle was giving him a puncture to stop the bleeding. The eldest cousin was injured on the chest. Although the knife was not deep and did not damage the internal organs, it was relatively long, from the shoulder to the chest, which was serious. The eldest uncle was trying to stop the bleeding. Especially when my eldest cousin was injured on his chest, it was difficult to stop the bleeding, and he had to be sutured. Grandmother, aunt-in-law, and cousin-in-law all surrounded them and cried anxiously. Huayan, you have to be good." The eldest cousin had never experienced anything like this before, and he was sweating profusely in pain. "I'm fine. You guys don't be afraid. Go and take care of the child. Don't look at the wound." He gritted his teeth and said calmly. Tianmi pretended to take out the suture needle and thread from her small bag, rinsed her hands with the spiritual spring water in her water bag, and said to her uncle, who was anxious to stop the bleeding, "Uncle, my mother used to sew up the wounds of injured people. At this time, she could only move out of her mother's house. My eldest uncle had been a doctor since he was a child, and he knew that if he lost more blood, he would be seriously injured. He was sweating profusely, his hands were shaking, and he looked at Tianmi with tears streaming down his face. Asked, "Really?"
Tianmi nodded firmly.
She couldn't back down when it was a matter of life and death. Everyone here cared about her family, especially her family, Uncle Su, and Uncle Chui. The uncle still pressed his wound tightly and made room for Tianmi. Tianmi first cleaned his wound with Lingquan water and then applied hemostatic medicine. The uncle gently pressed his hands inward, pressing on the other end of the wound to reduce the amount of bleeding. Tianmi is very skilled in suturing, and her father personally taught her how to do it. What can she do to relieve his pain? Her pain-relieving spray, you can't take out that thing. She's not stupid, can she sew it? It hurts a little when I sew. Why don't you give me some mafeesin for my cousin? Uncle took a handkerchief and covered his cousin's nose, and he fell asleep after a while. Clean and neat. She sewed him up stitch by stitch, and there was indeed no bleeding at the suture location. Grandma and the others forgot to cry and watched her operation carefully. When she finished sewing, the uncle woke up from the shock. This was too much. Awesome. While studying the sutured wounds, the uncle said, "Mir, your hand saved lives. The effect is so good." He even wanted to open the wound and look inside, but his aunt slapped him, and the boss gave him a blank look.
Ha ha ha.
"Uncle, When the place settles down, I will teach you how to do this. If you practice more, you will be able to master it soon. The uncle said happily. Okay. Thank you very much. What are you talking about as a family? When Tian Dabiao saw that Chen Huaiyan was fine, he was relieved and said, That's all. If the family doesn't talk about this, her mother is a girl from the Chen family. Tian Mi was about to suture Su Yunpeng. When his second uncle gave him anesthesia, Su Yunpeng asked a little uneasily, Fat Tian, when did you learn this skill? Tian Mi played with the curved needle nonchalantly and said, If you want to call me Fatty Tian again, I will sew your mouth shut in a moment. Then the villain looked at him askance. He immediately coughed twice. Sorry to trouble you, Tian Mi. The second uncle's hand holding the handkerchief covered his face, and then he fell asleep. When Tian Mi was about to sew, several heads came over. The eldest uncle, second cousin, and cousin all waited attentively to watch her sew. A sense of responsibility arose, and they attached so much importance. Seriously, do you want a sense of ceremony? She was very solemn about stitch after knot, sewing in slow motion, and explaining the precautions for each stitch. Do you know why we need to stitch each knot? Why do we leave the thread ends like this? Several heads shook at the same time. The wound can be stabilized by tying a knot every time it is sewed. After a few days, the stitches will be removed when the wound is healed. This will prevent secondary damage. You can come and see when the wound is removed. The uncle looked at her needlework and pliers very seriously. Where did this thing come from? Ha ha ha. After all, it can't be hidden. Mom gave it to me, but I only have very little. Tian Mi continued to sew Su Yunpeng and then changed the subject and said, Look carefully, this is actually not difficult. You just need to practice more. Aunt Bai is looking anxiously on the side. You should hurry up and get married. After the anesthesia wore off, my son was in great pain. The next step was much faster, and it was fine after a while. Aunt Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Whose child it really is who will hurt it? A few people who wanted to study his wounds were chased away by Aunt Bai. Tian Dabiao and Uncle Su discussed what to do next. There are enough horses here now, so we try to carry as many things as possible with the animals and horses, and the carriages pull women and children. Men who know how to ride a horse, and those who don't know how to drive a carriage. Looking at the victims who still refuse to leave, Uncle Su said, The bandits won't be able to catch up as quickly without the horses. You should leave quickly. You can divide the horses with their legs cut off into two and leave one. Let's take it away. The current weather can't hold fresh meat, so he is happy to share it with everyone. The victims looked at him and said, Strong man, can we follow you? Second Uncle Su said, No, we have a lot of old children, and we can't take them with us. Then they thanked him and went to cut up the horse meat. Yuan Dabiao knew how to ride a horse, and Dabiao put her in front of him to teach her when he was riding a horse. It's just that her weight hasn't been ridden for a long time now. She picked the strongest one and took it to eat hay and drink spiritual spring water. She was really afraid that it would be crushed to death. This horse was also good. He screamed happily after taking a sip and then continued to drink. It was so cute that he moved his head to rub her hand. While everyone was tying supplies, she secretly fed each horse water from the spiritual spring while letting it continue to eat hay. Aunt Feng looked at her and took a ladle of water to feed all the horses. Did they just soak their mouths? So good. A good and sensible horse. Finally, the carriage was freed up, and some of the supplies were carried by a few thin horses. Each of them carried a small amount, and the rest was all carried by the remaining horses. Only Tianmi's horse could only carry her. It's getting dark. They have also arranged their luggage and supplies. We must go there tonight. The most powerful way for bandits to rob is to ambush. They have just ambushed us, but now they are definitely gone. It is very easy for them to break through now. Tian Dabiao asked Uncle Cui, and Uncle Chen to protect the convoy. Although their skills as escorts were not as good as his, they were still good. The younger brother and nephew were in their prime of life and had high fighting spirit, which was very impressive. Angry, very lethargic. It was still Tian Dabiao, Uncle Su, and Tianmi, who were riding horses and carrying swords to open the way, and then Chui Dahu and Chui Eru escorted the convoy. 2 uncles and cousins drove a carriage, and all the women, children, and wounded people were crowded in the carriage. The strong young man and Uncle Chui rode on horseback to guard both sides of the carriage, while Uncle Chui, second Uncle Chui, and Uncle Chin were at the rear. With such a lineup, the bandits are not afraid when they come, not to mention that they have agreed to protect the carriage first in any situation, and they are each responsible for clearing obstacles. The group set foot on the road again, and there was no one on the road now. They rode forward. After running for more than a mile, I finally saw the place where the bandits were robbing. There were dozens of bandits moving things and cleaning supplies. It was already the end, and there was not much left. The bandits heard the sound of horse hooves. Thinking that what came back was there, they stepped aside. After all, no one can come to this place that was just robbed by bandits. Without saying a word, Tian Dabier rushed over with his second Uncle Su and Tianmi and took a few heads. Only then did the others realize that it was not him who was coming, and they screamed and ran away. Chui Dahu immediately rushed over with the convoy. Tian Dabiao and the others continued to attack the group of bandits on horseback, leaving them busy. The convoy passed smoothly, and Tian Dabiao stopped and left. They were finally out of danger. Even if the bandits came after them, they were not afraid. Now they were riding horses and carriages, and their speed was not slow. Tianmi looked here, looking at the direction in which they moved their things. Everyone in the convoy now took their safety as their top priority. When the opportunity comes, they will not let these bandits go. Uncle Su was a little hesitant. One of the carriages among the supplies just now looked very much like his elder brother's. They followed the people in the town, so they didn't encounter bandits, right? If he brought so many things, he might easily attract bandits. But he can't control him now. He is more worthy of his protection. Are the ones who stand by his side and never leave him between life and death. They breathed a heavy sigh of relief after and broke through the bandit robbery. This was the least time since Shangguan Dao. There was no blocking them, so it was a great feeling to run. Tianmi felt pain in her back and thighs while riding this horse. Even after drinking a few sips of spiritual spring water, it still hurt. She gritted her teeth and insisted. The trousers of this era were too thin, and riding horses easily abraded the skin. The loose jeans in her space were suitable, but they couldn't be worn. Who could have guessed that she would dress like a 250-pound fat man, and she would not be able to wear any of the clothes she prepared? The horses ran out for a mile. The road gradually became crowded. They were all a group of people who ran out after being robbed by bandits. They were all crying with tears streaming down their faces. They were miserable, except for the things they carried with them. Everything else was robbed. Neb, where he will come and go. Life and death are unpredictable. They were like frightened birds, frightened when they heard the sound of horse hooves. Tian Dabiao walked past the bandits and then took Tianmi and Su Ershu to the front to clear the way. They ignored these victims. We are not bandits, so what are we afraid of? Suddenly, an urgent shout came from behind. Second uncle, Uncle Tian. Help! It was Su Yunzhou's voice. Sure enough, they encountered bandits. Second Uncle Su stopped, and so did the motorcade. Su Yunzhou ran out of the woods on the roadside with Shou Rongrong, disheveled and panting. He cried and said, Second Uncle, Uncle Tian, we encountered bandits. Dad's leg was sprained, and the bandits took away his things. The people in the town also ran away. Su Yunzhou thought highly of himself and had never been in such a miserable state. Even if he couldn't wash up every day while escaping from famine, he still kept himself tidy. Although he has a family, he is still his eldest brother, and Tian Dabiao will not ignore death. He is Master Su's son, no matter what. Said to everyone, you wait here, you two go and take a look. I heard that people in the town met the bandit grandmother and uncle, and the aunt became anxious. The second cousins-in-laws also fled with the people in the town. I don't know what happened to them. The second cousin said, Mistress, don't worry, I'll go look around here later. After hearing this, Tianmi said, Grandma, eldest aunt, Dad will be back soon, and I will go look for him too. They nodded and said yes. After a while, Tian Dabiao came back with Su Shichong on his back, followed by Yi Bonyang, Su Ershu, Su De, the housekeeper, and Su Shaoshi, the servant. Tian Dabiao said, "Aunt Feng, get some water and bring some steamed buns over here. Brother, please help me see how his legs are doing." Aunt Feng went to get them steamed buns and water, and Uncle went over to look at Su Shichong's legs. Tianmi didn't like Su Shichong, so she said to Tian Dabiao, "Dad, I don't know where my second cousins-in-laws are. Go and find them." Uncle Su said, "We are all looking around here." So half of the young men were left to guard the convoy, and the other half were left to look for people. Tianmi rode her horse forward slowly on the road, shouting as she walked, "Chin Bebe, Chin Bebe." However, after walking for more than 3 miles, no one responded. Instead, I met some people from the town. Those who returned to the same place said they had not seen him. The people in the town also gathered together, and more than 3 people came out. Now there are less than 1 of them here, and 1 of them should run back. Second Uncle Su was still angry at the people who refused to wait for their accompaniment and didn't want to go with them, so he said, "Our convoy here is too conspicuous, and it is easy to attract bandits. We leave first, and you can look for it later." After saying that, he and Tian Dabiao asked everyone to set off first and leave the bandits' territory. Su Shichong squeezed together with the wounded and children. Yi Auntie Zhou Rongrong squeezed with the female relatives. Su Yunzhou, Su De, and Su Shaoshi could only sit on the carriage frame. The group of people continued walking and saw their grandmother and aunt still looking worried, and Tianmi was not feeling well either. The safety of so many people here was the most important thing, and they knew it in their hearts, so they didn't say anything. Today was the fastest day. At midnight, everyone was really tired and found a wide area on the roadside to rest. In the evening was very awkward. Everyone only laid the grass according to the procedures, ordered and cooked the food. They didn't talk much. The joy of last night was completely gone. Even a roasted horse meat has no taste at all. After dinner, Uncle Su said, "It's getting late. Let's all take a rest. We'll keep a vigil in the evening." Su Yunzhou said hurriedly, "Second uncle, please rest. Come and watch the night." After returning from Su Shichong, no one greeted anyone in their family. Yi Bonyang was embarrassed and said, "Go and stay with Yunzhou. You're not tired in the carriage." No one said anything, and Uncle Su said, "Then it's time for sister-in-law and Yunzhou." They said again and again, "There is nothing it should be, it should be." In fact, they couldn't hold on for a while. Xiao Shirtu and Su De would come to replace them. The day was tiring and tense. Everyone fell asleep quickly, but Tianmi was still awake. In the memory of the original owner, the second cousin was the gentlest, probably because the eldest cousin was born first and received love and attention from her family. The daughter will be calmer when she is born again, and she will be more sensitive and cautious. Therefore, she has been very sensible and patient with people since she was a child, especially with the original owner, who is a troublemaker. If 2 sisters get the same thing, the eldest cousin will feel that her family does not love her, but the second cousin will be grateful. Gradually, this sensible and heartwarming child became more loved by his elders and liked by everyone. Tianmi still wants to find her. She got up quietly. Su Yunzhou went somewhere and Auntie Yi was keeping vigil. Tianmi said that she was so hot that she went to rest for a while. Yi Bonyang never worried about Tianmi. She rarely won in quarrels, but she never lost in battles. Her 3 daughters from other marriages were all beaten by their original owners. As soon as I took advantage of the space and walked out a few steps, I heard someone speaking softly. In Tianmi's space, you can hear and see things outside. Zhou Rongrong asked Su Yunzhou, "Why didn't you tell them that Chenbebe was captured by the bandits?" Su Yunzhou said, "What will happen if I tell them? Do you want to see them sad, or do you want to see them break into the bandits' den and leave no trace of their bodies?" After hearing this, Zhou Rongrong cried softly and said, "But I feel so uncomfortable if I don't tell you." Su Yunzhou said, "It feels uncomfortable for you, and it will be even more uncomfortable when they know about it. It seems that I have to break into this bandit's den." Tianmi immediately sneaked to the place where the bandits robbed. When she got there, she took out a flashlight to look at the ruts and the direction of the overwhelmed withered grass to find the direction of the bandits' den. Tianmi released a horse that had been collected by Space before and fed it some spiritual spring water and cabbage prepared by Space in its previous life. The horse cheered as it ate. Then Tianmi rode his horse straight into the mountains. The drought was so severe that the bandits hadn't left yet. They should be in a place with water, so they were deep in the mountains. After riding for a while, she came down to look for the car mark. Finally, after riding for about half an hour, Tianmi saw a lighted handle halfway up a mountain in the distance. She dismounted, put it away, and silently headed towards the bandits' den.
Near.
The first master in the bandits' den was still awake. Although they said they had robbed a lot of things and came back that day, the third master went out with the horse team, but they were all killed, and the horses were lost. Horses are precious now that there is a drought. He suffered heavy losses. I wasn't even in the mood to have a celebration party, and the more I thought about it, the angrier I became. This bandit's den actually looks like a small village, surrounded by more than a dozen thatched houses on the mountainside, and among them are caves where several heads of households live. The first and second masters were both in a bad mood. All the bandits were quiet and went to sleep instead of messing with the captured women. Were dozing against the wall outside the outermost house on the mountainside. There was a drought, and people were fleeing everywhere. No one came to suppress the bandits, so they were not worried at all. Tianmi used the space to get in front of them without being discovered, and used a scalpel to kill them both silently. As she walked inside, she heard the sound of crying coming from the middle room. Tianmi knew that the people detained there should be the captured people. If they were released now, the noise would definitely attract bandits, and it would be difficult for them to escape. Tianmi took out the poison she had prepared in her previous life. She prepared 2 types, one for outdoor use and one for indoor use. She threw a poison into every room except the one where she cried. The medicine took effect in about 5 minutes, so she put on a gas mask just in case. Tianmi didn't know what was going on in the cave and didn't dare to go in rashly, but she still threw a few poisonous pills in first. After a few minutes, she took out the hood and put it on her head, then went to let the prisoner go. The door was locked, so it was of no use to her. The original owner's conditioned reflex kicked it down, and the door fell down.
Ouch.
Looks more and more like the original owner, simple and crude. The people inside were so scared that they screamed. Tianmi said, "Stop screaming. I'm here to save you.
Run.
Run south." She was wearing a gas mask, and her voice was booming, so no one could tell who she was. The people locked up here were all women. They were stunned for a moment, and then realized what they were doing. They thanked them profusely, and left in a hurry. The drug indoors. Now the bandits in the houses cannot wake up due to the thunder, but there is movement in the cave. The people inside heard the shouts of the women just now, and came to see what happened. Thing? Several heads of household have not chosen women yet. Is it possible that only one dares to die to touch these women first?
Court death.
Tianmi was hiding at the entrance of the cave. The bandit felt a little dizzy, but when he saw so many women running towards him, he ran towards him angrily and said, "Are you all blind? All the women have run away." Just as he entered the cave, Tianmi's head was chopped off with a big knife. Tianmi's drug was thrown into the lobby of the cave. Before it spread, the drug had the effect of being drugged in the lobby. If you pass by in a hurry, you won't faint immediately, but if you walk slowly and stay for a few seconds, you will faint. When the bandits in the cave heard that the woman had run away, they all ran too. Tianmi stood guard at the entrance of the cave. Noob everyone came, she slashed, noob everyone came, she slashed once. Seriously, one man would be able to stop 10,000 people from getting away. After slashing 2 in a row, the bandits quickly retreated into the cave, then fainted and fell to the ground. Tianmi secretly smiled. The drug would open the way, the space would protect, and everything was there. There was no reason to go back empty-handed. It's a must to raid the bandits' den. With the big sword, she doesn't need to be too delicate. It's difficult for one person to survive with one sword. Tianmi used a flashlight to illuminate the cave as if it were daytime. Oh no. Brighter than daytime. The first and second masters inside knew what was going on and were ready with their swords. Tianmi arrived at the lobby and took good care of each bandit, each with a knife. When both sides returned to the cave, she first threw 2 poisonous pills into each side. The people living in these 2 caves are the eldest master and the second master. The leader shouted, "Which hero is he?" Everything is easy to discuss, and Ba Shanhu is also a generous person. Don't hurt your harmony. Tianmi ignored them, as the drug would spread out in a short time, and these bandits would be at her mercy. The first master found his younger brother slowly fainting in the cave and shouted to the second master, "Second brother, if you don't rush out and fight with us, we will all die." The second master also saw the seriousness of the problem, raised his knife and shouted, "Big brother," and little brother rushed first. As he said that, he rushed forward. "Take your little brother," and rushed to the lobby, haha. The lobby is now the most drugged place, so everyone fainted on the way to charge. Naturally, Tianmi was not polite and stabbed each one. When the leader heard no movement, he knew something was wrong. He panicked and said, "Strong man, this disaster is not easy for everyone. We are also forced to have no choice. Let us go. Let's take it away. All the money is for you." Tianmi still doesn't speak. "Can you give me the money I need? Don't know how to take it yourself." For the victims to escape here, and they had to go through so many hardships just to be killed and robbed like this. Although Yuanda has also been a bandit for 2 days, they did not commit robbery or murder. The only person who was bullied was also caused by her beauty. Don't you guys immediately regret your good behavior? Using one person's one-night romance to wake up so many people from their bandit dreams is considered a good deed. Cough, cough, cough. That's it. The younger brothers in the cave of the headmaster fell down one by one. Unable to bear it anymore, he raised his knife and said to the remaining younger brothers, "Brothers, we are fighting with you."
Go.
Then there was no more. They fainted without even seeing Tianmi's face.
Why?
I have prepared so many things, but this little drug has been of great use. It is a treasure that can be used when traveling at home and robbing homes. Tianmi used the flashlight to kill them one by one without mercy, but one person suddenly struck at the fainted person with a knife. Tianmi pointed the flashlight at his eyes, and he was frozen. Fainted. Ha ha ha. Never seen it. Invite the sun into the cave, and I will become a god. Cut off a human head, but it's still like a mountain tiger, and a creeper is just about the same. Or, do you want to make money as a bandit? Are these mountains of food and materials robbed of business travelers? So much cloth, medicinal materials, furs, cash, and 12 boxes, take them all away. A horse will not be fat without night grass, and a man will not be rich without windfall. As for the bandits in the thatched house, Tianmi originally didn't want to let them go, but when she opened the room and took a look, she saw several skinny men sleeping together on a stone bed, which was completely different from the bandits in the cave. She relented and left 10 bags of grain, took away all the weapons and 4 cows, and then left with the 2 horses. When coming down from the mountain, the sound of horse hooves was heard. Tianmi was alert. Maybe the bandit who returned to the mountain was back. But she didn't expect that the person coming across from her was Bai Mukin, who was arresting her all over the world. Bai Mukin was ordered to attack King Yu, but King Yu's fiefdom encountered an unprecedented drought. Naturally, their army could not invade, and there was no water. Come here to seek death? The army cannot come, but it is necessary to spy on the military situation in advance, understand the terrain, etc. The most important thing is to avenge the insult. That fat girl has run away. She must be running to the south. If you follow the flow of people, you will definitely find her. For such a fat person, she is the only one among all the people fleeing the famine. Among many people, you can find her at a glance.
Come.
After passing Xingrong County, I heard from the crowd that they encountered bandits ahead of them. Bandits. Bandits again. Hated bandits the most, so he decided to come and meet these bandits. The sound of horse hooves in the distance. One of them drew a sword, the other carried a big sword, and slowly approached little by little under the dim moonlight. A man as handsome as the moon is banished to immortality. A three-tier swimming ring trembles as the horse moves. A dozen face-to-face encounters. Enemies meet on a narrow road. When enemies meet is jealous. Mukin raised his sword and stabbed. Fatty, I finally found you.
Go.
What kind of luck is this, that we can still meet him after traveling so far? Mukin's swordsmanship was fierce. Tianmi didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly blocked with her sword. Fortunately, she was very strong. She was still able to fend off, but seeing that became more and more courageous as he fought, she couldn't resist, so Tianmi decided to disrupt S position. After several rounds of staggering behind him, Tianmi said with a carefree smile, "Oh, isn't this my beautiful husband? Why are you here? Have you missed me?" Mukin was so angry that he vomited blood. Shameless, shameless. Say it. Jima was about to swing the sword, but Tianmi didn't know many powerful moves. She didn't dare to fight with for a long time. When was stabbing her, she turned around to avoid the long sword and used all her strength to jump and kick the horse.
Kick down.
Mukin has practiced martial arts for a long time and has never seen such a wild road before. He fell off his horse unprepared, and when he was about to get up, he saw a big lump of meat pressing on his body, making him unable to move. Tianmi was so overwhelmed that she sat on top of him. Pressing his hands with both hands, he said with a smile, "Mr. Meifu, you have never heard that beating means kissing, scolding, and love. When you see me, you will use a knife or a sword. You love me very deeply. Not to brag, but it's not impossible for two people to die in one sitting at this level." Mukin's face turned red with anger. "But there is nothing I can do. It's really strange why I always suffer from this fat guy. Fatty, you'd better kill me. Otherwise I will cut you into pieces." Naturally, Tianmi wouldn't kill him. She already felt sorry for him and would be embarrassed to kill him again. "Husband, how can I be willing to kill you? You're so beautiful. It's too late to fall in love with you. Besides, if you like me too, just tell me. Right? Otherwise you wouldn't have come so far. You've thrown yourself into my arms, haven't you?" In order to prevent from coming to trouble her again, Tianmi decided to use her ultimate move. "I'm very busy and have no time this time, so I'll give you a kiss. Next time I come, I'll have to go to bed." After saying that, she leaned down and pouted at Mukin's face, pretending to kiss him. As soon as she pressed down, all her flesh covered Mukin's body, pressing her tightly, especially Mukin couldn't breathe under the pressure of the two big white rabbits, and he shook his head desperately to hide. This was embarrassing. Originally Tianmi wanted to scare, but swayed left and right, and their lips really touched each other. It made Tianmi blush. This late at night, she was sitting on a handsome man on a barren mountain.
Hey, calm down.
A beautiful man. Don't suffer. I have to say that Yuan has a really good taste. Beautiful men are beautiful no matter what, but they look even more beautiful when they blush. Tianmi took advantage of S days and hurriedly got up, took away S sword, killed S horse, then mounted her own horse and said to, "Husband, I have something to do today. I will spend the night with you next time we meet." Then he patted his horse and ran away, throwing the sword too. Without a horse or two legs, he couldn't catch up with her. Mukin jumped up and shouted at her running back, "You fat man, just wait." Tianmi turned back with a big knife and said, "Okay. Husband, the little fairy is waiting for you. You must come to see me. I love you." After that, he left without stopping. The young lady is so angry that she won't pay for it with her life. Riding on the road, we met some women who were fleeing. When they heard the sound of horse hooves, they were frightened and fled in all directions. Tianmi didn't care about them. If they didn't hurt them, they would calm down in a while. When she was about to return to her place of residence, she dismounted and went back into the space, quietly going back. Now the ones keeping watch were Suda and Su Shaosher. After sleeping for a while, everyone got up and made a fire to cook. Yesterday, Su Shichang's family came back and there was not enough food. Aunt Feng asked everyone to start working. Tianmi didn't like Su Shichang's family, so she didn't cook. Instead, She boiled drinking water for everyone and diluted the spiritual spring water into their water bags. She didn't care about Su Shichong's family. Dad, I went to the front yesterday. Now there is still time. Let's go to the back to look for my second cousin.
It was so chaotic yesterday.
She may have gone to the back. Tian Dabiao said. Okay, don't run too far. Pay attention to safety. Tianmi nodded and took the horse to ride on the road from behind. Zhou Rongrong looked at it and lowered her head secretly. Tianmi still rode slowly along, shouting, Chen Bebe, Chen Bebe. After walking 5 or 6 miles, saw her second cousin running over crying. Tianmi jumped off the horse. When she came up, she hugged Tianmi and cried. I couldn't stop crying. The aftermath of the disaster is so exciting. Okay, second cousin, grandma, and aunt are in front. The poor horse felt the heavy pressure of and. The second cousin couldn't ride a horse, so Tianmi took her. When Tianmi came back with Chen Bebe, both her grandmother and aunt cried with excitement. Where did you go, kid? You scared us to death. Chen Bebe cried and said, Grandma, mother, the Neo family are not human beings. When the bandits came, they pushed us down and ran away. Fortunately, a hero came and saved us, and we escaped. Grandma, mother, if you are not here, the Neo family is not human. The eldest aunt hugged Chinbebe and cried, Nonsense, what kind of bandit is that? You just got separated. Just come back, it'll be fine. Just come back. Mother and daughter hugged each other and cried. The second cousin has been married to the Neo family for a long time, but she has never been pregnant with a child. If her natal family was not in front of her, and she was not easy to mess with, our ugly appearance would have come a long time ago. How many days have we spent together with her natal family? The second cousin almost lost her life. You would never see it in the town, but the Neo family is so inhuman. No wonder the people in the town wanted to leave first, but this girl refused to do so and insisted on staying to wait for her parents' family. It was she and her daughter-in-law who persuaded her to marry and follow her husband, but she left in tears. They almost killed her. My aunt looked at my grandmother and asked, Mom, what should I do? In this era, the daughter who is married off becomes someone else's family. Grandma said angrily, Isn't it normal for a few men to die in this famine and a few widows to appear? Bebe will be a girl from our Chin family when she comes back. Su Chong family is back. Although Yi Suyinzhou and Zhou Rongrong are very knowledgeable, the family takes care of them, and they are also discerning and help them work together, looking for firewood and so on. But Su Chongchong acted like a boss, and he was very happy. Uncle Meng's family was the most pleasing to their eyes. At that time, they watched with their own eyes as they forced Su to separate the family and took away most of their belongings and all the servants. Now they are back to be the father who will give it to you.
Face.
When he saw that he had slept until the meal was ready and asked Erniu to help him fetch water, Uncle Meng couldn't bear it any longer. Master Su, you have nothing to do with all of us. We have no obligation to take care of you. Rong and you have separated their families. Now we have 2 families. How do you calculate the expenses for eating and drinking here? Su Chong blushed furiously after hearing this. These people from the accompaniment agency dared to do this to them now. They were so angry. Su Yunzhou blushed with embarrassment after hearing this. What his father did at that time was indeed excessive. He said hurriedly, Uncle Meng, I know that food and water are life-saving now. Whatever we exchange for it, we will get an advantage, but there is nothing we can do. The banknotes my father shared are still there. I will repay our family and pay back the money. Please, for the sake of Grandpa, sell some to us, and we will remember our kindness. Su Rong and Tian Biao both talked. They were very disappointed with Su Chong, but they may not really care about the matter and could only see what Su Chong said. When Su Yinzhou heard that he wanted to buy it with money, he was very angry. This was his last fortune, but had no choice, was under the eaves, so had to bow his head. Tianmi saw that she had already talked about it so far. Why did she continue talking? She wanted to give Su Chongchong an advantage. Since we are talking about paying money, how much should you pay? Seeing that the once cute girl turned into a fat bear, He dared to look at it any longer and said, "We are just two." Su Chong interrupted their words and said, "If you want money, you don't have to risk your life. I gave the two of you a life contract to roam, and I raised them. As for our family, how much has my father helped you? This time send our family to a safe place, and the grudges will be settled." The people talking went away to eat. Su and Su Shi breathed a sigh of relief. They could finally follow the second master. Really shameful. Everyone is willing to return Su Rongi, but they are willing to ignore you for a day. Su Yunzhou's face turned red with embarrassment. His father really didn't have the kindness of his grandfather at all. I can only eat and talk in silence. It's almost dawn after dinner, and we've packed our things, and it's time to leave. Today we can reach the fork in the southwest direction. After we walked on the southwest road, we soon understood why the family wanted to come here. This road is really easy to walk, and the girls and children in the car are all happy. I would rather walk down, and my waist would almost break. The speed here has slowed down again. It is said that Bai Mukin was so angry after being teased by Tianmi that he vowed to catch her and cut her into pieces. At the same time, he also discovered that this fat girl was simple, powerful, and flexible. I can no longer underestimate the enemy. But now can chase her again. While was roasting horse meat and eating it, he was annoyed that he had suffered another loss. One of them said that they would spend the night together next time they met, and the other said that they would be torn into pieces. Yu Lao knows who to listen to. Tianmi was also trembling. Tian Biao asked the family to stop to eat and rest until the sun goes down in the afternoon. After 3 months of arduous journey, Tianmi and her party finally reached a tree-lined place. She finally found a way to release the water in the space by walking all the way. It was obvious that there was no drought here. There was water in the nearby river, and everyone cheered. The days of sleeping in the open air were finally over, and we were going to the county town to find the government to resettle us. As a result, not far away, he saw a group of people running in a hurry. Uncle Su quickly picked up a man and asked, "What happened to brother? How do I get to the county seat from here?" The man said, "You still want to go to the county seat? Now King Yu is recruiting troops and arresting strong men all over the world. If you go there, you will be conscripted." The man was about to run after saying this. "I heard that they're going to the village to conquer, so run away." This gives everyone a headache. As soon as they ran to a place where they could survive, they encountered conscripts again. Uncle Su thought for a while and said the first priority is to hide in the mountains and then discuss what to do. Everyone nodded and walked towards the mountain road behind. The mountain road, it's easy to walk, especially the carriage. Uncle Su made a quick decision and asked for the carriage. Now there are a lot less supplies and the animals can carry them all. Even if men, women, old and young all take the mountain road, this will cost the lives of Su Cheng's family. They have to flee the famine all the way. They all relied on the carriage, and when they walked to the top of a hill, Su Chong sat down on the ground and screamed, "Okay, let's go. Second brother, please go. Our family is all studying. Even if we are drafted and arrested, we will also work as civil servants. Are we sure we can still have a future?" But Su Yunzhou thought like this and said, "Dad, King Yuren, I'm afraid something will happen." Before he finished speaking, Su Chongchong interrupted him and said, "So, are you going to let our family go into the mountains to work in the wild?" Pointed at Su Yunzhou and cursed, "Have you ever been into the mountains? Which are you afraid of being bitten by a snake? Being eaten by a wolf? Besides, how many positions can you get if you go to King Yu's house? It's just a civil servant. How much influence does it have on you?" Su Yunzhou was scolded and cursed all over his face. In the end, Su Chongchong decided to take his family into the county town. Uncle Su did not stop him. From the day the family was separated, he was involved in everything. He gave him 20 taels of broken silver and 10 kilograms of rice, a mouthful of pot. The rest is their own business. Su Chong was so shameless that he wanted to leave Su Shi. Uncle Su looked at Shi. Shi was already 21 years old. It was obvious that he wanted to be with Su Chong, but if our family didn't have a Shi, don't worry if you follow me. Could only give the stone to with a hard heart and said, "Be nice to the stone." Su Chong nodded and said it was okay. Then he quietly gave Sher 5 taels of broken silver to defend himself and asked to protect himself. Sher followed Su Chong reluctantly. Tianmi has changed in the past few months. She has lost only about 170 kilograms. Her swimming ring is gone, and she only has 1 abdominal muscle. Counting her chins, there are only 2. But after losing weight, she felt weak all day long, wanted to sleep, and had no energy. Her grandmother, 2 aunts, and Aunt Foam were worried about her and asked her to eat more and lose weight slowly. She would lose weight too fast, and it would hurt her body. The mountains here are extremely high, but they are very long, stretching for dozens of miles. We dare not go too far, so we only stop in a depression outside the mountain to wait and see the situation outside. It is also far away from the village. Easy to find. Temporarily safe. Tianmi said, "If you men go there and get arrested directly when you meet the conscripts, let me go and see the situation." Tianmi ate the big steamed buns Aunt Fong gave her and drank Lingquan water. She felt like vomiting and lost her appetite. She was afraid that they would be burdened, so she took the steamed buns and ate them while walking and walked out of the mountain. When she entered the unknown space, she must have been tired of eating the steamed buns, so she brought over a bowl of her favorite seafood porridge, and when she was about to eat it, she vomited. Tianmi realized that she might have lost her appetite, so she took her pulse and her face became increasingly ugly. She collapsed on the sofa, and the wonderful time travel life I was looking forward to was aborted before it even started. Tianmi wanted to cry, but had no tears. Have so much money in my space, and I haven't even taken care of a rich and handsome man, so I'm going to be a mother. There is no such thing as heavenly justice. Tianmi looked at the mountains of gold and silver in the warehouse and lost interest. But the child's father screamed and killed her when he saw her. This was a disaster for me. Will this fetus be kept? Tianmi really didn't want to stay. She was still a fairy. She hadn't really seen the world, and she wasn't ready to be a mother yet.
Why?
The situation is extremely bad. She walked slowly towards the county seat, where she wanted to inquire about the current situation and plan her future life. At this time, Bai Mukin has already led troops to cooperate with the King of Jin to fight against the King of Qi. King Yu has nothing to worry about here. After all, King Yu's army can't get in, and King Yu's army can't come either. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for King Qi.
Chance.
When the King of Jin and the King of Qi were fighting in a stalemate in the front, led his troops to cut off the King of Qi's retreat from the side, forcing the Queen of Qi to retreat back to the fiefdom, relieving King Jin of his troubles. When Bai Mukin saw King Jin, he quickly saluted. "Father, the child is late." King Jin was so kind that he laughed and helped him up. "My son came at the right time. Now that all the princes are fleeing to death, King Jin officially takes over the capital and ascends the throne and proclaims himself emperor, becoming the lord of the world. If he goes to attack King Qi and King Yu, he will do the king's bidding under the emperor's orders." So Queen Jin ascended the throne and changed the reign name. The battle for the throne that lasted for more than a year temporarily calmed down, but the people in the fiefdoms of King Qi and King Yu faced the darkest moment. After experiencing this battle for the throne, they had no way out, so they had to fight for the last time. At the beginning, King Qi and King Yu joined forces, King Chen and King Wu joined forces, and King Jin finally arrived. Guarded the border all year round. So in the end, when King Qi and King Yu arrived, King Chen and King Wu had not even had time to fall out, so they picked up the ready-made King Jin. Tianmi's road to the county town was full of villagers hurriedly running towards the mountains. On the road, she also encountered soldiers riding horses to capture strong men. A large group of them rushed in to capture the villagers. She hurriedly hid in the space. Even go into the county town to inquire about anything. The world is in chaos. Go back and find a mountain to hide in.
Hey.
The fate of being a bandit. On her way back to the mountain, Tianmi met villagers fleeing from famine. An old man came and shouted, "My dear benefactor, my dear benefactor." Tianmi looked a little familiar. "My benefactor, it's me, old man." When we were approaching Xingrong County, You asked your father to sell me water.
Oh,
Tianmi remembered. This is what happened. Looking at the team of people, there is not much, but there are still more than 100, and it is not easy to get here. Tianmi said, Old man, you should hide quickly. The men are coming, and we are all hiding in the mountains. After hearing this, their expressions changed drastically, and the old man made a quick decision to go into hiding first. Old man asked, Miss Benefactor, where are you hiding? Can we take care of you together? Tianmi had a good impression of them. As for mountains, it would be better to have more to cope with the situation. She nodded and led them to the mountain. When I returned to the mountains, I saw everyone making dinner and leading the animals to eat green grass. Aunt Feng asked, Mir, why did you bring so many back? Tianmitsai said, The world is in chaos. Now officers and soldiers are hunting young men everywhere. We met this old family outside Xingrong County. It will be safer if everyone hides in the mountains. Aunt Feng nodded and asked everyone to sit down and rest for a while. Hey, what a world. Forcing everyone to become bandits means being a bandit. We should be bandits who don't kill, don't set fires, and don't rob. We can still live a good life when the world gets better. After a while, the men came back. Seeing so many men, they thought something had happened, but they all fell silent after hearing what Tianmi said. Uncle Su said, You can hide first and come back when the world gets better. Tianmi nodded and said, We can open up a mountain to cultivate land first, and when the world gets better, it will become our home. Everyone laughed when he said that it was so easy to open up wasteland. Let the villagers of Fengqiu village rest here with the others first. Uncle Su, Lu Bo, Tian Dabiao, and Tianmi walked to the mountain to look at the terrain. If they were hiding in the mountain, if they were discovered, it would be troublesome for the officers and soldiers to find them. They had to find a place where everyone could settle down. Fourth step was to walk along the mountain range first, and then we came to the neighboring village. Many villagers came to the mountain with their families, and they met each other. The villagers asked, Which village are you from? Second Uncle Su said, You people from the distant mountain villages are all hiding in the mountains? Have the officers and soldiers left? The villager shook his head and said, Hey, I can't survive anymore, so I'm robbing people and robbing food. They walked back to the mountains again. The villagers were afraid that the government would come to the mountains soon, so they quickly found a place to settle down. After climbing over mountains and ridges for an hour, we found a location. This is a C-shaped mountain with steep sides. It is easy to get in from both sides. The most important thing is that it is big enough. There are so many people living here to open up wasteland and cultivate land.
keep it.
Dick, looking at the luxuriant growth of plants here, it would be a good idea to open up wasteland and plant crops. Uncle Su and Tian Dabiao went to pick them up, while Tianmi and Uncle Lu planned the layout here. Even if the officers and soldiers come here, we will be safe if we guard the mountain pass. Tianmi looked up at the top of the mountain. It would be difficult to get there. It is a natural city wall. If the officers and soldiers come, a few can hold them back. This place will not be used as a bandit den. What a pity. It's a pity that we are good people and not bandits. When King Yu's wave passed, they left. When the sun was about to go down, Uncle Su and Tian Dabiao came back with everyone. They looked at this location, nodded happily, and said it was great. The uncle said, "With this orientation, it's not even cold." Everyone laughed. After such a long time of escaping, they finally no longer ran away every day. The animals all walked inside by themselves looking for food. From Fengqiu village followed the old man and said, "My benefactor, you saved us on the road. Now we are rescued by you again when we come here. In the future, everyone in our village will listen to you. Everyone, I saw that I was here. They are all doing things in this industry and they are very generous." Tian Dabiao said, "You're all welcome. Since we are in love, we will take care of each other in the future. I am afraid that the world will not settle down so quickly, so we will live a better life." Everyone put down their things and went inside to familiarize themselves with the terrain. When the two uncles and cousins saw the medicinal materials, they started digging. The land was large enough to cover more than 1,000 acres, and the sunken land in the middle was a pond. Everyone took water. When we saw the pond, everyone couldn't help but run over to wash their faces and hands. They had just experienced a drought and were so excited to see so much water. There are more than 200 people in the open space outside. Uncle Su, Uncle Lu, Tian Dabiao, Tian Mi, and the old village chief Zhou of Fengqiu village and his son are all planning this place together. Tian Mi said, "It's autumn now and winter is coming next. We are divided into men and women. The men are responsible for building houses, and the women go to the mountains outside to find food to prepare for the winter." Everyone nodded and said yes. Tian Mi continued, "I thought carefully about the location of the housing construction. Everyone in Fengqiu village makes a living, so your house should be built inside. We from Finway Accompaniment Bureau, if you have some skills, you can repair the village. If there are officers and soldiers coming from outside, you should be more prompt." Village Chief Zhou looked at them with tears in his eyes and said, "You saved us and still thought about us. I also express my position on behalf of the villagers of Fengqiu village. We will give it to you just like the imperial court. 30%. Everyone in Fengqiu village nodded. No one has thought about this. They just thought that if we have more power, we can have more power, but if their time is not enough to protect this place, Fengqiu village can also be responsible for opening up wasteland and planting food." Uncle Lu said, "Let's just say this for now. Don't be in a hurry." Then Tian Mi designated a place for everyone to build houses as well as a large square, a place for people to move around after the autumn harvest. This place is very important and there are enough lights. Then the two sides of the C-shaped marked the location of their accompaniment agency and the grandmother's family, allowing everyone to choose and prepare to build a house. Uncle Su doesn't even recognize Tian Mi anymore. This girl has been very organized along the way. He still remembers that before, she always solved problems with one kick. Tian Dabiao was very happy to see his daughter's appearance. He smiled silly, and Uncle Su said, "Okay, just follow Tian Mi's arrangement. After everyone has chosen the location, they will build the house together. As for who builds it first, we will draw lots."
Decide.
Old village chief Zhou said, "Let's repair your village first. If anything happens, it will be easier for the village to handle it. We are safe inside." He said is true, and everyone is not polite. When it got dark, everyone gathered around a few spacious squares and lit several fires to eat. There was one fire in Finway Accompaniment Bureau and 2 fires in Fengqiu village. The villagers of Fengqiu village also eat together. The people in their village seemed to be very united and listened to the words of the old village chief and his son. They all eat very thin porridge, wild vegetables, and leaves picked here. Tian Mi and the others were eating meat porridge and steamed buns. Finally, they were in a relatively stable environment and they could finally eat something good. He sent 10 steamed buns and a jar of meat porridge to Fengqiu village, and they were extremely grateful. Said to the people of Fengqiu village, "Folks, we have met some good people. This is our blessing. These good people are very capable. This is our blessing. With good fortune, you will not go wrong if you follow them. Be more agile, work more, and follow the arrangements." The old village chief finished speaking. Everyone nodded and said, "Village chief, don't worry, we understand. We all remember the kindness of being willing to give us water in that situation." Tian Mi and the others only have a few bags of food, so collecting food has become a top priority. Tian Mi will also find ways to bring food from the space so that they will not be short of food here. It's autumn now, and it's still a bit cool at night. Sleeping on this hay mat, Tian Mi is in the mood to appreciate the starry sky of this era for the first time. Tian Mi has never seen such bright stars in her previous life. Such a beautiful starry sky embellishes the dark blue night. Beautiful. The sky was so clean without any impurities that Tian Mi was fascinated by it. Suddenly, she felt a mosquito biting her, so I went. The road to escape was very crowded with these things. I didn't expect there were so many mosquitoes here. I couldn't stand it. My uncle took some mosquito repellent and spread it around them to make it better. Tian Mi also quietly go to a hidden place in the space with mosquito repellent stickers and clothes.
Why?
Seeing that there is so much gold and silver in space, a rich woman like her actually feeds mosquitoes. Is there any justice in this world? Never mind. It's all fate. There is always time for me to enjoy it. She touched her belly. This child was also her life, so keep her. She was also tied to her when she came to this world. The next time the men built a house, they were divided into several groups, including those who leveled the ground, those who dug soil and mud, and those who picked up heads and smashed them. Even if it was a temporary house, they built it beautifully and solidly. There are a lot of animals in this mountain, so they build ovaries. They have many animals and can help with the work very quickly. Girls went to the mountains to find wild fruits, wild vegetables, mushrooms, and everything they wanted to eat. They all worked in groups and did not go in one direction. Tiami also asked them to bring big knives in case the mountains were in danger. He hurried back, and before walking too far, he gave each group an animal to help carry things. These animals are not afraid of getting lost. They will come back on their own. Otherwise, they will not find spiritual spring water to drink from. Tianmi and Su Fian, Aunt Bai, 2 aunts and 2 cousins were in a group. Only Tianmi and Su Fian carried the swords, and Tianmi also brought Tian Dabiao's bow and arrows to lead a cow. Everyone took an empty bag and weapons and set out on the way. Regarding the winter, everyone was very careful, not even letting go of a young grass. Tianmi felt sad to see it. This mountain forest is really big. From the top of the mountain, you can see all around. The leaves in the mountain forest have just begun to turn yellow, adding a bit of bright color to the mountain forest. But she couldn't see this. She was hunting. Along the way, she often went to the space to satisfy her cravings and make tooth sacrifices, but everyone preferred to eat meat. On the way, they saw August melons, which they had loved to eat in previous years. They quickly picked them and ate a few at a time. They ate the open ones and put the others in their bags to take back. There were not many things in the mountains this season, so we also found wild kiwis, raspberries, and wild kiwis, and the harvest was pretty good, which brought great encouragement to everyone, like picking up treasures. I immediately gained confidence in this mountain and forest life. The fruits don't last long, so they pick them back, roast them, and make them into jam. After walking into the mountains for a while, they saw a chestnut that was ripe and had lost a lot. It was much more valuable than fruit, but when staple food. They picked it up one after another, and everyone burst into laughter. Tianmi made a hat to protect her head from the tree branches and asked them to get out of the way. She kicked each tree a few times, and then a chestnut rain began, which hit Tianmi and made her body hurt.
Call.
Everyone laughed. The eldest aunt laughed so hard that she couldn't stand up and said, "I have become more mature and steady for you along the way, but you are still so naive." Su Fian couldn't stop laughing either. It was still the same Sister Tianmi, with a familiar smell. Looking at the fallen chestnuts, Tianmila smiled and asked them to pick them up while she went inside to take a look. The second cousin said, "Be more careful and don't run around." "No." Tianmi walked deep into the mountain, came to a flat area, and threw the cabbage soaked in Lingquan water into the space. She went to the space and waited. After a while, a group of rabbits and 8 wild goats came over to grab the cabbage. There were dozens of them. Tianmi went directly to the space and took them all into the space. When they arrived in the space, they all fainted. Tianmi killed 5 hares and 2 wild goats with a knife, and then took them to the space. They started to bleed and struggle when they had no space. After a while, there was no movement. Tianmi tied their legs with a rope and hung a big knife on them. She weighed the weight in her hand. Her strength became stronger again, and she drank every day. The spiritual spring water made her stronger, and she carried her shoulders back to where they were picking up millet seeds. Seeing Tianmi bring back so many prey, Su Fian and Chen Miao Miao danced with joy. "My cousin is so awesome. My cousin is great." Chen Miao Miao has admired the original owner since she was young, but the original owner thought she was too cute and didn't even play with her, but she still insisted on clinging to her. "Let's have extra food tonight. Let's eat well." When they returned to the valley, the children who helped pick up the heads saw them coming back with rabbits and sheep on their backs. They all gathered around, clapping and cheering as if they were seeing superheroes. Vuru, vuru vuru. Tianmi was affected by the sight and said with a smile, "Okay, let's eat some meat tonight." At the same time, he touched his belly to see if her future babies would be like this. When he saw her bringing back delicious food, he was also dancing happily. He was very happy to be a child superhero. She has some expectations for this child. She can live a wonderful life, even with children. As soon as the things were put away, Tianmi called Tian Dabiao. "Dad, come and pack the meat. Let's eat meat tonight." Tian Dabiao was kneading the mud and shouted, "Here we come, my daughter." Auntie and the others poured the chestnuts aside and took the cow to pick them up again. Tianmi brought the fruits to the children, which made them very happy. They thanked Aunt Tian one by one. Tianmi looked at the fallen chestnuts, which had such a thick shell. The shell was hard and prickly, so it had to be made into a tool. The tools they had now were all farm tools from Fengqiu village, including hoes, axes, machetes, and sickles. Gare type, the tools of their Finway accompaniment agency are weapons, broadswords, and bows and arrows. There are also farm tools in Tianmi's space. The bandits robbed the villagers who were fleeing the famine. Tianmi robbed the bandits. She wanted to find an opportunity to get more. Tianmi went outside and chopped down a tree with a few cuts, cutting it into 20 pieces. Cut into sections of a few centimeters and give them to children as wooden hammers so they can smash chestnuts and peel off the shells. The children were having so much fun playing. Tian Dabiao peeled off the skins and guts of several prey animals, but he couldn't do anything else. Tianmi said to leave it to Aunt Feng to come back and do it. Her family is good at this, and their ancestral pig-raising skills are nothing compared to pigs. Everyone came back one after another, and everyone gained something. Compared to the panic yesterday, today was much better, and everyone was talking and laughing. The women in Fengqiu village were also smiling, and they also picked up a lot of chestnuts. When he saw prey coming back, he immediately smiled even more happily.
Ouch.
"Who's calling this back? That's awesome.
Emia.
You are our little lucky star." Tianmi and the others haven't separated yet. They all eat together. Aunt Yu came over and said to Tianmi, "Today we met villagers in the mountains. They live outside. They said there are wolves in the mountains. Let us pay attention." It's not surprising that there are wolves in such a deep mountain. It's just that in autumn, wolves can find prey and don't want to attack people, but it's time to get ready. Tianmi went to the entrance of the valley and took a look. The safety of so many people should not be careless. Aunt Feng called all the aunts, and the sisters-in-law started preparing rice in a hurry. Everyone had a good meal today, which was very exciting. Village Chief Zhou's son came over with a basket full of chestnuts and said that the villagers had picked them up today. Grandma quickly said that we had also picked them up and should not take them over, but he still dumped them, saying it was a little thoughtful. Grandma can only accept it. Aunt Feng packed up all the internal organs and even asked everyone to rub the large intestine-filled honey with plant ash. A large pot was added with the found chestnuts and wild vegetables stewed. What a good thing. What a shame to eat like this. Tianmi went to add some spiritual spring water and then took some cinnamon bark, star anise, and other things from the bag and put it in. The fragrance soon spread. The rice is still porridge, and so many people are reluctant to eat dry rice. Tian Dabiao still brought a jar to village chief Zhou and let them have a taste. The villagers of Fengqiu village also eat together. It's great that so many of them are so harmonious. Both adults and children had their mouths full of oil, and their bellies were round after eating. "Aunt Tian, the meat you whip is so delicious." Everyone who listened laughed. Aunt Feng said, "The meat is smoked and eaten in the winter, but we can't finish it now." After dinner, Tianmi called her father, Uncle Su, and Uncle Lu, took them to the mouth of the valley and said, "Dad, Uncle Su, and Uncle Lu." Today, Uncle Lu said that she met some villagers and said that there are wolves on the mountain, and they are only afraid of those who go up the mountain. "If there are too many people, I'm afraid the officers and soldiers will go up the mountain to arrest people, so we should prepare." Uncle Su and Tian Dabiao have similar personalities. They don't like to think about things, but they are good at doing things. After hearing this, The man felt that he should make some preparations, so Uncle Sue asked, Mir, you are successful. What do you think we should do? Tianmi took a piece of stone and drew it on the ground and said, the terrain here is like this. The mouth of the valley is not big. Now we build 2 walls, 1 inner wall and 1 outer wall. They are 3 meters high. It doesn't take much effort, but it should be thicker and 2 rows of people can stand on it. If the officers and soldiers come, we can beat them on it. If there are too many of them and they can't get into the inner wall, we will. Setting a fire can burn them to death, and wolves won't be a problem. People were stunned when they heard this. Are you planning to build your own kingdom? So well prepared. Tianmi continued, we will wait for the outermost wall to be repaired and use mud and mulch to connect the hillside to our wall. Unless the army invades, we will be safe. Yes, who would have thought that when the officers and soldiers were recklessly looting, their valley would be safe and sound. Tian Dabiao and Uncle Sue were excited to hear this and immediately went to make arrangements. Uncle Lu said, Mir, we have started a business here and have plenty to eat and drink, but we don't have enough weapons and tools. Don't worry about this. She has it in her space. Moreover, a lot of medicinal materials were collected from the bandits' den. She saw that they were not only for treating diseases. When she has a separate room, she will process all these medicines so that they can be used more conveniently. Tianmi said, Uncle Lu, I will go back to the county town in a few days to buy some things, but the court is not stable, so we can't go. Uncle Lu looked at her. She had been naive since she was a child, but he didn't expect that she would change so much when she got older. Everyone continued to collect food. Tianmi drew a picture of an oven and gave it to Uncle Lu, asking him to find 2 people to build a few. Uncle Lu, we have found too much fruit, and we can't put it away. Let's make more ovens so that we can eat them in the winter after drying them. Uncle Lu looked at her drawings. Where did this paper come from? What kind of pen is this? So thin? Uncle Lu looked at the stove carefully. It was really good. It was good for dry roasting. Okay, leave it to me. The paper was from the bandit's den, and the pen was a pencil. There was no way she was not used to using a brush. The eldest sister-in-law and the others were all gone. Not long after walking, I heard a woman scream. I'm not very familiar with him. Maybe he's from Fengqiu village. Tianmi ran in the direction of the sound without saying a word. They were on the mountain. Tianmi was on the top. She rushed over with a few steps and saw some women squatting on the hillside. High up, some were climbing on trees, and they were so scared that they cried. There were 2 big wild boars and a small wild boar on the ground. The big wild boar was hitting the tree with people on it. Tianmi looked at it and immediately took aim at the head of the wild boar that was hitting the tree. She drew the bow to full capacity and galloped away. Its head was hard, but Tianmi was stronger. After 1 arrow, the wild boar hit the head. He didn't die immediately but fell to the ground, whining. The other big wild boar not only did not scare away, but rushed towards Tianmi. This stupid pig was really not so ferocious. Its head bloomed, and it fell to the ground on the spot. Those women who were so frightened that they cried just now were all frightened. There was such a powerful woman in this world. No one of the people over there listened to her, even though they were so troubled. They were no longer afraid, and came to catch the little wild boar, but in the end they actually held one down, and the little wild boar screamed and struggled. An ant in her teens picked up a piece of hair and smashed it on its head, and then it fell silent. They all looked at Tianmi with admiration. She was so amazing. She was really strong. The ant came over and said, Girl, thank you for saving us. I'll give you this little pig too. Tianmi smiled and said, We will take a long time to cook the big ones. You can take the small ones back and add some vegetables. The ant said, How can this be done? It should be yours. Tianmi said, You guys take it. If you are in danger, we'll scream. I here will come. Don't go too far. These women wanted to go up and help, but thinking about their own strength, they did not dare to speak. They carried their belongings and held the piglets while the other women hurried back to call the men to help. A short time, Tianmi's name spread throughout Fengqiu village, and it was simply legendary. When Tian Biao heard this, he was about to ask Uncle Su, Uncle Chui, and Uncle Chui to come to help when Tianmi came back dragging 2 pigs. This girl's strength is really getting stronger and stronger, and she can't even breathe while holding a pig with one hand. They rushed over to help, and the children grinned with joy from ear to ear. The ants laughed so hard that they couldn't help but say, "Hey, you haven't finished eating the ones in the middle yet." Honey, the people in Fengqiu village are good at building houses. They cut down trees and made a lot of brick templates. Today they made a lot of bricks in just one day, and they were all mixed with small particles. There were many chestnut shells and they were hard, so they mixed some into them and prepared to use them to make grain walls. With more people and more tools, the work was much more efficient. Uncle Su and Tian Biao saw that they were working hard and hard. They shot 2 more wild boars, so they asked village chief Zhou not to cook at night and asked the people of Fengqiu village to eat pig-killing rice with them. Village chief Zhou was very happy to hear this, but also felt embarrassed. Tian Biao said, "Brothers in Fengqiu village have worked hard, so don't be polite. The family will be happy to have dinner together. Let's repair the valley entrance and the house as soon as possible. I heard from the villagers that there are wolves here." The old village chief's expression changed after hearing this. There might be a wolf in such a dark place. Uncle Su took Uncle Chui and Uncle Chui to deal with the wild boars, while Tian Biao went to continue digging and mixing mud with the people from Fengqiu village. Tianmi said, "Dad, we need to speed up here. It's autumn now, and it will be heaven in a blink of an eye." Tian Biao said, "Daughter, everyone works hard, but there are not enough tools. The people in Fengqiu village chop down trees, the people who make molds, and the people who make bricks. There are too many tools, and they can't do it with bare hands. Otherwise, multiple people can do it at the same time." Tianmi thought about it and asked, "What tools are needed?" Tian Biao said, "Then there is a lot of shortage. For details, you have to ask the people in Fengqiu village." Tianmi asked him to write a list to her, and it seemed that he must go to the city. "Dad, you ask the family to count what the family lacks tonight. I will go to the county seat and bring it back together." Tian Biao nodded and said yes and asked Uncle Lu to go record it with him. The new emperor ascended the throne and changed his reign to Jingkong, reduced taxes and resumed production, but these had nothing to do with the people in the fiefdoms of King Qi and King Yu. Bai Mukin is preparing to attack King Qi. Every battle is important when the new emperor comes to power. The queen was worried that he was always leading the troops, and if something happened, he would not even have a queen. When she thought about it, she became angry. Her 2 sons, when they saw each other, they would go to the temple to invite them. The teacher calculated their marriage, and the son was fine. But when it was the younger son's turn, the teacher Kongming said that there was no need to look at others for him, because he had a strange fate. She told the current emperor about this matter, and the then King Jin told him, and King Jin said that he would not care about his marriage. King Jin trusted Master Kongming very much. Why does King Jin trust Master Kongming so much? Because Master Kongming forgets that he has the status of an emperor. Now he believes it even more, because he really sat on the throne of God's king. During the family dinner in the evening, the queen held her 3-year-old grandson in her arms and asked her younger son, "Mu Chun, look, your brother's son is already 3 years old. Why is there no movement at all in your romance?" The emperor and the prince both looked at Bai Mukin. They had heard about Bai Mukin's romance for more than 5 years, but they had never seen him. Bai Mukin used to be very calm and indifferent when talking about this matter. If that fat man was his destiny, he would rather become a monk and be shameless and let him sleep with him as a disobedient person. Remembering that she teased him again that night, his face turned red with embarrassment. He took a deep breath and said, "Mother, don't mention any romance. There is no such thing as any random romance in this world. Master Kongming is probably talking nonsense before he wakes up." There is a situation. Everyone stared at him. He knows that he will make mistakes if he talks too much. He said angrily, "I'm not interested in women." Everyone's eyes widened even more. Could it be that this strange creature is a man? They all looked at him with contempt. Remembering that this was the capital city and realizing what the family had in mind, he became even more angry. I'm even less interested in men. You guys can't be more normal. The boy who has always had a high self-esteem is so angry. This is indeed a strange coincidence. Bai Mukin was too lazy to pay attention to them. After eating, he said he was going to the military camp and left in a hurry. He didn't want anyone to ask him anything about the romance. He is a person who cares about face, and he never wants to mention such embarrassing things in his life. King Yu's fiefdom is in chaos, and it's hard to say whether she will survive or not. Several people exchanged glances. It was a sign that they had met. That night, everyone in the valley gathered around a fire to eat. The children in Fengqiu village had not eaten so much meat for a long time, and they were happier than during the Chinese New Year. Everyone in the village was smiling and chatting about their daily life. A few ants just publicized Tianmi's wild boar hunting over and over again. Oh my god! Miss shot a wild boar to death with one arrow. I remember that the king hunter over there was killed by a wild boar in the past. Yes, I have never seen such a powerful girl. If this is a young man, I will marry my daughter to him. Everyone laughed when they heard it. Dinner time passed very happily. After the meal, Tianmi got the list. It was not bad, and there were also some tools needed by carpenters. There was a carpenter in Fengqiu village. He made today's molds, plows for land reclamation, chopping. So many it's hard to collect everything. If there is only one place. Tian Biao said, "Dear girl, the people from Fengqiu village even collected a few ounces of silver and said they would bring back cloth and 2 ounces of salt. The weather is getting colder, so you need to prepare these things. This is 200 taels of silver. Your grandmother's family and your second uncle Su gave it to you to take with you. These 300 taels were taken from the bandit's den. Do you know if these are enough for you to buy? This normal situation is enough, but the current situation is not normal. The specific situation is not clear, but Tianmi never planned to spend money anyway. We're in these troubled times. Why don't I just mess around? It would be better if we don't go to the common people to cause trouble. Don't be afraid. It should be enough. I can do as many things as I have money." Tian Biao thought this was okay. Tian Biao repeatedly told her to pay attention to safety. Along the way, he saw that his daughter arranged the family's itinerary, and it was very appropriate. Although he felt that his daughter had no problem, he still warned her again and said tomorrow. Tianmi said, "Dad, I will call a carriage to come over. The car dealership that is still open at this time must have a back end. Don't go outside. It is our business to concentrate on repairing the valley entrance and the house." Tian Bia knew what she said was right. They would catch strong men outside, but not women. Human traffickers would catch women, but not the 170 rascals, right ones. Tianmi was the safest person, not to mention that his daughter was not a weakling. Early the next morning, Aunt Foam cooked noodles, mixed them with the uneaten pig offal last night, and made a bowl for Tianmi to eat before setting off. Grandmother also accompanied her.
Yeah.
Be careful when you go outside. Don't believe what others tell you. Don't follow others. Don't eat what others give you. Do you understand? Tianmi wanted to laugh and said, "I know, Grandma." Last night about the road to the county seat. It is actually quite easy to walk. If you take the widest road and walk at the junction of 2 equally wide roads, take the left road and walk at the bottom to reach the county town. Hey. The roads in this era are so simple that navigation is difficult. Don't underestimate this place.
This is not a small county.
Although the land route here is slightly inconvenient, the waterway is developed. This county has a large dock. Many merchant ships traveling from south to north use this place. It is a famous place in the Yuang fiefdom. Wealthy city. Tianmi strolled among them, but it was unusually quiet on both sides of the road. Normally, the busiest months are after the autumn harvest, but this year it was so quiet. Tianmi originally thought that no matter how remote this place was, riding on the road would be too public and would easily lead to trouble. Now that it was so quiet, it was not impossible for her to ride a horse. Horses are now strategic materials, and they must be snatched whenever they are seen, so forget it. lose weight even on the road. After struggling for a while, I wanted to appreciate the scenery of this era. After walking for most of the day, it was completely desolate. Tianmi knew that many people were hiding in the mountains. King Yu would definitely have a battle in the next 2 years. He would exploit the people of the fiefdom in every possible way. Those who could defeat the monsters would not take the opportunity to counterattack the monsters. On the other hand, I might be able to get promoted and make a fortune. I'm such a clever guy. It's a pity that I'm wearing a fat girl's dress and my mother's pregnant. Otherwise, I might be able to achieve great things. Tianmi has always thought that in ancient times, wars were fought with thousands of people, rushing to the gates of other people's cities and then fighting back. Okay, it was done well, it's over. Today she will re-understand ancient wars. She was walking on the road well, and she stuck her head out from the grass and called out, "Girl, are you going to the county seat?" A man in his 30s, who looked unattractive, said to Tianmi with a kind smile. Tianmi looked around and saw that she was the only one talking to her. She is attentive for nothing and is either a traitor or a thief. No wonder her grandmother told her not to talk to outsiders. Are there such sophisticated liars in this era? Tianmi said, "What does it have to do with you?" The man didn't flinch at all and continued, "Girl, I have a pack of herbs to bring to the county and Antong. I will give you 2 or 2. If I ask you to bring something to me, you can bring it back for me. I'll wait for you here, and I'll give you another 2 taels of silver." Such a good thing, it's like a pie falling from the sky. Ordinary people must have helped others after all, it is just a little effort. But Tianmi is not an ordinary person. She has watched spy movies, so there must be something going on here. What's going on? Anyone who has watched spy movies can guess that he must be passing on information. I didn't expect to have such a good time in this era. Tianmi stretched out her big hand and said, 5 taels. The man was stunned. So cruel. Bite your teeth. 5 taels, but you have to promise to deliver them. Someone is searching at the city gate. These are precious medicinal materials and cannot be damaged. Not even mentioning the price, this information is very valuable. The people at the city gate must be King Yu's people. If they don't want to be captured by King Yu's people, then who do they belong to? Ha ha ha. The answer is about to come out, so you have to leave a way out for yourself in advance. Tianmi slapped her chest and said, "Leave it to me." "No problem. Brother, let me tell you. People hiding in the mountains now are not necessarily bandits. Many of them were forced into the mountains by officers and soldiers. Go and hide for a while until King Yu is finished and everyone comes back. Swadafeng is numb. Is it too obvious? Or are rural people nowadays so smart? There is really no other way. Nowadays, as long as a man goes out, he will be arrested, and other people are hiding. The only one who dares to walk outside now is this fat girl. She just brings something with her. It's a good thing to make money. Ordinary people would not refuse, let alone give her money when she comes back, so nothing will happen if she brings her things. What happened was also the fat girl's fault. Just what does she mean? Am I exposed? That's not possible. How can rural people have such an idea? Coughed and said, "Girl, these are valuable medicinal materials. Take it, I'll give you this silver. You have to keep the things I asked you to bring to me. I still have 5 taels of silver when I come back. This is a lot of money. The one who can buy a lot of things, remember, is shopkeeper Feng from Hintang. Many people see fat people as easy to deceive. No. Okay. You just need to remember that people who live in the mountains are not necessarily bandits. Okay. Miss will do some spying for you." Tianmi took the medicinal materials and 5 taels of silver, smelled the medicinal materials, and weighed the weight. What about lying to children? Is this pack of medicine worth the 5 taels of silver? Tianmi weighed the money. Making money is so easy. Look, I made 5 taels without stealing or robbing. Hey. Then she continued walking to the county town. In order not to cause trouble, she put the medicinal materials in the space and only carried her empty satchel. Gradually, more and more people were walking on the road, but most of them were officers and soldiers, pulling food and arresting people. It was a chaotic situation everywhere. But they didn't care about her. Look. Being fat is not without its benefits. Almost noon. The city gate was very lively. The officers and soldiers arrested many villagers to repair the city gate. It seemed that the city gate was being heightened and thickened. There were many officers and soldiers coming in and out of the city gate, as well as the soldiers guarding the city gate. Fully armed. Chinga County. The former Fuyu County now blocks the front line of the Northern Army.
Ha ha ha.
How naive she is. When she entered the county town, 2 soldiers stopped her and asked fiercely, "Where are you from? What are you doing in the city?" Tianmi said, "Brothers, I came here to escape. I was separated from my family and went to the city to buy some food." The 2 of them didn't quite believe that this fat person was fleeing from the famine. Tianmi quickly showed her household registration book to them and said, "2 eldest brothers, look, did I get separated from my father or someone from the town?" The 2 of them looked at each other and said to her, "Go to the city and pay the money." "Go ahead. Why don't you go and grab it?" Tianmi silently took out a copper coin from her bag and handed it to them without crying. Then they had to check her bag, open it, saw a few copper coins and a household registration and let her in. Such a shameless fiefdom takes jujube pills. There are many shops in the county, with grand and luxurious decoration. Many shops are closed now, and there are not many customers in the shops that are open. There is no one even in the shop selling wontons. Don't underestimate a small shop like this. They are local insiders who know all the information. The shop owner, who was sitting bored, welcomed a big customer. He was a big customer. Tianmi went in and called, "Boss, please bring a bowl of wontons." The old man immediately resurrected with full health. Okay. After a while, the old man brought a bowl of wontons. The fragrant wontons whetted Tianmi's appetite. After taking a bite, Tianmi exclaimed, "Wow, it smells so good. Uncle, your wontons are so delicious. Why is there no one in the store?"
Why?
This old man burst into tears. Staying in a shop with no customers is lonelier than being a widow.
Hey.
The old man looked at Tianmi carefully and then said, "Miss, you are from out of town. I have been opening a wonton shop here for 8 years, and my skills are old. Many people in Qinghe City are eating my wonton shop. I grew up with wontons, hey? I won't mention it anymore. This store will be closed." Then he said to Tianmi, "It's chaos outside now, don't run around." But after taking a look at Tianmi, I felt quite safe. "Uncle, do you know where Hintang is?" The uncle pointed to the street at the door and said, "Go through the street, 2 streets past, and the second house on the left is there." Tianmi thanked her and said, "Thank you, uncle. Where's the blacksmith shop here?" The old man glanced at her and said, "It's gone. It's closed. All the blacksmiths in the city have been recruited by the government."
Oh.
Tianmi was eating wontons and asked again, "Uncle, do you know where we are being conquered?" Tianmi walked along the street to Antong. The scene here was lively. Many soldiers carried injured and screaming soldiers and ran to Antong. The curiosity of a person who has never seen a war was immediately ignited. "Oh my God. A fight? I have medicine mixed with Lingquan water here, which can stop bleeding quickly and recover quickly. I want to make a fortune." Tianmi also ran to Antong, but the door was blocked by soldiers. There were screams inside, and the doctors and clerks were all busy. After the soldiers at the door had left, Tianmi walked over and grabbed a busy waiter whose feet were not touching the ground and asked, "Where is shopkeeper Foam?" The friend was busy pointing to the backyard and said, "Inside room 3. After saying that, he hurriedly went to get the medicine. Tianmi went to the backyard and found room 3. Inside was a man with a chest injury. 2 doctors in their 40s were trying to stop the bleeding, but they couldn't stop it. The doctors just kept holding him down, and they were sweating profusely. One of these 2 people is shopkeeper Foam, and the other is the doctor of Antong." Tianmi walked over with a smile, took out a bottle of medicine, and said, "Shopkeeper Foam, try this bottle of medicine. It's a miracle medicine to stop bleeding." Shopkeeper Foam turned around and saw a girl with a big bun smiling brightly at him. He didn't even react. The medicine bottle was opened and dangled in front of his nose. When he smelled it, it was good medicine. Shopkeeper Foam immediately took it and poured it on the wound. Sure enough, the bleeding stopped after a while, so he quickly bandaged it. I'm going to do it. Why don't you sew it up? Forget it, I'll just sell a bottle of medicine.
Why?
This is life. After all, Tianmi couldn't bear it anymore. She took out a curved needle and pliers from her bag and said, "Let me help him deal with it briefly." Shopkeeper Feng didn't know what else could be done, but the person who came up with such a good medicine would definitely have poor medical skills, so he stepped aside to see how she would deal with it. I saw the fat girl soaking the tools in her little money jar and then sewing directly on the patient's wound. Shopkeeper Feng, the old doctor, was stunned when he saw it. Can human flesh be sewn like this? But this fat girl seemed very familiar, and naturally, they couldn't bear to disturb her. It wasn't until Tianmi finished sewing that they asked, "Can a girl sew human flesh like this?" Then Tianmi smiled brightly and said to Shopkeeper Feng, 20 taels of medicine per bottle, and 50 taels of suture material and technical fees. Shopkeeper Feng immediately looked bad and said to her, "What kind of magic medicine costs 20 taels of silver for a small bottle?" Tianmi said with a smile, "Just give me this magical medicine for 20 taels of silver." Then Tianmi took out the packet of medicine from behind and said, "An uncle asked me to bring him a packet of herbal medicine for you." After that, she stuffed it into him. Shopkeeper Feng took the herbs, looked at them, and said with a calm expression, "You first go to the backyard tea house and wait for me." Of room 3 with a smile. She didn't know where the tea room was, but she knew the backyard, so she went to the backyard. After a while, Shopkeeper Feng came out to look for her. Shopkeeper Feng was in his early 40s and had a short beard. He looked a bit like a doctor of this era. He showed a kind smile and said to Tianmi, "This girl, I don't know what to call you. Please go to the tea room with me to drink tea. I'll keep you waiting. There were some casualties in the mutiny in the Dongqing military camp, so I'm really busy." Tianmi smiled. Was he trying to send a message to her? It's not impossible. You have to pay more. Come on. In this era, even if you have no power, you must have money. Although there is a lot of money in her space, who would think it is too much? I will have to raise children in the future, and I will have 10 or 8 rich and handsome men to help me take care of the children and make my mother happy, and I'll have to spend money on everything. The man she slept with last time always wanted to kill her. It must be because she didn't pay. Hey, what a big deal. It's so noisy that it's a matter of life and death. Tianmi replied, "Shopkeeper Feng is very polite. My surname is Tian." Shopkeeper Feng poured a cup of tea for Tianmi and asked, "Miss Tian, do you still have that medicine?" Tianmi picked up the teacup and drank the tea slowly. She thought I was expensive just now, but now she asked if I had any. It's not very expensive either.
No rush.
Of course we have the medicine, but some of the raw materials are relatively tight. I have to prepare some. The price is such. Say that and continue drinking tea. No more words. Shopkeeper Feng is a veteran of Jianghu, and he doesn't know this. He said, 20 taels of silver a bottle is definitely more expensive, but it's worth it. Such good medicine naturally has its place. These ordinary soldiers cannot afford it. After all, it is a life-saving thing. Tianmi is a little embarrassed. She comes from Xingda and respects life very much. She doesn't want to sell the life-saving medicine too expensively, but the house there has not been repaired yet, so she can't make medicine on a large scale. Give it to them, so sell it more expensively to let them know that her medicine is very precious. She smiled and said, "If the raw materials are convenient in the future, they won't be so expensive. No matter how expensive it is, it can't be worth your life." When Shopkeeper Feng heard this, he realized that all fat people are kind. This is blessing. Thank you so much, Miss Tian. I want all the medicine you have. I will pay you 20 taels a bottle now. When the raw materials are suitable, I will ask the girl to give you some affordable prices. Tianmi said, "No problem, but I don't have much. I still have 5 bottles." As he said that, he took it all out of his satchel. This is really not much. She didn't do much experiments with Lingquan water at that time. Shopkeeper Feng's eyes sparkled. These medicines are really valuable on the battlefield. He immediately took out 110 taels of silver to Tianmi, then took out an envelope and gave it to Tianmi and said, This is the list of medicinal materials I want. You can take it back to the person who asked you to send the medicinal materials. To prevent it from falling, girl, you have to keep it. Tianmi then put the money in her bag and put the letter into her mouth, but it actually went into the space. Then asked Shopkeeper Feng, "Where is Shopkeeper Feng's carpenter shop in the county?" Shopkeeper Feng said, "We are all arrested and sent to the county government. Once the medicine is ready, we will send it to Antong." Tianmi nodded and said yes. Then leave. Watching Tianmi leave, he actually valued her suturing skills more, but the effect could not be seen yet, and this life-saving skill belonged to someone else. He couldn't say anything rashly and would wait until the patient's recovery. This matter has not yet been spread, otherwise I am afraid that this talent will be taken away. It's definitely not appropriate to get a Dubai. Tianmi first went to a place where no one was around and hid in a space. She took a comfortable bath and washed her hair first. In the valley, it is just a wash with clean water, which is really not pleasant. Because she didn't have any bath beans to take a bath after escaping from the famine, she really didn't mind. Everyone else was gray, but she was the only one who was clean and fragrant. Everyone was not a fool. She wants to take a good dip in the Ling spring water. Take a good wash. She has really had enough of the disgraceful days in the past few months. Tianmi put her hand into the bathtub and thought about the spiritual spring water. The spiritual spring water flowed down her arms into the bathtub. Then she took off her clothes and soaked her whole body in it. I went alone. This bathtub was in her huge body. It actually seemed a little crowded. Tianmi soaked her whole body, including her face, into the bathtub and closed her eyes. She didn't want to see her round body. After half a day, she must return to her previous figure. Tianmi jumped out of the water, wanting more, but after half an hour she was still a big-bellied woman, and after a long time, hey.
Wow.
Tianmi looked at her back. Taking a bath in this pure spiritual spring water was really extraordinary. Everyone had become tanned after escaping from the famine. Tianmi was no different. She was white after taking a bath in it. After soaking it twice and a few more times, she regained her white and tender skin. Also, my hair was quite frizzy to begin with, but this one was so soft and smooth. It was totally inferior to her shampoo and shower gel. After washing herself cleanly, I came to the mirror and looked at the lucky face of the pear-faced person in it. I looked at myself carefully and found that she had a pair of eyes as beautiful as stars and a high bridge of nose. In my memory, she used to be really beautiful. It's beautiful, but it's a bit naive. Zhuozheng Feng is one of the lurking members left by Bai Mukan. King Yu's fiefdom is causing chaos and the people are resentful. They have a lot to do if they stay. When it rains and there is water here, when their army arrives, they will be able to respond to the inside and outside in one fell swoop. In addition to this task, they also got a strange task. When they saw a 20-year-old woman with more than 200, they arrested her, and he had to deal with it personally. Everyone is surprised. Why? It's not like the family eats your food, so it's none of your business how much they have, but they just obey the orders given by Mr. He has never seen a fat woman in such a long time. Today he finally saw a fat girl, but at first glance, she didn't have 200 and the just looked like, I hope this big girl will go well and help him bring the news out. After Tianmi felt comfortable after taking a bath, she rested in the space, thinking about how she would do something big tonight and prepare all the equipment. Farm tools and daily necessities in her space, mainly tools for chopping wood and wood. The carpenters are from the county government, so those tools must be from the county government. At this time, the county government must be tightly guarded, and Tianmi wanted to prepare more intoxicating drugs, so she quickly got busy and collected a lot of medicinal materials from the bandit's den, and the raw materials were sufficient. After being busy for more than an hour, she made enough preparations and left the space. It was already evening, and Tianmi wanted to familiarize herself with the general location and situation of the county government office. Nowadays, the people running around in the county town are all officers and soldiers, and there are very few ordinary people with surnames. She wore loose dark clothes and walked through the inner streets of the street shops, trying to reduce her sense of presence as much as possible. Before the war is approaching, what are those who will face the war busy? In Tianmi's mind, they are training troops, building city walls, and making weapons. These are all done by the underworld, and all he is to do is pave the way for himself, make money, and increase his bargaining chips. Qi is now just a deputy. The person in charge of Qinghe County is Bai Dongyuan, the concubine of King Yu. Bai Dongyuan is 24 years old this year and is highly valued by King Yu. He feels that he is ruthless and very capable, so he puts the second the front line was handed over to him, but sure explained that King Yu did not love him and the rascal had to be valuable if he wanted to get ahead in the palace. The first thing he did when he came to Qinghe County, a wealthy county, was to first collect taxes, then raise donations, and then recruit soldiers. Are women safe? You are overthinking. In troubled times, men are fighting power, while women are assets. Half of the money Bai Dongyuan collected was his military expenses, and half was his private property. In just 6 months, the number of troops under his command reached 300,000, which even his father was amazed and praised him greatly. To make the soldiers recruited by his men obedient, in addition to military pay, the big cake after the promise is fulfilled is the women he captures. These women are given to the soldiers as rewards and monitors. Many self-reliant and beautiful women will naively think that they will follow this outstanding and powerful son of King Yu. Haha. For a man of power, the most important thing he lacks is a beautiful woman. A rascal like him always wants power. If there is a woman who allows him to gain power, even if you are Zhong Wuyan with 300, he will not hesitate to spread his tail towards you like a male peacock. Of course, it is nothing new for him to randomly pick a woman when he comes, but it does not affect him from sending her out casually. Both men and women are like ants in the powerless and towerless. Bai Dongyuan was the sister of Magistrate Cheng. Su Shicheng's family was arrested by the officers and soldiers before they arrived at the county seat. They asked them to build the city wall. No matter what they said, they were studying, had names, and had no body. Building the city wall was a hardship. Su Shicheng couldn't eat it. He only used the name of Magistrate Cheng, saying that they were relatives of Magistrate Cheng, brother-in-law of King Yu. The person in charge had already heard that General Bai, who was in charge of Qinghe County, was the son of King Yu. His aunt's surname was Cheng, so he kept the matter secret. They sued County Magistrate Han, which allowed them to work as civil servants. Magistrate Han found an opportunity to tell Bai Dongyuan about it. Bai Dongyuan still pays some attention to Magistrate Cheng. After all, a large part of his and his mother's early expenses came from this uncle. Even though he has grown up and has a wider source of wealth in recent years, this uncle still provides a lot. He asked to call them. Su Yunzhou had nothing to say about this father. He always only looked at what he was doing. He said over and over again that King Yu would not last long and should not be involved. His father scolded him for being an unfilial son, saying that he wanted to see him build the city wall regardless of their life and death. When he went to see Bai Dongyuan, he even asked Zhou Rongrong to go with him. Because they are distant relatives, Zhou Rongrong rambles a little here and there. Tianmi walked around the outside of the county government office. Qinghe County Government Office was very large, covering an area of more than 3 acres. There were many places that could be entered. Tianmi felt secretly happy. It's great to buy for 0 yuan. I, a modern civilization, have prepared so many technological treasures for making a fortune. It has been almost half a year since I came to this era, and I actually bought a house with 0 yuan, which is an embarrassment to the sisters who have traveled through time. But I like it. Tianmi returned to the gate and saw Su Shicheng entering the county government office with Su Yunzhou and Zhou Rongrong. This family is really quite capable. They all sneaked into the county government office. Looking at the time, Hayatami went back to the space to rest first, while the Su family and his son and Zhou Rongrong arrived at the county government office, but were left alone to drink tea. By the time Bai Dongyuan finished handling his business, the guard brought dinner. While Bai Dongyuan was eating, the guard reminded Su Shicheng, his son, and Zhou Rongrong. Su Shichong ate the meal and said, "Let them come over." Tianmi climbed over the wall from a remote place at the back and entered the county government office. It was not difficult for her, because there was a ladder in her space. It was impossible for her to climb over due to her size. After entering the county government office, she directly put the ladder away.
Just go into space.
The county town is now heavily guarded, and Tianmi is still able to hide and move in the space with ease, but the problem is that she doesn't know the way, so she can only look for one place after another. Walking east and west, I saw a guard taking the 3 members of the Su family to a courtyard. These 3 people have been at the county government office for 2 hours, and they are still here? Tianmi was curious and followed to see what they were capable of and sneak into the county government office when they came here. When the Su family entered the house, they knelt down and bowed to Bai Dongyuan. Bai Dongyuan didn't seem to be arrogant or rude, so he asked them to get up and talk. After asking about their relationship with County Magistrate Chung, which was thousands of miles apart, he was still polite. Instead, the Su family was embarrassed. Su Shichong immediately knelt down again and said, "General Bai is still the chosen son. He has a large army in his hands. It is time to find a future for himself." Bai Dongyuan put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked at him with interest and asked, "Oh, what kind of future should I seek?" Su Shichong raised his head and said, "General, there will be a battle between the Imperial Court and Prince Yu. If the Imperial Court wins, the general will be implicated. If Prince Yu wins, Prince Yu will have many heirs, and the general has a large number of troops. I am afraid that it may not be safe, let alone. What's more, will King Yu win? Besides, you are just a rascal." Su Shichong won't say these things. Bai Dongyuan looked at this old show with deep eyes. Said, "Go on." Su Shichong continued, "The general has many soldiers, he has dangerous mountains and passes to rely on, and he has capital and the court's asking price." Bai Dongyuan's eyes flashed, and he said, "I am still the son of Prince Yu." Su Shichong listened to Pin's words and said after a while, "The general is on the front line and is training his troops for defense with all his strength. However, the brothers in the family are suspicious and want to seize power and kill themselves. The general has no choice but to defect to the court to seek a way out." Bai Dongyuan picked up the bowl and chopsticks again and started eating, but there was a glint in his eyes. Tianmi was dumbfounded in the space at the window. It was still an ancient flower. This conspiracy is really one after another. If modern people were to play with it, they might not be able to survive for 3 days. This Su Shichong's mind is really crooked. No wonder everyone in the accompaniment agency doesn't like him. Even after he sold you, you still counted the money for him. Fortunately, everyone was clean. Tianmi searched for 2 hours and finally found out about the county government office. Not only did she find the carpenter's shop and take away all the tools, she also found the farm tool room, which contained various farm tools and plows. This was a big deal for Tianmi, too important, and then there is the granary, which is the daily needs of the county. Now that the county has many soldiers, the granary is full. Tianmi smiled secretly. "You're welcome. The warehouse has everything you need for daily use. Although these items are of ordinary quality, they are just right for her." There is also a weapons room, but it is obvious that these are not large warehouses. There are a lot of things in one county. Yes, it was obvious that Bai Dongyuan had taken away valuable things, but it was also a lot for her, which made her blood boil. Especially in the weapon room, in addition to a broadsword and arrows, there was a big axe. Tianmi held it and tried it. Testing the portion, although it was still light, she was very comfortable with it. Tianmi took them all away without any courtesy. Enough. She left the county government office with satisfaction and prepared to leave the city. It was midnight and the city gate was open. It was not for the common people, but for the officers and soldiers who were repairing the city wall. A few flashes of space to leave Qinghe County while the soldiers guarding the city gate were dozing off. It would be too dangerous for her not to appear in the city tomorrow. Qinghe County is very nervous now. If the county government office is found to have been stolen tomorrow, I'm afraid a cat or dog will be pulled out and beaten with a stick, not to mention she is such a big person. When she got close to the spot where she met the front of the room that day, she went into the space to rest and slept until dawn. I was woken up by the sound outside and saw many officers and soldiers riding horses. The soldiers were running and looking for ruts on the road. My lord, no, not all the way. The adult's brows were all furrowed, and he walked back and said, "Don't let go of the small roads, or don't let go of the roads. Go and ask if the results of the interrogation of each city gate guard have come out." The group of people ran to other roads. Ha ha ha. It seems that the county government office is lively. Tianmi found a space in a withered grass and then walked back on the main road. Zhang Feng stuck his head out from the grass and shouted, "Girl, are you finally back?" Tianmi ran over and said, "Yes. It's not easy for me to lie down this time." Then she took out the envelope given by shopkeeper Feng from her bag and gave it to him. Zhang Feng came over. "Today there are officers and soldiers arresting people everywhere. How did this fat girl do it?" he asked. "The city gate was closed early this morning. Did you hear any news?" Tianmi deliberately made a joke and said, "Silver." Zhang Feng immediately gave her 5 taels of silver. Tianmi took the money and left. Zhang Feng grabbed her and said, "Girl, you haven't told me yet?" Tianmi smiled and asked, "Want to hear it?" Zhang Feng nodded. Hey, Tianmi said with a smile, "If you want to hear it, you can pay more." You are obsessed with money, so Zhang Feng has no choice but to give her 5 taels. "Say it." Tianmi happily collected the money and said, "Yesterday there was a mutiny in the Dongcheng military camp. Many people were killed and injured, and last night the county government office was robbed." After hearing this, Zhang Feng asked, "Then how did you come out?" Tianmi said, "I came out of the county government office before it was robbed. I slept in the grass and didn't wake up until now. It's not easy for me to make such a small amount of money like you." After saying that, Tianmi waved and said, "Let's go home." Zhang Feng didn't care about her and left quickly. They were approaching the valley. Tianmi took out the things she needed from the space, packed them in several large bags, and then carried them back with a long stick. The children who were running around outside picking up stones shouted happily when they saw Tianmi. "Girl Hercules is back. Miss Hercules is back."
I'm dizzy.
When did I get this nickname? Ground at the entrance of the valley has been hoed clean, and the location where the wall is to be built is still being drawn. Grandma ran out. "Hey, if you don't come back, your father will go out to look for you." Tianmi smiled and said, "It's a long way, so there will be a delay." Then Tian Dabiao also came out with Uncle Chui, and second Uncle Su, and they quickly took the things. Uncle Lu asked, "Mir, are there any dangers on the road? What's it like in the county now?" Tianmi said with a smile, "There are not many people here. They are all building the city wall. It is very unsafe." Everyone took out the tools one by one, including the big axe that Tianmi liked. Looking at so many things, Uncle Su asked, "Mir, can you buy so many things with that little money?" Tianmi said, "The soldiers in the county secretly sold it. The price is not expensive. The money my mother gave me before was also used to buy things. I want that big axe." Said angrily, "Ouch. You stupid woman, you want to save your own money, and you will need it later. This time we have enough tools and 2 plows. When we wait for the valley entrance, the houses are repaired, and it is convenient to open up wasteland." All the ants and women from Fengqiu village were still collecting outside. Tian Dabiao asked them to take more animals out to the east so that the collection would be convenient and much faster. Tian Dabiao gave everyone the tools and cheered them up. This month, they also got iron tools. What a great skill! Then there was a bag of salt and clothing for Uncle Su to give to Fengqiu village. Tianmi said, "Don't worry, everyone. I made an agreement with the soldier. If you have more food in the future, you can give me cloth and rare items." Grandma by Tianmi took a look and asked, "Where did you get the money to buy it?" Said with a smile, "Grandma, I make a medicine that people in the city need. When the time comes, give it to him, and he'll get it and sell it at a sky-high price in the city." Grandma didn't believe it. She knew what this girl was worth. It took a lot of strength to make and apply medicine. She thought she was bragging, but the way she sewed up Hawaiian that day didn't look like it. Could it be that she still misjudged her? This girl is both rough and thin. It's a good thing that her girl is capable. Grandma took Tianmi to have lunch, made a bowl of meat porridge, and gave her steamed buns. Nowadays, they are most in need of meat. They have to put some meat in every meal so that they can eat and work energetically. Grandma looked at Tianmi's body and said strangely, "Mir, you've lost so much weight. Why haven't you lost weight in your belly?" Tianmi knew that she was showing off her pregnancy, but no one could tell because she was too fat. This matter could not be hidden, so he said, "Grandma, on my way to escape famine, my father took a husband for me, but later he ran away and I was pregnant." Grandma's eyes widened when she heard this, and she immediately came over to support her and yelled, "Which grandson is taking advantage of my daughter? He ran away. If we meet one day, I won't break his legs." "My daughter. It's so painful."
You.
Tianmi felt a little guilty. She was the one who took advantage and ran away. "I can't do it without running. Your life is at stake." Tianmi smiled and said, "Grandma, it's okay. I'll treat him as dead. I'll take care of myself and the baby." Grandma said with final words, "Well, our whole family is here. Just think that the husband you hired fled to die. There are no immortals on the way to escape. It's not a big deal." Tianmi laughed secretly after hearing this. Bai Mukin sneezed several times, and his army pressed forward. The two generals from King Qi's fiefdom were easily defeated by him. On one side were soldiers temporarily captured by the prince who had not fought for a long time, and on the other side were soldiers who often guarded the border and dealt with foreigners. High and low are judged, but King Qi's Xingrong City and several surrounding counties are not so easy to take. This is because they form horns and support each other. What's more, Xingrong City has many businesses and is naturally extremely strong. He wants to study it carefully. It's autumn, and it's not cold yet. Why do I suddenly sneeze? Someone must be trying to kill me. Bai Mukin's eyes flashed coldly, and he knew that Prince Qi must be playing some conspiracy. Bai Mukin immediately began to mobilize his troops and asked his deputy Jin Mingwen to lead 3,000 elite soldiers to ambush in the valley behind a mountain behind their garrison to cut off the enemy's retreat. Then send another deputy General Li Xianming to ambush on the mountainside on both sides. If someone comes out from here, they will rush out and form a pincer attack from the front and back to fight a battle of annihilation. And Bai Mukin was guarding the front line, preparing to fight their army out. He had been trying to lure them out of the city for a long time. This is an excellent opportunity, and it is also a defense against being attacked by King Qi. There is a murderous aura rising in the bleak autumn wind. Bai Mukin calculated the date, and it was a good day for a night attack, so he chose it well. Late at night, when Bai Chenxi, the eldest son of King Qi, quietly came from Lin City with their elite cavalry, he did not expect thousands of arrows to come from the mountainside. Bai Chenxi shouted in shock, "There is an ambush. Retreat quickly." Unfortunately, it was too late. Jin Mingwen led the entire army from behind. The sounds of killing, roaring, and horses were heard in the middle of the night. Without the mobility of the cavalry, Bai Mukin could chop down King Qi's branches and vines. It was clean and tidy. How long could he hold on to an isolated city at that time? It seems that King Qi is destined to be chilled to the bone this winter. Bai Mukin smiled slightly, and his eyes flashed. Autumn in the valley becomes more and more beautiful, and the mountains become more and more gorgeous. The chestnuts and wild fruits are gradually being picked. Grandmother Lu Bonyang, Aunt Feng, and Bai from Fengqiu village, who is the village chief's wife, made a special trip to their home to roast dried fruits. They also roasted them together in Fengqiu village. It is filled with fruity fragrance, and greedy children surround them every day. They are so cute. Now that we have all the tools, we can build the house much faster. The outer wall of the valley has basically taken shape. At least we are not afraid of sudden attacks by wild beasts and wolves. Fenway accompaniment has also built several houses here. Tianmi told everyone to dig up konjac and yam together. Whenever they touched their hands, they would be itchy. They all said they were poisonous and they were frightened. Tianmi told everyone that yams are good when cooked. Konjac is more troublesome to handle, but it can be eaten once it is processed. There were a lot of yams, and even more konjac. They were so happy when they thought about digging them back, so they could eat them less in winter and not suffer too much. Especially those in Fengqiu village. They even dug a lot of weeds and cooked them to dry. Ready to eat in the winter, the two aunts and sisters-in-law looked sad, even trying to let them go to the chestnuts, let them pick more. They knew that the people in Fengqiu village didn't have much food in store. Although there weren't many of them, they were still much more numerous than they were. Moreover, they had fewer people and more meat. Wudami specially teaches everyone how to make konjac. Men feel less tired when they work after smelling various fragrances every day. This is why they are willing to work no matter how tired they are. In addition to teaching them how to handle ingredients, Tianmi's most important thing is to go hunting. She used to use space to hunt, but now she uses an axe to practice every day and combines the tricks she learned with the weapon. That's enough. Every move is powerful and lethal. She kills several rabbits and wild deer every day. This has already made everyone in the valley numb. Oh my God! Are the wild animals on this mountain so easy to fight? Every day we eat fragrant offal, and the people in Fengqiu village also eat it every day. The villagers' eyes are red with excitement, and all the meat is smoked and eaten in winter. The sisters-in-law looked anxiously. Mir, you're such a big belly. Don't go hunting. The baby is important. Tianmi drinks Lingquan water every day, and the baby is very safe. She often steps on her belly with her little feet and plays with it. She is not worried at all and says, "Sister-in-law, it's okay. My baby is very well behaved." Now, everyone has started to cut hay. Several houses are about to be capped. Let my grandma's uncle's house and Uncle Chui's house live in them first. They are two families, the old one and the small one. The others will soon be in the valley. It has been completely repaired. As long as it is exposed to the sun again, their valley will become a fortified city, and they will not be afraid of normal conditions. Everyone was very excited on the day when the valley was repaired. The old carpenters in Fengqiu village had to make a large and strong door to seal it. They also moved a lot of huge doors back and used them to block the exterior walls at night. For doors. This place is like a paradise, giving everyone peace. Tianmi named it Taiyuan Valley. In less than a month, all the houses in the valley were built, and everyone in Tianmi and Tiandabiao lived in the house. Tianmi and Tiandabiao had 3 rooms, with the main room in the middle, and the girls lived in 1 room on each side. There was very little food collected on the mountain. Everyone was busy repairing the houses in Fengqiu village and making simple furniture. Each family made beds first. Tianmi left all the game skins she brought to her. I gave some to my grandmother to make bedding for the bed. She couldn't bear it after they had been making bedding for so long. Tianmi carried a big axe to help them cut down trees. This shocked the men in Fengqiu village. They used to cut trees for carpentry, but now Tianmi's thick tree fell down with just 1 horizontal chop. Everyone knows that she is powerful and powerful. Only when you see it with your own eyes will you know how powerful she is.
Sky.
This is still a woman with a big belly. When Master He, the carpenter, saw the neat knife, he smiled crookedly and said, "My dear Tian, you are dangerous with your big belly." Tianmi comforted them and said, "It's okay. My kid will also be a strong man in the future." Master He looked at it for a while before accepting her statement that it was okay, and then said, "The trees over there can be cut down. We use a lot of wood to make furniture." Tianmi nodded and said yes, and started to practice splitting a tree horizontally with the left, and then split a tree with the right, and it fell down, and she spun a mountain axe very fast. The trees that took them several days to cut down were all cut down in 1 day. Then she controlled the length Master He said, and began to practice vertical splitting, turning each tree into a piece of wood. Second Uncle Su looked at Tian Dabiao and said, "For mere skills, you have to teach her everything we have practiced since childhood. In this troubled world, she can go out often and have more protection." Tian Dabiao has been teaching Tianmi martial arts since he was a child, but he always taught him wherever he thought. After Tianmi came over, she practiced everything she had learned before. Yes, I need to practice more. In this era, there is no internal strength, but there is skill and skill. There are many masters who have practiced it well, and every move has the potential to shock people. Even Su Fian was among them, and she performed well and became the beautiful scenery in the valley made everyone in Fengqiu village envious, and they came over to practice together as soon as they got up every day. One move and one haha. Haha. The sound is deafening. Life is full of vitality and hope. Tianmi also completed her transformation through practice day after day. The women in Fengqiu village cut grass and weave straw mats every day, and several aunts and sisters-in-law also follow suit. To be honest, modern people can't even imagine how hardworking they are. It seems that they have endless things to do every day. Tianmi found some time and carried several large bags of things back to her house in the valley. This time they were all medicinal materials, tools for making medicine, pots, some furniture, and a few large beddings. Tianmi and Tian Dabiao each had 3 beds, and the rest were given to their grandmother and 2 aunts. Su Fian and her second cousin Chen Miao helped Tianmi cut and boil medicine every day and worked hard to prepare several commonly used medicines. While making medicine, she brought back things many times, most of which were bed covers and winter clothes, which were used by the soldiers from the county government. They were stolen and sold by the soldiers, that Tianmi said. Although the material was not ordinary, they were suitable for everyone's use. In less than a month, everyone in the valley had bedding and winter clothes. Everyone remembered Tianmi's kindness, and the village chief of Fengqiu village even said excitedly that their Fengqiu village would obey Miss Tianmi's instructions, no matter the hardships. They have received help from them many times, and the gift of clothes and bedding this winter almost saved their lives. They work so hard and non-stop mainly because they are destined to be cold in winter. They have already begged God, please don't be too cold in the winter next year. Tianmi just said it was a casual thing, but she didn't want to have such a big impact on them. Tianmi didn't know that shopkeepers Zuofeng had been looking for her like crazy for more than a month in Taiyuan Valley. Zuofeng didn't open the secret message until he went back that day, only to find out that shopkeeper Feng, in addition to explaining the people he wanted to contact, we also need to know the details of this Miss Tian. She has important medicine and life-saving medical skills. Zuofeng didn't expect that the fat girl he randomly found on the street was so powerful, but the question was where he could find her. Tianmi had hunted too many prey in the past year, and she did not dare to hunt anymore. She saw traces of wolves in the jungle. There were many prey in the mountains, and wolves would not take the risk of hurting people. But if there were too few prey, wolves would also. You won't let yourself go hungry. The animals she attracts by soaking vegetables in spiritual spring water are all herbivores. It would be scary if she soaks meat in spiritual spring water. Tianmi is a contented person. They had enough meat to last until next summer, so she stopped. Bai Dongyuan has become even more frantic since he had the idea of selling his father. Now that everything he robbed will be his own, he was very motivated, so he robbed more ferociously and thoroughly. Saw more than a dozen wild peach trees in the mountains before. Although the fruits were small and hairy, the trees were very big and 8 years old. Come back. Take 2 peach trees, an orange tree, a tangerine tree, a cherry tree, and a pear tree from the space and plant them all in the ground near her home. Taiyuan Valley is not just about peaches. The valley are Uncle S family, second uncle's family, Tianmi and his son's family, Uncle Chui, and Uncle Chui's family live on the left. Uncle Su lives with Uncle Chui's family, Uncle Chen's family, and Uncle Lu's family on the right. In Fengqiu village, specially built long sheds for their animals to live in. They liked these animals very much and helped the family do a lot of work. 10 horses were raised at Urshisu's place, and the others were raised at Tianmi's place. One autumn rain and another cold. The late autumn in the valley becomes cold after a rain. Fortunately, everyone has winter clothes, and the houses in Fengqiu village have been partly built, so everyone can live together without getting wet.
Then,
when the weather is fine, everyone in the valley will focus on helping those in Fengqiu village build houses and make furniture. They must be completed before winter. Tianmi, Su Fian, second cousin, and Chen Miao Miao also come to help take care of the hay. While their valley was extremely busy, other mountains outside the mountains were destroyed. Bai Dongyuan sent 20 teams of 30 people each to search for people hiding in the mountains. The men were taken away, the young and beautiful women were taken away, and the food was taken away. The old and weak were left behind, kneeling down and crying, "Oh God, how can we live? These beasts don't care how you live. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Who can run are forced to run deeper into the mountains." So some students from Taiyuan Valley came to visit. There were 4 people in total. They looked panicked. One of them was Zhuo Jingfeng, and the other 3 were the servants of the 2 younger brothers. The younger brother, Huang Yuanying, was the county government chief Bo. He did not want to join forces with King Yu, so he took a servant and the widowed sister to hide in the mountains early in the morning. Zhuo Jingfeng found him a month later and started underground work. They didn't expect that there was such a place in the mountains. It built such a high wall. I went there and hid deeper than them. At the same time, I also saw hope. If I went to the mountains again, I was afraid that I would feed the wild animals. They decided to see if they can't stay here. The door was blocked tightly, and they couldn't push it open. Just outside the door said, "Is there in the mountains?" The construction of houses in Fengqiu village has come to an end, and the family is deep in the Taiyuan Valley. The grandmother and several aunts are left behind to prepare lunch for the family. When they heard that there was a door, they went to the field to wait. Tian Biao, Su Ershu, and Tian Mi came to the courtyard wall together and looked down at the 4 people below. "Who are you, and what do you want to do here?" Tian Mi has been thinner for more than a month. She weighs more than 140 kilograms. It is obviously because of her belly, and her double chin is no longer obvious. Zhuo Jingfeng a while to recognize her, and he said in surprise, "Miss Tian, it's me. We've been looking for you for the past 2 months. Shopkeeper Feng wants to buy your medicine." Tian Mi had already guessed that Zhuo Jingfeng was from the imperial court, so she let them go into Taiyuan Valley to talk. When Uncle Su saw that Tian Mi knew him, he went back to help people in Fengqiu village repair their houses. Tian Mi took them to sit down in the main room of her house and poured them a glass of water. As soon as they arrived near the house, they smelled the strong aroma of medicine. Tian Mi and the 4 of them almost used up the medicinal materials collected in the bandit's den. Tian Biao also sat down to receive them. Tian Mi first introduced them to Tian Biao and said, "It's too chaotic outside. I'm afraid it won't be safe if I go to the county seat again, so I haven't gone." Zhuo Jingfeng also introduced himself to them and then introduced Huang Yuanying and his sister Huang Minghui to them and said, "Miss Tian, you are right. Everything is in chaos outside now. Bai Dongyuan's men are robbing every village, and now they are chasing after mountains. Come on, we are also forced to run into the mountains. Miss Tian, can you let us hide here for a while?" Tian Mi just wondered how he found her, but now he understands that the family did not come to find her, but came to her randomly. Tian Mi didn't want to leave any time here to cause trouble. Just when she was about to refuse, Zhuo Jingfeng took out a stack of banknotes and said, "This is our accommodation fee. We will bring the food ourselves." "What does this mean?" Tian Mi took the banknote and counted 2. Come on, he really knows how to handle it. She cleared her throat and said seriously, "Hey, the world is really bad. It's such a mess outside. It's really not safe for you to go out, but it's not impossible to stay. But we have limited rooms here, so you can go to the shed and build a shed to live in." Huang Yuanying said, "Thank you, Miss Tian. It's inconvenient for my sister to stay with us. Can you let her live with you?" Said hurriedly, "Don't worry, Miss Tian. I'm very quiet and can help you with your work. I can do any job." Huang Minghui was 28 years old and had suffered hardships in life. She got married at the age of 10 and became a widow at the age of 20. At the age of 21, her husband's family shamelessly took advantage of her dowry and was driven back to her parents' home. Fortunately, her younger brother they strive to be the best in the exam and their family is settled down. But Huang Yuanying continued to study and took the exam. Just when the proud young man wanted to continue to take the exam in Beijing, his mother died of illness. He was able to observe mourning for 3 years, and the county belonged to King Yu. He felt that Huang Yuanying was a given to the court rather than staying with you, for the king's own use. So he was given a position as a supervisor, and at the same time, he was deprived of the qualification to continue taking exams. Tian Biao saw that such a woman was really inconvenient. 3 men were crowded into the shed. Tianmi was pregnant now, and he felt relieved to have a woman to take care of her. He said to Tianmi, "Mir, just let Miss Huang take care of you. These dads will feel more at ease." Tianmi nodded in agreement. Bai Mukin wiped out King Qi's elite troops that night, and then fought back directly to capture King Qi's 2 counties. It was the time for resettlement. He had been busy non-stop recently, and did not dare to stop, because once he stopped, I can't help but think of that shameless woman. She was so fat but so full of energy under the moonlight. Bai Mukin became angry when he thought of her. Who would let a girl from his family become a bandit, tease him, and feed the boy with pig breeding medicine? He was startled when he thought of this. Is this fat man worthy? Definitely not. It wouldn't be so unlucky. That day he woke up in the cave, dizzy, and his body was weak. He was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to kill the sleeping dead girl, but the red color of the sheets under her body made him angry and annoyed, so he rushed out.
Cave.
His subordinates were asked to search for her, but there was no news, and none of her obvious features could be found. I am afraid that in this troubled world, there is no good luck, so Bai Mukin felt a little depressed inexplicably. After Zhuo Zhengfeng arrived at Taoyuan Valley, he told everyone that the officers and soldiers outside were arresting people. Tian Dabiao arranged for people to take turns to stand sentry on the wall in case the officers and soldiers suddenly attacked, and prepared many wooden arrows and bamboo arrows. Bows, and Tianmi later brought back dozens of them. There were a lot of arrows in Tianmi's space, but it would be too ostentatious for a copycat to have many arrows, so Tianmi only took out 100 or so, leaving the rest. Everyone below worked together to make wooden arrows and bamboo arrows. Huang Yuanying is a leisurely person. After coming here, he teaches children how to read and write, tells stories, and teaches everyone, and is very popular with everyone. So I took the opportunity to give all the food I brought to Aunt Feng, and wanted to eat with everyone. Everyone had to refuse and had to accept. Tianmi passed by to listen to Da's lectures. She was a very talented and learned person, so whenever she had time, Tianmi took her second cousin, Su Fian and Chen Miao to follow the class, practice calligraphy, and understand the history and culture of this era. The original owner knew some words and was taught by the original owner's mother, but she was a fool and didn't learn much. She just took this opportunity to straighten out the sisters who she had led astray. Huang Minghui is a down-to-earth and hard-working person. After she came, she arranged everything for Tianmi. Even Su Fian was jealous and said that her position was about to be taken away. Tianmi often pulled her and said coquettishly, "Sister Minghui, what will I do without you?" Huang Minghui was so happy that she no longer felt any restraint after coming to Taoyuan Valley. The house in Fengqiu village was repaired, and Tianmi discussed with everyone to divide the land in the valley and prepare to open up wasteland. 1,000 acres inside the valley were opened up for Fengqiu villagers, and about 400 acres outside were opened up for them. Zhuo Zhengfeng followed Tian Dabiao and others to open up wasteland. There were many trees in front of the valley. Although they were all cut down, the tree stumps were easy to clear. Opening up wasteland was very easy. Fortunately, there were many people and they had the skills and livestock. If you use more, it will dry out faster. Peaceful life was finally broken. Cui Eru, the sentry on the wall, shouted, "The officers and soldiers are coming! The officers and soldiers are coming!" Tianmi, who was listening to Huang Yuanying's class, went back to the house, took her mountain axe, put the bow and arrow on her back, and went to the valley wall. The other people came up one after another with weapons. They did not have the usual modesty, gentleness, and personality. The transformation became so murderous that the Huang family siblings were stunned to see that they were transformed into living beings. The people hurriedly followed up to see the situation. Tianmi climbed up the valley wall, and Cui Eru stood ready and said, "Sister Tianmi, come and ride more than 10 people." Sure enough, there were more than a dozen riders below, all of them fully armed and holding big guns. A leader shouted aggressively, "People above, listen, We are General Bai's men in Qinghe County and are recruiting soldiers. You open the door and let the people inside come out, otherwise we will kill them. Tianmi hates these things that take advantage of people's power the most, so she took out her bow and arrow. She specifically aimed at the little leader with one eye, and she concentrated on drawing the bow to full. The bamboo arrow flew away and hit the little leader's head. He was knocked off his horse by the huge impact and fell to the ground dead on the spot. Who were frightened now were the soldiers who were fleeing below, as well as Zhuo Zhengfeng and Huang Yuanying, who came to see the situation.
What kind of tantrum is this? Why don't we just start talking about it?
They just say a word, and you directly kill them? After all, that is the name of the feudal prince, and this is still someone else's territory. Those who represent the imperial court are still sleeping. Zhuo Zhengfeng asked after a while, Miss Tian, do you know who we are? Tianmi said nonchalantly. The people from Qinghe County Dog Official are such good people. Both of them are feeling numb. Is this a question of good things? This is something that people will come back for revenge on. This is such a woman that makes people both angry and admirable. Zhuo Zhengfeng looked at the construction of this valley and the mountains behind it. Let me go, don't tell me that we really have the temperament, but there is an urn city built in just a small valley. This big army is really very capable of taking down. Tianmi's killing of the young leader was not impulsive, but as long as the officers and soldiers came here, the situation would be good. Instead of wasting time dealing with them, she would show off her power, and even if the officers and soldiers came later, Tianmi, if you are more ruthless, the soldiers will be frightened. Sure enough, the soldiers who escaped were accustomed to fighting against others, and this was the first time they encountered a tough situation. They quickly returned to the city to recruit men. When the soldiers come back, their leader dies. This is a big deal. When Bai Dongyuan's General Dong Haiba heard about this, he realized that a group of unscrupulous people were so courageous and must be eradicated. Second, personally brought all 600 of his elite soldiers, 600 of them, fully armed. Yesterday, I heard that we're still building high walls, but they brought big long thatch, bows and arrows, and long ladders. This is stop when you achieve your goal. Tianmi, Tian Dabiao, and Su Ershu all guessed that they would definitely come back, so everyone made preparations. Arrow branches were placed on the top of the wall, large stones were moved to the top of the wall, and the urn between the inner and outer walls was covered with hay. Even the young men of Fengqiu village were trained with their hands. Tianmi has always been a well-deserved instructor. She held a mountain axe and trained with them aggressively. Finally, she said to them, "Folks, we have traveled thousands of miles and fought for our lives to get here. It is so easy to get here. What should we do now that these gangsters want to arrest our people and rob our homes?" Everyone raised their big guns with the same hatred and shouted, "Kill the dog officer! Kill the dog officer! Kill the dog officer!" Tianmi said, "Yes, but we have to kill those dog officers. We must have strength. Only if we work hard now to do hard things can we kill when we fight the dog officers and is killed by die. Work hard. Our heroes." Everyone becomes more energetic and powerful after practicing. Huang Yuanying is not learning now. When she is studying, she is practicing martial arts with Tianmi holding a big. Looking at the pregnant woman with a big belly in front of her, she was still a woman exuding a gentle aura, but now she is holding a big axe with murderous aura. The Tingting female warrior is really eye-catching. Are these really victims hiding in the mountains? I heard my sister mention that the people in this valley all fled the famine, but they are divided into two parts. One part used to be escorts. This can tell. They're all young and old, and have a lot of skills. The other part is inside. The people in Fengqiu village are ordinary people, and they have been following them because of the favor of the accompaniment agency. Tianmi in front of her had a husband who was separated and died while fleeing from famine. Now the father and daughter depend on each other. The next day, Tianmi asked everyone to get ready. Today there is a high probability that there will be a battle. Everyone is guarding the valley. Even the women are standing behind and ready to help. The old village head of Fengqiu village is holding a big knife to help. Tianmi asked them to get up and retreat to the valley, where it was absolutely safe. She would make wooden arrows for them there, and send them bamboo arrows. If they started fighting, the weapons would be consumed very quickly. The old village chief nodded firmly. Tianmi said to Tian Dabiao, "Dad, take 5 people to the back and guard on the top to prevent them from climbing up and sneaking up on us. Leave the front to me, Uncle Su. Don't worry, we are fully prepared." Tian Dabiao nodded and said, "Okay, Dad knows." Secret Uncle Su said goodbye and took Dahu, Eru, Meng Lin, and Maolin to the top to ambush. They have an absolute advantage in rear management. The easy access road is enclosed inside the urn. They need to occupy the high ground first. If the enemy ventures up from other places, Tian Dabiao and the 5 men can definitely hold on, without any worries. They can feel at ease in front of them. Tianmi and Uncle Su led everyone to the top of the wall. Su Fian also followed, guarding Tianmi with a bow and arrow. Zhuo Zhengfeng also followed with a big bow. Everyone sat against the wall and waited quietly. It is said that everything is peaceful before the storm, but now the valley is filled with suffocating tranquility. Sure enough, everyone who had closed their eyes to rest at 2 o'clock felt a huge vibration. Tianmi suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at everyone. Everyone took out their arrows and drew their bows. Tianmi exposed half of her face under the cover of the rightmost wall to observe the enemy's situation. They were still in the woods, still a few hundred meters away from them in the valley. If they left the woods, they would be in an open space of 200 meters. With it, it's within their shooting range. Tianmi stared at the woods and could hear the sound of horse hooves. Then she looked at the people squatting on the wall waiting for her orders. Everyone had solemn expressions and firm eyes. Some of the people inside the wall have already made wooden arrows and bamboo arrows. The rest, both men and women, are holding big knives and standing outside Gu's house, waiting for the intruders to fight to the death. Even Huang Yuanying and Huang Minghui are holding swords. The swords were ready, and the 2 men integrated quite quickly. Tianmi told everyone that once they got up, the other party would definitely be able to shoot arrows, so they hid in the house. The enemy gradually came out of the woods. The ones running in front were on horseback, and behind them were soldiers carrying long ladders. As soon as they came out of the woods, Dong Haiba shouted, "Come on!" When the soldiers came up, they rushed towards the valley desperately. However, Dong Haiba was still directing from the woods. He was in a position where Tianmi could shoot, but there were too many trees and he could easily avoid it. He was really a fox. Tianmi sneered and aimed the arrow at the fastest-running soldier carrying the ladder. There was also a group of soldiers holding a long piece of wood. They wanted to hit the door. Tianmi waited for them to rush and looked at the raised arrows on his head. Tuchin, they were getting closer. 150 meters, 120 meters, 100 meters, 80 meters, 10 meters, 40 meters. Tianmi shouted, "Shoot." The arrow shot out in response, and the soldier immediately fell to death. The war begins immediately. The people on the wall immediately stood up, took aim, and shot. A group of soldiers immediately fell on the sky, and long logs fell down. A batch of arrows flew from the sky, and everyone immediately clung to the front of the wall. The arrows were shot from the front. This corner was a blind spot. Tianmi then gestured for them to hide first. She watched another group of soldiers rush over. They also cooperated with the rain of arrows flying from the sky. After everyone escaped the 2 waves of arrows, the people under the wall when they were within 40 meters, Tianmi seized the opportunity and shouted, "Shoot." Everyone immediately stood up and shot downwards, charging again and again, and shooting again and again. When the enemy came under the wall, they directly lifted rocks and smashed them down. Lu Mingrui and Chen Jiancheng were both hit by arrows when throwing stones, and they were both injured on the shoulder. The uncle hurriedly helped them down for treatment. The medicine was specially made by Tianmi, which was better than the one sold to shopkeeper Feng. Dong Haiba saw that such a scattered attack was not effective, so he immediately changed his method and sent 5 captains of wooden troops to hit the door, while the archery team in the distance was divided into groups to continuously cooperate with their attack. So everyone on Tianmi's side was suppressed by the successive bows and arrows and could not raise their heads. They looked at Tianmi anxiously, but Tianmi was not anxious at all. She was standing diagonally above the valley gate. As soon as the fifth captain's wooden horse arrived, she immediately picked up a jar of sesame oil behind her, threw it on a long log and broke it, splashing everywhere, and then Tianmi's rocket flew over. In an instant, there was a sea of fire below. More than a dozen people in the team caught fire and screamed in the sea of fire. The two teams behind immediately dropped their long logs and ran back screaming. Dong Haiba frowned when he saw it. It was obvious that the other party was prepared, so he looked at them. He asked the remaining people to hide in the woods. He rode his horse around the valley and returned to the team 2 hours later. Sure enough, he took a look at this place. He thought it was some villagers hiding here, but don't want to be a group of experts. Now he was confused. If this situation was to be resolved, he would have to send people here. But how many people were there? Is the extra food worth it? Forget it. Then where should he put his face? Tianmi was still guarding the wall, so Aunt Feng sent people to bring steamed buns and water to the people on the wall. The old village chief also sent people to bring arrows. Huang Yuanying organized the people below to collect the arrows shot by the enemy. It has been an hour since it was put up on the wall in the morning, and it consumes a lot of people's physical strength and materials. Now Tianmi doesn't know what the other party means. This has stopped within a day. Look down on us? Dong Haiba thought for a while and led his people to retreat to the village under the foot.
There were some old and weak people there.
They drove the others to live together and occupied the place to rest. He took the two teams back to Qinghe County. His dignified by Dongyuan, if the capable general under his command cannot even take down a stronghold, where will he lose his face? Seeing that there was no movement, Tianmi quickly went down to see the two wounded people. They were not seriously injured. The enemy did not dare to stand too close, so the force of the shot was not strong. The two uncles gave them medicine. After suturing them, they were both injured again. He wanted to fight on the wall but was rejected by his two uncles. Tianmi told them, "Two big brothers, if you take good care of your health, we can still fight." Tian Dabiao saw clearly that the other party had retreated. One of them came down, leaving two sentries behind. Tian Dabiao said, "Girl, no one is coming back. We are bored to death up there." Tianmi said, "Dad, why don't you go up and bring more food? How can you give up after more than 100 people died in a day? They might attack at night." Everyone thought about it, and they all continued to work. Those who cooked, those who made weapons, made weapons. Tianmi asked everyone on the wall to leave half of the people to rest, and the other half came down to rest. Everyone took turns to rest, leave one person on the wall to take turns watching to prevent enemy sneak attacks. Zhuo Zhengfeng and Huang Yuanying were moved by everyone's enthusiasm for unity. How could these be ordinary people? They were obviously warriors who cooperated with each other tacitly. And this woman who calmly commands everyone is truly a talented general. Woman who is still calm and oppressive even though she was pregnant. Her husband had died, and she was surrounded and attacked by an army. There was a thin layer of sweat on her fat face, and her hair was a little swollen. Messy, but those determined eyes and calm expression are really charming. Tianmi asked everyone to prepare torches, but they did not light them. Instead, they lurked on the wall and on the mountain. The walls were covered with straw mats, and everyone slept there. Even meals were brought to them by the sisters-in-law, just in case. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, Tianmi heard someone approaching quietly. She pushed the people around her as promised, and they pushed others around them. Everyone woke up and heard the noise. There was a ladder set up on the wall. He picked up the hay on the wall and threw it down the wall, then smashed several jars of sesame oil down, lit the torch, and threw it down. In an instant, a sea of fire broke out under the wall. The people on the ladder and under the wall were all ablaze in the flames, and they screamed in panic. Roaring desperately, the people rolled on the ground, igniting the people behind, who were so frightened that the people behind turned around and ran away. Just looking at the people in the fire, you can feel the terror and despair. Another rain of arrows from the sky, and everyone hurriedly hid in a blind corner. This time, Dong Haiba sent a total of 3 teams of troops to attack at night, and 2 more teams went from the back mountain, but he knew that Tian Dabiao and others were waiting above. One day, Dong Haiba looked at the people in the sea of fire and felt a little regretful. It was okay to do this. If he didn't do it and still suffered heavy losses, he would lose a lot. He was like a gambler who lost money. He must get his money back. He could put all his money into it. If you want those two skills, you still win. Let the team launch a strong attack immediately. Just believe it. How many people can be inside? Arrows rained down instantly. The most dangerous moment in Taoyuan Valley is coming. This man was in a position that no one could open, and it was really exciting.
Ah!
The sound resounded through the mountain forest, and when it fell, it also hit the people on the mountainside behind. Cui Dahu was guarding on the other side. The wife who was guarding her was not as serious as she was now. She was carrying a big knife and shouted in her heart, "Come on, come on."
Come on.
Two brothers, Tian Dabiao, Meng Lin and Mao Lin, walked up and down the mountain as sentries, never letting anyone go up the mountain. No one would come up the mountain. Taniguchi in front was suppressed by a large number of arrows, and he raised his head. The number of injured people increased rapidly. Even Su Fian was injured. The two uncles and aunts, plus the injured third Chen Jiancheng, rushed over, and several aunts were taking care of them. Wounded. Tianmi guarded the blind spot diagonally above the entrance, threw sesame oil, and set fire to temporarily guard the valley entrance. The sesame oil was collected from the bandits' den, and there was still a lot of it. However, Dong Haiba's people seemed to have used up all the sesame oil, so he was afraid that sooner or later he would be able to defend the valley.
Live.
Zhua Zhengfeng came over and said, "Let us enter Wingqing. There are too many injured people." Tianmi was also sad to see everyone injured, but they would definitely be fooled if they were allowed to come in easily, and it would work wonders if they had to go through all the hard work to break in. At this time, the eldest aunt came along the blind corner of the mountain and cried, "Mir, brothers Fian and Tuesday are too seriously injured. Your two uncles dare to move. Go and have a look, I'm afraid it's okay." Brother Zhou is the second son of Fengqiu village chief. He likes to practice martial arts with everyone and is a passionate man. Tianmi felt uncomfortable hearing this and asked Zhua Zhengfeng to guard here. If he really could hold on, he would let them enter the Wingqing. Tianmi hurriedly went down the wall into the valley. The wounded and the logistics were all there, and it was out of range of the opponent's arrows. Was sobbing around the two of them. Fian was injured on the back shoulder, and the arrow was inserted very deep. My uncle dared to pull it out directly. On Tuesday, the arrow was in the chest, which was also quite deep. They hadn't pulled it out yet. The two of them were in great pain, but they screamed and gritted their teeth. Tianmi went over to take her medicine from her bag and gave it to them. This medicine had been hanging on their lives for a long time. Look at Aunt Bai and others crying. Tianmi looked at Su Fian and Tuesday and asked, "Are you afraid that I will treat you?" Su Fian said, "Sister Tianmi, as long as you are here, I have never been afraid." Tuesday also nodded and said, "I believe you." Tianmi looked at our family members, who also had absolute trust in Tianmi and nodded while crying. Tianmi first asked everyone to find a room to put them in and light a few lamps inside. She asked everyone to go in. The eldest uncle said, "Mir, your second uncle, and I can help you." Tianmi said, "Uncle, I should concentrate on myself. I can't make any mistakes in this. You guys stay outside and make sure there is no movement at all. No one can disturb me. Life is the most important thing," so they naturally nodded and said, "Don't worry, we will not let anyone disturb you." Tianmi's space is static. If you put them in, you will know that they are sleeping like those horses. She has never tried it with people. If that is the case, then treat them in the space. Come again, then her space will be perfect for healing because if it is still, the blood will flow. She gave them her uncle's sweat medicine, and they fainted. Tianmi took Fian into the space first, and she really went in. Tianmi was so excited that she quickly entered the space to feel Fian's breath. Like those animals, they have snoring and is unconscious. She was originally unconscious outside, but she felt relieved. At least she could come in, and her life would not be harmed if she came in. Tianmi quickly put Tuesday into the space. Tianmi treated Sufian first. She used spiritual spring water to clean her wound, and then slowly pulled out the arrow bit by bit. The arrow was inserted too deep. Tianmi was afraid of hurting her important organs, but luckily not. Tianmi pulled out the arrow. The blood did not flow in large amounts, but was still, which was great. In fact, the two uncles were afraid of arrows that were too deep, so they dared to pull out the arrow because the bleeding would stop. Tianmi put on a high-power magnifying glass and carefully observed her wound. Such a deep wound will stop bleeding in the space, so suturing can not only sew the outer skin but also suture the inside. Tianmi first used linquan water to debridement and stop the bleeding. Then used catgut to sew her from the inside to the outside, and finally the epidermis. The last time Tianmi shot the clamoring leader, she discovered that she drank spiritual spring water every day and was in good condition. The original owner and she were both very good at archery, but at that time she was concentrating on aiming. As expected, once it penetrates the soul, it is extremely accurate. You can do these fine stitches smoothly. Tianmi's breathing was light and subtle during the whole process, and she breathed a heavy sigh of relief until everything was completed. It should be fine. There was not a single mistake in the whole process. Now it's Brother Tuesday's arrow wound was in the chest. Tianmi was very afraid that would hurt his heart. In that case, there was nothing she could do. Passed by and was still alive. Tianmi guessed that it didn't hurt his heart, but it usually hurt his heart. Until now, she still cleans the injured area with spiritual spring water and then carefully pulls out the arrow to avoid secondary trauma. The arrow is still stationary when it is pulled out. Tianmi observes the wound with a high-power microscope, but fortunately, it does not hurt the heart. But it was found that the blood vessel was injured. This blood vessel must be sutured. However, there must be a lot of bleeding in this space. Tianmi took a deep breath. She had never sutured a blood vessel. At this point, she had to bet even if she had not done it. Fortunately, she has all the equipment and is protected by spiritual spring water and space. Washed her hands and face with the spiritual spring water very devoutly, took another sip of the spiritual spring water, and took a deep breath. First use linquan water to debridement and suture the absorbed threads of the blood vessels. Tianmi soaked it in linquan water first, and then worked up her energy. Every stitch was done with great care, hurriedly and slowly, with a steady hand and a steady heart. And finally the blood vessels were sutured bit by bit.
Wow.
Tianmi was so excited that she wanted to cry, and she gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. You are such an ingenious fairy. She calmed down her emotions and carefully sutured the wound. This became easier, and she was done quickly. After finishing the wound treatment, Tianmi moved the two of them to another room and carefully observed whether there was a lot of blood in the wound. The condition of both of them was stable and there was no sign of heavy bleeding. She breathed a sigh of relief. He asked his eldest uncle and his second uncle to come in and take care of them and told them that both of them could move and they could be twisted and injured. After walking out of the room, she realized that the light was slowly getting brighter and the fighting had been going on for several hours. Tianmi hurried to the mouth of the valley and saw the most unforgettable cruel scene in her life. War has always been a matter of life and death. The enemy tried their best and finally broke through the valley entrance. They were so excited that they squeezed in as hard as they could. Even Dong Haiba showed excitement when he heard that the door was broken. He rode towards the valley entrance, thinking that in such a tightly guarded place, there must be something inside. There was a treasure, but when they ran inside, they found that the second door was waiting for them. The second door could not be opened, and people from outside squeezed in. As a result, the Wingchun was crowded with people. Uncle Su and Feng threw the sesame oil cans in as planned. Next is the scene where Tianmi comes to see, and the air is filled with the strong smell of barbecue. This ended the night's battle. Dong Haiba quickly led the people back to the woods. He was lucky. It caught fire before he entered. The light reflected his eyes and burned his skin. He was afraid. Tianmi saw them leaving at the top of the wall. She was finally safe for the time being. She sat down on the stairs at the top of the wall to rest. After a moment of silence, the women of Fengqiu village brought thick meat porridge to everyone. Everyone felt like vomiting when they smelled the meat, and no one could eat it. Although the enemy retreated temporarily, we injured more than 20 people, but their injuries were not as serious as those of Su Fian and Tuesday. Even Huang Yuanying, who came up as a substitute later, had an arrow in the arm. If Tianmi's medicine was not particularly good, when the eldest uncle and the second uncle stitched the stitches together, they were afraid that someone would die, so everyone felt heavy. However, these injured people were still guarding the valley entrance with their swords on their backs, ready to fight the enemies who rushed in. Tianmi was a little moved. The people of this nation have never been afraid of war. In order to defend their homes and families, they have never been afraid of sacrifices. It's just that this lifelessness makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Tianmi smiled at everyone and sang, "I once had a dream in my heart. I want to use singing to make you forget all the pain." Who is the real hero in the bright starry sky? Ordinary people move me the most. There is no more hatred and no more pain. I hope there is traces of love everywhere in the world. Use our songs to change your sincere smile and wish your life will be different from now on. In this lifeless atmosphere, Tianmi's singing voice was like the sound of Lai, igniting the brilliance in everyone's eyes. Seize every moment in life and go all out for the dreams in our hearts. How can we see a rainbow without going through wind and rain? No one succeeds casually. Seize every touch in life. Embrace each other passionately with your beloved friends. Let sincere words and happy tears flow in our hearts. La 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 la. They want to own their own home and protect their families. This is his dream of going all out. Everyone has tears in their eyes and is proud of their families. Seize every touch in life. Embrace your beloved friends passionately. Let the sincere words and happy tears flow in our hearts. Let the sincere words and happy tears flow in our hearts. After Tianmi finished singing, everyone applauded with tears on their faces. They were not sad, but excited. They seemed to have inexhaustible power. They were the heroes of their families. Injured people no longer feel pain, which is their badge of heroism. Huang Yuanying's eyes were full of brilliance, as if the world he saw had a few more colors. Tianmi asked everyone to rearrange the valley, clean the Urn City, and move the burnt corpses to their wasteland and bury them deeply. Then we took turns eating and resting, not knowing if they would come back to fight. Dong Haiba didn't want to fight. He really didn't expect that a small valley could be so powerful and even build an Urn City. All the two groups in the back mountain were defeated. If he continued to fight, there would be no results. He took the people back to the village to rest, and he took 2 guards back to Qinghe County. What kind of people are in this mountain? He wanted to find someone to check. They had arrested many people in several surrounding villages. It was not difficult to find out. Returned to Qinghe County, he asked his subordinates to call all the people arrested in the surrounding area to ask about the situation. It turned out that those who escaped from the village were just ordinary villagers. Later, a subordinate remembered where Su Shichong had been arrested and called him over. Dong Haiba is a general under by Dong Yuan. He is responsible for raising food and arresting people. He is trusted by Dong Yuan. Su Shichong was asked if he knew who the person hiding in the mountains was. He actually didn't hide anything for everyone and said, "General Dong, if the position you mentioned is the one who knows martial arts, he should be the one from Finway Accompaniment Agency."
Oh.
Dong Haiba finally has some clues, no wonder.
How many are there? What kind of people are they?
Su Shichong said with a flattering look on his face, "General Dong, there are about 40 people, men, women, and children. Some of them are good at martial arts, some are good at medicine, and the most powerful among them is a powerful bodyguard. Tian Dabiao and Su Shirong, who have been practicing martial arts since childhood, are my second brothers, but he is a straight-minded person who knows how to fight." Dong Haiba never believed that there were only 40 people inside, including men, women, and children. Although he didn't know the situation inside, judging from the length of the wall and the mix of people, it seemed that there were more than 40 people. These people are hiding inside and have an absolute advantage. He has already suffered heavy losses. It is really unwise to fight again. Is there any way to lure them out? He looked at Su Shirchong and said, they occupied the mountain and became kings to rebel against the government. You're their family member. Do you want to die? Su Shirchong didn't expect that the person who was talking to him just now would suddenly turn his face. Now that he is following by Dong Yuan, he has a bit of face, but compared with these generals, he is much worse. He immediately explained, General Dong now, I haven't seen them since here. I have no idea what they do. It has nothing to do with me. Dong Haiba sneered and said, you said it has nothing to do with you, so it doesn't matter? That's your biological brother. Who knows if you are cooperating inside and outside to do something to harm our General Bai. This frightened Su Shirchong. He didn't dare to wear such a big hat. Dong Haiba had suffered such a huge loss. If Bai Dongyuan was not around and could still hide it, Bai Dongyuan would never be able to hide it in Qinghe County. But at least he found a breakthrough and could take the initiative to tell Bai Dongyuan the matter. When Bai Dongyuan heard that there were powerful bodyguards in this group of people, as well as people who had practiced martial arts since they were young, Dong Haiba suffered heavy losses with just such a small number of people, so recruiting them would be even more powerful for him. He smiled particularly humbly and said, Uncle Su, these people are all talents. Go recruit them and tell them that they have never known each other before. I will forget about them and come to my place to work. I will reuse them. When Su Shirchong heard this, he thought it was feasible. This was a shame to them. How could it be better to be an official in the county seat than to chew tree bark in mountains? He felt like he was giving alms to those rough guys. He smiled and said, General Bai is really a large number of adults. I will definitely call them all over to listen to your orders. In the evening, when Su Shirchong proudly showed off his new job and told his family, Su Yunzhou said, we won't come. Su Shirchong rolled his eyes and said, is the bark delicious? Is it good to be a savage? If they were captured to be the top soldiers, they are not willing to come. Now it is General Bai who appreciates them and will be used in important ways. What else is there? Don't you want to give me face? Su Yunzhou stopped talking. Su Yunzhou was no longer the same as before. No matter what Su Shirchong did, he would not persuade him anymore. It turns out that Dad not only wants to worship, but he can also sell. There was a peaceful night in Taoyuan Valley. Tianmi arranged for people to take turns keeping watch. After everyone else took a rest, she went to see the injuries of Su Fian and Tuesday. Both of them woke up and were eating, and Su Fian was still there. Just act coquettishly with Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai suppressed the urge to hit her and said, eat more, it will go faster. Tianmi wanted to laugh. This girl really has no eyesight. It danced on the tip of Aunt Bai's heart. On Tuesday, I was also bragging to my dad about the scene where I saw the enemy rushing towards me on the wall. Oh my God! So many people rushed over with their arms in their arms. Even if they didn't care about their lives, they couldn't even stop them with arrows. It was the goddess of strength who fired the arrows that blocked them. Uncle came over excitedly and asked, Mir, how did you treat them? Especially on Tuesday, the injury was very serious. Tianmi said, Uncle, that's good luck. If it's sutured, it can't be hurt anymore. I won't be able to move for at least half a month. Uncle said, I told my family that I will pay attention to him, and it will not be easy to save him. Minghui came over to support her and said, you've been tired for the past 2 days. Go and have a rest. Uncle Su and Yuanying will watch the rest. Tianmi was really tired, so she nodded and said yes. It was quiet all day and night. Everyone felt that the enemy would not come again. The people of Fengqiu village went to open up wasteland with hoes. It must be said that they were very sincere and would just think about opening up wasteland when they had nothing to do. Even the injured young people went to do some light work, picking up stones and pulling weeds. Uncle Su brought 2 donkeys and a few horses to the people to help them work. As a result, the people regarded these animals as more valuable than people and were willing to let them carry something. Rough work like pulling out tree roots was all done with plowing. After the soil was opened, the horse was allowed to pull. The oxen and plows are also needed for land reclamation, so don't worry, we will lend them to you when they are ready. We were very happy and thanked you profusely. Tianmi was making medicine at home, and her second cousin, Chen Miao Miao, and Huang Minghui were all helping. Cui Erniu came over on sentry duty. Sister Tianmi, the enemy is here. But this time there are two people here, and the other one is Uncle Su. You hear? Tianmi said, Go to Uncle Su and Dad. Two people were left on guard in the back mountain, and others also came. Su Ershu and Tian Biao saw that the people of Fengqiu village had gone to open up Wasteland, and they also led others to open up Wasteland. They piled the stones they picked up in front of Huang Yuanying's shed. In view of the behavior of Huang Yuanying and Zhuo Zhengfeng these days, the family also regarded them as their own and wanted to build a house for them, make a wooden board for Huang Yuanying, and teach everyone how to write in the future. In the past, I wrote on a stone board. It was too unfair for Mr. Huang. Yes, everyone now calls Huang Yuanying Mr. Huang. What a simple person. Watching Huang Yuanying and Zhuo Zhengfeng makes my heart warm. These government officials are just going around and beating them, so why are they sending people here to do it? Uncle Su and Tian Biao are both short-minded and thoughtful people. Tianmi herself doesn't know much about the situation here. She knew that Huang Yuanying used to work in the county government, so she went to Huang Yuanying to help analyze the situation. Tianmi said, Mr. Huang, the government has sent people here. We don't know much about the government. Can you join us to hear what they want to do? Huang Yuanying was naturally happy and said with a bright smile, Of course, it's Yuanying's honor. You guys come here at this time probably because you don't want to fight, but you want to come to find peace. As long as she doesn't want to fight, forget about the recruitment. She doesn't want to get on by Dong Yuan's broken ship at this time. If even his father can sell someone, there's nothing else he can't sell. Huang Yuanying saw that Tianmi seemed to be thinking, and then said, King Yu is unpopular. It is not appropriate to join them at this time. Now that the new emperor has ascended the throne, he will send troops to come as soon as the drought here is over. When the time comes, it must be a life and death battle. Tianmi smiled and nodded and said, Thank you, Mr. Huang, for clarifying my doubts. We in Taiyuan Valley will farm well and do some business in the future. It is enough to be a rich man and a rich woman. It has nothing to do with us. Huang Yuanying smiled secretly. This girl exudes confidence. It is enough to be a rich man and a rich woman. Uncle Su and Tian Biao came over to join them. Uncle Su said, Mir, I have discussed it with your father. I have done my utmost to show my loyalty to Brother S family. Anything it has nothing to do with us, and we in the valley will no longer have contact with. If you have anything to say, just say it on the wall. Don't let them in. Tianmi nodded and said yes. These two people are still carrying Qing Qing, and the lives of more than 200 people in Taiyuan Valley cannot be ignored. When the people came to the top of the wall, Cui Jinyo was still watching on the wall. When he saw the people coming, he greeted them and continued to watch. There were two people standing in the open space outside the valley, Su Shichong and Dong Haiba. Tian Biao said, Who are you, and what's the matter with you? Su Shichong was angry. He had always been aloof in front of these people, but now when they saw him coming, they didn't invite him in to entertain him well, and they pretended not to recognize him or lift things up on the wall. He shouted, Tian Biao, are you blind? You don't even recognize me anymore. You ungrateful thing. You have forgotten how my father raised you. Tian Biao was about to speak when Uncle Su said, I remember you got into trouble when you were rushing to take the exam. It was Brother Tian who blocked the knife for you and saved your life. It was Tian when your family was robbed by bandits and there was no food or water. Brother saved your whole family and brought this safe place. In terms of ungratefulness, no one can be more ungrateful than you. My father raised Brother Tian, and Brother Tian has never failed me. Su Shichong was stunned and speechless. Dong Haiba saw that the scene had turned cold and said, We are General Bai of Qinghe County. General Bai heard that you all have your own affairs. He always respects talents and would like to invite you to come to the city to work together. Tianmi said, We are people who live in the mountains and wilds in these troubled times. We will not cause trouble, hurt others, and we don't want to get involved in anything. You too, please go back. Su Shichong looked at the person above him. He could hardly recognize that it was Tianmi, but the voice was still familiar. He said, "Don't be ignorant. General Bai has taken notice of you and asked you to be reused. If you don't listen to the advice, what good will the army do to you? What's so good about being a savage in this valley? How many people will freeze to death when winter comes?" Tianmi has always hated Su Shichang, as if she couldn't understand human speech. Tianmi said, "If you don't leave, don't blame us for being ruthless." Dong Haiba was also irritated. He had always disliked the people. He had killed so many of them, and now he was shameless to them. He had lived for more than 30 years and was respected by others, but now he was treated with respect by a group of people. "I don't look down upon the untouchables. Is Ent face worthless? A bunch of untouchables who don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Just wait for me. This matter has already been reported to General Bai. If I can't recruit him to fight this group of untouchables again, it won't be a big deal. It will be a good time for him to vent his anger." He said harsh words and turned around to leave. Su Shichang said carelessly, "Second brother, Biao, General Bai really values you and wants to reuse you. Yunzhou and I both value serving in the county government. He is very courteous to us." Uncle Su said, "Brother, go ahead. We have different paths, and we don't want to work together." Su Shichang suppressed his temper and said, "Second brother, I am doing it for your own good. You must know that General Bai has more than 300,000 people. Can your valley stop him? Those who know the current affairs are heroes, otherwise they will be destroyed. The disaster of destroying a family is no joke. Yes, Bai Dongyuan's hundreds of thousands of troops are not just decorations, but are they worth it for a valley? There is no water in the brain." Tianmi didn't believe that she would spend such a thing for a small valley, so she was not worried about the team. Complained harshly to Taoyuan Gu in front of Bai Dongyuan. They didn't know how to praise him, were not afraid of General Bai's power, and looked down on King Yu. Bai Dongyuan sneered and said, "If you can't recruit, isn't there still coercion? General Dong, take 10,000 people with you. If they are still ignorant, don't be too polite. Just bring those few people back alive." Dong Haiba took the orders immediately. It's time for him to feel proud. This time Dong Haiba not only brought the Yun Echelon team, the Changmu team, but also the Catapult team. Can the earthen walls of Taoyuan Valley withstand the impact of the trebuchet? He felt that if these 10,000 people reached the valley, the people inside would open the doors and come out and kneel down to beg for mercy. After Tianmi and the four returned to the valley, Huang Yuanying said, "You should speak more tactfully, because I'm afraid they won't let it go." Intact? Childish. We really need to think of a solution. Otherwise, if they come again, there won't be much sesame oil left. Besides, they will definitely be prepared for fire attacks. Tianmi called on all the uninjured people to stop working and cut down the woods on the opposite side to increase the attack distance. Then they dug ditches into the ground to slow down their impact speed. Tianmi took them with him. After a busy afternoon, they finally cut down the hillside. They dragged the big tree trunk back to the valley, leaving all the branches in place, piled up like a mountain. It was not easy for them to go up the mountain, and it took a lot of time to clean up. In the past few days of war, they had collected a lot of enemy arrows. Tianmi took the opportunity to take out some from the space and mix them together. He arranged for Tian Dabiao to lead a few people to defend on the mountain. The valley entrance was handed over to Su Ershu and Zhu Xingfeng, and Huang Yuanying took charge. "Make arrangements for rear affairs." Asked strangely, "Daughter, what are you going to do?" Tianmi said, "I will hide in the mountains first. When they come, I will capture the thief first and capture the king. Dad doesn't have to worry about me." Huang Yuanying said, "It's really dangerous for you to have a big belly." Tianmi said firmly, "Everywhere is dangerous at this time. I won't fight hard. There is no need to worry." Tian Dabiao said, "Daughter, you are really too dangerous. Even if you kill him, you won't be able to escape." Tianmi said, "They are not familiar with this mountain, but I am familiar with it. It will not be difficult for me to take advantage of the darkness at night and then escape." "Are you kidding me? Do I need to escape? When is my space just a decoration?" Tianmi went to see the condition of the injured. Her medicine was very effective. Except for Sufian and Tuesday, the injuries to others were not serious. Even if they did not use violence, it would not have much impact. Everyone is angry. Let her not worry. Tianmi nodded and said, "You are all the heroes of our Taoyuan Valley. King Yu has only a few good days to live. We must not die with him." Everyone nodded. This year, more so than cold, bone cold. When it got dark, Tianmi said goodbye to Tian Dabiao, Minghui, Uncle Su's Wei Zhengfeng, and Huang Yuaning with a bow and arrow on her back, a mountain axe on her back, and a big belly. Around with such a big belly, but she had already been on the battlefield with such a big belly, and she really didn't know what to say. Tian Dabiao and Uncle Su have experienced so many things with her, and they know that she has a sense of propriety in doing things, so they told her to pay attention to her safety and not to force her. They are blocking it from the front. Tianmi nodded and said yes. Then he disappeared into the night without looking back. Tianmi entered the space in front of the mountains of branches. After entering the space, she took a bath in the spiritual spring water. She hadn't taken a bath for several days. The baby felt comfortable and happy in her belly. The little feet kicked her belly. Tianmi thought it was fun, so she pressed his feet. Pressing here, his feet appeared in other places, as if he was playing a game with her. Tianmi got interested and played whack-a-mole with him. She felt something was wrong when she looked at it. Why did she have 3 legs? Could it be that I am pregnant with a monster? Impossible, impossible. Your father is so good-looking and your mother is beautiful. How can you be a monster? At this time, Bao Daddy was riding a war horse to kill everyone. He captured the last county town on King Qi's throne. King Qi officially lost his support and defended the isolated city alone, becoming his easy prey. The boy in the prime of life, he was high-spirited and discussed with several generals when to take Xingrong City. A subordinate sent a letter and some medicine. He said, "General, please receive the letter and medicine from Feng Bao. He said it has special effects and can save lives in emergencies." Bai Mukin took the letter and a few bottles of medicine and read the letter first. Feng Bao's side was progressing smoothly. He also met a miracle doctor who could sew up the wound as if he was not injured. He recovered quickly and moved easily. This medicine was invented by her, and it is very effective. Is she a female doctor weighing 1 pound and 60 pounds? Isn't it a time of famine and war? Are there so many fat women? Are all of them so capable? Sure enough, no one eats for free. Not only does he grow physically, he also grows in abilities. He is now allergic to fat women and will inevitably pay more attention to them whenever she mentions them. Tianmi was delicious in the space, and I slept all night without any movement. No way. Did these people let them go? If this is the best, there is nothing in their valley that is worthy of such cruelty, so it is not worth fighting for breath. Unfortunately, she overthought it. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Tianmi had just eaten a bowl of dumplings and was lying on the sofa happily eating blueberries when she heard the sound of horse hooves. Tianmi immediately stood up, put down the fruit plate, and looked over. I can't see anyone yet, but this movement sounds much louder than the previous 2 times. Tianmi continued to lie on the sofa and eat fruit. It would take them a long time to clean up these branches, so there was no rush. It took more than an hour for them to clean up the branches, but Tianmi saw a huge crowd of people and horses, and they couldn't even see their heads down the mountain. There were many people with ladders and even catapults. They couldn't see the valley. Such an attack. In addition to Dong Haiba, the leader also had a general-like person, Su Shichong, among them. Dong Haiba felt that Taoyuan Valley was a bit evil. He didn't want to come alone, so he asked Bai Dongyuan to send another person, saying that he was here to cheer up. It would be best if he could scare the people in the valley. Anyway, they were all here to cheer up. He waved his he called a general to come over. You can't see the crowd here. It's such a small place. So many people come, and they can't spread out. We can't let them launch an attack, otherwise the people in the valley will not be able to bear the casualties. They are all kind-hearted and ordinary people. Tianmi picked up the pieces of meat soaked in the spiritual spring water and put them in a plastic bag. This way, there were no one knows how many predators there were in the deep mountains. Tianmi put on Qinghe County soldier's clothes, painted her fair and tender face black, and put on a soldier's helmet, disappearing from the public. While thousands of people were waiting for the catapults on the mountain, and more people were still crowding on the hillside, Dong Haiba and Lu Hai discussed allowing Su Shichong to make the final attempt to persuade them to surrender. At this time, Tianmi stepped out of the crowd and dropped the piece of meat on the ground. She quietly walked through the crowd and dropped it all the way. She walked through the entire circle of people before retreating. From the side, when the crowd's attention was focused on Su Shichong's shoulder, she entered the space.
Ha ha ha.
When Su Shichong went to persuade him to surrender, he was shot by Uncle Su, but it only hit him on the shoulder. He was furious and ran back quickly, asking Dong Haiba to take action. Dong Haiba looked at the ditches on the ground and launched an attack with arrows and catapults. The other 20 teams went to fill the ditches, followed closely by the wooden echelon team and the long wooden team. In an instant, arrows shot out like arrows. It rushed towards the valley like a long snake, and the catapult stones flew towards the wall like a cannon, and a piece of the wall fell off. This thing was so powerful, Tianmi was frightened to see it. With a shovel immediately rushed out to fill the ditch. Other 2 teams, each with 10 teams, rushed towards the valley wall from different directions. The scene was quite spectacular and shocking. Fortunately, the attack distance was lengthened, and there were intersecting ditches. They were destined to pave the road along the way. Human Body Town Road. This is their natural cemetery. Tianmi didn't go to assassinate Dong Haiba in broad daylight. It wasn't worth it. He couldn't defeat the valley for a while. It would be unwise if she exposed the space. As expected, arrows flew down from the wall of Taoyuan Valley and shot towards her. These earth-filling, charging soldiers, each living life turned into a corpse. Suddenly, there were loud noises from all sides of the valley, and even a group of vultures flew from the sky. The darkness was overwhelming, and there was a permeating sound. It was very scary. There were soldiers all around. Wolves, tigers, and cheetahs. Suddenly, vultures swooped down from the sky and bit people they saw. More than 500 wolves rushed into the group of soldiers and bit them, making miserable noises one after another. The tigers and cheetahs became even more aggressive, almost killing one of them with one bite. The army immediately fell into chaos, and the soldiers retreated desperately. Dong Haiba, Su Shichong, and Lu Hai had never seen such a scene. They were so scared that they didn't care about the others and backed away desperately. There were too many people behind them, and they couldn't squeeze out. The road behind them had been cleared in the morning. The branches were blocking the way, leaving only a small exit. Nearly 10,000 people were crowded together, and the water was suffocating. Dong Haiba had no choice but to pull out his sword and shouted, "Kill these beasts." These frightened soldiers had no choice but to retreat and had no choice but to fight. With so many people crowded together, they could not fight back at all. If they could run, they would run as fast as they could. If they could not run, they would be squeezed and trampled, unable to fight back. The advantage of having more people cannot be used. However, these carnivores showed their majesty, flying in the sky and rushing on the ground, killing them all without leaving a trace. From noon to dark, the soldiers who escaped were all in despair. Su Shichong, a scholar, could not escape, but others were killed by tigers. Dong Haiba was lucky enough to escape, and Lu Hai had an arm bitten off by a wolf. The corpses of animals and soldiers fell to the ground. The remaining animals retreated after eating meat soaked in spiritual spring water. Animals that only ate a small amount of spiritual spring water would become stronger and healthier, but Tianmi was not worried. Because these animals will feel close to the spiritual spring water and will not hurt her, she can let them go to the mountains and no longer hurt the humans here. One day, everyone on the wall of Taoyuan Valley was stunned by the battle. Oh my God! What kind of phenomenon is this? The roles of the war changed so quickly. We were the main characters, and we became spectators in no time. Everyone cheered. It was truly a blessing from God. Feng has fought many battles. Today he thought he was dead, and they could not win. What a miracle! God bless this valley. Everyone in the valley happily lit torches to collect the animal carcasses. Tianmi also left the space and picked up the carcasses of a tiger and several wolves and brought them back to the valley. It's not too cold this winter because the wolf skin keeps you warm and you won't be very hungry because so much food is delivered to your door. After this day by Dongyuan's people never bother them again. They finally opened up Wasteland with peace of mind. Everyone's face showed a sense of happiness for the rest of their lives, and they cherished the peaceful life now. Winter turned to spring, and when it came time for spring plowing, the wasteland was plowed. Tianmi inoculated all the peach trees with peach branches. They couldn't wrap them with plastic film. She dipped some spiritual spring water and mud on them. As a result, the branches and buds are growing very healthy. Tianmi feels super successful and is waiting for the light to eat delicious fruits. The land has been cultivated, but there are no seeds on the family. Tianmi went on a trip and picked out a lot of potatoes. None of the family had seen these things. Tianmi said that a merchant sold them to her, so they must be able to eat. Tianmi cooked one and gave it to the gang to try, which made the old village chief's heart bleed. These are seeds. Why are you willing to eat them? Miss Tian said they can be eaten, so we believe that they can be eaten. Tianmi smiled and said, everyone who has tasted it has confidence in his heart. Sure enough, when I tasted it, it was soft and delicious, and I felt very full after eating it. But no one knows how to grow potatoes. Tianmi teaches them how to germinate, then cut them, dip them in plant ash, and then plant them. This is a one-by-one project. It will take some time to plant potatoes on more than 1,000 acres. Looking at this, there are so many seedlings. Each one is a hope. The family is full of expectations and has accelerated the planting speed. Tianmi taught her well, but suddenly her stomach hurt. Minghui hurriedly supported her. It looked like she was pregnant. Tian Biao was frightened and quickly picked her up and walked back. Both her grandmother and aunt had experience in delivering babies, so Su Fian immediately ran to help. Sister Tianmi, don't be afraid. I'm going to help you, so don't be afraid. Tian Megan wasn't afraid. She seemed afraid. Tian Biao put Tianmi on the bed, and Minghui went to boil water. Everyone in the family was a little at a loss. After a while, everyone in the valley knew that Tianmi had given birth, and many people stood in the house. Even Feng and Huang Yuaning were worried about guarding the house. Grandma and Auntie persuaded them all to leave after they came. Why are you guarding a woman's childbirth? Grandma came to the bed and looked at Tianmi, who was enduring the pain, and said, don't be afraid. Just scream when it hurts. It's not that fast to give birth. Eat a bowl of noodles later. This is a strenuous job. While talking, he touched her belly to confirm the fetal position, and she breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the fetal position is correct, it will be fine. Tianmi had never given birth and was very nervous. Seeing her grandmother so calm, she felt at ease inexplicably. She smiled and said, okay. But now her stomach didn't hurt anymore. Sister Minghui brought her a bowl of noodles with 2 eggs on top for her to eat. Tian asked, daughter, does it still hurt? Don't be afraid. Dad is watching over you. Tianmi smiled and said, Dad, I'm fine. Tianmi ate the noodles like no one else, but her stomach hurt again after a while. Minghui quickly took the bowl, and her grandmother supported her and said, come and walk. You will have a baby faster, and you will be less painful. My aunt brought a wooden basin of boiling water, boiled the scissors, and said, it's still early. I guess I can't even walk, and I'll be in some pain after giving birth. Tianmi was also mentally prepared. After all, she had never eaten pork. She had seen pigs running away, and she had heard from the past that her first childbirth lasted a day and a night. The aunt came to her senses too quickly and quickly taught her how to inhale and exert force. Don't be afraid. It's a good thing to have a quick birth. You will suffer less. They have been surrounding Xingrong City for the whole winter, and it's time to get ready. Bai Mukin and made plans to prepare for King Qi. Today, he is always restless. Isn't it a good idea to pick a date for King Qi's death? You have to choose a day to beat him. Jean Mingwen said, General, I heard that it is reigning over King Yu. We have to get King Chi first, otherwise we will give him a chance to breathe, and they will be in trouble if they collude together. Bai Mukin was not afraid. If King Yu dared to lead his troops to fight, it would save him trouble. Of course it was over, but today he was uneasy. He was afraid that something might happen, so he asked the generals to be on guard while he thought about it again. Sure enough, in the evening, a person was caught poisoning their water source. He was sent by the King of Qi. The golden inscription was filled with fear, and the fourth prince's intuition was amazingly accurate. Tianmi was in pain, dying, and finally heard the sonorous cries of children. Grandma's head was covered with sweat. She held a baby and said with a smile, "It's born, it's born, it's a baby." Tian Biao was so happy that he said, "God bless me, my mother bless Mir. Mir gave birth to a son. I am a grandfather." But my aunt started to cry. "Oh my God. Don't relax, there is another one, Mir. Please keep trying." Minghui kept wiping her sweat and feeding her water. "The second one will be easy, don't be afraid." Sure enough, as Tianmi felt a strong pull, the second child came out, followed by a burst of rapid crying. Tianmi woke up and looked at the two red babies, sleeping peacefully. She had a wonderful feeling that these were her children, born from her body, and maternal love instantly rose. Grandma and Sister Minghui stood by the bed, smiling with joy. The eldest aunt brought a bowl of brown sugar and eggs and said, "Quick, drink this and feed the baby in a while." Tian Dabiao came in and looked at this baby, then that baby, with tears in his eyes. He remembered that his honey was just a little bit bigger back then, but now she became a mother in the blink of an eye. The family was happy and excited. Tianmi drank brown sugar water and was very moved when she saw these people. The child must be very happy to be born here. She had a terrible stomachache just now after giving birth, so Tianmi didn't pay attention. Only now did she remember and asked, "Annie, where did you get the eggs?" The eldest aunt said, "Mr. Huang went out to buy it, specially for you to eat when you give birth." Huang Yuanying and the three of them have been getting along well with everyone since they came to Taiyuan Valley. Tianmi felt a little embarrassed when she remembered that she had taken them in and received so much money. Tian Dabiao said, "Daughter, just now the old carpenter said that he would go back and make a small bed for the child. Don't press the child when you sleep." Tianmi smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, Uncle He." Tianmi then said, "Dad, please give me 2 acres of land here for planting. The person who sold me the seeds will send me some vegetable seeds in a while, so I can plant them soon." Tian Dabiao said, "Okay, have a good rest, take care of your children, don't worry." Tianmi thought it would be hard for her to take care of the baby after giving birth, but in the end she didn't even have the chance to take care of the baby. Su Fian and Chen Miaomiao rushed to hold the baby every day, and even Sister Minghui didn't have the chance to hold the baby. Tianmi was the one responsible for breastfeeding. The current valley is extremely beautiful, especially at Tianmi's house. The fruit trees she planted are in bloom, one by one, surrounding her house. They are red, white, and pink, and the flowers are intertwined. The air is filled with the scent of various flowers, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Su Fian held the baby in her arms and said, "Sister Tianmi, when you gave birth to your baby, the trees outside were all blooming. Do you think it's strange or not? Babies come to this world smelling the fragrance of flowers." Tianmi smiled. This season the flowers are about to bloom, but the valley is warmer and they bloom earlier. Tianmi asked Su Fian to ask everyone to pick wild flowers and come back. Various wild flowers bloomed separately. Also collects the flowers in her yard from time to time. These days made her a little fascinated. Sure enough, women after children are easily contented and can feel the tranquility of the years. At this time, few people specifically grow vegetables, and everyone digs wild vegetables to eat. Sister Minghui said, "You are still in confinement. Go to your room and wait. How do you plant the seeds? If you say is, I will go and plant for 2 of you. It is spring plowing now, and everyone is planting beans. Even Zhua Zhengfeng and Huang Yuanying are working in the fields. This is the top priority. She is not in a hurry. She will germinate the seeds first, and then transplant them." Tianmi first soaked the seeds in lime water and then in Lingquan water, and carefully prepared a piece of land in the yard to raise seedlings. How to do it such a small piece so I can turn into powder. He was also a diligent person, so Tianmi refused to compete with her. He asked her to make the ground thin, mix some fermented fertilizer into it, and then scatter the seeds one by one according to the variety and cover them well. Sister Minghui smiled and said, "Who are you? If you don't grow a nugget of gold, you can't do such fine work." Tianmi smiled and said, "At that time, we ate a piece of gold in one mouthful." Su Fian and Chen Miao came out of the room and pouted and said, "It's not fun for Linlin and Mimi to sleep all day long." Tianmi named Debao's boy Tianlin and Debao's daughter Tianmei. Tianmi said, "A child of this age sleeps all day long. How do you think the beans are growing?" Su Fian said, "It took almost 2 days to plant all the seedlings. It took me half a day to plant the seedlings in the morning, and my waist almost broke." The ants in Fengqiu village can bend for 1 day and continue to bend for the next. It's not easy. Farmers all over the world work so hard. Chen Miao said, "Dad said that after planting the land in the past few days, we have dug out medicines. A lot of medicinal materials have come out this day. We have almost eaten everything we saved in the autumn. Everyone has been eating very sparsely these days. They are all wild vegetables. Don't you know that people in the city are collecting medicinal materials now? We have almost eaten the food collected last autumn. Fortunately, everyone is not short of meat to eat, and it is not too famine." Tianmi said, "How much can we get from selling the medicinal materials? Go dig them up and bring them to us to make medicine. I'll find a way to go to the city to take a look." Minghui listened and said, No. It's very chaotic outside now. It's too dangerous for you to go out." Now Tianmi is no longer fat. She now weighs more than 120 pounds at most, with a little baby fat. Her skin is delicate and rosy, her lips are as red as peach blossoms, her teeth are as white as pearls, and her eyes are as bright as stars. She is going out in these troubled times. Too provocative. Tianmi smiled and said, "Sister Minghui, don't you believe my ability? I can kill a cow with one fist." Tianmi said, "I painted my face black, so don't worry. Although I was fat when I first wore it, it was really convenient. Carrying a big knife, I am the safest person in the world. Now I have to find a way to go out." Sure enough, it's gain and loss. But that beautiful young man will definitely not recognize her and will not chase her again. His swordsmanship is really good, and she may not be able to beat him. If they meet him again, she will refuse to admit that she was the one who was there. What can he do if he sleeps in the bandit's den? Evidence? Zhua Zhengfeng recently went out early in the morning and came back late in the morning, and even went to Tianmi to buy medicine for relieving his vitality and treating trauma. Tianmi was too embarrassed to accept his money, so she gave him 2 bottles each, which he estimated would not last long. It's time for Wang to finish. Bai Mukin more than half a month to capture Xingrong City. King Qi was beheaded by his subordinates and surrendered. After he took over Xingrong City, the emperor sent officials at all levels to cooperate with the management. He also brought an imperial edict and named him King Ding, meaning that the country will stabilize the world. This made the queen very happy. Her eldest son was the prince, and her younger son was also named king and concubine. Now the 2 sons of the concubine still have nothing. This is how it should be, the distinction between legitimate concubines and concubines. Other concubines, when King Jin took in a concubine, she decided to take in another concubine and 3 concubines together. As a princess, she was never afraid of King Jin taking in concubines. She was the mistress, and but they are all her servants. Now that she is the queen, it doesn't matter. She takes the initiative to choose the emperor's concubines. After all, they come from the border, and their connections are still weak. It would be great for her to choose the emperor's harem, not only to consolidate the imperial power, but also to be grateful to her. Full advantage of her husband's role. As for the imperial concubine, she is old, so why should she fight for favor? At noon, Huang Yuanying came back from outside the valley and brought back 2 hens to Tianmi, saying they were real egg chickens. She had to eat more eggs to nourish her children. Tianmi thanked him politely. Huang Yuanying is 21 years old, a scholar, modest and gentle, and will definitely have a great future. What a good young man. Tianmi could feel his kindness.
Is still the bottom line.
Although she supports a rich and handsome man, she can still take advantage of others. It is worth dating and being a lifelong mentor and helpful friend. Don't complicate the relationship. Besides, she has only given birth to a baby for about a month, so she is qualified and a good mother, okay? How could it be possible at such a time? For more than half a month, those seedlings have grown very luxuriantly and are full of vitality. Tianmi, Sister Minghui, second cousin, Su Fian, Chen Miao Miao, Aunt Feng, a lot of women gently picked up the seedlings one by one. After transplanting into the ground, the land was plowed twice. It was much more delicate than planting potatoes, and even more fertilizer was used. Aunt Feng joked and said, "When gold grows here, all the cattle will be used to cultivate the land." Everyone smiled brightly. They had never served a little meow meow like this before. During this period, Tianmi's yard was fragrant every day. He collected a lot of wildflowers and dried them all in the sun before collecting them. Tianmi told everyone to continue picking. The grandmother and the second aunt were playing in the yard with their two little babies. They found that the babies had lost their redness when they were just born and became white, tender, and chubby. When they saw Tianmi, they looked showing a toothless smile. "Oh my God, it's so cute." My heart was so cute. Sister Minghui and Su Fian rushed to hold the child, and they were very happy. Sister Minghui said, "Mir, your husband must be very handsome. Look at these two babies. They are simple and beautiful." Tianmi said, "Of course, he is handsome and can be my husband. If he was handsome enough to make people look at him, the original owner would have done this." Tianmi is in confinement, and this month has been very frustrating for her. Everyone asked her to come out of the valley. She was pregnant only once this month, but she quietly came out and came back quickly. Now that it's done, I left the two full moon darlings to Sister Minghui. She, Su Fian, and Chen Miao Miao left the valley carrying weapons and kettles on their waists. Now that all the good things have been planted in the fields, the people in the valley went to dig medicinal herbs and wild vegetables, and the men went hunting. Nothing to eat at home, and Tianmi has never found a chance to go out. However, she can bring some food back, and there is still a lot of food in her space. There are more wild vegetables in this season, but she has eaten less these days. In this era, there are less seasonings, so if you want, you need broth to make the bottom of the field honey to really eat. Of course, Tianmi didn't even look for wild vegetables. When Su Fian went to see Tianmi and found so many prey, she went crazy with itchiness. At that time, she had to look for food every day. She couldn't pester her to go hunting with her. Now not so busy anymore. Of course, they wanted to do whatever they wanted to do. The three of them went up the mountain to hunt for big meat. Walk to the mountain on the left. The mountain over there was not that steep. It was really comfortable on the mountain in this season. Although it was still a little cold, the scenery was beautiful. Even the leaves were tender and green and clean. Beautiful. The air is full of wild flowers. Butterflies are dancing, bees are flying all over the sky, and there is a lively atmosphere. The three of them walked towards the back mountain for almost an hour without encountering any prey. Instead, they came across a loquat forest. Many loquats on the trees were ripe, and the yellow color was very attractive. The three people immediately threw away their weapons and went to climb the tree. The tree was too straight and easy to climb. Tianmi was so angry that he uprooted the weeping willow and uprooted a tree. Su Fian laughed so hard that she lost her breath and said, "I know that if I go with Sister Tianmi, I will be bullied. A small loquat tree wants to bully us, but there is no way." The three of them sat on the ground beside the tree and happily ate loquats. Tianmi said, "This is too much, such a big loquat tree. Tomorrow everyone will pick it and go back to boil the loquat paste and sell it." Chen Miao Miao said, "Okay, this thing King Yu knows when it will be over. Now business is easy to do. A few days ago, I heard Zhuo Zhengfeng say that the emperor sent King Ding to pacify King Yu. Bai Dongyuan has already arranged the army to the county seat ahead. There is a drought, and many people have moved away. If Bai Dongyuan wants to betray his father to the court, he must first do it. To be qualified to negotiate with the imperial court, he had to go through the imperial court and compete with the imperial court, but he didn't even have the chance to betray his father. Tianmi said, "If you don't prepare it in advance, you can sell it when the world is better." It's been a long time since I felt so relaxed. The three of them were very happy to eat. Finally, they were so full that they fell to the ground and watched the white clouds drifting by in the blue sky. Su Fian sighed and said, "What a wonderful life. Fortunately, we escaped, but now that I'm married, I can live such a good life again." Tianmi was almost frightened by this girl. She must be from this era. Tianmi asked, "Your fiancé is gone. Are you sorry at all?" Su Fian said, "What's a pity? What a pity that I have such a good life." Tianmi asked, "Then who do you want to marry?" Su Fian turned over and raised her hands on the ground, holding her chin, looked at Tianmi and said, "It doesn't matter what kind of person I marry. The important thing is that I want Sister Tianmi to be by my side. If she is from their family, if someone bullies me, we can hit him with a big axe." Tianmi and Chen Miao Miao burst into laughter and almost gasped from laughter. Su Fian rolled her eyes at them both and said, "Do you think I'm joking? My first reaction after you got lost was, it's over, my life is over. I dare to speak loudly again." Tianmi was amused by her appearance and laughed. The original owner was indeed protecting her like this. Tianmi said casually, "Then why don't you marry someone else? Just like me, you can find a son-in-law and keep a rich and handsome man." Who knew that Su Fian got interested, sat up and said, "Hey, that's right. We can organize a group of widows. Sister Minghui, Sister Bebe, Sister Tianmi, me and Miao Miao. All 5 of us will find husbands. Married outside." Tianmi choked up after hearing this, coughing, stopping. This girl was going to scare her to death. She glanced at Chen Miao Miao and stopped laughing. This was to spoil her rhythm. "When did you and Miao Miao become widows?" Su Fian said, "You can say that. You must be able to marry someone. In this era, widows remarried, or they married and recruited sons-in-law." The more she talked, the more she thought this was a good idea. She slapped her thigh and said, "It's settled. I'll talk to Sister Minghui and Sister Bebe tonight and tell me that from now on the 5 of us will form a widow group." Tianmi didn't dare to speak when she was looking for someone to do this. Anyway, Aunt Bai and Second Auntie were the 2 of them, so they knew how to talk to her. It was already early, and the 3 of them walked back slowly with big knives on their shoulders. Su Fian also said eloquently, "The famine has passed, and there is a lot of human trafficking. Let's pick the one who is the most beautiful and the most obedient. If you dare to be obedient, we will beat him up, or wait until we have more money and find an obedient poor student to come to your door." I walked to the cliff. I saw 2 people in front of me, Tuesday and my second cousin. Tuesday picked a handful of wild flowers and gave it to my second cousin. She took it and ran away shyly, and Tuesday hurriedly chased after her. The 3 of them were stunned. Chen Miao Miao looked at Su Fian with regret and said, "Oh, the widow group is about to break up." Su Fian stamped her foot angrily. She didn't know when they were going to get along. She said, "It's okay. We can still be together with one less person." Sister Minghui. The women of Fengqiu village and several aunts to talk about picking loquats. They all said that they would go pick loquats with them in the afternoon. After a while, Tian Dabiao and Uncle Su came back and shot a wild deer and 2 goats. A group of people carried them back, like warriors returning in triumph, with children surrounding them. They are more cheerful than the Chinese New Year. These children have all been taking classes with Huang Yuanying, but now they can't resist the temptation and come here. Huang Yuanying has also followed. Su Yunfei is also studying with him recently. Su Yunfei will have to take the exam when the world is better. Now it was lively. Aunt Feng and several aunts. Aunt Feng immediately burst into laughter. Boiled water, prepared tools, prepared tools. Tianmi remembered that there was a bamboo forest in the recess of the mountain. The bamboo shoots were delicious this season, and the stewed meat was much more delicious than the wild vegetables. Her name was Sufian, and they left, one carrying the axe and the other carrying the axe. Sufian asked, "Sister Tianmi, are the bamboo shoots delicious? I heard from people in Fengqiu village that they are too bitter and not delicious." Tianmi said, "They don't know how to do it. I will teach them how to do it in a moment." When they arrived at the bamboo forest, Mi not only dug up bamboo shoots, but also picked up a bunch of bamboo fungus. This is a good thing. She and Sufian went around the bamboo forest and picked them all back home. Today everyone is in a good mood. Returning to the valley, Tianmi first processed the bamboo shoots, cut them into small pieces, blanched them, soaked them, blanched them again, and soaked them again. Sufian went to wash the bamboo shoots, and Aunt Foam processed the internal organs. Tianmi washed them first. The offal and ingredients were sautéed, and then stewed with Lingquan water and bamboo shoots. The aroma spread instantly. Everyone had never been sick or uncomfortable for a long time. This was all because Tianmi added Lingquan water to their meals every now and then. Almost done. Add bamboo fungus to stew it. Add the blanched wild vegetables to the pot at the end, and the aroma will hit your face. Over there are also ready. This is the delicacy of spring. As soon as I opened the lid of the pot, these little carrot heads shouted, "Auntie, xiang xiang ruru." Xiang xiang Aunt Foam looked at the dancing children and said, "Mir, the food you make is so delicious." Tianmi put a piece of each little carrot into their mouths, making them jump with joy. Tianmi smiled and said, "Today I picked up bamboo fungus and stewed it together." Sister Minghui came over holding the crying Debeo and said, "Mir, Debeo is hungry. I haven't fed the baby this half, and Tianmi is also a little bloated, so I quickly went to hug little Tianlin. The water she drinks is Lingquan water, and the milk is very nutritious. When raising a baby, this baby's eyes are particularly bright, and he smiles as if he is full. Stars are in my eyes. I can't be good." He smiled at Tianmi while eating. It makes Tianmi smile like an ant, and she wants to feed the second child after feeding her boss. She just likes to do it to people. "Ah, ah, ah." She seems to be chatting with you. It would be impolite for you not to chat with her for a while. The milk is too loud, but the love is not good. Tianmi ate the delicacies of spring. Aunt Foam left too many vegetables for her, as well as a lot of bamboo fungus. She couldn't bear the food. Several aunts and sisters-in-law took Fengqiu village to follow Sufian to pick loquats, and the men went to smoke meat and hunt. Tianmi found an opportunity to go there in the afternoon and brought back several large bags of grain in the evening. It was found in the space that all the rice and flour had been taken this time, and the rest were millet and wheat. These still need to be processed to eat, but they can do it. When Tianmi got home, the small courtyard was full of loquats. She asked her two aunts, second cousin, Sufian and Chun Miao Miao to come and make loquat paste together. This is not difficult to make, but it requires a lot of procedures. Everyone washes up the next day. Remove the seeds, wash the medicinal materials, and boil the juice. Tian Dabiao took people to chop bamboo to make bamboo tubes, and when they were boiled, they were put into bamboo tubes. Tianmi brought back the first few pieces of sugar and brought them the sugar. In this era, sugar is a valuable thing. Once it's ready, you need to add some sugar. You don't need to add too much because she just added some spiritual spring water. The eldest aunt said, "Mir, these loquats can't be sold cheaper with sugar added." Tianmi smiled and said, "Well, such good things must not be sold cheaply." When the loquat paste is simmering, the whole valley is filled with the sweetness of the loquat paste. When the first portion is made for everyone to drink, the sweet taste reminds me of grandmothers and village chief Zhou. Old people, 3-year-old little flowers, and 2-year-olds. My cousin's twin daughters both screamed, "Sweet, sweet, delicious," and more. Grandma said, "Of course it's sweet, with sugar added. It's a valuable thing. It's for sale." The mountain forest, and it took more than 20 days to boil the loquat paste. Then every family in the valley was given one bamboo slip, and if there was a large population, 2 bamboo slips were given. They all said that the food they eat now is bought by Tianmi selling medicine. It is their duty to help pick loquats. They can no longer collect loquat paste. Tianmi forced them to keep it and soak it in water to drink later. She has a lot of it. Tianmi also gave 2 slips to Huang Yuanying, and Zhuozhengfeng had not returned to the valley for a long time. Tianmi's haul was filled with bamboo tubes containing loquat paste, and she secretly packed many of them into the space. When Tianmi was boiling the loquat paste, she thought that honey was very good this season. She decided to go into the mountains to get some, fearing that Su Fian would pester her to go. After Tianmi fed the 2 babies, she told Sister Minghui, "It's just dawn, and the valley is over." Tianmi found a place with lots of wildflowers and sprayed some spiritual spring water on the flowers. Sure enough, a swarm of bees came soon. After it picked the queen bee Tianmi, it ran with them. They flew and Tianmi ran. What the Hades? The mountain was uneven, and there were so many vines that Tianmi almost got eaten by a dog. She almost had a heart attack, but she lost her. Sure enough, honey is a good thing, but it's still not easy to eat it. She could only continue walking in that direction. After walking for more than half an hour, there were obviously more bees. It seemed that she was not going wrong. Looking at the direction in which the bees were flying, Tianmi continued to walk forward for 2 miles and finally saw the beehive, but it was just on the cliff. "Grandma, you want to eat its honey, but it wants your life." Tianmi's life so good? She first climbed to the cliff from the back. Although the back was also steep, there were tree roots and grass to hold on to, but it was tiring to climb up. It's high and steep. Looking down from the top, it really feels like a high mountain and a man-made peak. Especially when a breeze blows, it's so refreshing. There are eagles spreading their wings, and there are a group of sheep grazing in the valley, which is harmonious and natural. Tianmi soaked a piece of meat in Lingquan water and brought it to her. The eagle flew towards her. Tianmi threw the meat to it. It took it in its mouth and landed next to Tianmi to eat. After eating, he stared at Tianmi, as if asking, "Is there more?"
Tianmi smiled.
I gave it another piece. After it finished eating, it stayed beside Tianmi. Tianmi didn't care about it. After appreciating the magnificent mountains and rivers, it was time to get down to business. A rope from the space and tied it to the stone, then put on her hat and used a sand towel to slide down the county cliff little by little from the direction of the honeycomb. "My mother, it's really scary." Tianmi didn't dare to look down. The cliff was more than 20 meters high. Reached the hive position, she stretched out her hand to put the hive into the space. As a result, there were too many bees and she was frightened. 2 of them stung Tianmi on the face. Ah. She endured the pain and climbed back to the top of the mountain. I quickly washed the stung area with spiritual spring water, but it still hurt. When I looked in the mirror, one eye was swollen and one corner of her mouth was swollen. It turned out that the beautiful young woman had turned into an ugly girl. Tianmi wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Go and throw the bee into space, and you will faint. Throw it into space. Evil bee, if I eat some honey from you, it will disfigure me." After going down the mountain, the eagle still followed Tianmi, but Tianmi still ignored it. She tried hard to keep her eyes open because she felt that she could no longer see things clearly and could not judge the distance at all. She touched her eyelids with her hands and found that they were swollen. She couldn't even imagine how ugly she looked now. Ugh. Fortunately, this is a deep mountain and no one can see it. Otherwise, she wouldn't even want to live. She soaked the cabbage in Lingquan water again, and soon a group of wild sheep and rabbits came. 2 of the wild sheep were mother sheep with 2 babies. It looked like they were producing milk. Tianmi collected them all into the space. The other animals are prey, and the mother sheep and the baby sheep are kept for raising. If Tianmi goes out, the 2 babies can be fed by milking the goat, and the baby sheep is kept for the 2 babies to play with. Today's harvest was good. Tianmi was satisfied and walked back. Unexpectedly, she met the person she least wanted to see. Zhuozhengfeng and Bai Mukin led 800 cavalry around to attack, by Dongyuan from both front and rear. They happened to see a monster woman with one eye swollen like a light bulb, one corner of her mouth swollen like a sausage, and an eagle following her head, which shocked them greatly. Tianmi was jumping down from a big rock and bumped into them. Bai Mukin was startled. Where could the mountain monsters come from? Urgently pulled the horse's rope to avoid hitting Tianmi. Zhuo Zhengfeng hadn't seen Tianmi for a long time. The first time he met Tianmi, the child was not yet born. Didn't recognize Tianmi, so he rushed over and shouted, "Where's the monster? What are you doing in this deep mountain?" Tianmi knows how scary she is now. She is very embarrassed. She tried her best to open her visible eye and look at Bai Mukin. Although she was wearing armor and a helmet, looking cold, noble, and majestic, she still recognized him at a glance. After all, it was unfair. Many. "I'm going. What kind of luck is this? Calm down. Calm down." She looked like she had been stung by a bee. It was estimated that even Tian Dabiao might not be able to recognize her. She tried very hard to calm down and said, "Brother Zhuo, I am Tianmi. I went to the mountain to collect honey, but I didn't get it. I arrived and got stung by a bee." Zhuo Zhengfeng listened and took a closer look. He could still see a little shadow of Tianmi. She was so fair and beautiful when she was stung by a bee. She looked like this funny after being stung by a bee. She laughed out loud, and then it just can't stop. Tianmi looked at the long group of people behind her, all suppressing their smiles, and rolled her eyes hard before suppressing her smile. Tianmi pretended to be calm and changed the subject and asked, "What are all of you doing here in the mountains?" Zhuo Zhengfeng had nothing to say to Tianmi. After all, she offended Bai Dongyuan to death. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Mukin coughed a few times. Tianmi rolled her eyes and stopped asking. At the same time, she guessed the identity of in her heart. She had known that this guy was not an ordinary person, and it turned out to be the case. Zhuo Zhengfeng stopped talking about it when he saw that King Ding wouldn't let him talk. Zhuo Zhengfeng introduced Bai Mukin. "This girl is Taoyuan Valley Tianmi. Not only does she have superb medical skills, but she is also extremely powerful. Bai Dongyuan sent an army to attack us, but Taoyuan Valley didn't even come." Bai Mukin didn't pay attention to Tianmi at first, but when he heard that he was powerful, he glanced at her. If he was so thin, he would be powerful. I remember that fat guy was so powerful. But Tianmi's current appearance was really eye-catching, so she quickly averted her eyes. Zhuo Zhengfeng said, "Tianmi, we have something to do, and we'll come back to the valley to find you later." Tianmi quickly nodded and said yes. Then she stepped aside and let them go first. She didn't want them to stay any longer. After walking far away, Zhuo Zhengfeng said to Bai Mukin, "Ding Wangdian, this little girl is not an easy person. The medicine you give you is from her hand. The last time Dong Haiba came to fight us, 2 people in the valley were seriously injured. Even though he was about to die, she was saved. She was still fat when we first met." The word fat touched Bai Mukin's sensitive nerves. He interrupted Zhuo Zhengfeng and asked, "Fat? How fat?" Zhuo Zhengfeng said, "I thought she was fat at first, but later I found out that she was pregnant. She must have been just that fat." Bai Mukin thought about it. Although the woman just now had a scary face, she was also slender. Thought too much. That fat guy either ran away to the south, or maybe he didn't escape the drought. When the sun and the moon met, he got angry. So, he went to the mountain to find trouble with the bandits, but found that the bandits were all gone. She died, and the bandits' den was emptied. She came out of the bandits' den, but she didn't bring anything with her. They emptied the bandits' den before, so there were many doubts. She was very capable. Can he die so easily? Definitely not. The harm will last for thousands of years. When Tianmi was almost back in the valley, she took out the wooden bucket and cut some honey, and then drove the 2 mother sheep and 2 baby sheep home. The sheep Tianmi became very obedient after feeding them cabbage with Lingquan water. Following her, Ying followed Tianmi home. When she came back to the valley, Su Fian held Tianmei in her arms and waited for her at the entrance of the valley. When she came back, Tianmei cried out. Su Fian was frightened when she saw her face. She hurried over and asked Sister Tianmi, "What's wrong with your face?" Tianmi wants to cry. Not just for this mouthful of honey. Tianmi showed her the honey, making her smile and bend over.
Why?
I am wise all my life. Seeing that she had brought back so many sheep, Sufian was surprised and said, Sister Tianmi, why don't these sheep run away? Tianmi said with a smile, I fed them with grass and scared them with my hair, and then they became obedient. I raised the little lambs for the children to play with, and the big sheep can be milked for drinking. Tianmi pointed at the eagle again and said, And this is following me. Sufian's eyes widened. She missed the show again. Recently, Su Yunfei has been studying with Huang Yuanying. Huang Yuanying intentionally or unintentionally asked about Tianmi and the death of her husband. This made Su Yunfei ask. Tianmi knew about this cute little girl since she was a child, but she had never seen her husband. We were lost for a while, and Uncle Tian found a husband for her. When we found her again, her husband was dead. It took only 10 days. I really never saw her husband. Just say that Tianmi and her husband can only be together for a few days at most. What kind of relationship can they have in just a few days? The corner of your mouth is raised. Now King Ding is coming to solve the chaos of King Dingyu. This troubled time is about to end and is leaving. Before leaving, must understand Tianmi's feelings and must let her know S feelings. I have never seen such a resolute and warm woman, like the sun warming the earth. Sufian took Xiaobao to herd sheep. Tianmi returned home and fetched water to wash her face. Looking at the swollen face with no eyeballs and half a sausage mouth in the basin, Tianmi was really speechless. She really has no face at all in front of him. We met 3 times in total, and each time it was terrible. Maybe we are destined to be in conflict with each other. Let her be embarrassed in front of so many people. Are you really going to end her ideal of being a rich, handsome man? Ugh, is so embarrassing. I don't want to live anymore. Tianmi closed her eyes tightly, wanting to cry, but without tears.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
Forget it. Face is not as important as life. The days have to go on. Tianmi had heard of the eagle in her previous life, a very powerful bird that was very useful for sentry and reconnaissance. She could try to train it. She first made a bamboo whistle from a small section of bamboo. When she blew the bamboo whistle, she fed the eagle a small piece of meat. Then he pointed out the honey bucket too and asked to find it. The eagle turned its neck and flew away. The eagle had bright eyes, was huge, and looked very smart. I don't know if Wilsming understands what she means. It doesn't matter anymore. Just treat it like a pet. How cute it is. Not long after, flew back with a piece of honeycomb honey in his mouth. It was amazing. Tianmi fed another piece of meat and asked to take her to the beehive. She was already so ugly anyway, so she would stop messing with the bees as soon as she was ugly enough. Tianmi found the hive half an hour later. It was quite big and had several honey lumps. This time it was not that high. She climbed to the nearby tree and could directly enter the space with the honey. This time she collected it, part of it, leaving some for the bees. Tianmi feels that Huanging has good intentions, but she doesn't want to complicate the relationship. She is a stylish little rich woman, and she is not looking for someone to support a rich and handsome man. So she hugged Xiao Tianlin with a strange face and brought Su Fian and Chen Miao to listen to the class and learn to write. Tianmi has now recognized many characters from this era, but she still needs to practice writing. But now everyone practices writing on the ground with bamboo. Her appearance scared everyone. Everyone gathered around. Chuanyo was not sure and asked, "Are you Sister Tianmi?" Tianmi was speechless. Su Fian shouted, "What are you looking at?
What are you looking at?"
Sister Tianmi was just stung by a bee. She will be fine in 2 days. Classes are here. We are here to listen to classes. Huang Yinglai was startled when he saw Tianmi looking like this, but he knew at a glance that it was a bee sting and continued the lesson calmly. The Timmy vegetable field is growing very well. The green vegetables are fried and eaten. Other fruits and vegetables are also blooming. It is very pleasing to see. Tianmi made a special trip to pollinate the watermelon and picked the male flowers to pollinate the female flowers. With nearly an acre of land, Tianmi's waist was broken. She didn't trust others to do this delicate work, so she had to do it herself. A few days later, Tianmi's face improved and she turned back into a little fairy. With the help of her regular bathing in the spiritual spring and drinking the water from the spiritual spring, she is now only a little over a pound. Her skin is shiny and translucent, and her eyes are as bright as stars. Beauty is like a hibiscus emerging from water. Some time ago, I dug up a lot of medicinal materials. Tianmi asked a few sisters to make the medicine together. While making a batch of medicine for treating typhoid fever, Zhuo Zhengfeng hurried over. Miss Tian, help. Help! Tianmi asked in a panic. Who will die? Zhuo Zhengfeng said. General Jin is seriously injured and may not be able to survive. Please come with me quickly. Tianmi Song said angrily, okay. Tianmi carried her bag on her back and rode her high-headed horse to follow Zhuo Zhengfeng. Now both babies drink goat's milk, and the mother of the goat produces abundant and nutritious milk after drinking Lingquan water. Tianmi was angry just thinking about being embarrassed in front of so many people for the first time. This time I have to meet everyone and let them know that it was an accident and that I don't look like that. And that man was the only one who knew they had been bandits, and he was also the only victim of their bandits. This is a very serious problem. She had to find a way to deal with it. Naturally, she couldn't do anything to kill someone, so she sealed him as or so she could think of a way. He would not be embarrassed to tell others how he was treated. Coming out of the mountains, Guan Road goes in the opposite direction to Qinghe County. Tianmi asked, Who is that general? He looks very fierce. Zhuo Zhengfeng said, He is the current sage, the four emperors, King Ding. He grew up in the border area and is not evil. Go away, aren't you too fierce? I will kill you when I meet you. If I had known that he was not an ordinary person, I would not have thought that he was so extraordinary. You have to find a way to solve this problem. Your brain is very important. Zhuo Zhengfeng said. Bai Dongyuan was defeated and retreated to Qinghe County. The surrounding area is safe, and your valley can also come out. The light is finally coming, and Tianmi's life as a rich woman finally sees the light of day. At that time, she wants to buy a street in Qinghe County. Let you see the aura of the local tycoon. Buying a shop is as easy as choosing cabbage. Except for the ugly one. All the other items are, which will blind your eyes. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Qinghe County is suitable for doing business. It has convenient water transportation and a variety of technologies and materials. It's hard to make a fortune. Tianmi was fascinated. They raced for more than 10 kilometers and found the military camp. This military camp was built on the mountain. It was a former village. There were soldiers guarding everywhere. At first glance, it was not an easy place to break into. Zhuo Zhengfeng took her straight to his spacious house and said, General Jin led his men to pursue the enemy and accidentally got into an ambush. Now he is in danger. You must save him. Tianmi followed him into the room. There was a young woman standing in front of the bed, crying with heartbroken tears. Zhuo Zhengfeng said, This is General Jin's sister, Jin Wenwen. Zhuo Zhengfeng said, Wenwen, this is divine Dr. Tian. Jin Wenwen looked at the young and beautiful Tianmi, and there was no way to connect her with the miracle doctor, but she did not dare to say anything. Her brother was injured like this, and it would be useless no matter who came. She was suspicious, but also moved away. Tianmi stepped forward to check the situation and asked, Where is his injury? Zhuo Zhengfeng said, Tianmi's abdomen, shoulders, and hands directly untied his clothes to check the injury. The injury was very serious. The bleeding was temporarily stopped, but the injury was red. He was afraid it might be infected. The wound has not been sutured. It will open again at any time, and it will be difficult to stop the bleeding. Sure enough, his life is hanging by a thread. After Tianmi looked at it, Zhuo Zhengfeng asked anxiously, Miss Tian, how is his injury?
Can he be saved?
After tidying up the clothes of the injured, Tianmi said, Since you said that is a miracle doctor, then of course is a miracle doctor. Zhuo Zhengfeng and Jin Wenwen both looked overjoyed. But Tianmi was not seen treating her. Zhuo Zhengfeng said hurriedly, Don't worry, Miss Tian. It's just that you saved General Jin. If you give me the money, you won't be short of money. This person really so greedy for money? Life is more important, right? Tianmi said, I didn't know the identities of Brother Zhua and others before, and I have offended them. Can I ask His Highness King Ding to give me a written promise? Zhua Zhengfeng said, What's the point of offending me? Your valley is here to save. Tianmi ignored him. You were just covering up. Of course it was not you who offended him. Them in the valley, thinking that this was what she cared about. So he said, Miss Tian, don't worry. Prince Ding is not a stingy person. You are just unintentional. He doesn't take it to heart. To mention that Tianmi, but life is more important. She said, just write down a written document. This person's injury cannot wait. Whenever you get the document, he will be treated. Just write that if you have offended me before today, you will forget it and never mention it again. Zhua Zhengfeng didn't understand why he was doing this even though there was nothing wrong, but General Jin was waiting for help. So, he just went to find King Ding to explain the matter. Bai Mukin knew how serious Jin Mingwen's injury was and asked, Are you sure she really saved him? Zhua Zhengfeng said. When she said, she should do. Bai Mukin misses her, and asking for it is the same as not asking for it. Is he such a stingy person? With a wave of his hand, he immediately wrote down the document. All previous grudges and misunderstandings were forgotten and never mentioned again. After he finished writing, he looked at the document and felt that something was wrong with it. However, the golden inscription was waiting for help, so he didn't think much about handing it over to Zhua Zhengfeng. Tianmi was secretly happy to collect the documents and put the precious and important things in her small satchel. Then she took out a small bottle from the small bag, which contained spiritual spring water. She debrided the injury again and administered medicine, and then took out a needle and thread to sew him up. This was the first time Jin Wenwen saw someone suturing his injury. She was frightened. Not lightly, Zhua Zhengfeng grabbed her when she was coming to stop her. Don't disturb Dr. Tian. She has saved many people before. Jin Wenwen just watched anxiously and begged her to save her brother. Tianmi a while to sew up all the wounds and check his pulse. There was a lot of blood. She took out the qi and blood medicine she had made before and gave it to him. He said, Have a good rest and eat lightly. There will be no problem. Just let your husband cut and pull out the sutures after 7 days. Zhua Zhengfeng said, Save people, save people. It's hard work at this time, so you can go out again. Tianmi had already obtained the documents and no longer felt guilty as before when she saw Bai Mukin. She smiled politely at him and nodded, then said to Zhengfeng, No need to see you off, brother. You are busy with your business. Then he walked directly past Bai Mukin and left. Everyone present was stunned, including Bai Mukin. This was the first time in his life that he felt that his presence was so weak. Zhengfeng and Jin Wenwen hurriedly saluted him. Tianmi didn't notice anything was wrong. She was already very polite, nodding and smiling to say hello. Bai Mukin came back to his senses, and at the same time, he felt a familiar feeling. This woman was full of energy and confidence, radiating from the inside out. However, he couldn't remember where this feeling came from. Is this really the monster that day? A completely different person. Zhengfeng said hurriedly. Ding Wangdian, Miss Tian comes from the common people and has not been exposed to etiquette. Please forgive me. Bai Mukin said nonchalantly, It's okay. How is the inscription? Zhengfeng opened Jin Mingwen's clothes to let him see the wound, and said, I saw her treating wounds like this in the valley, and the effect was very good. After the wound was healed, the sutures were removed, and the injured people came back to life. Bai Mukin looked at the wound carefully and saw that it was not easy to open again. If it was effective, it could save the lives of countless soldiers. He said, If this method is effective, let the military doctor learn from her and give her a reward. Zhengfeng nodded happily. Miss Tian was not an ordinary person. She was a good person. Remembering that everyone was tired that day, her song rekindled everyone's passion. Thinking of her speech before the war that day, she inspired everyone. His fighting spirit is truly passionate. He said happily, Yes, Palace. Bai Mukin remembered the familiar feeling just now and asked, How can a woman like her have such good medical skills? Do you know her origins? Zheng Feng said truthfully, I understand. I have learned about it on a special trip. They are all fleeing from the wilderness. Her mother's family has been studying medicine for generations, but she is extremely talented and can learn well. This suturing technique is her mother's own. Chuang taught her how to practice medicine by herself, and the effect was amazing. Speaking of which, she was also a poor person. Her father found a husband for her daughter, but the way to escape was dead, leaving her with a heavy belly and running away. Her child was only born for more than 2 months. It's not easy for her to be an orphan and a widowed mother. Bai Mukin thought that he was also out of his mind. How could he think this widow was familiar? Obviously, I haven't seen it before. He had not been in contact with many women in total, so there was no sense of familiarity. Especially after meeting that fat man, he became even more disgusted with women. Jean Wenwen said before her, Thank you so much for your concern, Ding Wangdian. I will take good care of my brother. Bai Mukin looked at the unconscious golden inscription, nodded and said yes, then turned and left. Jean Wenwen looked at the back of him leaving Liangde. On the way back to the valley, Tianmi was in a good mood. She had solved her major problem and was about to start thinking about developing things. After Qinghe County returns to normal, she will open a restaurant, a drugstore, and a women's cosmetic shop. What else will she build? She wants to be a rich woman, so she can't be angry. Go home and think about it. Tianmi has a lot of preparations for opening a restaurant. She even has the ingredients and recipes for making wine, vinegar, and soy sauce. For example, she not only prepared a lot of fermented yeast powder, but also learned how to change it from one package to multiple packages. She was very determined to become a rich woman. Needless to say, the drugstore is professional. Women's cosmetic shop is also within the scope of her skills. She has also compared the various advantages and effects of ancient techniques and modern raw materials. However, grinding powder in ancient times was a very troublesome thing. Tianmi didn't have the patience. She bought a grinding machine and put it in the space. She grinded it first and then ground it, but the grinding was very fine. Tianmi brought back millet and wheat for everyone before, and they actually used stones as holes to grind them. My God. It's so hard to eat. Nothing is easy in this era, but I am still very happy and contented. Tianmi looked quite sad. Now that we are hiding in the mountains, we don't have all the tools and raw materials yet, so it seems we have to prepare them slowly. When I returned home to the valley, I saw Sister Minghui holding Tian Mei in her arms and instructing her father Tian Dabiao to express goat milk. Sister Minghui's expression and voice were as gentle as water. Let me go. I treat you as my sister. But you want to be my mother. Tianmi couldn't help but smile to herself when she thought of Huang Yuanying. Sure enough, spring is here. Daddy is so mighty. Tianmi will have one more uncle. Hey. Tianmi strongly supports her father's remarriage. The original owner's mother has been gone for more than a year. They have a daughter from the original owner, and her father has never felt that having a daughter would cause anything to him, and he has no feelings for the original owner. His grandmother's family was very close, and he felt no shame in remarrying. What's more, Sister Minghui is also a very good woman. Tianmi likes her very much. Huang Yuanying seems to be a promising person at first glance. She has good legs, which is a protection for her, who is about to become a rich woman. Dinner, Tianmi told everyone that except for Qinghe County, the surrounding area has been controlled by the imperial court. Everyone can plan for the days ahead. Everyone wants to make plans and arrangements for the coming days. Everyone was so happy when they heard it, my God. Finally recovering, Tian de Puma went to tell the people in Fengqiu village, and everyone was happy together. Can open a pharmacy and let her uncles do it. She can sell her medicine to them. She can also buy many of her ingredients from their pharmacy. Along the way, their money has been almost exhausted. She will pay for it and they will pay for it, as long as people contribute. The next day, Zheng Feng came to the valley again. This time, he not only came to see Tianmi, but also came to see Huang Yuanying. Next, Bai Mukin pointed his sword at Qinghe County, and Huang Yuanying was the person who knew it best. Sure enough, he looks extraordinary. I'm afraid he's about to get rich, and my uncle is going to catch him. Zheng Feng said to Tianmi, Miss Tian, you are really a miracle doctor. General Jean woke up last night and was able to move around in bed. Ding Wangdian wants you to teach suturing techniques to military doctors. He can report to the Imperial Court and reward your merits. Once you register with the Imperial Court, your life will be much easier. Tianmi was delighted. Of course she understood this. Being a rich woman would attract people's attention and lead to more disputes. But if she was registered in the court, there would be much less disputes.
Why?
This King Ding really embarrassed her. Taking advantage of him, he could still work for her. This sheep was skinned twice, and she felt a little ashamed. If you don't pull it out, it will be in vain. She didn't pull it out in vain. This suturing technique is indeed very useful in the army. Maybe this sheep can be skinned 3 times. After all, her medicine for treating trauma is incomparable to others. Big fat sheep, sister is here. As for being afraid that he would recognize her, just kidding, what if he could recognize her?
This is not bragging.
If Tian Dabiao hadn't seen her thin appearance before, he might not have recognized her, let alone him. He had only seen her twice in total, and they were only at night when the light was not good. At that time the original owner was tanned by the sun, and her face was so swollen that she couldn't even recognize it. Now she has a straight and beautiful face, tall and slender, and fair and translucent. If she could recognize her, she would have recognized her a long time ago. Tianmi agreed immediately. She went to change into dark clothes and comb her hair like a young man with high tail. After all, it was a military camp, so it was more convenient to dress up as a man. Zhuo Zhengfeng waited for the two of them and saw Minghui holding Xiao Tianlin and Su Fian holding Xiao Tianmei. He walked over and wanted to tease the children, but he looked at the little ones. Why does the child feel a little familiar? It still feels a bit coercive. He didn't think much about it. After all, they were just 2 children. Miss Tian was good-looking, and her children were naturally good-looking. Yes, Oda Lin and Oda Malian have more or less the shadow of Bai Mukin. It's just that Zhuo Zhengfeng, a grown man, didn't pay much attention to it, and he would never even think about it in his dreams. After a while, everyone rode to the military camp. Huang Ying, a scholar, rode slower. He looked at Tianmi's heroic and clean appearance and showed an expression of joy. She was so beautiful and decent at all times. When they arrived at the military camp, Zhuo Zhengfeng took them to see Bai Mukin first. When Tianmi saw them both saluting Bai Mukin, she remembered that such a thing happened in ancient times. She imitated the way she watched TV in her previous life and squatted lightly. He stood up immediately. Bai Mukin was reading the paperwork and didn't pay attention. He looked up at the person and noticed that Tianmi was different. This woman was really different every time they met. This is more suitable for military camps now. He said, Thank you, Dr. Tian, for saving the inscription. Your suturing skills are very important to our military camp. Please give me some advice, Dr. Tian. I will report it to the court. Thank you for your help. Tianmi smiled slightly and said, Your Highness Prince Ding is so polite. This is my honor. Tianmi is now both a boy and a girl, and her smile is so clean and gentle that it makes Bai Mukin's eyes light up. Then he asked Zhuo Zhengfeng to take her to the injury ward. No matter what era, war is cruel. Injuries are inevitable. The sick and injured camp was located in front of the ancestral hall in this empty village. There was a large courtyard, so they simply surrounded the courtyard and built a large shed. There were sounds of pain and groans inside. This environment really surprised Tianmi. Not to mention the mosquito bites. The weather also made it easy to get infected. Zhuo Zhengfeng was accustomed to bringing Tianmi in. He said, All the minor injuries have been returned to their own barracks, but here are all serious injuries that still need treatment. Inside are all connected with wooden boards in a zigzag shape, and there are more than 40 people sleeping close to each other. The density is really too high. There are doctors treating them. One is in his 40s and the other is in his 50s, and he still has a goatee. Zhuo Zhengfeng introduced them and said, Dr. Zhang, Dr. Li, Dr. Wang. This is the miracle doctor who cured General Jean. She is here to teach you suturing techniques. Please communicate more." Tianmi smiled and greeted everyone. "Hello everyone, my surname is Tian, just call me Tian Tian." The man immediately said kindly, "Dr. Tian is so good at medical skills at such a young age. Please give me your advice." Tianmi also talked modestly with others, and Zhuo Zhengfeng left. Tianmi went with them to check the soldiers' injuries. It can be said that many soldiers died of excessive bleeding and infection. Bandaging cloth is also stained with blood. Tianmi knows that cloth is not cheap in this era, and they will reuse it. There is nothing they can do about it. Attitude towards Tianmi was very humble. After all, they knew how badly the golden inscription was hurt. It was because they were helpless that they asked Tianmi to help. Tianmi saw that this hygiene problem was serious. Tianmi hesitated for a moment and then took a piece of soap from her small bag. She made soap when she was doing experiments with spiritual spring water in her previous life and said to them, "Anything that is going to come into contact with wounds must be washed first and then boiled in boiling water. We can do it with our hands. Clean it from time to time." Then he took a small porcelain bottle of alcohol from his bag and said, "After cleaning, use this handle to wipe it. After debriding the wound, try not to let it touch things to reduce infection." The elder Dr. Zhang asked, "Dr. Tian, what does infection mean?" Tianmi then remembered that everyone had different opinions, and she quickly said, "It's just redness, swelling, pus, and a high fever that won't go away."
Oh.
Everyone knows this, and this is a common phenomenon. Tianmi said, "Most of this phenomenon is caused by poor hygiene. The main purpose of suturing the wound is to wrap it up." As Tianmi was about to redebridement the injured soldier's back, she didn't want to use spiritual spring water too commonly, so she thought of using alcohol instead. Said to the soldier, "Brother, it will be very painful to clean the wound again, but you'll get better soon. Are you willing?" This soldier didn't recover even after repeated recuperation. He thought he was going to die. Now he said that he would be fine again soon. Of course he was willing. Not immediately, and say yes. Of course Tianmi would not clean him up when he was awake, just to prevent him from waking up in pain, so there was no reasonable preparation. Other patients also forgot about the pain and stretched their necks to look. Tianmi asked the doctor to give him anesthesia, and he fainted after a while. Tianmi used alcohol to disinfect him. Even though he fainted, the muscles in his back were trembling, which showed that it was really painful. Then Tianmi gave him medicine with her medicine powder, then took needle, thread, and utensils, disinfected them with alcohol, and then sewed him up stitch by knot, and then told them about the sewing edges, especially explaining hygiene in detail. People were a little surprised when they saw that her stitches on people's wounds were more expensive than clothes. When the wounded saw that the wound was sewn so tightly, it was healed inexplicably, and they felt much calmer. Tianmi said, "Just wait 5 to 7 days for the wound to heal, then cut the thread and pull it out." This doctor is eager to give it a try. Of course Tianmi hopes they practice more. This is not difficult to practice with more practice. The most important thing is to pay attention to hygiene. Anything that touches the wound must be disinfected, and each injured person must also be disinfected. I immediately took Tianmi's soap, alcohol, a bent needle, and small pliers to clean and disinfect. Dr. Zhang coughed and said, "I am young and have been in the military camp for many years. I am the first to show you a demonstration. If it is not good, it can be improved." Dr. Li said, "I have good eyes and can see clearly. Why don't I let the juniors show me how to do it? You can always guide me." Dr. Wang said, "Don't fight for your position. It's better to let the first one." "Shut up." Tianmi listened to their argument and snickered. The injured listened to their argument, but was too scared to speak. He looked at Tianmi pitifully, and Tianmi was even funnier. He comforted them and said, "Don't be afraid. I will cure everyone." Tianmi double-checked their disinfection process very seriously. Tianmi said, "Find a few more people, wash all the fabrics used to stop bleeding, and use this soap. Boil them in boiling water, dry them in the sun, and preserve them. The lives of the wounded are in your hands." The 3 people immediately felt that their responsibilities were heavy again. Dr. Zhang said, "A few of our disciples have gone to check and deliver medicine to the slightly injured." Dr. Li asked, "Dr. Tian, where did you make this tool? I also want to make a set." Tianmi said, "You asked the court to make more. I don't know where the people who made them fled. Is it hard to say whether they can survive? This needle is not difficult. The smallest embroidery needle for women is bent."
Okay. Why?
They also knew that there was a drought in King Yu's territory and many people died. So Tianmi began to guide them in practicing, and the wounded were all frightened. Tianmi comforted her and said, "Don't worry, everyone, I'm watching. If you can't sew it well, I'll take over right away." After saying that, he held down the nearest injured person and stunned him, and then asked Dr. Zhang to re-debridement, apply medicine, and suture. While cleaning the wounds, the smell of wine came over him. He looked at Tianmi and said, "Such a fragrant wine. What a good thing." Tianmi was afraid that these people were addicted to alcohol, so she threatened him and said, "Wound washers should not drink. It can kill viruses and people." Sure enough, they were surprised. "It smells good, but you can't drink it." Then the medicine was also given by Tianmi. He smelled it and said, "This medicine is really good. Where did it come from? Hey, hey, hey. Look at it coming. For a little rich woman like me, she teaches and sells goods in person, which is very dedicated." Tianmi said, "I did it myself. It stopped the bleeding and recovered quickly. The effect is good." Tianmi was afraid that if he kept talking, he would spray saliva on the wound, so she took 2 pieces of cloth and made some simple masks to wear. She wore one too. Dr. Zhang held the pliers to hold the needle, but he couldn't hold it firmly. He asked, "Can I hold it? Hand painting is not so precise, and I am afraid of hand infection." But when practicing for the first time, Tianmi still nodded and said yes, and reapplied alcohol to disinfect her fingers. The other wounded soldiers were even more distressed. Dr. Zhang regretted a little. He should have put the injured people being treated in a separate room and not let them see it. It made him nervous. Dr. Li and Dr. Wang also thought they should arrange a private room. Tianmi said, "It is good to have a separate treatment room and burn moxa leaves often." But now it was too late, so Dr. Zhang had the courage to suture the wound. Although he stumbled, was not very skilled, and looked unsightly, he still sewed it up as required. Especially tying knots really requires more practice. Tianmi said, "After treating all the wounded, take a piece of pork and practice, especially tying knots." A wounded man muttered, "Why don't you practice pork first?" Tianmi said, "If your injuries are not treated early and become infected, you will die." Everyone was so frightened that they were speechless. Then Tianmi took out 3 bent needles and thread sets, and they practiced for 3 hours. She specially debrided and applied medicine, and then guided them to suture. She also sutured the soldiers. Pick the serious ones first and deal with the ones with big wounds. If there is no time for suturing, debridement and medicine should be applied first. Zhua Zhengfeng arranged a house for her. It was not far from the injury camp. It was her own yard. She was going to stay here for a few days. Zhua Zhengfeng brought her lunch and took good care of her. Busy for a long time and can't even straighten my waist. The food for her was cooked separately, so it was not in vain for her to work so hard. Soon as she sat down, Zhong Ji quickly finished eating and continued to wash her hands, preparing to go back and disinfect. Zhua Zhengfeng was stunned by the speed of cooking. He went back to Bai Mukin. Seeing that he came back so quickly, Bai Mukin asked, "Why did he come back so quickly? Didn't I ask you to take good care of Dr. Tian?" Zhua Zhengfeng said helplessly, "Dr. Tian is concerned about the wounded. I just put the food away when she sat down and took 2 bites. After finishing the meal, she went back to the injured camp. This woman is really informal, I think of her neat appearance." At noon, the 3 of them had steadier hands and faster speeds. Dr. Zhang said, "We are the advance force of King Ding here. We still have all the medicine and equipment, and there are fewer wounded people. There are more wounded people in the camp, fewer doctors, and there is a shortage of medicine. The casualties are too great, hey?" Tianmi said, "Just your best. We must do a good job of guarding." If the bleeding is stopped and the sutures are done, the trauma can still be cured. So I have a knife that can't stop the bleeding. But more of an infection. Bai Mukin took Zhu Zhengfeng and Huang Yuanying out to conduct on-site inspections and passed by the injury camp. He was about to take a look and found that the advanced team who came with him were all carefully selected by him, and he valued them very much. The soldiers who had been sutured in the morning gradually woke up, and 2 of them felt obviously better. Dr. Tian, you are really kind-hearted and have good medical skills. After hearing this, Tianmi laughed unceremoniously and said, "You have such a discerning eye." After saying that, she took out a medicine for replenishing blood and replenishing qi from her bag and gave it to him and said, "This is for replenishing qi and blood. You can eat it quickly. I must reward this rich woman for making her happy." The 3 people outside the shed were at a perfect angle to see her laughing, and they were all shocked. Most of the women here were modest and gentle, even if they were pretending. How did this woman grow up? Huang Yuanying and Zhu Zhengfeng were both used to Tianmi's big muscles and couldn't help themselves from laughing. Bai Mukin's familiar feeling became stronger and stronger. They left without going in. With such a happy atmosphere, there shouldn't be any big problem. After leaving there, Bai Mukin asked Zhu Zhengfeng, "Don't you think she is pitiful for the orphans and widowers as she takes care of the 2 children alone?" Why didn't I see that she was pitiful? At first, I thought it was pitiful, but in the end, I didn't know how happy I was living every day. Huang Yuanying suppressed a smile and said, "Dear Lord, Tianmi and her husband were not married for a short period of time, so her husband left, so the relationship is not deep. It is reasonable to find a good match in the future." That expression clearly expressed his good match. In the evening, Tianmi asked them to burn mugwort to drive away mosquitoes. This is not a modern place. When it gets dark, you can't light a fire and the flames are flying around. You can't sew. But there aren't many people who don't have sutures left, and it's not that serious or urgent. Tianmi went back to her yard, and Zhu Zhengfeng came back and brought her a woman who said she would take care of her. This brother was very interesting. The woman who lives in the courtyard next to hers was invited from the next village. The woman was very enthusiastic. She first made her a bowl of egg noodles and then boiled water for her to wash up. After Tianmi finished eating, she pretended to wash up and go back to her room to rest. She returned to the space and took a good bath in the spiritual spring, submerging her whole body to the top of her head. It felt so comfortable. Today, she could hide in the space and sleep comfortably by herself. She didn't have to take care of the children, so it was nice to give herself some time off. But inexplicably, I missed the children again. This is the first time I have slept away from them since I was born. I wonder if they are good or not. Do you miss your mother? Have you had a good drink, Grandma? Bai Mukin had also been tired for the whole day. As he lay in bed, his mind reappeared that night when the fat woman called him a beautiful husband and was so proud of him. I am so angry. He shook his head to get her out of his mind and closed his eyes again, with Tianmi laughing in his mind. The next time, Tianmi went to the injured camp early again. Today, several apprentices of the 3 doctors were also there. The 3 of them told them about the importance of hygiene. Everything that touches the wound must be clean and disinfected. Let several apprentices take Tianmi's piece of soap to wash all the near zabu and then boil it in water. Tianmi saw so many pieces of cloth that she thought a piece of soap might not be enough, so she gave them another piece of soap. There were not many injured people today, so they all asked Tianmi to guide them and no longer let her get started. The wounded had a day of rest, and their mental state was much better today. 3 people came to see the injured. After yesterday's practice, their hands were much more stable today. Jean Mingwen was able to get out of bed and walk around now. Tianmi reminded them that he couldn't use force to avoid stretching the wound, but it was okay to move around gently. Lying down all the time was prone to blood clots. Before he fainted, he thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, he survived again. He heard that Dr. Tian saved him and was now teaching suturing techniques to military doctors in the injured camp. He made a special trip to express his gratitude. Jean Wenwen helped him along. Bai Mukin established the rule that women cannot be in the military camp. Jean Wenwen had to leave at night. If her brother was not injured and needed care, she would not be able to stay in the military camp during the day. She came to the military camp this morning and heard that Tianmi stayed at the military camp yesterday.
Does that mean that this matter can be changed?
Said to Jin Mingwen. Brother, Dr. Tian is a woman and she also stayed at the military camp last night. After hearing this, Jin Mingwen sighed and said, Wenwen, eldest brother knows your thoughts, but it's useless. After so many years, don't you still understand? Even the queen didn't interfere with Prince Sting's marriage. Do you think is she the woman he can't refuse? Jean Wenwen lowered her head and said nothing. Of course she isn't. Jean Wenwen smiled and said, Brother, I'm going too far. I mean, aren't there exceptions to Wang Ding's military rules? If I had known that she would also study medicine, wouldn't she have been able to stay in the military camp as a military doctor? Jin Mingwen said, The military camp is full of men, so you have a bad reputation. Dr. Tian was Zhuo Zhengfeng who asked the aunt from the next village to take care of her, and Dr. Tian stayed to save everyone's lives. Jin Wenwen stopped talking. What the eldest brother said was the truth. But it also shows that there are exceptions to the military rule. They were in the injury camp. They were listening to Tianmi chatting with several doctors and wounded people. Dr. Zhang said, Dr. Tian, you are the first woman to stay in the military camp. Everyone is very impressed with your medical skills. Other wounded people also said,
Yes.
The left guard also found a special person to take care of you, and he takes good care of you. Tianmi laughed and said, Your military camp is full of stinky men. Which woman has nothing to eat and runs here? The soldiers in this era are not the former soldiers who have discipline and quality. After hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, saying that no woman would dare to stay in the military camp if she had nothing to do. After saying this, Tianmi Conan got up, squinted her eyes and reasoned, and then said, Unless he is a spy, here to confuse you and get information. Jin Mingwen and Jin Wenwen outside originally wanted to thank Tianmi for saving her life, but now they are in a dilemma and decided to go back first and come alone tomorrow. The morning was spent talking and laughing with everyone. All the stitches that needed to be stitched were sutured, and Tianmi decided to go back in the afternoon. When Tianmi returned to her residence, the aunt prepared lunch for her. The rice cooked by rural women in this era was very ordinary. They cooked dry rice and stewed meat, which looked fatty. Tianmi said, Annie, go and help me bring Zhuo Zhengfeng over. She needs to tell him when she wants to go back. This meat was extremely fatty, which is what people of this era love to eat, but Tianmi really didn't like it. She picked up 2 pieces of leaner meat and mixed it with rice to eat, but her chopsticks didn't touch the bowl of meat again. It won't get dirty. The aunt will definitely be reluctant to throw this thing away, and she will most likely eat it. After a while, Zhuo Zhengfeng came and heard Tianmi say that he was going back. Zhuo Zhengfeng said, His Royal Highness Prince Ding asked you to meet him before going back. He said it was about purchasing medicine.
Ouch.
Business is coming. Tianmi nodded and asked Zhuo Zhengfeng to take her there. Bai Mukin was training soldiers. A group of masculine soldiers were practicing vigorously with their upper bodies bare. Tianmi listened to the sound of their drills and stretched her neck to see what the soldiers of this era were like. Unfortunately, she couldn't see it from this position. Zhuo Zhengfeng knew about the scene, so he took Tianmi to Bai Mukin's barracks and asked the guards to go to Bai Mukin. At this time, Tianmi's eagle flew from the sky, and it landed firmly on Tianmi's outstretched arm. Tianmi left it to watch in the valley.
Yeah.
Yanzu, why are you here? Is everything okay in the valley? It is Tianmi's first pet, and it must be a handsome name that people will like as soon as they hear it. It was licking at Tianmi's little shoulder, obviously wanting to eat. Tianmi was speechless and died. She put it down, took a porcelain vase from the small bag, and dipped meat pieces in Lingquan water for it to eat. Zhuo Zhengfeng saw how harmonious the man and the bird were. He also saw people raising eagles for grazing and sentry duty at the border. This eagle is hard to catch and hard to train. I don't know how Tianmi was trained to be so obedient. He asked, Dr. Tian, did you train this eagle? Tianmi smiled and replied, Yeah. I left the sentry in the valley, but I didn't expect them to be greedy, So they all came here to find me. Zhuo Zhengfeng immediately widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "What does it know?" Tianmi is not very good at training birds, but she has seen a video of dog training before. She asked Yanzu to find things and send warnings. Nothing? Just look for things on the mountain and keep watch. If there are many strangers approaching the valley, I will warn you. Bai Mukin came back just in time to hear it. He had just finished training. He was covered in sweat, and his face was red from overexertion. He looked at the eagle that was eating, and Tianmi, who didn't know the importance of the eagle at all. Zhuo Zhengfeng saluted him, and Tianmi found him. Now he was sweating, and the beads of sweat flowed down his forehead to his neck, passed through the rolling and protruding Adam's apple, and finally disappeared into his clothes. This Adam's apple was very familiar to Tianmi. From the position she was in that night, what she saw when she looked up in a daze was his Adam's apple that was constantly rolling. It was really hormonal, the kind that would kill you for your life. If he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't be so how troublesome it is. Tianmi will be able to take care of him right away. Even if it's more expensive. Just thinking about it, she still remembers him chasing her. This is the Lord who cannot be messed with. She is just a little pervert and doesn't want to die. Tianmi also bowed briefly. Bai Mukin said, "Come into the room and talk." They both entered his barracks, and the guards served them tea. Bai Mukin said straight to the point, "Dr. Tian, how many medicines and cleaning soaps do you have? We all need them in the military camp. It's grand. Look, the handsome guy is so heroic." Tianmi replied calmly, "Your Highness Prince Ding, we all live in the valley now. Many materials are not available, and the quantity of medicine and soap is limited. You can have someone come to the valley to pick it up in a few days." Bai Mukin looked at this elegant and generous woman, without any pretentiousness or coquettishness of other women. She was really easy to talk to. "We don't have many things to take out, so I'll write you the receipt first and settle the bill later. I'll go, no wonder it's so grand. It's on credit." Bai Mukin couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw Tianmi's stunned look. He continued, "The imperial court will not owe you any money. By the way, Dr. Tian, can you, the eagle, lend me some time?" Zhuo Zhengfeng had seen Tianmi and Bai Dongyuan talking about things. He was surprised at the time. Now that he saw her refusing to marry the king, he was really a bit dissatisfied. Zhuo Zhengfeng regretted it to death. He should have come in. Prince Ding was just looking for Dr. Tian to buy some things. Bai Mukin was speechless for a moment. He asked her to borrow an eagle for only a few days, but she refused outright. "Can I just collect the money? Does she know his status? I ask you to borrow it just to give you face." Tianmi has not adapted to the class of this era. After coming to this era, she's become a gangster or a gangster, and she has become accustomed to the feeling that I am the best in the world. But she also felt that the atmosphere was a little uncomfortable, seeing Zhuo Zhengfeng lowering his head and pretending not to listen to what they were saying. She looked at Bai Mukin, who was looking at her coldly, and she stared back. "What do you mean? Want to grab it?" Zhuo Zhengfeng saw that the atmosphere between the two of them was in harmony, and he was afraid of making a big fuss, so he said with a smile, "Dr. Tian, your valley is safe now, and people from Bai Dongyuan only dare to move around Qinghe County." He turned around and said to Bai Mukin with a smile, "Your Highness Prince Ding, Dr. Tian comes from among the people and knows etiquette very well." Bai Mukin calmed down his momentum and said calmly, "Dr. Tian knows it. Is there anyone in the world who is not the king?" Tianmi was a little surprised, yes. In this era where imperial power is supreme, she can make a fortune peacefully and live a happy life without offending these people. She immediately showed a big smile to Bai Mukin, extremely bright. This turn of events was definitely faster than flipping through a book, hitting Bai Mukin's unprepared mind. Said cheerfully, "Yanzu is a good bird, but I haven't trained him too well. I'm afraid that he will be too incompetent, and I will disappoint His Highness Prince Ding," he said and laughed to ease the embarrassment. Bai Mukin was a little affected by Sumida Mi's flattering smile, so he turned around and said, "Go back. I'll send someone to get medicine and cleaning soap in 2 days, and Ying will stay." Tianmi left Bai Mukin's yard, and Zhuo Zhengfeng escorted her out. She handed Yanzu to him and said to Yanzu, Yanzu, you stay here for a while and listen to them. He comforted her and said, Prince Ding is usually a little cold-blooded, but he is reasonable. If you let me go, I will take good care of Yanzu. When I take care of King Yu, I will return Yanzu to him intact. You. I'm going. How much do you want to borrow? People under the eaves have to bow their heads. She nodded obediently and left. Snort. I'm giving you face. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Is waiting for you to conquer Qinghe County so that she can become a rich woman. Tianmi really wants to give Bai Mukin some color. Never mind. They are all creditors. He rode back to the valley, but Yanzu flew back as soon as he reached the entrance of the valley. Tianmi laughed loudly. Look at your potential. Even if you fight against her, you can even kill a bird. When Tianmi stood up and left, Bai Mukin blinked while reading the military report. After a while, he walked out of the barracks and saw the eagle locked up by Zhuo Zhengfeng. He was a little lost in thought, and then he knew what he was thinking. Somehow, he went to open the cage. Yanzu flew away. He hurried back to the barracks as if nothing had happened. Back home, Sister Minghui and Su Fian, Chun Miao Miao were playing with their two babies in the yard. Seeing that Tianmi was back, they hurriedly said to the two babies, Look, who is that? It looks like my mother is back. As soon as the two babies who were having fun heard the word mother, they immediately felt as if they had been deeply wronged. Their mouths shrank, and they began to cry. That was so funny, and he turned against her faster than Tianmi. Tianmi smiled and ran over quickly, hugging a baby in each hand and coaxing, Oh, good baby, mother is back. Mother is back. Be good, Bower. Su Fian smiled and said, It's really amazing. I had such a good time. I just cried when I cried. After a while, they were coaxed, and Su Fian and Chun Miao Miao were playing with each other again. Minghui said, Mir, I have gathered so many flowers and dried them to put in the room. What do you think they are used for? Tianmi smiled and said, Don't worry, it will come in handy soon. Now that they are producing refined food in the mountains, it is too outrageous to say that they are trying to find a way to have people send it to them and turn it into oil. It is still vegetable oil that they have never seen before. Just wait. Sister Minghui said, I told everyone the other day that it is safe now, and you can think about the future. The old village chief of Fengqiu village said that this is yours. The cattle, tools, and seeds used to open up wasteland are all yours. Take them in. It's good to have a place to stay in this troubled world. I'm taking advantage of you. They said they would work here for you to earn some food before going to open up wasteland. Your father said this is suitable. The people in Fengqiu village are very hardworking. In fact, I am the wrong person. Let's discuss it when you come back. People of this era. There are people like Bai Mukin who are aggressive and take things by force. There are also honest and kind people like Fengqiu village. Tian Mike wants to treat honest people badly. Tianmi asked, Where is Daddy? Minghui said, Those who are digging for medicine have gone to dig for medicine. Those who are looking for flowers have gone to look for flowers. Those who are pulling weeds from the ground have gone to pull weeds. And those who are herding horses have gone to let their horses go. Tianmi secretly smiled. What a lively life in the valley. Now, everyone still eats together. The main reason is that there are not too many pots and eating together is very lively. We are all used to it. After dinner, Tianmi discussed future arrangements with everyone. Su said, We are all good at farming, so we must go to Qinghe County to do some business. The two uncles also said the same thing. We are the same. Those who open up wasteland here are just trying to keep food and clothing. The seed tools are all yours, girl. They must be given to you. Just give us some food. In the end, only Aunt Feng and the others wanted to leave some land. She was a pig raiser from her ancestors. She thought of raising some pigs in this valley. The rest was said to be left to Tianmi to handle. She also made arrangements for the affairs of near Kwa and Fengqiu village. After reaching a consensus with everyone, matters with Fengqiu village will be easily arranged. The next day, Tianmi and Tian Dabiao went to village chief Zhou's house together. Village chief Zhou and his family were warm and considerate, and they moved stools for them to sit down and talk. Tianmi said, Uncle Zhou, you are all real people, and we are also harsh people. After all, this valley is left to the farmers, and I have no mercy on you for others. The old village chief felt very warm when he heard that Tianmi was so kind to them. After the beginning of spring, everyone had little food to save, so Tianmi came back with food every once in a while to help everyone. They all knew how to thank her. Tianmi then said, I will give you all the land in the valley to manage, and you will divide it according to your family. I will give you 800 silver coins per month for every 10 acres of land. I will provide all the seeds and tools. 2 oxen, 2 donkeys, and 2 horses. Under these conditions, the price is acceptable in this era. They are equivalent to guaranteed harvests despite droughts and floods. Village Chief Zhou and his family were so excited that they almost cried. He said, Daughter, we have already been favored by you. Can't take advantage of you anymore. Tianmi said, Uncle Zhou, you didn't take advantage of me. The things I grow are very rare. You guarantee that all the things you bring out of the valley will be given to anyone. After hearing this, Uncle Zhou immediately knelt down and swore to the sky, Your Majesty, I, Zhou Boming, the head of Fengqiu village, swear to God today that if the people of Fengqiu village give things from the valley to outsiders, they will work hard to take care of their crops. My benefactor, Tian Dabiao, who belongs to Tianmi's family, was struck by lightning and died happily. People in this era are superstitious and swear easily, but when they swear they are very serious. Tian Dabiao hurriedly helped him up and said, Brother, you are too polite. We can just make an agreement. Tianmi still wrote the document and signed it twice, and village chief Zhou also asked the heads of each family to sign. Tianmi said, Qinghe County has not yet opened up, so I will still provide food to you. When Qinghe County opens up, I will pay you monthly wages. You and the village chief will allocate the land managed by each family. When the time comes, I'll give you the money, and you can settle with the village chief. Wudami picked out some small things from outside. In addition to food, there was also a lot of soap. She gave the grain to Tian Biao and asked him to take half of it to Fengqiu village. She also brought a piece of soap to the old village chief. In this era, if you don't have enough money, you use bath beans or soap to wash your hands. Those who don't have money use acacia or plan ash.
Soap.
Tianmi said that in exchange, she gave it to the king and gave a piece to their family, and Fengqiu village gave a piece to the old village chief. Now it is all the inventory in her space. When I go to Qinghe County to get the raw materials, there will be more. Tianmi mixed the recently dug herbs with several prescriptions for treating trauma and replenishing qi and blood, and stir-fried them with Sister Minghui. After adding spiritual spring water, the effect was very good. Tianmi doesn't have that many porcelain bottles and jars, so they put them in bamboo tubes and let them take them back and change the clothes themselves. Don't ask for too much on credit. After all, the conditions in the valley are limited. No matter how good-looking the little brother is, his meaning is clear. Snort. During dinner, Tianmi once again discovered that her father and Sister Minghui were getting closer and closer. Her father did not dare to look at Sister Minghui. Ha ha ha. The old man's love affair is still so coy. The next day, Zhuo Zhengfeng brought 2 soldiers, each riding a horse, to pick up the goods. Tianmi asked Yanzu to go play in the mountains and not let them see it. As soon as Zhuo Zhengfeng came, he shouted, Master Tian. Yanzu disobeyed and ran away. Tianmi ignored him. Running away is your business and has nothing to do with me. Zhuo Zhengfeng still hasn't figured out how the cage he kept so well was opened. What a Hades. Zhuo Zhengfeng continued. King Ding wants you to take Yanzu with you to conduct reconnaissance, but don't worry, we will give you a reward. We may give you some title at that time. You have a high status in Tianyuan Kingdom. Tianmi discovered that Zhuo Zhengfeng always attacked her weakness. In this era, money is likely to be treated as a fat sheep and killed, but the status is different, and there will be a lot less trouble. Tianmi looked at Zhuo Zhengfeng suspiciously. It seemed that Bai Mukin was not easy to talk to. How much reward would he give her? She asked. Prince Ding is so kind? Zhuo Zhengfeng said with certainty. It's true. King Ding has clear rewards and punishments. Don't worry, Everyone is still looking forward to your medicine. It makes sense, and it's worth it to work hard for a peaceful life as a rich woman in the future. Tianmi first gave him medicine, alcohol, soap, and 2 to 5 tubes of loquat ointment, saying it would cure throat discomfort, cough, and refresh herself. Zhuo Zhengfeng signed the receipt. The loquat paste was counted as 20 tubes, and 5 tubes were given to them to drink with water. The 20 tubes were sold to them by force, but they were good things. Since she was going to earn a future, Tianmi went to talk to her father and sister Minghui first. They both lowered their heads and nodded, saying that they understood, and asked her to go with peace of mind. They would take good care of them both. A baby. These two people must be thinking in their hearts that her light bulb is gone again. Tianmi went back to the house and changed into dark clothes, combed a men's hairstyle, carried an arrow and an axe on her back, and also put on an ear wrap for cover. This majestic dress and handsome face fascinated a group of beauties. The first one to be fascinated was Sufian. Her eyes shone. Sister Tianmi, you are a man and I will marry you. Ha ha ha. Tianmi secretly smiled. I am a man and I will let you be the first wife, and I will recruit a group of sisters under your control. Hey. We are money. It's not like we don't have the strength. He took out his bamboo whistle to summon Yanzu, and he whistled loudly in the sky. Zhuo Zhengfeng was so in love with him, riding a bird and flying towards the military camp. Bai Mukin really didn't understand what he was thinking, and he didn't quite understand why he called her back again. He explained himself. She has superb medical skills and is safer in case of emergencies. Tianmi still lived in the previous yard, and her mother still took care of her daily life. When her mother saw her, she was so happy. She thought she was unemployed, but she didn't expect that her wages would be lost again. He also asked her if she was thirsty, hungry, and tired, which made Tianmi dumbfounded. Mom, you're welcome. I'll call you. Tianmi practiced with an axe. She showed off her skills to earn a future for herself. She swung the axe so hard that no shadow could be seen, only the sound of breaking wind was heard. Her mother was frightened. This girl is really amazing. No wonder he dared to come to the military camp. After a while, Zhuo Zhengfeng came to ask Tianmi to take Yanzu to prepare for departure. Today, he went to explore the waterway outside Qinghe County. Tianmi went with him to see Bai Mukin with an arrow on his back and an axe. He usually investigated this kind of thing personally. These two fools didn't learn a lesson. If he hadn't gone out in person at that time, he wouldn't have let the original owner take advantage of the loophole. Now he still dares to do so. Take Zhuo Zhengfeng and Tianmi and set off. I will convince you. Bai Mukin looked at Tianmi inadvertently. He was both a man and a woman but kept a low profile. Is this axe really a weapon for women? He heard from Zhuo Zhengfeng that she was very skilled, but he didn't expect that she, a woman, could use an axe. Bai Mukin also wore black coarse cloth clothes, but these coarse cloth clothes could not hide his handsomeness. Tianmi greeted Bai Mukin with a smile. After all, he was the boss now and she was a part-time worker. Seeing Zhuo Zhengfeng salute, she gave a simple salute. Dingwang Hall, be safe. Bai Mukin looked at Yanzu, who was flying in the sky, and said, let's go. The three of them all carried weapons and arrows, and they all rode horses, but they didn't take the official road, but the mountain road, let me tell you. The three swayed toward Qinghe County. They were looking for death. Zhuo Zhengfeng walked in the front. It was obvious that this brother had done a lot of lessons in this area and was very familiar with it. This mountain road is rugged and difficult to navigate, and there are many places where horses have to walk. My mother. The world has only seen King Ding's palace fighting in the south and north and always winning battles. Who would have thought that he worked so hard in private? He is almost 1.9 meters tall, and he has to crawl into such a forest with weeds, using his hands while walking. The sword cuts through the branches. It turns out that being a general is not easy. When Tianmi walked behind him, it was much easier for her to walk. More than an hour later, they arrived at a mountain. Colonel Zhuo Zhengfeng pointed to the high mountain in front and said to Tianmi, let Yanzu go to that mountain to investigate. Is there any in the surface? Tianmi told Yanzu to investigate. Yanzu was raised by Tianmi to be very smart, obedient, and immediately flew to that high mountain. Zhuo Zhengfeng said to Bai Mukin, "In the palace, that mountain overlooks the waterway situation in Qinghe County." The brothers inside said that a large number of personnel have been deployed to defend the entrance and exit. Bai Mukin listened without comment and said nothing. If Bai Dongyuan wants to betray his father, he will definitely use all his strength to resist the court, form a stalemate, and induce the court to persuade him to surrender so that he can make a request. Reputation is very important in this era. He wants to gain and lose face at the same time. It is really not easy. Tianmi decided to wait and see how things would develop in this era. Tianmi looked at Yanzu's flight path and made 2 circles in one place. As expected, Bai Dongyuan was still very good as a sentry, so Yanzu continued to fly towards the other side of the mountain. Nearly 2/4 of an hour later, Yanzu came back. From the sound of and the aerial demonstration, Bai Dongyuan set up 3 sentry posts in the mountain, with 2 people at each place, one outside the mountain, and one in the valley and on the mountainside. Let's just say that it is difficult to detect the situation silently. Tianmi just conveyed the situation truthfully and did not express any opinions. It was up to Bai Mukin to arrange it himself. After hearing this, Bai Mukin thought for a while and said, "We are also 3 people. Each of us is doing mental calculations. Can you capture them before they find out? The boss has given me a task, so of course I have to take it."
Tianmi nodded.
Zhuo Zhengfeng also nodded. Bai Mukin wants to go to the farthest one, which is the outermost and most important. If he escapes, he will be exposed. If he escapes in other 2 places, he can still hit the last hit there. Tianmi thinks she is more reliable than, after all, she is addicted to drugs and so on, but as the boss, she cannot be competitive and steal S limelight, so she said nothing. As an employee, you need to be very discerning. You cannot point fingers at projects that your boss is personally responsible for, and you must not appear to be superior to others. Finally, let Tianmi go to the top of the mountain, and Zhuo Zhengfeng to go to the mountainside. The 3 of them left their horses here, and the 3 of them sneaked quietly. Tianmi was not afraid. She could use the space to sneak to each other's side. The 2 of them had to rely on their abilities, so Tianmi asked Yanzu to follow them to alert the sentry. Human position. Tianmi said, "Yanzu just reminded me of the location of the 2 people. It will be more convenient for you to bring with you." The 2 of them said nothing more. Tianmi walked up the mountain. She walked slowly and tried not to make any noise. When she reached the mountainside, she looked at Bai Mukin and Zhuo Zhengfeng without being cautious. They were walking faster because they were still far away. To go around from the foot of the mountain, Tianmi began to take advantage of the space when she gradually lost sight of the 2 of them. The task of taking on the boss for the first time must be foolproof, and she must also be able to coordinate and protect them. Tianmi knew the approximate location where they were hiding, which was in the grass. The 2 of them were looking in 2 directions, one to the left and the other to the right. Both of them were very vigilant. She used the space to lower herself around to the side of the mountain, put the axe in space, took off the arrow, put it on, then quietly left the space, and shot an arrow straight into the neck of the person who was facing away from her. Before the other person could do it, when reacted, he quickly knocked the arrow again. Just as was about to get up and run away, Tianmi's arrow penetrated his neck. The 2 corpses fell to the ground. In less than 20 seconds, she searched their bodies cleanly, including about 5 taels of broken silver and dozens of copper coins. She put them all into the space. One of them was tied with a long piece of wood, a haystack of sticks. Needless to say, this is a warning sign of this time. We're a good thing at this time. There were a lot of lighters in Tianmi's space, but she still put the firebreakers away for cover later. Tianmi looked at Yanzu's position to judge the positions of Bai Mukin and Zhuo Zhengfeng. They had just crossed the cliff, and she was not sure where the other 2 sentry posts were. She hid in a bush to look for the other 2 sentry posts. Don't worry, Yanzu will remind you of their location in a while. It's hard to find them when they're quiet, but it's easy to find them once they move. She was afraid that the people at the other 2 sentry posts would find her, so she entered the space in the grass and stood on the tallest big head from the space to observe the outside. Yanzu's position was not flying high yet, which meant that he had to wait for a while and was still a little far from the sentry post. Tianmi took out a peach from the space and started to nibble on it. The peach was juicy and tasted good.
She was very satisfied with it.
She ate it one by one. It felt so good. The two people who were looking for the sentry post in the scorching heat didn't know that she was enjoying the delicious peach. A peach. He put the core away and drank 2 ounces of spiritual spring water. At this time, Yanzu was flying high, and Tianmi was immediately alert.
He was not far from the sentry post.
Bai Mukin and Zhuo Zhengfeng had already arrived near the sentry post. Tianmi carefully searched for the sentry post in the mountains. Looking down from Yanzu's position, she found the sentry post in the valley. There were 2 people, one among the branches and leaves of a big tree, and the other in the grass below. The sentry post on the mountainside could not be seen from her position. It was a blind spot. Tianmi used the space and the grass to sneak in, ensuring that both locations could be seen. You can't steal the boss's limelight, but you must be alert to make up for the boss's emergencies at any time. A good and sensible employee like me should be promoted and make a fortune. After walking 60 or 70 meters to the mountainside, both sentry posts could be seen. Tianmi was very powerful, and they were within her range. Bai Mukin moved closer to the sentry position little by little, but he could only see the man on the tree from where he was, and the man in the grass could not be seen at all. He had to find that one before he dared to attack. Otherwise, it would be bad to alert the snake. Tianmi's arrow was aimed at Bai Mukin's sentry post, because if she continued to run there, she would be out of range. The mountainside was much closer, and she could even run 100 meters. But she thought too much. Bai Mukin was very powerful. He went around in the direction of their escape and shot the person on the tree to death with 1 arrow. The people in the grass were shocked. Just as they were about to stand up and run, Bai Mukin locked onto them. An arrow pierced the heart. The position of Zhuo Zhengfeng was really not very good. There were many mountains on the mountainside. He sneak attacked one and alerted another person. The person immediately rolled to hide in the bushes and took out a fire stick to light the haystack. Me shot an arrow, piercing the front of his neck from the back of his neck, and fell down. Zhuo Zhengfeng was startled just now. It would be troublesome if there was smoke here. He looked at Tianmi with a grateful smile. Tianmi replied with a rude smile. The 2 of them walked up the mountain. Bai Mukin needed to go to the top of the mountain, so everyone agreed to meet at the mountain. Now in May, the weather is very hot. From the top of the mountain, you can see the county seat of Qinghe County and the big river that passes through the city, but it is still relatively far away. Before they could come up, Tianmi took out the big axe from the space. She is a careful little fairy, so she couldn't let them notice that her axe disappeared and then reappeared. Details are really a test. Tianmi drank a drink of Lingquan water and felt much more comfortable. The mountain wind also took away the heat from her body. Yanzu flew in the air and dived in one direction. He must have caught something and wanted to have a snack. By the time Bai Mukin and Zhuo Zhengfeng came up, the sun was shining in the sky. Bai Mukin looked at the rosy-cheeked Tianmi, her eyes full of light as she gazed at Hui Hui. She was still full of energy. She was really not as delicate as an ordinary woman. These people are like the sun, always emitting dazzling light. Bai Mukin stood on the top of the mountain and looked towards Qinghe County, condescendingly. Zhuo Zhengfeng and Tianmi stood behind him and looked towards Qinghe County. To be honest, Tianmi didn't know much about military affairs. I really don't know what he could see from such a distance. But when the boss is observing carefully, even if you don't understand, you have to pretend to follow and observe on tiptoes. Could it be that us eyes are better? She was still looking at the telescope in Tianmi's face so seriously, but she didn't intend to use it, causing trouble for no reason. This is the water outlet. Even if you are planning to go to this river, shouldn't you go into the water? Tianmi didn't know that Bai Mukin had already explored the direction of Ruishui, which was really heavily defended. Heavy troops were deployed inside and outside Ruishui, and Bai Mukin had given up on that area. Bai Mukin took out a piece of paper, then a piece of ink and a small inkstone. Zhuo Zhengfeng helped grind the ink and began to write and draw on the paper, observing and marking. Tianmi couldn't understand and didn't intend to look at it.
Ha ha ha.
You can carry the writing brush with you, it's really yours. Tianmi feels a little sympathy for the people. Give them a pencil. It will save trouble. War preparation for the god of war is not easy either. In fact, in the history books, Chen Yuliang also sailed through the city. According to Tianmi's memory, the shipbuilding level at this time was not as good as Chen Yuliang's. In fact, Bai Mukin has a way, but he is unwilling to use it because if he uses it, Qinghe County will be really destroyed and other places downstream will suffer. Just store water in the middle of the river, put giant trees in it, and then rush down the embankment. The momentum will be absolutely shocking and unstoppable. It would be much easier for him to lead his army in again. But when he got here, he heard about King Yu's tyranny and the people's life was really not easy, so he couldn't do anything and could only think of other ways. This requires careful planning. This guy is good-looking, and he looks even better when he works hard. Tianmi went to one side and sat on his head to look at the scenery in the other direction. Don't touch poisonous people. Don't even look at them. Although she doesn't know much about military affairs, she understands scenery. The river is sparkling under the sun. Everything is green, and there is still smoke curling up in the distance. It's really the magnificent mountains and rivers of the motherland. For more than an hour, Tianmi fell asleep leaning on her big head. After Bai Mukin finished his work, he looked up and saw Tianmi sleeping soundly on his side. Suddenly, a warm current flowed into his heart. When he was busy, there was someone who stayed with him silently within sight of him, without making any noise. Be quiet. He completely forgot that there was a Zhuo Zhengfeng behind him who was always guarding him. When Zhuo Zhengfeng saw Bai Mukin putting away his pen and paper, he asked, "Your Highness, do you want to go back?" Tianmi woke up with a start and asked with a confused look, "Do you want to go back?" "That's great." She fell asleep waiting. She really didn't know what was worth looking at here for so long. If the artist was here, she could just draw it. She quickly got up, stretched, patted her face with her hands, and quickly turned on the phone in a few seconds. Bai Mukin glanced at Zhuo Zhengfeng and said, "Let's go back." Tianmi picked up the axe and followed. Yanzu didn't know where to fly, but it didn't matter. He was very smart and knew how to find her. Zhuo Zhengfeng was a little stunned. Did he do something wrong? What hasn't he done? What does that look in His Highness's eyes mean? He shook his head and said, "The sun is too big, and it will make His Highness' eyes uncomfortable." The three of them returned to the valley and rode back the same way. When they arrived at the military camp, they happened to meet Huang Ying. He was helping Bai Mukin handle government affairs and had recently made statistics on the surrounding villages and towns in Qinghe County. Among the people on Bai Mukin's side, he is the one who understands the affairs of Qinghe County best. In the future, Qinghe County will most likely be managed by him within a short period of time. And do business in Qinghe County. Who should she look for to become a rich woman? Of course she is looking for him. Before, Tianmi was afraid of causing trouble by interacting with him too much, but now she is not afraid. He will become her little uncle. Huang Ying saluted Bai Mukin and stood aside. He had something to report to him. Tianmi happily said to him, "Mr. Huang, long time no see. How are you lately?" Huang Ying smiled brightly and replied, "Everything is fine." "How is everyone in Tianmi Valley?" Tianmi replied, "Everyone is fine." Bai Mukin's face was stern, and his eyes were stern. Tianmi thought she disturbed their work. Then he said to Huang Ying, "You should be busy first. When I have time, I will discuss anything with you. Just give him a look and leave." They were having a good time with the boss, and she and the boss were both hungry. What time was it now? Fortunately, she ate something in the space. Neither Zhuo Zhengfeng nor Bai Mukin had eaten. Are they ready to become immortals? It seemed like she had to change to a bigger satchel for cover. Returning to her courtyard, the ant kept the place clean and tidy. When she came back, she immediately brought a bowl of rice, a bowl of stewed meat and wild mushrooms, and 2 boiled eggs from the kitchen. The ant said, "Girl, hurry up and eat. These wild mountain mushrooms are fragrant. People here go to the mountains to look for them every season. In previous years, they could be sold for quite a lot of money in Qinghe County." Tianmi was so hungry that she ate it. It tasted really good. Even the broth was a bit fresh. Tianmi praised, "Annie, your skills are really good." The aunt was still a little embarrassed and said, "This is the only dish that is acceptable. Farmers usually only eat simple food. Girl, you can just eat it if you like it." She was afraid that Tianmi wouldn't like to eat, and she was having a hard time these days. This salary was life-saving for her family, as her family could follow Tianmi and eat meat. After Tianmi finished eating, Jin Mingwen came to see her. Jin Mingwen was a strong 26-year-old young man who recovered quickly. He came to thank Tianmi for his life-saving grace. Tianmi thought to herself, "You're welcome. I'll trade you for life-saving documents and thank each other." Seeing that he was so alive and kicking, he needed to have his stitches removed, so he went with him to his barracks to prepare for the stitches to be removed. Jin Wenwen couldn't persuade her brother to help her, so she went to Zhuozhengfeng.
She wanted to stay in the military camp.
She knew that she had no share in Bai Mukin's princess, but there was always another position of the Jin family who accompanied him to guard the border. When the northern fox invaded, only the brother and sister of their family survived. The eldest brother Jin Mingwen grew up in the military camp, and Jin Wenwen grew up in the palace with the princess's grandmother. When the king of Jin entered the palace, her brother had been with him for many years. He was already a fourth-grade general and had an official residence. She should have been at the official residence in the capital, but she said she was worried about her brother, so she forced him to follow her, accompanied by guards and 2 maids. However, they were not allowed to enter the military camp. Her brother was seriously injured in the past few days, so she was allowed to take care of him. They had to leave before dark, and she saw that her brother was recovering quickly. She cleaned herself up and went to find Zhuozhengfeng. It happened that Zhuozhengfeng was going to see how Jin Mingwen was injured, and they met on the road. Jin Wenwen greeted Zhuozhengfeng with a gentle smile and said, "Uncle Zhua, be well." Zhuozhengfeng had been working with her father for many years and took great care of them. When Jin Mingwen was injured, he immediately told Bai Mukin to ask Tianmi to treat her. Zhuozhengfeng hurriedly asked her to get up and asked, "How is your brother?" Jin Wenwen said, "There are already many people, and I can move around normally. Uncle Zhua, my brother has suffered a lot this time. I want to stay and take care of him for some time." Zhuozhengfeng didn't know what Jin Wenwen was thinking. He just thought she was worried about Jin Mingwen. Zhuozhengfeng said, "Wenwen, your brother has nothing to do now. He just needs to replenish his health. Don't worry too much. The military camp is a chaotic place, and it is not safe for girls to stay for a long time. It's pretty good here." Bai Mukin's elite advance army all know that Bai Mukin manages the army harshly. In a large army, there are all kinds of people. When marching and fighting, there are those who have no tomorrow. When I see a woman, there are a few who can abide by military regulations. Jin Wenwen said, "Uncle Zhua, can you please bring me the maid guard?" Zhuozhengfeng's expression suddenly turned a bit unpleasant. "Where do you belong to the military camp? Also bring maids and guards." Jin Wenwen felt something was wrong, but she couldn't find any other way. She continued, "Ms. Dr. Tian, she is young, beautiful, and safe." Jin Wenwen is also self-aware. Her appearance is far worse than Tianmi. She is not hostile to Tianmi. On the contrary, she is grateful that Tianmi can break the military rules and give her a glimmer of hope. There are many things that Zhuodafeng cannot reveal, but there are some things that he can. He said, "Today we met 6 enemy soldiers outside, and Tian Fu killed 3 of them." Jin Wenwen was a little surprised after hearing this. So, only the special ones get special treatment. Things in the world are like this. When you are a teacher, don't call you teacher. When you are a boss, don't call you boss. When you are a chairman, don't call you chairman. When you are nothing, you are just that. Female, that male. In this era, women are very restricted. It is impossible for Jin Wenwen to find a breakthrough with these men here. If she continues, I am afraid that uncles will think that she is ignorant. Tianmi went to Jin Mingwen's barracks. It was daytime, and the light in the barracks was not very good. His 2 guards lit the lamps. Tianmi asked them to call 3 military doctors. She wanted to teach on the spot. The guards, I'm a little embarrassed. Why is this still happening? This is our general. The gold inscription is also a bit embarrassing. That. Tianmi comforted him and said, General Jean is a thing, and that she taught them, and the army all benefited. Jean Mingwen had no choice but to nod and let him go and invite him. After a while, the three of them came, but the three of them were not too embarrassed. They would be more comfortable learning this kind of thing if a soldier taught them. Tianmi doesn't care about this. These gold inscriptions have the longest wounds and the most sutures. Of course, he is the most suitable to teach. Tianmi said, It's still the same. Everything that needs to be bruised must be clean. Tianmi said while disinfecting the scissors and pliers. Then Jean Mingwen was asked to lie down. He was really embarrassed, but he did as he was told. Tianmi said, What you need to pay attention to here is that the scissors should be lifted horizontally and then cut, and all sections should be cut. The knife must be horizontal. Talk and demonstrate at the same time. Tianmi spoke in great detail, and the three of them lost all their embarrassment and became fully engaged. Jean Mingwen also gradually calmed down because he didn't care about anything other than hurting him. The threads on his body with great interest, watching how they cut and removed them. He feels that it is not difficult, and he can learn it. It hurt a little when I pulled it out, but he didn't notice it. It wasn't until Tianmi asked the three of them to try their hands one by one that he was surprised to realize that these three took the tools to cut and pull out the wires without any politeness at all. Even though he coughed hard, the three of them couldn't get out of their immersed state. In the end, they could only close their eyes and stop looking. The stitches were removed very quickly, and all three of them felt very accomplished. After learning for a while, they didn't notice General Jin's expression at all. Finally, apply some medicine and bandage and you're done. Tianmi said, General Jean can't move yet, so he should take more nutrients to replenish his body. Zhang and the three of them can prescribe some tonic medicine for him. Then he said goodbye and left. It was already evening. The sky was dyed beautifully by the sunset. Jean Wenwen came back so that she could see Tianmi, who was about to go back. She rolled her eyes and thought of a good idea. Tianmi and her three husbands were talking and laughing, but did not notice her. It was almost dark when we returned to the courtyard, and Huang Yuanying didn't even come to see her. It seemed like he had a lot of things going on there. Bai Mukin and Huang Yuanying talked about things all the time and told him many things. Huang Yuanying didn't even have time to drink water. After Huang Yuanying left, he remembered that had breakfast. The guard Yu Qiuzhao had prepared the meal, and when he stopped, he immediately brought it over. There is nothing too rich in this military camp. He only has a roasted leg of lamb, a bowl of stew, and a few vegetables. His mind was filled with the map of Sichuan that he had explored over the past few days and all kinds of attack imaginations. What can attract Bai Dongyuan's attention? The geographical location of Qinghe County is very difficult except for water attacks, and the casualties will inevitably be heavy. Especially the city wall, he basically didn't think about it. The news he got inside and outside was that Bai Dongyuan had heightened and thickened the city wall and stored a lot of food in it, making it clear that he was not afraid of you attacking the city and fighting a protracted war. I still have to think of another way. Things were going on in his mind, and suddenly his eyes lit up and he smiled knowingly. Bai Mukin usually kept a serious smile on his face, but his sudden smile really made the whole world light up. Bai Dongyuan must have thought of that place. There must be secret troops stationed there, but compared with Qinghe County, it is nothing worth mentioning. He didn't know the specific location, but where Bai Dongyuan stationed troops, it must be there.
Ha ha ha.
No one knows his weaknesses better than himself. Bai Dongyuan will definitely be in chaos if he takes that place. In this dark era, there are really no entertainment activities at all. No wonder there are so many ancient students. Tianmi went back and told her mother that she was tired today and had to rest early. She closed the door and entered the space. The sun was so strong that it burned her badly. Her left and right sides were all burnt, but Bai Mukin seemed to be indifferent to the sun. It's as if he's free from illness, really loves him. She looks good and doesn't even get a tan. Tianmi took a bath in the spiritual spring, drank lemon and honey water, and thought about the management issues after buying the shop. She just wanted to be a rich woman, but she didn't want to do everything by herself. Then how could she have time to enjoy life and look for rich and handsome people? Who is responsible for running the shop? Her father is not good enough. He is suitable to sit in the main camp and protect the family. The uncles must be in charge of the drugstore, restaurant and beauty shop. She had to think about it carefully. Su Yunping studied with Grandpa Su and has some business acumen. Although he is old, he is not incompetent. I only know that Uncle Su still wants to do some business, but he is not sure what business he will do. The next day, before dawn, Zhua Mifeng came to wake Tianmi up. Tianmi was very angry when she got up. Tianmi sat on the bed, and the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. I am already a rich woman, and I still have to get up early to work. Woohoo! When can others know that she is a rich woman? Do you respect the life of a rich woman like her?
Why?
Under the eaves, I had to bow my head. She got up, lit the lamp, washed up, and then went out. It was not bright yet. Her mother had laid out breakfast, and Bai Mukin was sitting at the table waiting for her to eat together. Tianmi cheered up immediately. The boss didn't even say a word even when he came. It's true. Tianmi immediately smiled brightly and said, "Good morning, Your Highness Prince Ding, and good morning, Brother Zhua." Bai Mukin calmly picked up the noodle bowl and said, "Eat quickly. Let's eat up." The egg and pork noodles made by S mother, oh. The king's breakfast was so simple, so she had nothing to complain about. Tianmi looked at Zhuafeng and asked, "We're here again. Have you brought any dry food?" Yesterday, Zhuafeng was also hungry and said, "I brought it with me, don't worry." After dinner, Tianmi also went back and packed her bags, so they looked full. Then Yanzu was recruited to follow by Mukin. Still fully armed and riding on horseback, this time the direction was different from yesterday. It was probably to see the direction of the water, but it was further away. Tianmi guessed that he still wanted to hit the river. River. In times of peace, it is an important transportation thoroughfare, which can bring prosperity and wealth, but in times of war, it can be fatal. From a military perspective, this is indeed the case. You, Bai Mukin, can think of it, but Bai Dongyuan can't think of it? Tianmi thought to herself, let's see who of these two is better. Was still riding ahead to open the road, and Bai Mukin was ahead of Tianmi. The road was thick with trees, and it was difficult to walk quickly. With yesterday's experience, Tianmi was very calm, and would have to walk for at least an hour or two. Dear friends, what should I do if my boss asks a fatal question? Waiting online. It's very urgent. If Tianmi had so many treasures in the space in her previous life, if her boss dared to make her feel even the slightest bit unhappy, she would specify a resignation letter slapped on her face, and I would not take care of her. But reality is unforgiving. She just showed a bright smile and said to please, "Your Highness Prince Ding, you are hungry after walking like this. I brought some food from the valley, you can try it." Tianmi quickly took out a piece of chocolate from the small bag and handed it to. "You are a soft-mouthed person, I hope you understand this truth." Bai Mukin took the ball wrapped in gold paper, and Tianmi also took out one and said, "Look, open it, eat it." He opened it and ate it. Seeing the guilty look on Tianmi's face, actually felt that it was funny, so she knew it was not a good word. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, opened the ball, and revealed a dark brown candy with dried fruit on it. He ate it in one bite and chewed it a few times. It didn't look like much, but it tasted very good, and there was a thick texture in his mouth. It has the feel of silk and the aroma of nuts. There is a glimmer of light in his eyes. He glances at Tianmi and continues on his way. "Little girl, just know that you are afraid." Tianmizong said, Just know that eating people is soft-mouthed." After riding horseback through the jungle for more than an hour, Yanzu suddenly circled and flew in the sky. This was something special. Tianmi asked the two of them to stop and talk about the situation. Bai Mukin took out the map that Huangming had given to him before and saw that it was still some distance away from the river. But Yanzu's warning was unmistakable. Immediately dismounted, and men quietly sneaked over to check the situation. Tianmi was very interested in the battle between the cousins. She went to the front line of the war to watch the two of them make moves. It would be better if she could find out where their money was hidden. She would also charge some labor fees. Bai Mukin whispered, "Don't scare the snake." Zhuo Zhengfeng and Tianmi nodded. Then he said to Tianmi, "Let Yanzu check the surrounding area and find all the sentry posts. The eagle is the king of flying in the forest." We waited in place while Yanzu flew in this area. Then Tianmi used a bamboo whistle to make a bird call, and it flew back. Tianmi then indicated the range with it and asked it to find all the places with people here. Yanzu flew away after receiving the order, and now Bai Mukin himself will also see Yanzu's carelessness in flying. Afraid of being blocked by the branches and unable to see clearly, he quickly climbed up to the top of the big tree like a monkey. Tianmi was very impressed by the look. There really wasn't a beautiful man to blame. The boss was working hard, and the two pony boys were embarrassed to sit and rest, so they followed and observed in a pretended manner. 2/4 of an hour later, Bai Mukin came down from the tree, cut some vines and wrapped them around his body. Tianmi and Zhuo Zhengfeng, who were discerning, also cut some vines and wrapped them around his body. In an instant, everyone was like a moving bush. Tianmi felt embarrassed before for letting people see her ugly appearance when she was stung by bees. Now when she saw them like this, she immediately regained her composure and couldn't help but want to laugh. After all, she probably won't be much better. The eldest brother doesn't laugh at the second brother. Now Bai Mukin leads the way, while Tianmi and Zhuo Zhengfeng follow lightly, trying to sneak through the bushes. This is going deep into the enemy camp. If Tianmi didn't have the plug-in space, she really wouldn't want to hang out with this boss. She just wants to make a future and doesn't want to lose her life. If Bai Mukin knew what she was thinking, he would definitely give her a blank look. This place was just a sentry, far away from the enemy camp. Besides, your life is life, but Bai Mukin's life is not life. Life is not precious. When the man was sneaking in the bushes, he encountered a big snake thicker than his arm. Tianmi was almost scared to death. Bai Mukin quickly cut off its head with a sword. He looked at her and continued walking forward. Tianmi quietly collected the snake and entered it. "Space, if I dare to scare you, I will eat you." Yanzu was still conducting reconnaissance in the sky and sneaking quietly for more than half an hour. Yanzu suddenly stopped moving forward and hovered over a large area in the sky. It was obvious that Bai Dongyuan's troops were stationed in front of him. Bai Mukin stretched out his hand to ask everyone to stop, and then took out the map and wrote on it. After a while, Yanzu flew back. Bai Mukin told Tianmi to let him conduct a large-scale reconnaissance. This time, Bai Mukin did not dare to climb the tree, and so did. Cherish your life. Bai Mukin started to invest in those maps again. When he got busy, he would forget to eat. Was hungry for 9 meals a day following her boss. She found an excuse to leave and go to the space to get a bowl of wontons and a plate of beef with soy sauce to eat comfortably. After that, she ate a few small tomatoes and drank a few sips of spiritual spring water. She felt so comfortable. When Tianmi returned, they were still as before. One was looking at the map with all his concentration, and the other was quietly watching behind. Tianmi also took a look at the map. Is this also called a map? Too simple. Is that curved river channel? Bai Mukin also marked various incomprehensible symbols on it. When Yanzu came back, everyone looked at it. It kept circling above her head, and then flew forward for a distance and kept circling. Tianmi said, "In addition to the large number of troops stationed in front of, there are also troops stationed in the upper corner of in front." The corners of Bai Mukin's mouth raised slightly, as expected. The people sneaked back quietly and returned to the military camp. "I've been hanging out with the boss for 2 days, so the investigation is almost done. Tianmi is a little homesick." Tianmi went to Zhuo Zhengfeng and said that she wanted to go back to the valley, but she said, "On the eve of the war, none of your subordinates will leave the military camp." "What do you mean?" "I don't know any secrets. Bai Mukin just works and doesn't talk all day. Does know what he's going to do? The most I can guess is that I want to sneak attack the 2 garrison camps." "Okay." When Tianmi returned to the yard, her aunt brought her food. She ate slowly, since she was not very hungry. Jin Wenwen came over. This girl looked about the same age as Sufian, but her eyes were not as clean as Sufian's. With a decent smile on her face, she said she came to thank Tianmi for saving her eldest brother. Tianmi also said politely, "Miss Jean, you're welcome." Wenwen then said, "Tianda, Wenwen has always liked talented women like you since she was a child. If Wenwen doesn't want to study medicine with you, I will definitely repay your kindness by studying in the future." Tianmi didn't like trouble, not to mention that this girl didn't look like someone who couldn't find a master. She wasn't familiar with her, but she just found her. Tianmi smiled and said, "Miss Jean, you are polite. The study of medicine is passed down from generation to generation, and we do not accept apprentices." This simple suturing technique was only requested by His Highness King Ding to teach military doctors. Jean Wenwen didn't really want to study medicine. She just wanted to find a reason to stay. She did not change because of Tianmi's rejection and continued, "Tianda, you are so busy every day. You have multiple apprentices to help you, and it's good to be a junior. There are not many women in this military camp, leaving Wenwen. There are many people around to keep company, and Wenwen doesn't study in vain. Wenwen is willing to pay 1,000 taels for tuition. Whether she studies well or not, whether she is good or not, is none of Tianda Gareth's business. Just look at Wenwen."
Life.
This attitude really makes Tianmi confused. 1,000 taels is not a small number. Don't rob a lot of money because you don't know the original value of the money. An ordinary family who has 2 taels of silver left over after eating and drinking for a year is a very good family. What does this girl want? It doesn't matter whether you study well or not. It's obviously not for studying medicine. But what she asked for was none of her business. Said politely, "Miss Jean, I can't stay here for more than a few days. I just want to complete the task quietly. I really can't help you." Jean Wenwen's eyes instantly turned cold. She really didn't know how to appreciate her. She is the sister of a 4th-rank official. You, a wild widow, don't know how to cherish your face. She said coldly, "Tianda, things in the world are changing rapidly. There are many friends and many paths." Bai Mukin played a game of chess. Although he was unwilling to use water to attack, Bai Dongyuan was not prepared for this move. So Qinghe counties is the best place to store water. Once this is lost, Bai Dongyuan don't tell me whether it will be sold at a price of or not. Whether it will be sold or not is a question. Therefore, this must be heavily armed. If it hits here, it will become a life and death battle for Bai Dongyuan. Bai Mukin's army rested and reorganized in a county town. After they captured it, they consolidated their battle and strengthened their combat power. Bai Mukin formulated a series of plans. He first sent troops to sneak attack the garrison in the mountains and lure the snake out of the cave. Zheng Feng then led a group of brothers from Qinghe County to attack Qinghe County from the water inlet. After entering Qinghe County, Bai Dongyuan was no longer able to gain a foothold. The key here is that they sneak attack the formation in the valley. They must capture the forces and hold them back when their troops come to help, giving the main force time to enter the city. Bai Dongyuan's is as high as 300,000. It's true that there are many in the fight. They don't really work for him, but they will definitely split up when he loses power. Most of Bai Dongyuan's soldiers have been captured over the past year, and he hates him a lot. And Bai Mukin's vanguard force only has more than 80,000 soldiers, which is a little more than enough. Must calculate this carefully. Why did he bring so little? Why don't you bring the army? This is a logical question. This city in Qinghe County is very special. They send out unexpected troops to protect the southern county of Yuan. However, it was inconvenient for the troops to come and go because it was difficult to walk through the mountains. Therefore, Nannan County must first capture Qinghe County. And he asked Li Xianming to lead the army directly to Nanjun. He first led the advance army to capture Qinghe County and then joined Li Xianming to capture Nanjun directly. The other troops did not need to be fought at all. On the eve of the war, even the air was filled with tension. Bai Mukin and Huang Yuanying worked together to formulate a plan to enter the county based on the actual situation of the previous investigation. Huang Yuanying really knew Qinghe County in detail and helped them a lot. Then this side was handed over to Huang Yuanying, the front man, who was not completely ready yet, Jin Ming. Prepare for war with all your strength. Bai Mukin took Tianmi, Yanzhou, and his bodyguards to Chang'an County in autumn, the county seat where his army was located. Tianmi doesn't understand, go ahead, why should follow you? But when I work part-time, I don't ask questions and don't say anything. Here is managed and trained by Lin Byuku and Chunkup. Lin Byuku is a veteran in his early 40s and is stable. Chunkup is more than 2 meters long and is as long as a wild. He is Bai Mukin's vanguard general. Not only does he is strong, flexible, and has extremely high strength. Scared just looking at him. As soon as Bai Mukin came back, he asked Yu Qiu to take Tianmi to rest. He immediately mobilized the troops and sent the generals to rest first. The generals all gathered together for a meeting. 2 days later, it was 13, and the moonlight was just right, suitable for a night attack. Had been fully prepared in the past 2 days. They were originally preparing for war, but they just wanted to strengthen the details, especially to let a few generals familiarize themselves with the route. Huang Yuanying also found some books for them, and they were familiar with where they were. The whole picture is introduced in detail. Also prepare enough dry food for each soldier. In the blink of an eye, the 13th came, and the atmosphere was somber. Tianmi became the calmest in the county. After hanging out with the boss for so long, it was time to reap the rewards. She got up from her sleep and practiced axing in the yard, watching. Yu Qiudu's hands were oxygenated, and Tianmi started to compete with him. Yu Qiu only knew that Tianmi had superb medical skills. She raised an obedient eagle and was countless times stronger than a scout. It was the first time he knew that she was actually a master. Her strength was really scary. When Tianmi struck with an axe, he blocked it with all his strength. He actually broke the knife. Seeing him staring blankly at her, Tianmi smiled and said, "Produces divine power." Bai Mukin came back for a while and saw them fighting, so he didn't disturb them. He only knew that she was good at it, but he didn't know how good she was. Sure enough, she swung the axe with thunderous force. He was just thinking about whether he should take her with him for a sneak attack. After all, swords have no eyes and there are too many uncertain factors on the battlefield. Seeing that Tianmi won, he walked in with a smile on his face. When Yu Qiu and Tianmi greeted him, he looked away at Yu Qiu. Bai Mukin asked Tianmi, "Would you like to go to the battlefield tonight?" "What do you mean?" "Sister, I have been busy running and running for so long. When it comes time to harvest, you ask me if I want to go. Want to default on your debt?" She replied decisively, "Of course I will go. It is an honor to fight alongside His Highness. But hangs you all hang up is fine." Bai Mukin felt a warm feeling in his heart, and he said, "Then let's go eat and feed Yanzhou well." Tianmi nodded and said yes. Tianmi felt that the tone of this guy's words today was a little strange. Could it be that he was afraid before the war? Bai Mukin's army was divided into 2 parts. He led a sneak attack on the garrison with 50,000, and the front guard led a 30,000 to cooperate with the brothers in the county to attack the water entrance of the county. On the night of June 13th, the bright moon hung high, and the moonlight shone like water on the neatly organized army. The swords on the backs of the soldiers shone coldly in the moonlight. 50,000 troops were silent, and even Yanzhou was quietly hovering in the sky. When the Sioux hour comes, set off on time. Bai Mukin rode high and waved his hand, and Qin led the cavalry to follow him. Tianmi got his order and stayed at his right side, becoming his bodyguard. Bai Mukin and Lin Byuku each led a team of horses. The troops were divided into 2 groups, each responsible for a garrison. They explored a road. Their team was not pure cavalry, only 5,000 cavalry. The whole team marched in a hurry for about 3 hours, leaving half an hour to rest. It was midnight when they arrived at the battlefield. The army marched in a hurry, and the birds and beasts in the forest were frightened and scattered. It was even more powerful in this dark night. This battle is crucial. Everyone gritted their teeth, the cavalry opened the way, and the infantry ran to follow. Except for the sound of horse hooves, footsteps, and the sound of flying birds and animals, there was no sound on the road. Bai Mukin is really strict in his military management. Even Tianmi was infected by this atmosphere and became a little nervous. Yanzu had been flying high at the front, preventing the army from being ambushed. After 2 hours of urgent driving at S house, Yanzu was hovering in the air and no longer moving forward. Bai Mukin asked Su Yuan to rest, eat, and drink water. He asked Tianmi's team to rest together and took Shin Yuqiu to set off alone. Tianmi knew that they were going to deal with scattered sentries, and she didn't want to join in the fun. 2/4 of an hour later, the three of them came back and sat down to eat. June actually felt cold. 1/4 of an hour later, with a wave of Bai Mukin's hand, the horsemen on horseback had already prepared leg harnesses for their horses, and then continued on the road. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Beidongjiwen Valley military camp silently. Chun Gup was as soon as he arrived at the battlefield. He couldn't control himself, so he shouted and rushed, took the lead, and rushed into the military camp. The battle started instantly. The cavalry used sesame oil and lit rockets. As soon as they rushed in, they threw sesame oil at each barracks and set fire to them. The infantry behind them just rushed in to see chop them. Fire suddenly burst into flames in the valley. There were shouts of killing, blood splattered everywhere, and horses whined. The boss, Tianmi, naturally behaved well at the scene. She had long forgotten that she was always on the right side and rushed to the front with Qin. She was extremely fierce and swung her axe to kill him. When Qin saw that was snatching his head, Qin immediately killed him. Even faster, Tianmi was not to be outdone, and the two just fought with a momentum of 200. As the sound of killing here shook, Lin Buku started killing on the other side. These soldiers had been stationed here for more than a month. Usually there was no sound at all, but today suddenly the army came to kill them while they were sleeping. They were left in chaos, and the garrison general Hu Yifei immediately sent 5 horses to Qinghe County to report that there was no loss. Bai Mukin made a mistake and Tianmi rushed to the front. He looked at the direction and led his people to kill from the left and try to surround them into the valley on the right. This valley, many soldiers were suddenly awakened. Instead of resisting, they ran away in panic. Bai Mukin knew that these were just appetizers, and he didn't know when Bai Dongyuan would serve the real hard dishes. Soon Bai Dongyuan got the news that this is indeed a place where you can't lose it. Once it is lost, let alone negotiating with the court, it will become a bargaining chip for a subordinate. In the middle of the night, so cruel and sudden. Fortunately, is also ready for battle at any time. Immediately led 100,000 troops. Those who dared to attack S station must be the army. Bai Mukin probably knew how many people he brought to. This battle is a decisive battle. As long as they are eliminated, Bai Mukin has no capital, so the price can be higher. The fact is, the more painful it is, the higher the price will be. Bai Dongyuan led the army to set off. The battle in the valley was already a small battle. The remaining troops on both sides huddled together, leaving only 3,000 people on both sides to face each other. From the north gate of Qinghe County to the valley station, there is a piece of open land here, which is a good place to dig ponds and store water. The garrison here is to guard against Bai Mukin's attack. The road from Qinghe County to here is steep. Bai Mukin led his troops to guard here, was inferior in numbers, and only had the geographical advantage. This battle must be fought, and it must be fought hard. Everything depends on Zhuo Zhengfeng. Bai Dongyuan is not a vegetarian either. When Jun reached the steepest part of the road, stretched out his hand to make Jun stop. Be quiet, so quiet. Deathly silence. I've been here many times before, and it has never been so quiet. Need I say that? So immediately asked the rear team to change the front team to retreat 2 kilometers and rest on the spot. Did not retreat, but he could surround this. After all, S numerical advantage lies here. If there is no water or food in a few days, it would be strange if Bai Mukin doesn't come to ask for S help. Bai Mukin saw that he had withdrawn, which was troublesome. Fortunately, he didn't withdraw far. Tianmi was a little excited now. She went to the scene to watch them fight in person. She didn't know if Bai Dongyuan sold his father to him. Then I saw Bai Dongyuan's army quickly spread out to surround the building where they were. The war is about to begin. Bai Mukin ordered the fight to begin immediately. He could be surrounded by, but not by. Bai Mukin's purpose was to stall for time. So the two armies started fighting. Bai Mukin had a favorable position, and Bai Dongyuan's army was thick enough. Tianmi wanted to seize the opportunity to show off again, but she was criticized just now for only looking at her waist. Bai Mukin scolded Fang Qi. When she was trying to kill Chun Fanbi indiscriminately, she was summoned by Bai Mukin, who said to her coldly, "My king's orders are for execution." Tianmi then remembered that had told her to stay with. "Don't I just want to show off well so that I can get more credit and earn a good future?" The battle has never stopped since the beginning. Both sides are fighting on wheels. One wants to trap them to death, and the other wants to drag them down. I really dare not look closely at the war scenes of this era. The smell of blood in the air is so strong that it makes me sick. The ground were piled from feet to waist. The two sides were fighting hard to separate each other. Bai Dongyuan also made up his mind to fight. There were far more people than Bai Mukin. Bai Mukin's soldiers suffered a lot of losses in that moment. Bai Mukin compressed his team once in the afternoon and moved his command post about a mile back from his waist. The battle still continued, with every attack on the body. Tianmi, Mr. Zhang, and his two apprentices were very busy, constantly disinfecting the injured, stopping the bleeding and suturing. It wasn't until Bai Dongyuan got the news in the afternoon that Qinghe County was lost that he realized his dream. He closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them again, his eyes were filled with the cold light of despair. There is no way out. A rascal who lost his city will be a useless chess piece when he returns to Nanjun. After carefully observing the command post at the waist, it was Bai Mukin himself. If Qinghe County lost it, it would be lost. As long as Bai Mukin himself was caught, would still be the winner. Bai Dongyuan gathered the remaining soldiers together and shouted, "Soldiers, if you capture Bai Mukin alive, you will be rewarded with 100,000 taels of silver, and you will be promoted to a higher rank." Everyone's eyes widened. "Don't worry about anyone else. Just capture Bai Mukin alive." "General Bai, what does Bai Mukin look like?" Bai Dongyuan said, "Is a handsome pretty boy. Catch Bai Mukin alive. Capture the handsome pretty boy alive." The sound was loud. This is a sharp sword. Straight to the heart. Grandma's bear. Tianmi was frightened by the cry. "Please describe it clearly." "It's a tall and handsome pretty boy. She is the only one here. Bai Mukin is the handsome pretty boy, she is the little one, and Bai Mukin is the tall one." The problem is that Bai Dongyuan didn't describe this matter. Bai Mukin instantly knew that Qinghe County had been captured and understood Bai Dongyuan's thoughts. So, he responded quickly. "The soldiers are no longer our targets. Let them resist first, and then withdraw to Qinghe County." Took Tianmi to ride a horse, and the two rode away immediately. "As long as we enter this depth, it will be difficult for them to catch him, and they can let other soldiers escape and end this will battle." Tianmi ran after, but she was not worried at all. She was not afraid of being caught. The boss must have seen it. When you are being chased and running for your life, who is there to protect you? Bai Dongyuan led the cavalry like a sharp sword to tear open the gap in the defense in an instant and rushed straight towards Bai Mukin. He was very fast and bit the two of them in one fell swoop. Bai Dongyuan met Bai Mukin a few years ago and recognized him. The two of them hurriedly ran along the trees. Bai Dongyuan and the others kept their teeth tight and stared at their backs. Soon they left the battlefield. Bai Mukin headed into the dense forest. Bai Dongyuan could no longer see them. They only listened to the sound of horse hooves. Their speed slowed down. Bai Mukin asked Tianmi to vault the horse, and then jumped down. Let the horse continue to run forward. "Grandma, such a high-risk move." She gritted her teeth and jumped down, almost falling. Bai Mukin rushed to catch her, and they rolled into a bush together. Bai Dongyuan's people chased after them. They didn't even dare to breathe, but Bai Dongyuan continued to chase the sound of horse hooves. She saw them chasing away, only to find that she was clinging to Bai Mukin's body. This posture instantly reminded her of what happened that night. She hurriedly got up, but was stopped by Bai Mukin. "Pulled. Don't move." The sound of horse hooves came from behind again. Tian-mi quickly stood still. A strange feeling made Bai Mukin very happy. Ever since he was taken advantage of by that fat man, he especially hated being touched by women. When my father ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor, he returned to the capital. His mother often held palace banquets. The ladies from the official family came close to him, but they were tired of staying away from them. Once, a woman almost fell down due to a fall, and she was kicked by Ben. Kicked all the way. Looking at Tian-mi with a peach-like face, had the urge to kiss her. Bai Mukin never thought in his life that he would be rejected. Not to mention his identity. So many ladies were obsessed with his appearance. That fat man just looked at him and stared straight into his eyes. Give him the medicine directly. There is no doubt that he, Bai Mukin, is proud and immediately calmed down after being rejected. Nonchalantly, let's go quickly. They will find out soon and chase them back. Then he ran forward, and Tian-mi had no choice but to follow. What does this mean? Now that you're done, do you want to take advantage of the situation? After a night of escaping in the dense forest, they finally escaped to Qinghe County in the early morning of the third day. When entering the city, Tian-mi said goodbye to Bai Mukin, saying that she would not go home for many days and went back first to avoid worrying about her family. Bai Mukin nodded. Looking at the back of this woman who was as dazzling as the sun, the light in Bai Mukin's eyes dimmed. Master Kongming said that his romance was something he could not refuse. Needless to say, it was that fat man. Tian-mi would reject him, probably because they are not destined for each other. It's really a bad relationship. I want to find her and solve it. I don't know why after they met that month, he didn't have so much resentment, but he also wanted to beat her up to vent his anger. Why was it always him? Suffer. When Tian-mi came back to the valley had changed a lot. Although the peaches and other fruits in the courtyard were not yet ripe, they were all grown. Sister Minghui and Su Fian were holding their 2 children in the vegetable field, cucumbers and tomatoes. Chili peppers and green beans are both edible. When they saw Tian-mi coming back, they ran back happily. Su Fian shouted, "Sister Tian-mi, you are finally back." Tian-mi happily took Tian-mei from her hand and kissed her chubby little face. "Baby, do you miss your mother?" Oda-mei opened her little mouth and talked to Tian-mi. Her eyes were full of little stars. I really admired her to death. Su Fian said, "I thought, when you first left, you cried if you didn't see your mother."
There are so many of them.
Sister Minghui also brought Tianlin. Tian-mi handed Tian-mei to Su Fian and hugged Tianlin for a kiss. He smiled with his toothless mouth. "Which I love you so much." Seeing this, Tian-mi felt that she would do anything for them and was not tired at all. Tian-mi said, "If we call from Qinghe County, we will be able to arrange our lives here in a few days." Sister Minghui said, "Everyone is ready. Every household in Fengqiu village is taking care of the fields. If you still have time, go dig herbs and pick wild mushrooms." Bai Mukin's county office, Huang Yuanying and Zhuo Zhengfeng reported the situation here one by one. Bai Dongyuan's loss to Qinghe County was so sudden that many things were not moved. They received a large amount of materials and did not have much cash. I don't know. Where is Bai Dongyuan hiding? Not long after, Yanzu came back with her horse, and Bai Mukin's horse came at the same time. Thinking of Bai Mukin Tian-mi, she still felt a little melancholy.
Pass.
Tian-mi is relatively sensible. She doesn't want to mess with him because of his status, otherwise she might lose her baby or her life. No matter how good-looking the little brother is, he can't compare with her baby and her life. Qinghe County had just arrived, and the city gates hadn't opened so soon. Tian-mi spent time with her children at home, went hunting in the mountains, and prepared a few dishes. The vegetables were all ripe. Although the watermelons were not yet fully ripe, they had already grown very big. They could pick and eat the tomatoes and cucumbers. They ate only the peppers and never ate them again. They were all suspicious. This is poisonous. So Tian-mi used chili peppers to cook several dishes for everyone these days. You said this. Most of the vegetables in this era were cooked or eaten raw. Fortunately, they cooked the green beans, otherwise they would be really poisonous. She stir-fried several dishes, and everyone was sweating profusely and didn't even want to use chopsticks. Tian Dabiao wiped his sweat while eating and said, "My dear, this dish is so delicious." Tianmi smiled and said, "Dad, this isn't hot, it's spicy." Tian Dabiao laughed loudly and said, "My daughter is right. When Qinghe County opens its gates, we can open a small restaurant. Business will definitely be good. If you want to open a big restaurant, who cares about a small restaurant? Grandma is a careful person. She always feels that the granddaughter in front of her has become a big surprise. But fortunately, she has changed for the better. She is truly blessed by her ancestors. Otherwise, she would have been as simple-minded as before, and she would worry even if she closed her eyes." Tianmi came to Qinghe County on horseback, and she also brought Bai Mukin's horse with her. Because she suddenly entered the city, there were many Bai Dongyuan soldiers inside that needed to be cleaned up, so Qinghe County could not open the city gate for the time being, and others could not get in, but Tianmi was still able to enter. She told the soldiers guarding the city gate that she was Dr. Tian and that the horse belonged to the Dingwang Palace, and she wanted to return it to him. Tianmi was waiting at the city gate and let her in soon. Tianmi handed the horse to the golden inscription guarding the safety of the county government office and went to find Huang Yuanying. He was the one who was most familiar with Qinghe County here. She went directly to the Huya to find Huang Yuanying. How pitiful he was. Being used as an ox and a horse by Bai Mukin, he was too busy these days to keep his feet off the ground. Hearing that Tianmi came to him, he was happy to pick her up in person and go to his living room. He smiled and asked, "Tianmi, are you okay? Is the valley okay?" Tianmi said, "Everything is fine." Then she said the reason for her visit. "Are there any houses or shops for sale in Qinghe County now? I want to buy some." This is true, quite a lot. Bai Dongyuan has seized a lot of family property. Very few of these are still alive. These useless things are all returned to the court and will be sold on the market. These things are within his scope of responsibility, and the price there is a range. As long as it's within this range, that's fine. When Huang Yuanying saw that Tianmi wanted to buy, he asked his subordinates to get the dossier. He wrote down the location and price, and he accompanied her to pick. He was too busy these days, and it was time to go out and take a breath, so he happened to accompany Tianmi to pick shops and houses. Bai Mukin heard that Tianmi came to return his horse. He was unhappy because she rejected him that day. There was a cold light on his face and eyes. He was still thinking about meeting her later. His attitude could no longer be as good as before. He continued to be busy with official duties and couldn't let her feel that he was waiting for her. He would not see her coming when he waited for her, and he would not see her come when he waited for her. More than half an hour passed, but there was no sign of her. He asked Yu Qiu, "Where is S horse?" Yu Qiu replied, "In the palace. The horse leading the backyard is the horse of the palace." Bai Mukin suddenly asked, "Where is Dr. Tian?" When Jin Mingwen handed the horse over to him, he actually asked this question. After all, he had fought against Tianmi and went to the battlefield together, so he still cared about her. He replied, "I heard General Jin said he was looking for Huangda." Bai Mukin's eyes became colder, and his hands clenched his fists unconsciously. Tianmi and Huang Yuanying visited many houses and shops in good locations. Every time they visited, Huang Yuanying introduced to her, who lived there before, what the shop used to do and how the business was. They were very detailed and reported to her. Are also the lowest price in the price range. Tianmi immediately booked a shop and 3 houses, all of which were very close together. In this era, a shop is a value-added asset. It doesn't matter whether she rents it out or sells it in the future. She took out the banknote from her bag and gave it to Huang Yuanying, then went back to the yamen with him to apply for the land deed. Take out so many banknotes without blinking an eye, Huang Yuanying was speechless. She said that she was so generous to put so many banknotes in her bag, so casually. Huang Yuanying handled it for her personally, and the speed was quite fast. Then Tianmi said goodbye to him and left. Huang Yuanying saw her off at the gate of the county government office and watched her leave on horseback. When Bai Mukin came out, he only saw Tianmi's retreating back and Huang Yuanying with a silly smile on his face. Bai Mukin asked coldly, "Is the matter done?" Huang Yuanying immediately saluted and replied, "Your Highness, we can count them tomorrow." "Then, why don't you go quickly?" Huang Yuanying replied, "Yes." As he was about to say goodbye and leave, Bai Mukin asked again, "Do you have something to do here, Dr. Tian?" Huang Yuanying replied, "Tianmi is here to buy some shops and houses." Bai Mukin turned around and left. He remembered that the money for the medicine bought by the military camp had not been paid to her yet, and rewards based on merit would have to wait until the battle was over, but the money owed could be paid to her first. When Tianmi returned to the valley, the meal was ready. Everyone ate together and talked about what to do after Qinghe County was open to the city. The eldest uncle said, "My brother and I will go to the drugstore to find a job first. After saving some money, we can rent a shop and open a drugstore. Let us take our time. It's good that every member of the family survived during this famine." Second Uncle Su said, "My family still has some money. Let's go to the city to rent a place to live and find a job. After we figure out the way, we can still do business. Don't worry, everyone." Uncle Chui and Uncle Meng and Uncle Lu both said that they should go to the city first to find something to do and learn about the ways. Tianmi ate her meal and listened to their arrangements. This atmosphere full of life and hope made Tianmi feel very comfortable. Tianmi said, "Some time ago, I went out and encountered a bandit den. I robbed them, got some money, and bought a few shops and houses. I was going to do business. My uncles, and brothers went to find trouble with others. If you don't do it, you might as well help." Everyone looked at her in surprise with their food in their mouths. "We all lived together in the mountains. When did you become a rich woman?" Aunt Feng was the first to cry out happily. "Oh," said that Mir is doing great things and is lucky. Everyone was surprised. "Are you going to fight bandits again? Bandits are so easy to do." Su Fian shouted in surprise, "Sister Tianmi, you don't bring a." Another good show was missed. Tian Dabiao asked, "Daughter, it's so dangerous to do things like banditry. How can you go by yourself?" Grandma also said, "You stupid girl, what should you do if something happens?" Tianmi smiled and said, "It's okay, there aren't many of them, so I robbed them and ran away." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The uncle asked, "Mir, what kind of business do you want to do?" Tianmi said, "First open a drugstore, a restaurant, and then a beauty shop. We will look at other things later. If your uncles have other businesses, I can also invest money for you and do it together." Everyone was so shocked this time that they couldn't close their mouths from ear to ear. "When did you become such a rich woman?" Tianmi is very satisfied with everyone's appearance. After being an invisible rich woman for so long, she finally enjoys the light of a rich woman. It took a while for everyone to come back to their senses and burst out laughing. "Ouch. When I have something to do in the future, I will feel more at ease." These people used to work together as escorts, and they were all uncles and brothers. They had a deep relationship with each other. After the death of the original mistress, they basically went to and ate at whichever house they wanted. When they left, they were afraid that she would be hungry. Pack a satchel. Children without mothers should take more care of them. This family didn't know she ate at that place, and that family didn't know she ate at this place. As a result, she couldn't finish it all day long. Said happily, "Okay, when Qinghe County is opened, we will go over and open the shop. We must prepare what is needed first. Dear uncles, aunts, and sisters-in-law, you are the happiest. Although you can still make money by running escorts, you have been away for several months, and you are always worried about their safety. Now it is better, and it is much safer to open a shop with Mir. Well, who wants to stay alone in an empty room all day long?" Uncle Su is the most suitable person to be the shopkeeper of the restaurant. Tianmi is just afraid that he still has other things he wants to do. They are both old, and it will be hard to run escorts. Opening a restaurant with her is what she wants. "This is the happiest day since I came to this valley. I have made arrangements for my future life before I leave the valley. As long as I follow Tianmi well, this kid will be successful. The future is promising." After dinner, everyone went about their business. Sister Minghui and Fian Miao Miao didn't know where to take their two babies to play. Tian Dabiao coquettishly seemed to have something to say. Tian Mi probably guessed what he wanted to say. Dad, do you have something to say? Tian Dabiao groaned and said, Mir, Dad. Dad. He stole a glance at Tian Mi, and his father didn't come out for a long time. Tian Mi was very funny. It's not a shameful thing to marry another wife. Dad, tell me what's going on. Tian Dabiao suppressed his blush before saying, What do you think if Dad, find you a mother to take care of you? Tian Mi immediately said, Okay. Our family is too small. It's time for Dad to find another mother. I think Sister Minghui is very good.
What does Dad think?
Tian Dabiao let out a surprised sound, nodded silently, and said, Yes. Very good. His dark brown face turned red and black. Tian Mi suppressed her smile and said, That's great. Go tell your grandmother and two uncles and ask Sister Minghui what she means. Tian Dabiao nodded and ran away embarrassedly. Tian Mi laughed until he was far away. The old man was still so shy about falling in love. Tian Mizai shouted, Sister Minghui, come out soon. Sister Minghui just walked out from the back corner with a red face. She was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look at Tian Mi and asked in a voice, When did you know about it? Tian Mi smiled and said, My mother has been gone for more than 4 years. It's time for me to get another wife. Sister Minghui, don't look at his carelessness at first, but he is very kind to others. Sister Minghui certainly knew. She gave Tian Mi a look and said, You ghost. Grandma's family are reasonable people, and they probably wouldn't object if Dad wanted to marry again. Daddy's remarriage is basically done. Only Huang Yuanying doesn't know yet. Bai Mukin wanted to clear out all Bai Dongyuan's people. Among them was Su Yinzhou.
He was a smart man.
When he was captured in Qinghe County, he hid with his family, but he couldn't get out of the city and was eventually arrested. Even his mother and Zhou Rongrong were arrested. Bai Dongyuan's people had to undergo strict scrutiny. In serious cases, they would be directly executed or exiled. In less serious cases, they would be sold as slaves. Speaking of Su Yinzhou, he was really unlucky. He actually thought Bai Dongyuan's plan to sell his father was a good one, but as those who knew the plan, his family would probably be silenced afterwards. After all, this is a very big deal. Unless he has a big handle on Bai Dongyuan so that he cannot kill him or even kill him, then he will also betray his father and let Bai Dongyuan know about it clearly. The best thing is sell it to him. It's a pity that the plan couldn't keep up with the change, and his father is gone. So if he wants to survive, he will only sell Bai Dongyuan, but he has no way. He's secretly mastered many of Bai Dongyuan's city defense weaknesses, but he hasn't found anyone to give them to, and Qinghe County has been broken. Tian Mi compared the people in this area in her previous life who loved chili peppers and fish. She made a special trip to catch fish at the foot of the mountain to prepare a few signature dishes. Su Fian usually cared about the lives of the two babies, but today she heard Tian Mi tell her to go catch fish, and directly handed Tian Mi to Chen Miao Miao. Chen Miao Miao directly gave it to her mother and followed Tian Mi and Su with the wooden bucket. Fian is here. Tian Mi carried the axe and Su Fian carried the barrel. Tian Mi first cut bamboo to make a fish cage. This fish cage is of a high standard. Tian Mi learned it from a fisherman grandfather when she traveled in her previous life. The belly of the fish cage is big and long, and the mouth is big, but it isn't as easy for the fish to enter the opening where the bamboo strips are inserted inwards. It will slip in quickly, but it will be very difficult to come out. The resistance is very high. The bridle has a few handles made of bamboo strips. When there is a fish inside, it will slide in. Get up. Then I dug up a lot of earthworms, soaked them quietly in some Lingquan water, and then wrapped them with thin bamboo strips and hung them in a cage. Dozens of earthworms were placed in a cage. Su Fian and Chen Miao Miao were very excited to see them. Su Fian admired Tian Mi so much. Sister Tian Mi, you are so amazing. You can do everything. Chen Miao Miao nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, I can even fish cages. Tian Mi's feeling is overwhelming. The river at the foot of the mountain was still very deep. Fortunately, The water flow was not fast. Tianmi chose a spot and put a stone in the fish cage to sink to the bottom of the water, and then waited quietly. Gone to the city after the opening of the city. She carefully recalled the process of meeting Bai Mukun that day. The other person Bai Mukun should not have met. He was in a coma at the time and woke up later. When I came, I only saw the original owners, Tian Dabiao and Aunt Feng. I want to laugh when I think of that day. The original owner found. He was gagged and tied with a rope, lying unconscious in the corner. He looked as if was a sleeping fairy. The original owner hurriedly called everyone to take a look. Bai is so handsome, so good-looking. The original owner's eyes were straightened, and he just stopped drooling. Tian Dabiao immediately said, "Then let be your husband." Everyone else nodded. Yes, yes. Aunt Feng said, "Our eldest sister is so beautiful that she should have a handsome husband." The original owner was as shy as a 250-pound kid. Tian Dabiao had just been elected as the head of the family at that time, and the original owner had just been promoted to the eldest sister. Then asked everyone to rest. Tian Dabiao and the original owner Aunt Feng were ready to wait for to wake up and announce the good news too. Not long after, I was frightened by the strange person in front of me. After they fled the famine and were scattered by the refugees, they lived a very miserable life. So everyone was not good-looking, it was messy and dirty. Tian Dabiao said, "Young man, you are lucky. The bandit has been killed by us. You are safe. Now I am the boss here. Young man, you have a double happiness kiss." Bai Mukun's eyes widened with anger, and he shook his head desperately. Tian Dabiao doesn't care whether agrees or not. Has just become the boss, which is the time to make a breakthrough. Pointed at the original owner and said, "This is my daughter, and you are her husband." Bai Mukun glanced at the original owner and shook his head faster than a rattle. The original owner suddenly became unhappy, and his mouth became angry. Aunt Feng felt hurt when she saw it, and immediately took her family's magic weapon for raising pigs. She thought that pigs would give birth to more pigs, so she took some of this medicine. She said, "Master, don't talk nonsense too. I have some medicine for pig breeding. Let drink some, and everything will be fine." Tian Dabiao nodded and said yes. Bai Mukun is going crazy. Where did this madman come from? Can't he understand human speech? I strongly feel the feeling of being bullied by a dog when the tiger falls on the plane. After a while, Aunt Feng brought the medicine for flushing. Bai Mukun cursed, "You bunch of unruly people. Do you know who I am?" Before he finished speaking, Tian Dabiao punched him on the forehead. "Do your father's people know who is the boss now?" Bai Mukun, who was still dizzy at first, became even more dizzy. Tian Dabiao picked up the bowl in Aunt Feng's hand and poured it into the bowl.
Why?
Tian Mi didn't even think about it. Never let Bai Mukun see Tian Dabiao and Aunt Feng. This breath is probably not easy to swallow. The two girls, Su Fian and Chen Miao, stared at the cage under the water, excited and nervous. Chen Miao Miao shouted, "Cousin, I saw a fish go in."
Ha ha ha.
His face was flushed with excitement, and his eyes were filled with tiny lights. Su Fian, doing anything with Sister Tianmi is fun. After waiting for almost half an hour, Tianmi felt that it was almost done. She lifted the cage and filled it with a cage full of fish. Su Fian and Chen Miao Miao were stunned. Is this fish so easy to catch? So many fish in this cage. Otherwise, I'm afraid the cage will be damaged. Tianmi quickly carried the cage to the shore and tipped it on. The two girls were so excited that they quickly put it into the bucket. They looked happier picking up fish than gold. Get rich, get rich. Tianmi took advantage of them not paying attention and moved into the space. The two of them loaded a bucket each, and there was still some in Tianmi's cage, and then they went back happily. The bucket was so heavy that they were exhausted, but they were still alive. After we went back, everyone couldn't believe it when they saw so many fish, my God. Are the fish here so easy to catch? What a good recipe. Tianmi cut off the head of the big-headed fish separately, then made the fish head with chopped pepper, cut the fish body into pieces, and made braised fish cubes. Slice grass carp and make pickled fish. Crucian carp is used as pan-fried fish, and carp is used as braised fish. There was still too much, so everyone worked together to process the fish according to Tianmi's instructions. This much fish offal alone was enough to make a fish offal pot. There are very few fish that are particularly delicious these days, so fish has never been the main dish. There were too many fish and the weather couldn't handle it, so Tianmi made some fish meatballs to make soup. At noon, I made several large fish feasts and brought a lot of them to Fengqiu village. Everyone who ate it praised it. They had never eaten such delicious fish before. They really didn't expect that there are so many ways to eat fish. Uncle Su was very excited and said, "Mir, these dishes are here. This restaurant must be doing a booming business." Was still a little uneasy when he first heard Tianmi's suggestion that be the restaurant manager. Although had some experience running a accompaniment agency with S father, he had never managed a restaurant and was afraid that Tianmi's restaurant would lose money. Tianmi smiled and said, "Uncle Su, yes, our dishes are not limited to these." Aunt Bai smiled and said, "You don't know. I heard you say that I would run the restaurant. I'm afraid that if I don't do well, I'll lose your money. I've been thinking about how to make money every day these days." Everyone laughed. Uncle Su asked the boss of Tianmi restaurant in detail how many people were needed, and together with Tianmi, he selected a few nephews to be the waiters in the restaurant and Uncle Lu to be the accountant. Choose a few aunts and sisters-in-law to help in the kitchen. Chef Tianmi now asks Aunt Feng, Uncle Chui, and Uncle Meng to learn from her individually. They're very good at cooking together. Tianmi and Su Ershu discussed the profit of the restaurant and said that would make money and bonuses for the S. Uncle Su had never heard of such a thing as giving profits to the shopkeeper and employees. Despite repeated objections, Tianmi told that she would not have much time and energy to spend here. This restaurant is for everyone to build together and is a family business for everyone. Tianmi said, "The shopkeeper is in charge of the overall situation and has a lot of things to do. You share everything. The chefs have a lot to do, so they share it and the other guys share it. They are not outsiders and we handle things together."
Do your best.
Uncle Su is kind and generous. At this moment, I feel that Tianmi is more generous and dignified. The other are also arranged, the fish we will need in the future. There is a lot of meat and all kinds of things. Aunt Feng will be able to raise pigs after becoming a chef. She has to do all these things. During dinner in the evening, my grandmother told everyone that the second cousin's marriage was scheduled for Tuesday and that Tian Dabiao and Huang Minghui were also scheduled. Grandma said that we would have a big party together. After Huang Minghui and Huang Yuaning discussed it, the whole valley had a good meal together. Everyone was lively and happy. Later, Huang Yuaning and Zhuo Zhengfeng came to the valley together. Huang Yuaning looked particularly energetic, carrying large and small bags on horseback, and felt refreshed. On the way, Zhuo Zhengfeng teased, "Huangda is in high spirits during happy events. What good thing are you doing?" Thought that was just going to pick up his sister, but now it looks like is obvious. Huang Yuaning smiled shyly and said, "I propose marriage to Uncle Tian today. Uncle Zhuo, please speak for me." "Thank you very much." Zhuo Zhengfeng laughed loudly. He really liked Huang Yuaning and felt that marrying Tianmi was a wrong choice, so he immediately agreed. Zhuo Zhengfeng came to the valley to talk to Tianmi about something, and he also came to deliver banknotes. The two came, Tianmi entertained them with great enthusiasm, made loquat paste for them, and even picked small tomatoes. Before Huang Yuaning could say anything to Tian Dabiao told Huang Minghui about their marriage. The smile on Huang Yuaning's face was stiff with excitement, and Zhuo Zhengfeng drank the sweet loquat ointment and sprayed it directly. "Come out. This is also a wrong marriage and cannot be opposed." Zhuo Zhengfeng asked Tianmi about something. He gave the banknote to Tianmi and said, "Bai Dongyuan saw traces after running deep into the mountains that day. Can you ask Yanzu to help look for it? Now the people in the city have been cleared. The city gate will be open tomorrow, but Bai Dongyuan is always a hidden danger. Is afraid that will come to Qinghe County. Has no ability and has been defeated like a mountain since ancient times. However, he is afraid that when Bai Mukin goes to Nanjunqing, will suddenly come to kill him, which will cause trouble. What's more, this grandson has a lot of silver, and he knows where he is hiding it. Zhua Zhengfeng didn't tell Tianmi about this. It was an internal secret. Tianmi nodded and said no problem. Like Bai Dongyuan might go to Nanjun to bury his father. Generally speaking, he could go to another country, hide his name anonymously, or go up to the mountains to become a bandit. Tianmi guessed that there must be a way out. If you sell your father to Chengdu, you will leave some money, but you know where he will hide it? In terms of geographical location, it is not possible to go abroad, but it is too far from the border. The possibilities in the mountains are great. Zhua Zhengfeng and Huang Yuanying just left in the afternoon. Watching Huang Yuanying come happily and go back listlessly, Zhua Zhengfeng tried his best not to laugh. Comforted and said, Tian Dabiao is a good man and will take good care of your sister. It's really difficult for Bai Mukin to find that fat guy. He doesn't have any clues at all. She may also flee to Nanjun. Think of a way to make that fat take care of himself wherever he goes. That is, Zhang reported that the surname in King Yu's fiefdom has suffered in the past 2 years, and now he is praying for the surname in this place. In this fiefdom, lucky men and lucky girls are selected to hold blessing activities. The lucky man weighs more than 300 kilograms, and the lucky girl weighs more than 200 kilograms. The age limit is under 22 years old. The chosen one will be rewarded with 2,000 taels of silver, and he must win Nanjun as soon as possible. The same notice. 2,000 taels, Fatty will definitely hold back and come to get it. Catch you too. Thinking about Tianmi, I still felt a little sour in my heart, and I was always worried about her rejection. She didn't even come to see her when she came to the county government office, but it actually made her very happy. If we really have no chance, we will be extremely disappointed if we think about this. In the afternoon, Zhua Zhengfeng came back to report that the matter was done, and Tianmi said there was no problem. Seeing Zhua Zhengfeng's strange expression, he asked, what happened? Zhua Zhengfeng couldn't help but laugh all the way. He said with a smile, that little Huang Yuanying is so pitiful. She happily wanted to go to Tian's house to propose marriage, but Tianmi's father and sister got married and planned to get married on the same day. It turns out that is Tianmi's uncle. Both of them couldn't help laughing. Things are so unpredictable. Bai Mukin was so angry that even though it was better than in everything, we knew each other earlier. What if had already known the meaning of? Huang Yuanying had no chance, and she was a little envious of Tianmi's dead husband. She knew what kind of husband he was, and he could win her favor. In the evening, Tianmi came to Tian Dabiao, and Aunt Feng said, Dad, Aunt Feng, the man in the bandit's den is a high official in Qinghe County. You are going to the city in the next few days. You can go into the city after he leaves. Tianmi dared to say that he was a prince, but he was afraid of scaring everyone to death. Said in surprise, he is really an ordinary person. Oh my God. Fortunately, I was running at that time. Who would think that it would be so serious if I wanted to sleep?
Tianmi nodded.
Tian Dabiao was also frightened and said, okay, we'll go there later. Senior officials dare to offend those who dare to offend them. The city gate was open the next day. The people in the valley were extremely excited. Tianmi led everyone to carry things from the mountains and tied them to their horses to prepare for entering the city. Tian Dabiao and Aunt Feng stayed in the valley to take care of the 2 little treasures. Our team has only a few horses, more than 30 horses. Except for the army, there are not so many horses among civilians. But it doesn't matter to Tianmi. She is now the backstage manager of. She told Zhua Zhengfeng yesterday and said it was no problem. We'll make arrangements and won't embarrass her. It's so cool backstage. At the city gate, I saw many people crowding the wall next to the city gate to read the advertisements, and there was a lively crowd. Everyone was talking a lot. His Royal Highness King Ding is really a bodhisattva. He wants the people to find lucky men and lucky girls to pray for everyone.
Oh.
Is that so? Where are the 2,000 taels? Why doesn't my family have a pound of gold? It's a matter of getting rich.
Hey.
Where can I find anyone over 22 years old in this day and age? Too difficult.
Ha ha ha.
Tianmi sneered when she heard this. Don't even think about looking for me in your lifetime. I can see through every little trick at a glance. 3 houses, the largest one is Tianmi's family, the other 2 grandmothers live in one house, and Uncle Su and his wife live in one house. The horses were left with Uncle Su's second uncle, 2 with my grandmother, and all the other horses were left with Tianmi. Several of the mares were pregnant with foals. Now everyone is placing her things in Tianmi's house first. Then take them to their homes for placement. Today I mainly focus on moving things and finding a place. Tomorrow I will start looking for a store to decorate. The drugstore is okay, the decoration is simple, and the 2 uncles are in charge of it, so it will be ready soon. The person who decorated the store was recommended by Huang Yuanying, who knows more about these things. The restaurant is a 3-story high-rise building. It used to be a restaurant, but it was ruined. It needs to be renovated, and Uncle Su is responsible for it. Tianmi wanted to give some money to everyone, and Uncle Su said, "From now on, each family will have to live their own lives. Everyone will pay back some of the money they have given, and I can borrow it from you." The money for the decoration was paid by Tianmi. In the drugstore, Tianmi accounts for 70%, and uncles account for 30%. Basically, Tianmi needs to worry too much. For the time being, we will build a restaurant and a drugstore first, and then we will build a beauty shop after these 2 are opened. Although Qinghe County is said to have opened up, it is still very depressed. It may not recover so quickly. Su Fian and Chun Miao Miao came to Tianmi's house to help. She had to brew soy sauce and vinegar first. The number in the space is limited, and it is difficult to take them for no reason. Fortunately, the kitchen in the house is quite complete, so it is not too difficult to make these 2. It just takes time. The 4 of them will stay here tonight. In this era, there are raw materials such as sorghum and soybeans, and Tianmi's space has collected a lot of them from the bandits' dens. She also asked the 3 of them to tidy up the room first. She went to buy some things and came back. She still had some luck. At least the porcelain shop still had a large vat that Mr. Da had good. Tianmi immediately bought 10 of them and asked them to give them to her. The boss was very happy when he went to the house. On the first day of opening the city gate today, he received a big order. Tianmi looked around, and then the ingredients were ready. The 4 of them were steaming and mixing, starting from the night before. After letting it cool, Tianmi silently added a little Lingquan water. By the second day, they had made a total of 8 jars, 5 jars of soy sauce, vinegar jar. Then it's time to give it up. Su Fian asked, "Sister Tianmi, what are these?" Tianmi said, "I saw something written in a strange book before, and I knew it was successful." Su Fian and Chun Miao Miao went home, while Tianmi and Sister Minghui returned to the valley. The money for decoration was given to Uncle Su and Uncle Su last night. Tianmi's next time was to take Yanzu to look for Bai Dongyuan and catch some prey to put in the space. It was also time to prepare for the wedding banquet of the 4 of them, which was scheduled for 5 days. Tianmi gave Sister Minghui 500 taels of silver and asked her to take care of the family and then made her fortune. According to Tianmi's current position, if Bai Dongyuan wants to hide in the mountains, he can only go to the west because there are endless mountains in the west. Tianmi also went to the west and asked Yanzu to look for it in the west. Snakes, wild sheep, rabbits, deer, and wild boars encountered on the road all come into the space. Precious Chinese medicines are also spared. There was no trace of Bai Dongyuan the whole day. Tianmi rested in the space at night. In this deep mountain and old forest, she could hear wolves howling from time to time. The next day, Tianmi had already arrived at an inaccessible place and encountered a large herd of wild sheep and bison. There were more than 500 sheep and more than 100 bison. She took half of each into the space without any hesitation. Inside,
Get rich.
when the time comes, she will find someone to raise them, and just milking them will be enough for her to open a beauty shop and develop other products. She will be a rich woman. After riding west until the evening glow turned the entire sky red, Yanzu flew back and took her south. It was obvious that he had found traces of humans in the south direction. Finally, there are some signs. Tianmi is so happy. How did that guy Bai Dongyuan hide his things so far away? After riding for more than 20 miles, it was almost dark, and Yanzu slowly stopped. Tianmi dismounted, put into the space, and carefully dived forward. She could already vaguely see some people in front of her. Bright light. This is a long and narrow valley formed by two large mountains. They dug hundreds of caves, large and small, in the two mountains. They also used the dug to build a wall. The wall was only more than 2 meters high. It should be to protect against wild beasts. Bai Dongyuan wanted to hide in such a deep mountain to cause trouble again. He probably wanted to change his name and identity after hiding for a few years. Tianmi came to work for Bai Mukin for free. She also wanted to know where Bai Dongyuan's escape route was. She wanted to steal his escape route. When I came outside the wall, I heard the sounds of eating and drinking inside. With Bai Dongyuan's defeat, his soldiers gradually abandoned him. In the end, those who were willing to follow him to this deep mountain had no way out and were absolute loyalists. But there were only more than 200 people. When they got here, everyone realized that Bai Dongyuan had prepared a lot. There were enough food and supplies for them to last for several years, and there were even nearly 100 women. They just settled here temporarily. Obviously, Bai Dongyuan's money is kept in a place that only he knows. So cunning. Inside the wall, people were roasting meat and drinking wine. In this deep mountain, it was easy for a man to go hunting. Bai Dongyuan hugged 2 women on the left and right, and many other people also hugged a woman, eating and drinking. In this mountain, you have to work hard to be happy. Yes. General, I'm afraid that Nanjunqing will also be defended. Then they may not have such a happy life. Ha ha ha. Bai Dongyuan said, since brothers have followed me, I will naturally treat you badly. In a few years, this matter will fade away and we will make a comeback. The other brothers can also rest assured. After a while, we will go to the mountains and give you one. Pick a girl to come back and serve you well. A group of people immediately became lively, and they poured wine into the mouths of the neatly dressed women around them. The firelight flickered, reflecting the desperados in the valley. Gradually, only the screams and gasps of women were left in the valley. Finally, in the dead of night, Tianmi began to plan that as long as she collected everything in the valley, Bai Dongyuan would go to where he hid the things to get them. She first quietly climbed over the fence. This place was inaccessible, and there was a fence, so no one was keeping watch. They threw poison into each cave, then put on gas masks and entered the cave to collect their food, wine, cloth, medicinal materials, weapons, horses, and other things into the space. Really little food, such as millet, wheat, soybeans, etc. There seemed to be about 400 people in Tianmi in this valley, enough to feed them for 5 or 6 years. They actually have more than 200 horses, and there are horses behind the entire valley. Tianmi didn't hurt anyone. She just wanted Bai Dongyuan to be suspicious. Then he asked Yanzu to remember Bai Dongyuan's appearance. Then left. Sure enough, the valley exploded the next day. Bai Dongyuan was awakened by his guards. General, our food and horses are all gone, and our weapons are also gone. His first reaction was that he was a traitor. Immediately find out who met and left. As a result, they were all there. After walking around, I found that everything was gone, and there was no food for today. He just panicked. What's going on? Silently, everything disappeared overnight. Who has the ability to do this? Did Mo see a ghost? It took him a while to come to his senses. Everyone outside shouted, "What's going on? Who did it? If the food is gone, what will we eat?" "We do. Weapons are gone. We have even beaten wild beasts. If the horse is gone, how will we go in the future?" Bai Dongyuan coughed, and everyone became quiet. Bai Dongyuan asked everyone to calm down. He and 2 of his personal guards went to get food and came back. Everyone knows that the general also has food and money hidden away. I heard from the general that he was going to get food, so he felt at ease. Bai Dongyuan left the valley with 2 guards and walked towards the forest. Yanzu followed them silently in the woods, while Tianmi used the space from a distance to follow Yanzu quietly. Bai Dongyuan walked for a few miles before arriving at the foot of a big tree. Under the trees there were piles of boulders. 2 guards moved the boulders away, revealing a stone door. Bai Dongyuan moved a protruding stone on the right. After pressing it, the stone door opened. Tianmi could see clearly not far away. Ha ha ha. Enough of a thief. After a while, I saw each of them carrying a small bundle on his back and walking out with a long sword in his hand. Let's leave here right away. I don't have that much food to feed so many people. There is too much money to buy food in a short period of time. Bai Dongyuan abandoned everyone in Valley without hesitation. Bai Dongyuan hid behind a big tree behind Tianmi and watched for half an hour, making sure that no one discovered his secret base before leaving. Let me go. If there was no space, Tianmi would have been discovered by this chicken thief. There are so many eyes. Tianmi waited for half an hour before coming out of the space. She was infected by Bai Dongyuan's suspicion. As he planned, he quickly entered the cave. It was pitch dark inside. She took out a flashlight and looked at it. The cave was at least 200 square meters, filled with boxes of various sizes. There is also a sword in the corner, and the sword shell is covered with sparkling gems. Tianmi opened a few boxes at random, and they were all full of cash and precious jade. Tianmi was breathing nervously. Bai Dongyuan was really a powerful person. With so many things, he would still be a rich man a few years later, while his father and brothers would only be left with withered bones. Tianmi put everything into the space. Thank you for your hard work, brother. Half of it was done for me, little sister. So cool. This is much better than that county. There's so many more bandits. Hey. What kind of business are you doing? Or make money by robbing? Hey. Tianmi could no longer close her mouth. Next afternoon, Tianmi brought back a group of more than 100 sheep. She and Yanzu rushed back together, which shocked everyone in Valley. Tomorrow is a big day in the Valley. Everyone is back. Tianmi asked everyone to roast 2 sheep. With whole grains. The boys in Valley immediately became excited and cheered. Now everyone is wearing clothes that they would normally be reluctant to wear, and they look more energetic and festive. Immediately call Uncle Su, Uncle Tian Dabiao, Uncle Chui, Uncle Meng, and Uncle Chen to kill the sheep. Sister Minghui and her second cousin now live together and will get married together. Tianmi handed the sheep to the old village chief of Fengqiu village and told him to give them extra money for raising sheep and milking them. The old village chief was in high spirits during happy events. His son got married, and his family made a special trip to the city to buy new clothes, red paper, couplets written on them, and plastered the house with happy words. Tianmi's family is so happy. The peaches and other fruits in the yard turned red, and they were eaten within a few days. Gongyan will drive some to attend tomorrow's wedding banquet, and the restaurant will need them in a few days. Tian Dabiao came with several uncles and brothers, happily carrying tools. Regardless of age, a man is excited to be a groom. Tianmi asked them to do it. People from the whole village came to watch it, and I was very excited. The scene was so lively. The grandmother's family is very happy. Over the years, Tian Dabiao is more like a son than a son-in-law. He is honest, and filial. Now that he wants to marry again, the grandmother only made one request: to treat Tianmi well. Tian Dabiao naturally guarantees it, and her grandmother is free. Tianmi no longer feels like the simple-minded child she was before. Tianmi went to the field and took a look. The watermelon was already ripe. Wow. This is her favorite food, especially now that the weather is getting hotter. She patted them and saw that they were all ripe, so she picked a few immediately. Su Fian and Chui Erniu came over, and Chun Miao Miao carried the watermelons to the square, where they killed the sheep and tasted the summer food together. The first watermelon is the first watermelon in their lives. Save the rest for the wedding banquet tomorrow. This wedding banquet was a grand occasion. We had prepared a variety of dishes, but Tianmi added 2 more sheep. After everyone killed the sheep, Tianmi took out various seasonings and asked them to marinate them. The children had already seen the watermelon. They had heard from Tianmi that it was delicious and finally waited until it was ripe. 2 ants came with 2 babies in their arms. Tianmi cut open the watermelon. The red watermelon and the black seeds were extremely tempting. Tianmi cut each of them into small pieces, gave 1 piece to her grandmother first, and then let everyone take and eat it themselves. They were drooling while watching Tianmi cut it. Grandma took a bite and said, "What is this?" "There is so much water, and it is sweet." Because there were so many people, everyone took a piece to try. It's so delicious that I can't describe it. I don't feel thirsty or hot after taking one bite. Sufian and the other little girls couldn't bear to open their mouths after eating it. It was so refreshing, juicy, and sweet. Aunt Foam said, "Daughter, your kind is a treasure. It's so delicious." Tianmi smiled and said, "Okay, just bagua, Uncle Su. When the restaurant opened, our bagua will be sold. If a table of dishes exceeds 2 taels, a small plate of bagua slices will be given. 1 bagua is sold alone. 2 silver coins." Everyone took a deep breath. How much money did the piece they just ate cost? Second Uncle Su said, "Okay, this precious melon is worth it. I haven't seen it anywhere else. It's only 2 silver each." Ha ha ha. The 2 babies were licking the watermelon. If they didn't eat it yet, Tianmi would let Xiao Tianlin lick a piece of it. As a result, he moved very fast and nibbled on the watermelon. Tianmi was so frightened that he quickly took it away. He had no teeth, and he couldn't even make a mark after chewing half of it. Ha ha ha. It made everyone laugh. Oda May is even more fierce. "I gave it to her brother, and I want to give it to her." Tianmi took off the spot where her brother had bitten her and bit her again. The operation was as fierce as a tiger's, and she didn't even get any of the fruit. The 2 cuties made everyone laugh. Secondly, it's a good day in. Uncle Su put big happy words on the outer walls of. Huang Yuanying and Zhuo Zhengfeng are here. They are here to have a wedding banquet. Zhuo Zhengfeng had a particularly good relationship with Tian Dabiao, Uncle Su, and others during his days in Valley. Naturally, he wanted to have a wedding drink on Tian Dabiao's big day. Huang Yuanying's smile was much more lonely. The valley is very lively. The men and women of Fengqiu village and their uncles and aunts got up early in the morning to prepare for the banquet. There are those who take the spoons, those who wash the vegetables, those who help the cooks, and those who roast the lambs. It is very lively. Even Zhuo Zhengfeng came to help roast the sheep. Life in the valley was still happy. At almost noon, Tian Dabiao and Tuesday were both wearing red groom's clothes. Their faces turned red as everyone teased them, and they kept giggling. "Go to Grandma's house and go home with the bride on your back." The little kids cheered. "I'm carrying the bride. I'm carrying the bride home." Huang Yuanying smiled and nodded. Tianmi went to Zhuo Zhengfeng again and told her. Bai Dongyuan ran away. There is no trace of him for 300 miles. He will not come back to do bad things. Bai Dongyuan no longer has the ability to do harm, so there is nothing to be afraid of, but Tianmi definitely can't say that he has found something, otherwise the thing is missing, and this matter is not easy to contaminate. Zhuo Zhengfeng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It would be great if I could find. When you find, can you find hidden silver? It's a pity that you don't have any money to find." Hey. Zhuo Zhengfeng also felt relieved. Then Ding Wangdian could safely take care of Nanjun City. Zhuo Zhengfeng said, "This treasure melon of yours is really a treasure. I will take a few back later." Of course, Tianmi nodded in agreement and took to the field to pick one for on the spot. Tianmi also told that the beans over there are almost mature and 1 acre of land can yield 2 kilograms, so everyone can live with peace of mind in the new year. At that time, please eat French fries and potato chips. Zhuo Zhengfeng heard this and almost couldn't hold the watermelon in his hand, so he asked, "How much do you think we can harvest from 1 acre? Tianmi said, "Jean, this land was just reclaimed last year, otherwise there could be more." Zhuo Zhengfeng has never heard that 1 grain can produce 2 kilograms. If this is the case, will the people still be short of grain? Still couldn't believe it and asked, "Are you sure you can produce 2 kilograms? Tianmi rolled her eyes and said, "It will be ready in about 7 days. You will know when you come and see it." Zhuo Zhengfeng nodded and said yes. The wedding banquet is the busiest day in many years, especially in Fengqiu village. Many have never eaten such sumptuous dishes in their lives. Each table has a roasted whole lamb and a variety of dishes. There was a big table full, and everyone, men, women, old and young, was smiling. In the evening, Zhuo Zhengfeng and Huang Yuanying left with Tianmi, a watermelon given to them. Still hard to let go of it. Huang Yuanying Zhuo Zhengfeng persuaded. Okay, don't be sad. Although you didn't get a good wife, you got a good niece and a good brother-in-law. That's okay. You'll do it again in the future. There is a suitable girl. When he returned to the county government office, Zhuo Zhengfeng brought a watermelon to Bai Mukin and reported that Bai Dongyuan was far away and there was no threat. Shiguo and Huang Yuanying couldn't help but keep one for themselves. Tianmi could say it was a gift for He. He gave the watermelon to Bai Mukin and said, Dian, this treasured melon is grown from Tianmi. It is really delicious. Can you cut it and try it? Bai Mukin was busy planning to attack Nanjunqing. He heard that it was a treasured melon grown in Tianmi. He took a look and saw that it was a green, large, oval-shaped melon. It was very big, weighing more than 10 kilograms. He nodded and said good. Zhuo Zhengfeng immediately went to get a knife to cut it. The watermelon looked very tempting just by looking at it. Just like the girl's lip color, the pink color still shines faintly. Picked up a piece of watermelon, looked at it, and then took a bite. It was crisp, juicy, and extremely sweet. Had never tasted it before. Let us eyes light up. This is that even his parents and eldest brother have never eaten before. She is really outstanding and seductive. But she refused. The light in Bai Mukin's eyes dimmed. Zhuo Zhengfeng said, Tianmi is such a strange woman. She grows a kind of grain called dough, which can produce 2 kilograms per mu, and it will mature in about 7 days. Bai Mukin was also stunned and asked quickly, Seriously? Zhuo Zhengfeng nodded and said yes. Such a wonderful woman should be a role model for the country. Bai Mukin settled the matter in Nanjun as soon as possible and said to Zhuo Zhengfeng, Go to her to borrow Yanzu, leave the matter to you and Huang Yuanying, and leave a gold inscription to defend Qinghe County. I will go to Nanjunqing the day after tomorrow. Li Xianming's army is almost here. The drugstore has been renovated, and the uncle has also contacted the drug dealer. Tianmi bought the medicinal materials with money, and they dug the medicinal materials themselves, and Tianmi made the medicine. The only thing left is to pick a good day to open the business, and the name is still named after the ancestor's name Myrantang. The restaurant is still under renovation, and it will probably take about 10 days. The next day, everyone returned to Qinghe County, leaving Mr. and Mrs. Tian Dabiao with their baby and Aunt Feng. Aunt Feng taught people in Fengqiu village how to raise sheep and pigs, and Sister Minghui also taught them how to milk goats. In this era, when raising pigs, the pigs were fed raw food, and the pigs were not cooked. The meat was not delicious. When they found a place to buy piglets, Tianmi taught them how to stir-fry the pigs and cook them. The group rode in the early morning sunshine and ran towards Qinghe County with laughter and laughter. Tianmi took Su Fian with her on horseback. This girl was extremely excited. As soon as she arrived at the gate of the city, she met Zhuo Zhengfeng, who came to see her. Tianmi asked them to go ahead and do their work first. She stepped aside to talk to Zhuo Zhengfeng, while Su Fian sat on Su Yunping's horse and left first. Zhuo Zhengfeng said, The palace has gone to Nanjunqing. Can you, Yanzu, lend it to us? Can Tianmi say no? The guy had a bad look on his face when he said he wouldn't borrow it last time. In the end, he not only borrowed it from Yanzu, but also from her. Tianmi decisively took out the bamboo whistle and summoned Yanzu to, and also handed the bamboo whistle to. He also took out a porcelain jar from a small bag, which was full of meat soaked in Lingquan water, and asked him to give Yanzu 2 pieces of food every day. Zhuo Zhengfeng was very happy and thanked him repeatedly. At this time, a group of prisoners were escorted out from the city gate. They were all unkempt and miserable. Zhuo Zhengfeng said, They are all by Dongyuan. These are all followers, and they are generous and sell their goods in Guizhou. Guizhou noodles are made by burning the word captive on the face and selling them, and they will be slaves for the rest of their lives. In order to avoid future troubles, Bai Mukin sold them to other places. Tianmi actually saw 3 familiar people among them, Su Yunzhou, Yi Shi, and Zhou Rongrong. They were very young, wearing tattered gray linen clothes. Their hair was messy, their faces were dirty for some reason, and their eyes were lifeless. Tianmi has no love for us at all. It was all her own choice. It was so difficult and dangerous for us to choose to stay in the valley at that time. If we hadn't persisted, the whole valley would have been withered bones, and we were here by Dong Yuan had never expressed love for them, or protected them even in the slightest. Su Shicheng even personally brought to beat them. It is we who deserve the punishment. Tianmi pretended not to recognize them, and watched them being driven away in embarrassment and desolation. Neither Yi nor Zhou Rongrong recognized Tianmi. Su Yunzhou looked familiar to Tianmi, but did not remember who was here. After all, Yuan gained weight only a few years ago, so it is normal for her to think she looks familiar. Tianmi said goodbye to Zhou Zhengfeng and returned to her house. I went to the backyard and watched her brew soy sauce and vinegar. I could already smell the taste. Tianmi was very satisfied, but it would take some time to eat. She went to the dental shop every day to buy some food and came back. There was work to be done in this house, and several workshops would be opened in the future. She walked towards Yaxing. Qinghe County was obviously lively now. You could see decoration shops and smiling faces everywhere. It was full of post-war scenes of waste and waste. There were many people walking on the street, but Tianmi was like this. The pretty girl is really eye-catching. She knew the location of Yaxing from the last time she went shopping. It was on the street at the end, because not only were there businesses but also cattle, donkeys, sheep, horses, and other livestock. Tianmi felt like someone was following her.
Court death.
She walked through several alleys to go to Yaxing, where there were few people. Sure enough, not long after she arrived in the alley, 3 strong men rushed out from behind her, showing their yellow and dirty teeth and smiling. Little lady, where are you going? Brothers, please send you there. Tianmi turned around and looked like a panicked little white rabbit. No, who are you? I don't know you. The 3 looked at her seductive look and laughed, completely unaware of the dark light in her eyes. Her movements were as fast as lightning, and both of them immediately fell to the ground and cried bitterly, screaming, unable to stand up again. Seeing that the situation was not right, the 3rd man turned around and wanted to run away. Tianmi took off his shoes and smashed him over, and the man immediately fell on the handle. Brother, didn't you give me a gift? Why are you running? Na knelt down and begged for mercy. I was wrong. Girl, I don't dare anymore, let me go. Tianmi picked up her shoes and put them on before kicking her in the face. She fell to the ground and screamed in pain. If you do something wrong, you must be punished. This fairy made her fortune by robbing, but there are still people who don't have eyes to trouble her. Looking at the few taels of silver in her hand, Tianmi felt disgusted. This was the lowest income she had ever received. No longer caring about the person lying on the ground dying, she was about to continue walking when she looked up and saw Bai Mukin. What a long time ago. Why does she always meet him? Her image of a fairy is gone.
Why?
She could only smile dryly and say, Dian, what a coincidence. Bai Mukin was passing by and saw a smelly man following Tianmi. He felt that Tianmi was in danger. When he hurried over, he heard Tianmi asking them to hand over the money. He couldn't help but want to laugh, thinking too much. How could these men be her opponents? He smiled and said, I'm sorry to bother you about getting rich. Looking at these few taels of silver in my hand, I can make a fortune. These gangsters, just teach them a lesson. After saying that, he immediately changed the subject and said, Dian, I heard that you're going to Nanjun City. I wish you immediate success. Bai Mukin looked at Tianmi and kept looking with a look of desire in his eyes, which made Tianmi feel a little uncomfortable. Just looking at you, Bai Mukin's face is like an electric discharge. Even people with weak concentration can't stand it. It's really life-threatening. Then he said, Yes. Let's leave tomorrow. Tianmi smiled brightly and said, Then I wish you success immediately. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Saying goodbye, he turned around and left. This guy made Tianmi feel a little nervous. It would be best to leave as soon as possible. Bai Mukin looked at her leaving back and stopped talking. The person on the ground was in so much pain that they didn't dare to moan. There was only one person in Qinghe County who could be called a palace.
Why?
They say fat people are potential stocks, don't you know? Tianmi took several deep breaths before leaving and worked hard to calm down. Don't be fooled by good-looking people. The person in charge of the store is a woman in her late 40s. She is very strong and has a fleshy face. Seeing Tianmi was about to come in, she immediately greeted her. "Oh, beautiful girl, are you here to buy someone? Let me tell you, I, Mrs. Chen, have all kinds of people here. I guarantee your satisfaction." Tianmi smiled and said, "Yes, show me. This business is quite big. It's a big house." Mrs. Chen asked Tianmi what she wanted. Tianmi is looking for workers, both men and women. She wants to buy 2 honest ones. The older ones are more stable, and the others are older, teenagers, easy to train, and also to train a team for the rich woman's happy life. It's best to have 2 people who can read. Mrs. Chen immediately called a few big men and male servants of more than a dozen years old. There were 2 types of slaves sold in the market at this time. One was the official captive, with inscriptions on his face. The sale was registered with the government. The management of official slaves is very strict. Escape and betrayal are both capital crimes, and they will be slaves forever as long as they live. Another type is private selling. For example, poor families often sell their sons, daughters, and wives. This kind of slaves are managed by the slaves themselves. As long as the slaves are willing, they can restore their status as slaves. All slaves are free to buy and sell, and their life and death are determined by. Mrs. Chen said, "Official slaves have been strictly trained and are slaves for life. They are particularly loyal and more expensive. We also collect these private slaves. They're all honest and serious in their actions. It has been adjusted, and the price is slightly cheaper. Those who are skilled and literate will be more expensive, so we choose from the many ones first." Mrs. Chen is a skilled business person at first glance. Tianmi wanted to be a rich woman with peace of mind, not someone who wanted to cause trouble in her own backyard, so she decided to buy all the official slaves. "We have money, so we don't miss this." 5 boys aged 15 or 16 and 8 women aged 15 or 16 were selected in one go. Mrs. Chen's eyes widened with a smile. What a big customer. They immediately recruited literate people, both men and women, but of all ages, ranging from their 20s to their 40s. There were 6 in total, 5 men and 1 woman. Not many people can read these days. The woman looked almost 10 years old, with the word captive on her forehead. Tianmi asked her, "How did you become an official captive? And why can you read?" She lowered her head and took a step forward, saluted Tianmi and said, "I have been a captive since I was a child. I worked as a maid for the second daughter of Member Chen. I was taught by Sister. Later, I married Sister to Qinghe County. Sister's family was King Yu's son, killed people and took wealth, so all the slaves were sold, and the slaves were sold out." Tianmi nodded and asked the men again. "Of them is an official captive, and the other is a captive raised by a wealthy family. He is only 256 years old and is the personal bodyguard of his wife. He is not only literate but also knows how to punch and kick. He was the personal bodyguard of the second young master, but after the death of the master and his wife, it was the eldest master and his wife who took charge of the family and sold him out. There are 2 others who are both 40 years old. One is the accountant of a merchant's family, and the other is the shopkeeper. They were both sold out after by Dong Yuan robbed and killed the family. Tianmi bought both the man and the woman. Just 17 people cost her 320 taels of silver, so official slaves were really not cheap. If these 4 literate guys are expensive, the guy who can also fit. There are 2 others who are both 40 years old. One is the accountant of a merchant's family, and the other is the shopkeeper. They were both sold out after by Dong Yuan robbed and killed the family. Tianmi bought both the man and the woman. Just 17 people cost her 320 taels of silver. Mrs. Chen sent them away with a smile and said, "Miss Tian, if you need anything else, remember me, Mrs. Chen. Buying and selling houses, land, population, it's all here."
Ouch!
Not only does this girl look like a fairy, she is also so rich. Even if she is rich, she is also so grand. She picked so many people in one day, and they all picked expensive ones. Mrs. Chun likes people like this so much. If you have anything good, ask her if she wants it. Tianmi took them home. The women were placed in the backyard, and the men were placed in the side yard of the front yard. She took out the clothes and sheets collected from the county government for them from the space, and asked them to clean up the room, wash up, and come back to the courtyard. Meet her. It didn't take long for them to pack up, wearing the clothes given by Dazi. Although they were of ordinary texture, they were brand new clothes. Tianmi was sitting on a chair, drinking tea and eating tomatoes. 17 people came to the courtyard and saluted her respectfully. Tianmi asked them to stand up. She took a sip of tea and stood up and said, "My family name is Tian. I have a father, a mother, and 2 treasures in my family. Our family used to be escorts. We traveled south and north. I have been on the battlefield and fought with bandits, and my requirements for you are simple. It is natural to be diligent and obedient. The most important thing is to be loyal. My servants are not sold, and those who are disloyal will be put to death. Do you understand?" 17 of them were all trained official slaves, and they immediately replied, "Yes, sister." Tianmi divided them into men and women, and gave them names according to their ages. Line up from spring to spring. Men rank from Chiu Ichio to Chiu Ba. Tianmi first arranged daily work for them. Chiu Yi and Chiu Er were familiar with Qinghe County, and they were also knowledgeable people. Tianmi asked one of them to buy 5 stone mills and 5 donkeys, and the other to go back. Find someone to convert the side room in the backyard into a pure kitchen room with 5 stoves and 5 large iron pots. She used to make soy sauce and vinegar. Several other guys want to take care of the horses at home. Her uncles and brothers brought the horses to her after they returned to Qinghe County. Now she has 22 horses in her yard. She entered has a large area and many yards. It will not be a problem for her to add a few more workshops. Tianmi asked Chun Yi to count all the skills that these 17 people knew, no matter what they knew. We will arrange their affairs tomorrow. Tianmi put the food, cloth, fur, and other common items of this era that had been collected from various places in the space into a dedicated warehouse. She has to take out all these and use them as they should. Whether it is a restaurant or a lot of raw materials for various things in the future, they will be used a lot. Tianmi looked at the few chopped grains collected from the bandits' den, and one of them was actually full of glutinous millet. This was a valuable thing. She reached out to grab it, plucked it up, and looked at it. It was really full. It's glutinous rice, and it's inserted deeper. Is it all glutinous rice in such a big chop? It turned out that I had encountered something hard. I went and was plotted. What's inside? She put the food on it into the space, revealing a neatly packed box. Tianmi opened the box, and a golden light hit her face. What the Hades? Tianmi didn't know that at that time, King Yu's son took the gold to find those bandits to join forces. After opening the other boxes and looking at them, Tianmi's heart tightened. It was time for her to retire. Put the box into the space and try to chop the other pieces. The other 2 pieces are also in cache, so put them all into the space. Tianmi made up her mind to resolutely fight against the bandits and become a righteous little fairy. Mainly because it's really profitable to fight bandits. Chiu Yi was in his 40s. To be stable, he used to be a shopkeeper and handled things very appropriately. He quickly brought back 5 donkeys.
"Miss, I bought the donkey."
"Here is the paperwork. The stone mill will be delivered in 2 days. This is the deposit receipt." Tianmi took the paperwork from the donkey. In this era, there were paperwork for buying and selling cattle, horses, and donkeys. You will be responsible for these daily affairs from now on. On the girl's side, Haruchi arranges her daily routine. Chiu Yi replied, "Yes, miss. The stove house renovation Chiu Er is looking for will be here tomorrow." Tianmi said yes and gave him one tail and asked him to arrange it. She also gave him the drawings of Gu making ovens and asked him to make 3 more ovens. Chiu Er would keep the expenses and keep Chiu Er's books. He was born in an accounting department. Chiu nodded. Chiu-san had some skills. Tianmi asked him to guard the safety of the house and also teach the young men a few tricks and practice their skills when nothing happened. Tianmi didn't want to worry about these trivial matters, so she let Xiao Yi do this temporarily and see what he did. The next day, Tianmi returned to the valley to pick up Tian Dabiao and others into the city. As soon as Aunt Feng heard that her husband was gone, she was so happy. Everyone else had gone to the city, so they couldn't go. She was so depressed that she finally left. She told the old village chief that they would deliver goat milk and ripe fruits to her house in Qinghe County every day. They visited her house on Tuesday. The land here is given to everyone by paying per acre. Tianmi gave the village chief an additional salary. He managed a lot of things here. The sheep she brought back were also raised by his family. He milked the sheep and brought them to the family. She gave me an extra amount of money. The old village chief nodded and said yes. Peaches, tangerines, oranges, and grapes are almost ripe. The two babies couldn't be held while riding, so Aunt Feng made a pair of them for them and tied them to the chest, making them as safe and secure as if they were being held. The hands of this era are really clever. These were the granaries and pets of the two treasures. They set off into the city together, taking the children with them. They walked slowly, but steadily. Oda May walks all the way. Tianmi was so teased that her heart turned into a hot spring.
Ah.
Mom will take you to the city. To play there were stars in her eyes and a toothless smile. Tianmi has already told Tian Dabiao and Minghui that the family bought and let them do whatever they have to do in the future. Don't work too hard. A rich woman will not treat her family badly. Tianmi has not worried about the two babies since they were born. Minghui and Su Fian were taking care of their grandmother and two aunts. Back at the house, Aunt Feng had to go back to her house first after recognizing the location of her house. She hadn't seen her house for several days, and she missed them too. Tianmi sent her back to her house first, which was not far from Tianmi's place. Tianmi sent her there in a whirl. Back at Tianjai, Tianmi called everyone over to recognize their master, and then they went about their work. Chuni gave Tianmi all the skills of the statistical committee. Said, "Miss, I think the arrangements for the staff should be clearer. In daily life in the kitchen, husband and young master, the young lady is inseparable from her hands. Miss, you should make arrangements around you. If you want to do something, we will meet again. Do it together. You see, this is professionalism. Indeed, Bitty and me will arrange it." She nodded. "Isn't this good at cooking?" Yesterday, a few girls cooked porridge. Tianmi asked Chun Er, Chun San, and Chun Si to go to Minghui to take care of the two babies. Chuni followed Tianmi and was responsible for managing and arranging the daily affairs of the family. Tianmi took the money and asked Chiu San to accompany Chun Yi to buy two aunts with better cooking skills. They were both rich women and could not compromise on their own food. A rich woman wants to enjoy herself, eat well, wear well, and play well. Just make arrangements and do it, hee. A few days later, the medicinal materials from Myron Tang arrived. This batch was in large quantities. The second cousin came to ask several young people from Tianmi to go to the dock to move the goods. Tianmi and Su Fian played with the children and immediately handed them over to Minghui and Chun Er, then took Xiu San and several Qingdep to the dock. Su Fian also followed to join in the fun. The eldest uncle and the second uncle, together with a few cousins, had already led 2 horses to the horse's head. It seemed that something had happened. What were they arguing with the group of people? That group of men were all strong men, extremely arrogant. The tall man who took the lead said in a loud voice, "At this dock, whether it is loading or unloading goods or moving things, it is my axe gang who has the final say." The eldest uncle and the second uncle were both honest doctors, so they were very angry with these gangsters. The eldest cousin said angrily, "Do you still have Wang Fa?" The strong man glared and said, "Wang Fa, our axe gang is Wang Fa at this dock. We want to move goods. Of course, we, the axe gang, will move them down for you. We will carry 8 copper plates for $20. The people watching were also angry but dared not speak. It was obvious that these people were not here for a day or 2.
Axe gang?
I didn't see any of them holding an axe. Tianmi is the grandfather of the axe. Everyone was so angry that Su Fian's face turned pale with anger, as did Tianmi. This is a robber. From now on, she will be careless and have to deal with more things at the dock. She walked over and kicked the strong man down. She could only talk to them with her fists. When Su Fian saw a fight, she rushed forward immediately. Qiu Sen also rushed forward immediately. Qiu Si to Qiu Ba also rushed forward immediately. Their young ladies were so fierce. How could they start fighting without saying a word? The Axe Gang didn't expect that they had always been the ones to fight. Today, someone actually started to beat them, and it was a woman. Everyone started fighting immediately. The two uncles and cousins also kicked and beat them randomly. We've fought bandits, we've fought officers and soldiers, and yet we're still being bullied by a bunch of local cowards like you? These hooligans just bully the common people, but Tianmi is too weak here. She punches one by one, kicks one by one. Each of them hits the vital point. As soon as she is hit, she falls to the ground, crying for father and mother in pain, and never gets up again. Not coming. It's better to be aggressive, just a stick of incense, and a large number of Axe Gang gangsters fell on the ground. Tianmi picked up a long wooden stick on the ground and said, "The Axe Gang is so powerful. It must be because your heads are stronger, right?" In Qinghe County, Tianmi didn't bully others before someone bullied her. It's funny. In terms of skill, she can beat up a few gangsters and like a kid. In terms of background, the acting county magistrate is my uncle, and it was she who saved the life of the guard leader. In terms of money, her money is really worth killing these gangsters. The gangsters were frightened when they saw Tianmi approaching with a long stick and a kind expression. Their heads were in pain, and they all knelt down to beg for mercy. "Auntie, we are wrong. We will never dare again. Auntie, we just want to make a living." Who would have thought that this girl who looks like a fairy is actually an evil god? Tianmi clapped her hands with a wooden stick and said, "Are you very powerful?"
Ha!
The Axe Gang? Who is the leader? Call me out and see. The leading strong man said, "The gang leader has been killed by King Yu's people, and we just followed the gangsters." "Auntie, you know you are wrong, so you dare to do it. It turns out that they are just a group of little guys. There are no tigers in the mountains, and the monkey is the king." As soon as I thought about starting a business, I met the Buddha Tianmi. Kicked the iron plate with one kick. Tianmi said, "From now on, I will be at this dock. What should I call it? This wharf will be under the control of the Lotus Society from now on. If anyone dares to buy or sell by force here, the Lotus Society will break his legs and get out." As soon as the group of people heard that they were told to get lost, they immediately got up and ran away. Tianmi saw that her own side had also been beaten. Her uncle's eye was punched, and the spot was swollen. It looked a little funny. It must be serious if his eyes were still open after passing. Cousin is supporting. "Uncle, are you okay?" Tianmi asked. "It's okay. If you dare to bully them, I'll beat them to death." Tianmi couldn't help but want to laugh. Her uncle had never been rough with anyone in his life, and he was already being led astray by her. Was so excited that she called back because she was so happy. It was so cool. Ever since I was a kid, I've watched Sister Tianmi get up and kick her whenever she feels good.
She's really majestic.
Hey. Chio-san and Chio didn't even think that our young lady was so powerful, and we actually followed her out to fight, which gave us a strange sense of warmth. Usually it's the master who calls the boys up to fight. Today, I am actually fighting with the young lady. It feels strange, and my eyes are a little brighter than before. Only then did everyone move the medicinal materials from the boat with all their hands. It took 2 carts to complete the hauling, and it took 2 trips to finish. Uncle said, "Your grandmother went to calculate the date. June 20th is a good day, then we'll open." Tianmi said, "Okay. Opening is a big deal these days, so be sure to look forward to the future." Tianmi took a lot of medicinal materials and caustic soda from the drugstore and returned to the house. The medicinal materials are modern seasonings, and these are medicinal materials in this era. She also took some medicinal materials for medicine. She planned to make too many kinds, so she just made some first aid medicine to treat injuries, chi and blood, and even death. We have bought the stone mill and donkey at home, and let them grind the flour and rice noodles in these fields. Now you can grind the 13 incense. It's a pity that there is no pepper in this era, and there are still saplings in Tianmi space, but this area is suitable for growing. But it doesn't matter, it's already a crushing advantage. This work was left to Qiu Si and Qiu Wu. These two children were very meticulous. Each jar contained one kind of material and managed it well. The two young men immediately went to prepare. Although the kitchen has been renovated, it will take a few more days before it can be fully dried and used. At that time, many things can be done. The next day, Tianmi was playing with the children in the yard with Sister Minghui. Xiao-san came to report, "Miss, the axe gang in front of me yesterday wanted to see you." "What? How dare you be convinced?" Tianmi said, "Bring us to the front hall. If you dare to be convinced, Tianmi would mind letting them get beaten more often." She thought too much, and people were very convinced. Those who came were the two leading men and a man in his 30s who looked like a scholar. They sat cautiously and uneasily. Xiao-san accompanied Tianmi to the front hall. When the three of them saw Tianmi coming, they stood up immediately. After Tianmi sat down, the scholar said, "How are you, Mr.
Tian?
I am a young steward of the axe gang. My name is Zhou Yaozu. I am sorry to bother you now." Tianmi looked at their attitude as if they were looking for trouble.
"Tell me."
"What's the matter?" "That's right, guild leader, this Qinghe County is a place for business, and the wharf is a place where people around here can support their families. If the guild leader wants to manage this wharf, he has to come up with a charter and then grab jobs on the wharf. Fighting will kill people. Let's go, just talk casually. Are people in this era so serious? No matter what, is a carefree rich woman." Tianmi was a little stunned. Then Zhou Yaozu and the other two people knelt down and said, "Master, we want to join the Lotus Society. Please accept us." Zhou Yaozu said, "In the past, when there was no one on the dock, the merchants kept the prices very low and many people were able to survive. Although the axe gang also did some excessive things, they did make the movers happy. Income guarantee, President Tian, the people here have suffered for more than a year and want to live the normal life. Since you said in front of everyone that you will take care of it, please ask President Tian to establish a charter. Let the family do things normally, but everyone is not unified and is bullied by merchants at low prices." Tianmi probably understood what this meant. It's equivalent to a meeting. But what does it have to do with her? This is a force that can be done well. If you want her to be a good woman, she will become a rich woman and an old man. This is awesome. But she can. Tianmi asked, "What charter do you think is appropriate?" Zhou Yaozu said, "In the past, the axe gang charged shipping fees based on the weight of the ships that came in and then distributed them uniformly to the merchants. In this way, the price for the merchants was fixed and the charges for the merchant ships were also fixed. Generally, the fees for the merchants were leave to as the income of the association. Only talked about the original intention of the axe gang, but did not talk about the deception and bullying that the axe gang did after it became powerful." When Tianmi heard this, she thought it was a good thing. "You can do it, Tian Biao likes it, it suits him very well." Tianmi asked Xiao-san to call Tian Biao. Sure enough, Tian Biao came and heard it and said, "This is a good thing. It's a good thing to lead a group of brothers to work and make money, my daughter. That's what Dad does. Tianmi always thinks this is too easy. Should such a good thing be done in a hurry? Why, is it her turn? Of course I did it in a rush. This is because I beat you to win. A place like this on the pier is about fists and power. Everyone has fought hard, so what can be done?" Seeing that this matter was really going to happen, Tianmi still felt a little guilty and asked, "What should I pay attention to in this matter?" Zhou Yaozu said, "What you need to pay attention to is to take good care of the people below. Don't have evil thoughts, greed, and forget your original intention." After saying this, Tianmi understood that the axe gang must have been too upright later on. Tianmi asked Qiu Er and Xiao-san to accompany Tian Bia and help and Zhou Yaozu understand the daily affairs of the dock. The Lotus Club that Tianmi casually mentioned was magically established. Zhou Yaozu, Feng Er, and Chen Niu all joined the Lotus Society. Tianmi proposed that any transaction must be agreed voluntarily by both parties, and no one can bully others at will. Feng Er and Chen Niu nodded repeatedly. In fact, the S were just surrounding villagers. They used to work as transporters in the Axe Gang. Later, the gang leader was killed by Dongyuan, and the Axe Gang disbanded. The S were arrested to repair the city gate, but Bai Mukin released them after they were beaten in. They were just working on the dock when they came up with the idea of rebuilding the Axe Gang. Many things have good intentions at the beginning. For example, in many dynasties, it was a prosperous age at the beginning, and they all hoped that the people would be fed, clothed, and able to take charge of their own affairs. But the first is gone, and the second sticks to this original intention, but what about the third? Fading away. But at least the common people know what is going on, and have this seed in their hearts. That's good. I know how far Lotus will go, but a rich woman like Tianmi who is short of money still sticks to her original intention. Tian Dabiao has a simple mind, and Tianmi wants to write an outline for him, especially the daily standardized management of members. Fortunately, the shop she bought is right outside the pier. This land can be given to Tian Dabiao as the daily office of the Lotus Society. The next day, Feng Huang Yuanying came to Tianmi and asked excitedly, "Are the potatoes you mentioned ready to be harvested? Let's dig them with you." They also brought more than 30 government servants, all with hoes, looking like they were doing something big. These days, Village Chief Zhou has sent Tuesday to deliver things, saying that they are ready to be collected. Since is here to help with the work, that's great. Of course Tianmi welcomes it. Tianmi took them back to Gugu. Up, Huang Yuanying said, "We have to open a way for you. It's too convenient to get up here. If the yield per mu is really 2,000 kilograms, so many seeds would need to be hauled by horses, so a horse-drawn carriage would still have to be used." Tianmi thought about how much money she would sell for a pound of such high-yielding seeds. Get rich, get rich. Making money every day makes a rich woman happy. She squinted her wealth eyes, shining with the light of wealth. After the valley, Tianmi asked the village chief Zhou to arrange for potato harvesting, and the members separated and tried to harvest them as quickly as possible. Labor must be used rationally. Seeing so many government officials, the villagers were a little scared at first. Huang Yuanying calmed them down and gradually got better. The village chief assigned 2 government servants to each family and went to work. Those who cut the trees are cutting the trees, those who are digging the beans are digging the beans, and they are doing it with great enthusiasm. Huang Yuanying paused and said, "Everyone must be careful when digging. Tens of millions of dollars will be broken. This is a treasure more valuable than gold." They watched as they dug out so many potatoes from one nest. They were so big that 2 potatoes weighed more than a pound. Huang Yuanying's eyes widened. "I'm afraid it's just 1 acre for 2,000 caddies." Both eyes were shining with excitement. "Immediately let them dig out a few acres and count the number." Tianmi ignored them. The peaches and other fruits she planted were also ripe. She asked several aunts from Fengqiu village to borrow some baskets and picked all the ripe peaches and grapes, picking and returning them. Collect in space. In this area are delicious, but they are not as delicious as those from Tianmi, so big and so beautiful. So it's not too eye-catching. Dozens of acres were dug out in one morning. The more work you do, the faster it will be. At first glance, 1 acre produced more than 2,000 kilograms, and this was newly reclaimed land. Huang Yuanying's Wufeng felt like his breathing was tense. The people here will go hungry again. Even the villagers in Fengqiu village were shocked and opened their mouths in joy. Although they are paid now, they are afraid that Tianmi will make money, and they will feel bad if Tianmi loses money. Zhuo Feng came over to find Tianmi. Tianmi washed the fruits and ate them together, making the brother happy. He found that Tianmi had too many treasures here. Such delicious fruits must have come from the palace. The emperor has never eaten it. Zhuo Feng said, "Tianmi, you must not eat these high-yielding seeds. I will send them to the palace immediately. This is a big deal, do you understand?" This was what Bai Mukin had told her. If she really had a yield of 2,000 kilograms per mother, she would be sent to the palace immediately. He even wrote a petition for merit in person, including all the military exploits she had made in the past. Zuofeng looked at the delicious fruits on this table and really wanted to take some back to the emperor. But if the fruit is brought into the palace, it will go bad. How long do you keep this fruit? It would be great if you could bring it back to the palace. A large amount of is easy to pick, but a small amount is better to find a way to do. Put a few on the grapes and cut the other branches longer. Wrap the scissors with a wet towel and put a few on them. The biggest leader in this world is the emperor, and you must flatter him when you need to. Okay. Listen to Uncle Zwa. I'll also prepare some fruits for you so you can take them into the palace as much as possible. Qinghe County is a fertile land to the south and has convenient water transportation, but it is more convenient to the north. Zuofeng had to ride on horseback and travel all night. Even so, it would take him 7 days to get to the capital. Tianmi leaves the branches longer and the slopes longer and selects fruits that are barely ripe. Considering fully mature ones, she prepares a few of each type of fruit, including watermelons and small tomatoes. Then wrap the diagonal cut with a wet cloth, and then use a bamboo tube to cover the cloth towel to keep out the water, but the water will not get on the fruit. You flatter me so hard. Emperor, you need to be more sensible and give me a higher price. Do you understand? Give me another account, little sister, and let me show off. Hey. Money. Name. Keep a rich and handsome man. The quality is high. The life of this rich woman is so wonderful. Zuofeng took these things prepared by Tianmi and a bag of potatoes and set out overnight. Huang Yuanying stayed behind to help harvest potatoes, and Tianmi returned to Qinghe County. Here, Huang Yuanying, the head of Zhou village, stayed here, and Tianmi took care of him, returning home, doing whatever he liked. Daughter, our Lotus Club has only been established for 2 years and already has over 100 members. There are still a lot of merchant ships coming and going on the pier. How can we let everyone work and make money? Qinghe County has just been hit hard and is still recovering. The current number of ships arriving is very large and normal. Tianmi thought for a while, then she went to her room and moved 10,000 taels of silver to Tian Dabiao, asking him to see if there was any zhuangzi for sale outside the city. If there were enough left on the dock, they would all be farmed by me. She would a lot of oil is needed to grow peanuts, sunflowers, and rapeseed. Also sugarcane. White sugar is a precious thing at this time. She has a lot of white sugar and salt stored in her space and dare not use it. She can produce sugar by herself, so she can use it with peace of mind. There are still many beet seeds in the Tianmi space, but beets are grown in this area. And salt is really troublesome. At this time, there is no such fine and white salt in her dimension. She didn't dare to take out a package. She only used it when cooking, so she prepared it for nothing. At this time, salt was a casual business for ordinary people. Tian Dabiao's eyes widened. Daughter, how much money do you have? Tianmi smiled and said, Dad, if you have a daughter in your life, you will have to worry about money. Tian Dabiao giggled. He didn't think that he was so wealthy. He called Qiu San to carry the money and set off. There are still a large number of cows and sheep sleeping in Tianmi's space that need to be released and processed. After her restaurant opens, the sheep can be eaten and the cows are killed by. Knows what the regulations are for bison, so I will ask my uncle later. There is rapeseed in this era, but it is not cultivated, but wild, and it is not used for oil extraction. However, peanuts, and sunflowers are not available. This does not matter. Tianmi directly said that the last time she bought seeds, Tianmi took a look at the stove in the backyard. It might be ready for use tomorrow. Qiu Yi was previously asked to order 300 flower-shaped molds. There are 3 shapes. In addition to making powder, Tianmi is also planning to grow 3 types of cleaning soaps. One is ordinary soap, one is goat milk soap, and one is soap. Medicated soap. Once everything is ready, she can start her career as a rich woman. Bai Mukin joined Li Xianming in Danan County. Before they went to fight, several counties around Nanjun City came to surrender one after another. The thieves ran fast, fearing that if they ran too slow, King Ding would do it himself, which would be tragic. King Yu's comrades were either dead or exiled, or even sold into slavery. Bai Mukin's work changed from fighting to integrating and settling down. He asked the court to send officials to take over, and the southern county became an isolated city. Bai Mukin didn't even have time to clean up, which made the Nanjun city panic, fearing that would come, and even more afraid that would mess up. It was already 8 days since Zhuo Defeng rushed to the capital. He simply packed up and entered the palace. Holding King Ding's token, the emperor met him immediately. After reading King Ding's memorial, the emperor couldn't believe it. Asked, "Is it really possible to produce more than 2,000 kilograms of grain per mu?" Zhuo Defeng replied, "Yes, your majesty. I, the acting county magistrate, personally took to help harvest it. To be precise, it is 2,400 kilograms, and it is newly open land. I brought back some seeds. The fields the girl also planted some fruits, and I brought them back for the emperor to see. This is a new thing sent by Bai Mukin. Of course, the queen and the crown prince must be invited to come and see it together." When the dazzling array of juicy and fresh fruits was placed on the table, the queen was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Her son was capable and filial, and he came so far and still gave her so many beautiful and delicious things. The fruits are all brightly colored and delicious at first sight, especially the peach tomatoes. That peach is more beautiful than the birthday boy in the painting, and it makes me water just looking at it. Zhuo Mifeng cut the watermelon. The queen immediately felt that the watermelon was even more tempting. The emperor and the prince were also attracted by this juicy watermelon. Zhuo Defeng said, "Your Majesty, Queen, Prince, this is a treasured melon. It's really delicious." As he spoke, he swallowed a gulp of water. He had eaten it many times, but he still wanted to eat it. The funny look made the emperor laugh. Said jokingly, "Did you eat a lot there?" Zhuo Defeng giggled and said, "He." Ji Jing picked up a piece of watermelon and ate it. It is not only beautiful to look at, but also delicious. It is juicy, crisp, refreshing, and sweet. The whole feels cool after eating it. The emperor then remembered that Zhuo Defeng had only brought back one. Because it was too big, it was really inconvenient to bring more. The queen enjoyed her meal. "The taste is so beautiful." She chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, this kid, Prince Ding. He is so sensible and has so many delicious food. I have never seen him before." The emperor was in a good mood. He pointed at the potatoes on the ground and said, "These are just fruits. It's a pleasure to eat without filling your stomach. The most valuable thing is these potatoes." The prince ate the delicious watermelon and looked at the peaches, tomatoes, and the 2 bunches of grapes. They all looked delicious, and he was interested. Such good fruits were not as good as that bag. An eye-catching lump of earth. "Emperor Qian, what kind of treasure is that?" The emperor swallowed a piece of watermelon and said, "This treasure will save the people from starvation. The yield per mu is more than 2,000 kilograms." The queen didn't respond much, but the prince became excited. "It's such a treasure." The emperor was eating watermelon and looked at Zhuo Defeng and said, "You only brought back so much of such a good thing?" Zhuo Defeng was startled and immediately knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, forgive me. This fruit is not easy to carry. If you take too much, it will spoil if you take too much time on the road. Then you won't be able to bring any of it back. This is the truth. It's good to be able to bring it back. There is such a strange woman among the people. She should be rewarded." King Ding also wrote a letter asking for the seal. Bought 2 villages not far from Qinghe County, with a combined area of nearly 3,000 acres. Tianmi got 30 cows from the space, and the county government issued cattle certificates for them. Huang Yuanying said that bison only need to apply for a certificate, which is not expensive. Generally, you only need to pay a production fee and some tax. In this era, the management of cattle is very strict. When applying for a certificate, the characteristics of the cattle are written down in detail to prevent theft. When Tianmi gave Tian Dabiao money to buy land, he asked Xiao Yi to order 30 plows. The current plows were not very easy to use, so Tianmi drew a drawing of the Ziyuan plow for Dabiao. Tian Dabiao was now very high-spirited and walked with wind. There were more members in the Lotus Club. He left things on the dock to Zhou Yaozu to keep an eye on, and even called Su Yunprung to come with him. This made Su Yunping extremely happy. I just like this Jianghu flavor. Zhuangzi's affairs were left to Qiu San to keep an eye on. Tian Dabiao called Cui Dahu and Cui Er to help. He was very busy every day, running in both directions. Although the work on the dock did not make much money for the time being, he saw that there was something for everyone. When they come to the dock to wait for work, they will be asked to join the Lotus Club, which will always allow them to earn income every day. Zhou Yaozu is the happiest. He witnessed the rise of the Axe Gang and finally harmed one party. How sad it was at the time, but now how happy he is to see the new Lotus Society rise. Both the president and the executive president are kind and kind. I just hope that the Lotus Society will never become an Axe Gang. Tianmi ordered a big stone to be erected in front of the Lotus Club. The teachings of the Lotus Society are written on it. The first is solidarity and mutual assistance. The second is not to take advantage of the situation. The third is to abide by the law. The general public is welcome to report members' violations. On June 20th, Miaotang was officially opened. In addition to various herbal medicines, there are also patent medicines, especially hemostatic medicines and cleaning medicines for injuries. Jin Mingwen immediately bought a lot of them and used them as regular medicine in the army. Was immediately raised, which made the two uncles very happy. Did they think it would be difficult at the beginning? Bought basically all the lard in Qinghe County in a few autumns. Then several springs were called to work together, those who cleaned, those who cut into pieces, those who lit the fire, those who boiled the oil, those who boiled the medicine. Tianmi went to the warehouse she was in charge of to take out the goat milk. It takes a lot of time to make some of the 3 soaps. The saponification process takes more than a month. In the evening, Uncle Su came to tell me that the restaurant had been renovated. We had decided to call it Yipin Xian Restaurant and wanted to choose a location to open the restaurant. We went to see and calculated the 3 locations first, letting Tianmi choose first. Tianmi didn't care much about this and chose the nearest, June 28th. We were all ready and all we needed was the east wind. There is a fish pond in the backyard of the restaurant. We go fishing whenever we have nothing to do. We also raise a few sheep. We have also negotiated suppliers and have been practicing in the kitchen for a long time. Tianmi's seasoning here, everything is fine too. Now Xia Tianmi has also taught us how to braise pork and specially prepares braised meat. In this season, eating it is not hot and is satisfying to the stomach. Tianmi also plans to sell all the fruits in restaurants and only in restaurants. Now in this season, peanuts, rapeseed, and sunflowers are harvested in October. The same is true for sugarcane, but sugarcane is harvested later. Tianmi soaked all the seeds in spiritual spring water to encourage germination and expose the buds, and then she let everyone plant the seeds in 2 nests, with each nest spaced apart. Tian Dabiao went to buy more than a dozen slaves. They were all farmers in the past. They were private slaves. They were bought for the family unit. They were responsible for managing the farms in daily life, including watering, fertilizing, weeding, and raising some pigs. Sheep or something. When harvesting the seeds, people from the Lotus Society would do the work. This village originally had houses and livestock pens, so Tianmi decided to have 2 villages, one to raise pigs and the other to raise sheep. Tianmi asked the people in the Lotus Club where they could buy piglets. Now the number of people in the Lotus Club has grown to more than 400 people. They are all surrounding villagers and know more about these things here. Under the introduction of the others, Tianmi bought more than 20 piglets and then called Feng Bao, who Tian Dabiao bought to manage Zhuangzi. He was in his 40s and was an honest man. Tianmi took out a knife and used alcohol with it. Disinfection teaches castrated pigs. Feng Bao saw that she had fixed the piglet in place with her feet and let the piglet whine, and then cut it down with a quick knife, then squeezed out 2 lumps of flesh, and then disinfected the wound, and it was done. Feng Bao was shocked, his lower body hurt, and his back felt cold. "Oh my God. Miss, you look like a fairy. Why are you so scared?" This piggy turned into a nutch pig in no time. Tianmi said, "The pigs have been hungry for half a day before they are castrated." Then Tianmi gave the knife to and asked to try it out. Feng Bao held the knife and trembled. He looked at the young lady, threatening him with his eyes. If he didn't move, it would be over. He had no choice but to bite the bullet. Feng Bao asked cautiously, "Miss, this piglet is not cheap. Will it die?" "No, do you know why the nutch is white and fat? This pig will become white and fat in the future, and the meat will be delicate and delicious." "Pug nonsense, let's do it." Feng Bao could only follow her example to catch the piglets, fix them with his feet, and then castrate and disinfect them under Tianmi's guidance. "And smoother from now on." Tianmi told me that the wild grasses and pigweed for pigs are boiled in water and mixed with some rice bran when cooked. Tianmi sent all the rice bran that she had grinded before. The 28th is the auspicious day for the opening of Yipingxian, and the restaurant started preparations yesterday. On this day, Uncle Su invited a dragon and lion dance team. The outside of Yipingxian restaurant was very lively, attracting the attention of many people. At this time, the fragrance wafting out of the building was really attractive. Just smelling it made me drool. The overbearing smell of chili peppers and the unique aroma of braised pork directly made the people outside salivate. Uncle Su was extremely happy and said to everyone, "Dear fellow villagers, our Yipingxian restaurant is opening today, and we have great discounts on all dishes. Also give me a plate of treasured melon." Tian Dabiao immediately brought the key personnel of the Lotus Club in. "Boss, bring me all the signature dishes." In with the people from Myerenting. Even Huang Yuanying came with people from the county government. People watching the fun outside immediately rushed in, and soon the place was full. Yipingxian is now open to the public, and the seats are packed with guests. The various dishes are rich and rare, and you will fall in love with them once you take one bite. Especially the taste of chili peppers, which is a little bit chewy, but the more you eat, the more you want to eat. Can't stop. Even the fish that I usually don't think is very impressive, it tastes so good that people want to eat it, especially the fish head. The meat is tender and smooth, and paired with the strong flavor of chopped pepper, it's really refreshing. There is also the braised pork, which is rich in aroma and delicious. It tastes fragrant, soft, and not greasy. Everyone who eats it praises it. Even more amazing is that there are also roasted lamb legs, lamb chops, and whole lamb. Everything is so tempting that you won't get tired of eating it every day. After eating, a plate of treasured melon was served, which was really refreshing. One plate is not enough. There must be one, and that peach. Is that a peach? Those are obviously fairy peaches, and those grape cherry tomatoes. Oh my God, the more I look at them, the more I want to eat them. I must take some home. Yipingxian restaurant has become famous in just one day. The dishes are rich and diverse, and some of them have never been eaten before, and the fruits are all delicacies. It's a bit expensive, but it's really delicious. Even merchants who passed by were buying fruits to take away. The fruits were sold in limited quantities every day, but they were all sold out early. Uncle Su was so happy that he smiled crookedly. Sufian even ran to the restaurant to help, but Uncle Su drove him away. There is too much goat milk in Tiami's store these days. After making goat milk soap, goat milk was delivered every day on Tuesday. Now there are more boats on the dock and more businessmen coming and going. Tiami decided to use goat milk, make some butter to bake biscuits, and make some malt candies to make goat's milk walnuts. Walnuts are still very expensive in this day and age, but you can make a lot of money by crushing them and frying them to make a lot of sugar. Just do it and keep busy for several autumns and springs. It's not difficult to boil wheat sugar, just make more of it. Making butter is not difficult, but it is an individual job. It takes several days of hard work to make it in one day. In the next few days, the fields and houses will be fragrant every day. The golden biscuits and goat's milk candy were brought out. Everyone's mouths were watering. Tianmi gave everyone a few pieces. It was really sweet to the heart. The light in his eyes shines with his attachment to this place that feels like home. There are not many people in Tianjai, and they are very friendly to the servants, especially the young lady. She never seems to treat them as subordinates, and there is no oppression from above. She usually slaps her hands. Chunner.
Kia.
Come and work. It makes people feel inexplicably friendly. There were people playing gongs and drums outside Tianjai that day. It was very lively. It was Mr. Huang who brought people here. Those people were not ordinary people at first glance. Qiu Qi was on duty at the concierge today. Opening the door, Huang Yuanying said with a smile, "Notice everyone in the field and house accepts the imperial edict. This almost scares me. We, Tianjai, have received the imperial edict." Hurried to the backyard to inform Tianmi and asked Qiu Qi to invite Tian Dabiao back. Tianmi quickly brought everyone in the house to welcome the guests. Huang Yuanying brought his father-in-law, who had a white face and a beardless face, and a smile on his face. The prince and his father-in-law came with an imperial edict and represented the emperor. Chuani and several springs served tea, fruits, and newly made biscuits and toffee in an orderly manner. These fruits made me go crazy with greed. I saw the emperor, queen, and prince eating them. They were full of praises and couldn't put them down. Today, I can finally eat them. Laughed loudly and said, "Then I'm not welcome." The first thing to taste was of course the watermelon, which even the emperor loved. When the prince tried to take an extra piece, he was given a glare by. "It's really delicious." The prince was very satisfied with the meal. Huang Yuanying took the biscuit and took a bite. It was something I had never seen before. It was the same as the finger, and it was fragrant and crispy. Tianmi makes new food, and it never disappoints. The prince was so happy that he picked up another grape and put it in his mouth. After biting the skin, the flesh popped out, filling his mouth with the delicate flesh. Different feeling, but the same delicious taste. This little life in Qinghe County is like Sai Palace. At this time, Tian Dabiao came back and heard that he was receiving the imperial edict. He was so excited that he didn't know how to let go. Huang Yuanying instructed everyone to take a bath, burn incense, and prepare to receive the imperial edict. After everything was ready for her, the prince stood up, flicked the fly whisk, and said, "Tianmi takes over the saint." Everyone present knelt down. "Princess? Princess Chongfeng." Tianmi couldn't believe it, such a good thing. Could it be that the emperor she flattered was so open-minded? Look, no matter what era, if you are good at flattering, there are indispensable benefits, he. She held back her inner joy and accepted the order to thank her. The prince smiled and said, "Congratulations to the princess. Congratulations to the princess." Tianmi showed a decent smile and said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Wang. It is our supreme honor, Tianmi, to be rewarded by the Holy One." The prince smiled and said, "It's your blessing, princess, and it's more than what the princess deserves." Tian Dabiao was so happy that he said, "My father-in-law will stay in Qinghe County for a few more days. I will go to Yipin's Xianding banquet, put it on the table, and open the banquet." The prince laughed and said, "I heard about the name of Yipingxian on the way here, but I came with a mission, and I should go back tomorrow." Tian Dabiao immediately said, "Then the prince will definitely come to Yipingxian tonight, so that we can fulfill our friendship as landlords." Tian Dabiao is very considerate in entertaining friends. Make the prince happy. Wang Gonggong said, "Last time, the emperor ate the fruit brought back by Mr. Zhua and was full of praise. He couldn't stop praising the princess." Tianmi still didn't understand anything and said with a smile, "This is my honor. I will prepare more tomorrow. I also asked the prince to bring it to the emperor." The prince smiled and said, "Hey." The guards carried in all the gifts from the emperor. The prince gave the list to Tianmi, then asked the prince to sit down and rest. Huang Yuanying and Tian Dabiao accompanied him to taste the fresh food served by Tianmi. Zhuangfeng also came back together, but he took the ministers to Nanjun City to find Bai Mukin. The counties that had surrendered had been taken over and settled. After Zhuangfeng brought people to pick him up, he took the people to take over Nanjun City. This turned out to be ridiculously smooth. When he led the army to Nanjun City, the defenders captured King Yu's family and opened the city gates to welcome Bai Mukin. Bai Dongyuan tried every means to sell his father, but was betrayed by his father's subordinates. King Yu is unpopular, and the people in the fiefdom suffer greatly. This Nanjun City cannot be saved. Those who have gained the Tao will have many help, and those who have lost the Tao will have little help. This is an unchanging truth. Bai Mukin took over Nanjun City so easily. Yupingxianli Tian Dabiao, Huang Yuanying and Tianmi accompanied Wang Gonggong to eat delicious food that he had never experienced before. Oh my god, they are people who have seen it before. He came from the palace, so why did he act like he came from the countryside? I've never tried this before. It's so delicious. I've never seen that before. It's also delicious. What's going on in this little Qinghe County? There are more good things than the capital city. The next day, Tianmi prepared a lot of fruits for the prince. He went back by carriage. She followed the same method as last time and chose the ones that would be ripe in a few days. They also made new butter biscuits and milk. I brought him some sugar, some soaps made from pollen, and some liquid foundation made from pollen. I even asked him to take back a jar of chili pepper sauce. The prince was so happy that he couldn't even speak. Princess Chongfeng was so sensible. Not only did she prepare the royal palace, but she also gave him an extra portion. She was a wonderful person. Tianmi was a little puzzled. The emperor gave her a title and also rewarded her with a house, a shop, and a village, all in the capital. He gave her so many things. Will they pay her back for the potatoes?
Ouch!
The emperor didn't even say a word. Will he give it back? If you give it, how will it be counted as money? Give all her potatoes to them. If they don't give them to her, keep some to sell. Forget it. Huang Yuanying reminded her again not to eat it. One more seed would lead to many more seedlings, so the emperor was being generous. No, he cares too much. Now we are also people with status, he. Not only are we a rich woman, we are also a noble person and a person of high status. There are many gifts from the palace, but most of them are silks, hair accessories, jewelry, and jewelry that suit her status. Look at the color of the fabric, it is very rich. Even Grandma Tian Dabiao can wear it. Tianmi selected the one and gave it to her grandmother and gave another one to Su Fian, and then asked Chuni and the others to make some clothes for her and Tian Dabiao. Grandma knew that she was the leader of the group. Oh my god, there was smoke coming out of the ancestral grave. Oh my god. These are all characters that can be heard in dramas, and now they are also in our family. The two uncles and aunts laughed happily. If your mother is still happy, she won't sleep for several days. Yes, our Mir is really capable. Tianmi smiled and said, "It's my grandpa and my mother's blessing." Tianmi took Su Fian and Chen Miao Miao to go shopping dressed up beautifully. Now that we have a Qian status, we must be the most beautiful people in Qinghe County. Su Fian's little face was so proud that she felt that Tianmi was more awesome than the emperor as the princess. She said happily, "Sister Tianmi, you are too shameless for those of us who are fleeing south. My parents were worried about being bullied in a new place. How about a hard life?" Chen Miao Miao was also smiling from ear to ear. She was extremely proud, puffing out her little chest. Ren went to the pier, which was the territory of their Lotus Club, and she had to go and show face to the Lotus Club. In fact, it really doesn't matter. After a delicious banquet, all the ants on the road knew that there was a princess in Qinghe County. She is the president of the Lotus Club and the owner of Yupingxian. The Lotus Club has a very good reputation in Qinghe County. Tian Dabiao is a kind person and never bullies others. All the idle labor force in Qinghe County is with him. Anyone who hires people to do work comes to him. He charges reasonable fees and is warm to people. So everyone is very familiar with the Lotus Society. With the recovery of business in Qinghe County, Tianmi's fruit biscuits and goat's milk candy are becoming more and more popular. Tian Dabiao also wants to organize another fleet, which is equivalent to a water accompaniment. He told Tianmi about this. Tianmi said that there were too many things to do this year, so he had to make preparations to do it next year. When the time comes, she will diversify her products and make a few years of money from one ship. Zhou Yaozu and Su Yunping greeted Tianmi as soon as he saw her coming. Su Yunping shouted, "The president is here." But Zhou Yaozu came up and saluted. The common man Zhou Yaozu pays homage to the princess. I'll go, and you'll be the only one in Qinghe County to give me this big gift. It's really embarrassing for Tianmi. Manager Zhou is too polite. Don't be like this.
I'm sorry.
The two of them were busy pouring tea for each of them and talking about recent events. Su Yunping said, President, we're basically doing all the work at the dock now. Not only are we on the dock, but even the merchants come to us to hire people. The work is still enough, but there is a lot of idle labor. What can you do? The Lotus Society has basically taken in all the idle labor force in Qinghe County, so it is inevitable that more people will come. Tianmi said she would think about it again. It's not easy to be the boss. There are so many brothers who have to support their families and put food on the table. Tianmi took her two sisters to Yipingxiangxianwen. After Bai Mukin settled Nanjun, even King Yu asked Lin Buko to accompany him back to the capital. His more important task was to take Huang Yuanying to build roads in Taoyuan Valley and transport potatoes out. This was a big deal. As soon as he brought Zhuo Zhengfeng back to Qinghe County, Zhuo Zhengfeng said, Your Highness, Princess Chongfeng's Yipingxian cuisine is all new, and the taste is very good. Let's go and try it. Su Fian, who was eating delicious food in the dining room on the second floor, said, Sister Tianmi, our group of widows is almost over. My mother is going to visit someone else for me. What should I do? The compartment next door didn't expect to meet her as soon as he came back. It was so true that he raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly. Zhuo Zhengfeng also felt that he wanted to go over and say hello, but was stopped by Mukin's look. Oh my God.
Tianmi slapet her forehad.
She had been so busy with fame and fortune that she had forgotten that the ultimate goal was to enjoy life. She thought for a while and said, Don't worry, our goal is to attract a husband and get married. In this case, I still have 2 empty shops. How about you be responsible for opening a 4 treasures bookstore or something like that? Yes, let's attract all the scholars in Qinghe County. Can't we just choose a good-looking little brother? Hehehe. The two looked at each other and laughed. Little did he know that when Bai Mukin next door heard about the good-looking little brother, his expression suddenly changed. This world who can call a man little brother. Unfortunately, it is the one he has heard of. That cave, that chaotic night, that fat man. Little brother, the little fairy is here. Bai Mukin had never been so angry before. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He clenched his fists. This shameless woman wanted medicine when she wanted it, and she dared to refuse it when it was delivered to her door. King, can you take whatever you want and abandon others if you don't? Anger smashed the table with one palm. This scared Jingfeng. What's going on? Okay, why suddenly the palace became so atmospheric. And next door finished eating, took Su Fian to pick the shops, ready to open the bookstore. Went to see one of the 2 shops had to pass by Miaoren Tang. The eldest cousin saw Tianmi running out and called her to Miaoren Tang. The eldest uncle was excited and agitated, said, Honey, we are getting rich. A southern merchant just came and bought all the medicated medicines. Even the loquat paste is gone. You have to do it there quickly. This is a good thing, but the family also makes soap and cooks food, so there are not enough manpower. It seems that Mrs. Chun will have to buy people again. Tianmi nodded and said yes, wrote a list of medicinal materials, and asked her uncle to arrange for someone to send them to her home. Tianmi took Su Fian to continue looking at shops, and finally chose the one in the bustling section. We were rich, and wanted to make it more grand and luxurious. In order to recruit more good-looking brothers to copy books, Tianmi was determined not to use printing. Don't even mention it. Hey. I need to get 2 good books to open the market. Is overflowing with beauty, and the writing is beautiful. Brothers, rich women, and girls are about to enter the literary world.
Ha ha ha.
Tianmi felt so happy. Do the early planning and arrangements. With Su Fian that she should go back and discuss with Su Yunfei to see if she has any good ideas. Su Fian was so happy that she finally had to take on the important responsibility. She nodded and said yes, and then asked Chen Miao to go back with Su Fian. Tianmi is going to buy some servants. The house is seriously short of manpower. When Tianmi went to visit Mrs. Chen's face immediately turned into a flower when she saw her. Princess, hey. I am Princess. Why are you here in person? Please ask someone to tell you. The old lady will bring someone to your house for you to choose. Tianmi enjoys the radiance of a rich woman and a noble princess. Hee hee.
Hee hee.
You're welcome, Mrs.
Chen.
I'll buy a few more people, but I'd rather be a younger girl. Finally, Tianmi returned home with Chi Chun and Chi Chiu. Were handed over to Chun Yi for placement and went to see the two babies, Ming Hui and Chun Er. Chun Sam was playing in the yard with the two babies. As soon as the two girls saw her, they said to the baby, "Mom is back." The two babies seemed to understand. They looked around and screamed. At this time, Yanzu flew back from the sky. There is a chilling atmosphere in the air. How can there be a chill in this summer? Weird thing. Tianmi took the and immediately gave it to From's bag, but kept whining. Something really happened? Now I am the oldest woman in Qinghe County. What can happen? There was a strange noise in the house, followed by shouting and fighting. Tianmi realized that something was really going on and immediately asked Ming Hui and Akan to hide in the house. She went to get her big axe and guarded the outside of the house. She saw Bai Mukin and others barging in. The troops quickly took control. He entered the princess's mansion, with Tian Dabiao and Aunt Foam in custody behind him. These two people knew that the person they bullied at that time was the prince, and their faces turned pale from fear. No matter how blind Tianmi was, she could still guess what was going on.
Hold on. Hold on.
I am now the emperor's newly appointed princess, and I am still very excited. Don't dare to kill directly. As long as she doesn't kill people directly, she can resolve it.